Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8. I am Merwat, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in Reality Hacker each Saturday, and along with 2 other shows that we do immediately after, and they are Wanted and the Continuity Report. We merge them together, and they become the Saturday edition of Non Sequitur News. Let's do this. So the 5 articles that we're going to talk about are building a different mouse, muscle-powered robot, mixed reality solutions, virtual reality training, and quantum computer teleportation. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's easy. You just sign up real quick or sign in if you already have an account, and then you get a 7th menu option. I'm actually working on that option right now. And you get to sort news however you want it. And along with that, you can go over to YouTube and follow us there, ring the bell so you get notified when we go live, and follow us over on Twitch. Different chats, but one side you'll like more than the other usually, how people work. I don't know. Anyway, there's 1,900 episodes now of ohmTown related news over on YouTube and the podcasts. We've been doing this now this is the 4th year. We're in the 2nd month of the 4th year. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get going?
I am.
All right. Well, that first article is over in Greenogram. A human gene makes mice squeak differently. Did it contribute to language? A gene variant present in most people might have contributed to cognitive differences between humans and their closest relatives. You ever hear of the animation The Secret of NIMH?
I have. Do you think this is inspired by Secret of NIMH?
Or The Secret of NIMH is a documentary. Yeah, so we're basically going to be creating mice that have the ability to talk.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Like the dinosaur? You know there was a dinosaur that could talk?
Was it Thesaurus?
It was a thesaurus, yes. Anyway, the article is over in nature.com, which I guess it's one and the same, right? It is in nature to have mice that squeak. I guess if we...
Right. Yeah, it kind of fits.
We're messing with nature, and so we're making them squeak differently. So you and Callaway over at nature.com put the article together. And which one of these is the mice?
Which person in the picture?
Yeah. Which one is squeaking differently? The caption under this, by the way,
Probably
it's a Getty
the
image.
one situated by themselves, right?
The
Like
one that
the
everybody's
one with the
talking
back to
to.
us.
Yeah, that's exactly how I took it too. They're looking at it going, wow, that is a very different kind of mouse. It says under the image, almost all humans carrying a gene variant called Nova1 that is not present in ancient human relatives and has been implicated in the development of speech. And it has a credit, 10,000 hours /Getty. You know, there's a saying about
Right.
to become an expert.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny name for that channel or provider of images.
Mice carrying a gene variant present in nearly every human on Earth and not by extinct relatives, including Neanderthals, produce more complex chirps than normal rodents. How do they know about Neanderthals and the genes? Do we have genetic makeup of Neanderthals?
I don't know. That's kind of alarming if we do.
So the findings suggest that the mutation, which changes a protein called Nova1 that has a role in orchestrating gene activity in the brain, might have contributed to cognitive differences between humans and their closest relatives, and possibly to aspects of complex speech and language. Robert Darnell, a neuroscientist at Rockefeller University in New York City, first encountered Nova1 gene 30 years ago when his team linked it to an autoimmune disorder that caused severe movement problems in people. The gene is usually switched on only in the brain, where the Nova-1 protein controls the expression of dozens of other brain active genes. We really don't know what the frick we're doing. So, yeah.
This is like kind of bad bat territory, isn't it?
Oh, I can't keep reading. Doggone it. I hate that. Anyway, yeah, we're going to have it's going to be Planet of the Mice, I guess.
Yeah, we're going to end up with like hybrid mice, humans, whatever that is.
Monkey, mice, human, whatever else. I mean, I think they did like pig kidney or something like that transplant recently.
Yeah.
And whatever else. It's just going to be what is that, Island of Dr. Moreau kind of a thing.
Exactly, like all kinds of experimental.
Although I think we're closer to Mars attacks at this point. Anyway, the genetic change, which swaps an isoleucine amino acid for a valine in the encoded protein, has one of just a handful of protein-altering changes that evolved in the more than 500,000 years after the hominin group split from a common ancestor in Africa. Although that's what we think. This suggests that the changes benefited early humans so greatly that the mutations became ubiquitous. I mean, if they gave us the ability to communicate with each other, then yeah. Hey, look out, there's a bear behind you.
Exactly.
Or
I mean,
a lion.
that could be a positive thing, right? For survival.
What's that word you said? Oh, shit? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's move on. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's articles, you can just hit !NSN, because I'm changing that to !, although I prefer saying bang NSN. But people go, what? Bang? What? Why?
Yeah, that's not understood. I think you need to use !
Wait a minute. That's the wrong... Oh, it's because I hit the wrong thing. We're in RealityHacker, so ! RH is RealityHacker.
But are we?
Are we really? I mean, we're hacking. I mean, the reason why I said it is because we were in Non Sequitur News. But anyway, if you hit ! NSN in the chat over on Twitch, you're going to get yesterday's episode of articles.
Right, but we do pull from all the channels, although typically focus more heavily on the channel for the show.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Futurism, and we talked about this yesterday, but it was worthy of bringing into RealityHacker as well, because this is the stuff of nightmares, according to Frank Landemore over at Futurism.
I'd have to agree.
So if you've ever watched Westworld, this is an android that's similar to it in construct, where it has like muscle fibers that are building the armature up. So it's a robot that has muscles, and this thing is creepy as all get out. So it says, forget valleys, we're now entering veritable Grand Canyons of uncanniness, which I didn't talk about yesterday. But yeah, I don't believe that there is an uncanny valley. I believe that there is an uncanny black hole cliff face that envelops everything that approaches it. And then on the other side, you have humans, like android humanoids that are inseparable from the human component, right? You walk up to an android that is on the other side of the uncanny valley, and you're like, okay, I have no idea that you're a robot. That's Westworld. This is in the black hole of uncanny. So it's definitely not a valley.
We're never coming back from that.
No, and once you go in, you don't come out. So behold the robot known as Protoclone. Built by Clone Robotics, it's supposedly the world's first bipedal musculoskeletal android, but it's mostly just got people extremely creeped out.
What I want to know is why.
They asked
robotics, yes, but why this?
Written on the pictures of this thing is, did we ever stop to think that we should? And written on it, dear God, no, please stop. All that is holy is written on these pictures as well.
And those aren't just from the article, those are from the company.
Yeah, this is creepy. This is mad scientist, Island of Dr. Moreau kind of stuff. So, nope, with a menacing cinematic score, we're presented with this writhing, cadaverous mass, shorn of a recognizable face, blindly grasping at the world it didn't want to be brought into. A totally unsolicited reminder that we, too, are merely the supple impedimenta playing host to a network of electrical pulses or something. Yeah, that's in this article as well. So like I said yesterday...
Do you think the author is creeped out here?
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, I mean, it's in a section called Avert Your Eyes. So according to its website, the Android is equipped with the world's most sophisticated hydraulic powering system, mimicking our human blood vessels. Its muscles are composed of Clone's proprietary myofiber artificial muscle tech, providing an unparalleled combination of weight, power density, speed, force to weight, and energy efficiency, Clone says. Underneath, the robot possesses a human-like skeleton with analogs for all 206 bones of the human body. It can also see using 4 cameras installed in its skull.
Oh no, let me guess. It must be able to see backwards.
This is something else that I didn't say in yesterday's episode. Clone co-founder Danush Radhakrishna, whose display name is Necromancer, calls the robot's
I did notice
progress...
that yesterday, but I don't think I commented on it.
The robot's progress ground zero for the age of androids. All right, well, this will be a short. Let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Back to the old, hacking reality, not throwing us into...
We're so far past it.
The reality. So, but we are hacking reality with all of these. Azure Mixed Reality Solutions, building the future of digital transformation. All of this is techno gobbledygook. Extended reality, as it is revolutionizing the enterprise landscape, giving businesses incredible opportunities to optimize productivity, reduce operational costs, and enhance collaboration. Innovative offerings like Microsoft's Azure Mixed Reality Solutions are offering companies the flexibility to create customized digital environments for everything from remote device monitoring to training, which I think is great. The problem here is, instead of optimizing so that there's work-life balance, what you're getting is, oh, wow, we've optimized it so that it takes you 4 hours to do 8 hours worth of work. Now I've got you for 4 more hours, and I can just abuse the living crap out of you.
Exactly. Plus, at some point, is anybody going to be dealing with a human, or is it going to be like AI training AI?
Yeah.
With the customer being AI.
Yeah, eventually it's just going to be AI all the way down. It's going to be like Battlestar Galactica, where there's one human that is basically theoretically leading all of the Cylons, except that the Cylons are just using him to be able to wipe out the rest of the humans. So they say, in fact, their own research over at xrtoday.com, Rebecca Carter put the article together. They say that their own research found that 36% of companies are currently using XR, or extended reality, to enhance training initiatives with digital twins, collaborative virtual environments, and real-time access to data. That one I can go for. Real-time access to data, I like.
Yeah, that sounds like a positive.
Yeah, virtual environments, sure. But the whole digital twins thing, I don't know. Anyway, this goes on to talk about what's called Azure Digital Twins, an IoT platform that allows businesses to rapidly create digital representations of environments. Pardon me. These virtual replicas offer real-time insights into physical spaces and tools, helping companies to monitor operations. And Azure Remote Rendering, when it comes to visualizing 3D models, Azure Remote Rendering steps in to deliver high-fidelity visuals at speed, whatever at speed means. And spatial anchors, which allow users to create mixed reality experiences that are spatially aware and accessible across multiple platforms. Stop that. So, what I like about the anchor is that you can actually put it somewhere. It stays there. And when you walk into its sphere of influence, it becomes responsive. I love that idea, but all I want are XR glasses that interact with whatever I allow it to. But that's really not what is going to end up happening.
You don't want it whatever the company thinks is what's needed. You need to be able to customize it.
Yep. Yeah. So the benefits of mixed reality solutions, they go into detail about HoloLens and Azure mixed, which HoloLens is basically wetting the bed. And they go into deeper context about these other issues like digital twins, unlocking real-time insights, and optimizing training and collaboration. But extended reality really is a benefit in terms of training because you can actually interact with the extended reality elements without having to be in that environment, because sometimes it can be dangerous and you train in it. You don't actually live in it yet. Eventually you skill up and then you get brought into a physical environment where screwing up could mean a little bit more.
Am I the only one alarmed by the fact that there's a digital twin consortium?
Oh, it really depends on where you end up with that, right? But yeah.
Like, I mean, it kind of sounds cool, but and it's kind of like...
Yeah, everything can be basically replicated and put into this virtual or augmented reality, extended reality, mixed reality environment. And so your identity no longer becomes sole representation of you. You can be cloned. It's unsettling. But eventually, I think people are going to be, all right, well, I guess they took another one of me.
Right. I guess it depends on what the use case is.
Yeah, particularly the way things have pivoted. So we'll see. Let's keep on working, though, through these articles. The next article is over in RealityHacker. NHS pushes forward with multi-million virtual reality training project. This week, the NHS made further strides in leveraging extended reality technologies via a government-led £4.3 million VR training initiative. The initiative attempts to reduce related travel and material costs while also addressing skill shortages among STEAM students. And STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Students and NHS staff. So Innovate UK is leading the multi-million-dollar VR training initiative, bringing outreach programs and hands-on training to students, professionals, and NHS staff. And this is the inverse of what's happening in the United States, where everybody is being told you have to go back to work or worse. I just find it really interesting that there is this polar opposite on the other side of the planet. So yeah, NHS over in the UK dedicating itself to a resilience project where you get virtual training, extended reality training, mixed reality training.
I mean, I think this makes sense. It saves money. It makes the training more accessible in terms of location to do the training, when you can do it, etc.
So here's what they said in this article. The Resilience Project follows research from the Faculty of Public Health, which found that NHS-related road travel accounts for 9.5 billion miles annually. So the NHS is turning to VR in a bid to lower its contribution to this extensive travel.
Well, I mean, certainly eco-friendly.
And like always, there's more over at this article, but Rory Greener at xrtoday.com put this article together. If you're interested in this kind of thing, follow the link and go over to xrtoday.com and check it out. I certainly am in the camp that you should be able to telework from wherever, as long as you can get the job done. There are certain things, though, where you have to be there in person. And
right, like if you're, I don't know, an EMT or something, you probably need to be there in person.
Yeah. And certain things have to be built. And so if you're the one that needs to build it, then you're the one that has to be there. So
right, a little hard to build that at your house.
Yeah, there are some people out there, though, that abuse this. Well, anyway, let's keep on going. the next article is over on Reality Hacker. This is the last one for the Reality Hacker episode today, for February 22nd, 2025. And a teleportation breakthrough for quantum computing is here. A team at the University of Oxford succeeded in getting two quantum processors to connect to each other and work together with particle entanglement.
So this is kind of a big deal.
Yeah. I guess it's George Gary. I don't know if that's George or Jorge Gary. I'm not sure. Over at wired.com.
I'm going to guess together. George, based on our previous incident.
George Jimenez. So a team at the University of Oxford succeeded in getting two quantum processors to connect to each other and transmit the same information using particle entanglement. I don't know if there's more in this article. I'm not logged in. Typically I log in, but forgot to do it this morning. For such a machine to be useful in real terms, multiple quantum processors need to be assembled in a single location. This increases a processor's power, but also its size, making it less practical and more delicate. Scientists are working on a solution that sounds like something out of science fiction series, connecting remote cores to each other through quantum teleportation to create even more powerful machines. So this is just a...
So I can get to more of the article, but it looks like they sent the algorithm wirelessly between two separate processors. The two cores took advantage of their unique nature, pooled their capabilities, and formed a superior computer to solve problems that neither of them could solve independently. Then it gets into quantum entanglement. It's been limited to transfer of states between systems, and this is distinctive because it used teleportation to create interactions between distant nuclei. Again, those are just a few highlights. There's a lot more to it in the article. But...
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, right?
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like scientifically this is way to leap. Plus, the potential ramifications of this are pretty significant.
Yeah, so if they get a fully working quantum computer that's capable of doing the same kind of mathematics as a conventional computer, then theoretically encryption is broken from end to end. It doesn't matter because quantum computing can spit out every combination, test it, and find the actual encryption key. Not just a password, but anything that encrypts anything anywhere can be decoded from its base information. You don't just need the key. So it's unsettling, to say the least. So it'll be fascinating to watch this kind of stuff, but I don't know how far off we are, considering AI can be leveraged to facilitate this.
I think we're closer than we realize. I mean, given the speed of technological advancement.
Yeah. It's accelerating, but it's not going to be as regular Joes that are immediately benefiting from this. We used to be just a hop, skip, and jump from tactical to practical, but now there's a different step. So y'all need to be aware of it. All right. Well, anyways, we're going to quantum entangle our butts back to the front page of ohmtown.com and the Reality Hacker page, which is right here. Essentially, each one of these is a channel, and we're trying to slowly turn each one of these into a show. So if you are interested in hosting or co-hosting one of our shows, get in touch. Just send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com and we'll talk shop about it. At any rate, I am done, and I'm going to take the AI with me. So I'll see y'all later. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8, and I am Mara Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 news articles concerning gadgets and gear. We're going to start out with Height PC Persona case, Raycast, One versus Many 2001 board game, Spotify Hi-Fi, and MLA and QD OLED TVs. That's all 5 of them. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and you can sit there and filter through all of the news to your heart's content and send stuff to us via a submission page that's under a 7th icon that is under construction. Even in the logged in side, you don't get it when you're not logged in. So anyway, go over and become a citizen. See you on the other side of this intro. How about that? I want to lead into the intro, but I don't want to say see ya. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Town citizens.
Yeah, I don't like to edit stuff. And so I just gave you my thoughts. Every time I run that intro, I feel like people are going, oh, show's over, bye.
Yeah, I don't know how to... I guess you could just say something like, join us, or...
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, okay. Something like that.
All right, well, let's get into the 5 articles. The first one is, we don't actually grab the... See, so the people that have the news provide this content, but we don't screen scrape or anything like that. And so I don't even want the images. So the way that it works is we get the little headline, and sometimes there's a little snippet, and right here is the little snippet. And this one is titled, Height has announced another Persona-themed PC gaming case, and as a Persona diehard, the author of this thinks it's a little bit much. And it says down here, PC case and accessory manufacturer Height ran a limited run of Persona 3 Reload cases last year, which promptly sold out on the official site, though you can still pick one up from retailers. Now, a year later, a follow-up Persona 3 Reload Y70 case has just been announced, and as expected, its aesthetic is pretty loud. So the author, James Bentley, put this article together and it has a picture of it, and the deck statement says the keycaps are gorgeous. All right, but this case is a little bit overwhelming. But if you're
it's not subtle.
No, but if you're into Persona, then you pretty much know what it is. It's referred to as a JRPG, Japanese RPG, and it's a fun watch. I've never played it because it's just not my style of game, but yeah, it's announced in a short video. The main focus of Height's new Persona 3 Reload collaboration is its Y70 case, a $270 beast with all the main cast plastered onto the side of it. To match this, antagonist Strega sit along the front of the case, where Spooky Tower Tartarus sits in between Strega and our protagonist. It has a distinctly darker theme than the main character-focused aesthetic of last year's Y60 case, though last year's bundle came with an Arcana card, and carrying tin. The new Y70 case is tied together by a sickly green with a clock on the opposite side of the case. It's certainly a striking aesthetic, though perhaps too over the top for a build that the author would primarily display behind their monitors. It's also $50 more than the traditional Y70 case.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're using it for. If you're a big Persona fan, if you're looking for something distinctive for your gaming rig.
Yep. If you're into it, then you're into it, I suppose. Height also announced a pretty blue Persona 3 Reload protagonist for desk pad and a Persona 3 Reload Aegis desk pad for $30. However, the author says their absolute favorite Height Persona 3 Reload collaboration is the $75 keycap set that launched last year. Taking the light blue aesthetic of the game, it has a logo for the spacebar, or on the spacebar, a sequence of symbols from the game down the bottom left, and an outline of Tartarus over the right side of the keyboard, and it plays into the imagery of the game well without becoming entirely illegible. They don't have pictures of that, I don't think, or maybe they do. Hold on, let's see. So yeah, they've got the mouse pads, and oh, there it is. Yeah, I guess. It's interesting. It's just kind of a silhouetted thing with the.
Yeah, it's hard to really do it justice right now in this photo.
Yeah, you'd have to go over to the site and click on it to get a really good look. But yeah, it's basically the Persona game, and then printed out onto panels on the computer and onto a mouse pad and whatnot. So go over and check it out. It's over at pcgamer.com, and James Bentley again put the article together. Does this kind of stuff fascinate you? Like, do you go, you know what I want to do? I want to put.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having some decoration on my Raspberry Pi.
All right, let's keep moving. This next article is over on the Wanted channel. That's what the name of the show is, Wanted. And so we all want gadgets and gear, right? So this show helps me keep abreast of what's going on. And I use ohmtown.com to manage my information overload. So now you can too. Raycast is the secret Mac productivity tool you need to start using. Trying to live life in the most efficient way possible takes a lot of planning and proper execution. Maximizing your personal efficiency can get much of the job done. But what you may not think about is maximizing your computer's efficiency too. So this says Raycast. Now I've never used it, so I don't know. Chris Hackey over at pocket-lint.com put the article together, and no, I won't go through the whole spiel that I always say about pocket-lint.
Oh, come on.
Okay, whoever owns pocket-lint.com, please give them the domain. Anyway, your desktop or laptop runs dozens of applications at any given time, and there are intricate processes baked into the system that are always trying to maximize the efficiency. However, sometimes it doesn't do as well of a job, which is where Raycast comes in. Raycast is an app designed to specifically change or alter inefficient processes developers recognized in Mac OS. The complex program aims to help you maneuver around your Mac in a faster way than you've done before. So instead of relying on a mouse, clicking around, or endlessly scrolling to find what you need, Raycast takes the steps further and makes the process more efficient with commands, hotkeys, aliases. And the author has been utilizing this, again, Chris Hackey, has been utilizing this. And after they got used to its functions, they think that it's a Mac maximizer. And they go into greater detail about what this productivity tool can do.
I mean, it sounds neat if it cuts down on things that you're repetitively doing, right? If it cuts down on keystrokes or things like that. It sounds like it goes almost like across the whole system. It
does. It's basically a utility that allows you to program in pretty much anything via macros. So it says set up screen movement more efficiently, search tabs for files more easily, which I've always found a pain in the butt on a Mac. Pro version offers more across the board stuff. Functionality. This is one of the best free features is clipboard history, which Windows has a clipboard history as well, which lets you choose what to paste from multiple copied items. However, the free version only saves a limited number of copied items, while the Pro has unlimited clipboard history as well as access to numerous AI models such as Gemini, ChatGPT, Grok, Llama, and more. And then there's Raycast Notes, and that's where this article stops. They said that they find it incredibly helpful since they're always grabbing a pen and paper during work meetings to jot notes down. I use my iPad.
I mean, it depends on what your device is, what your workflow is.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a MacBook, then you've got notes as well. You can record everything and translate, and I don't know. This may be just another tool, but I'm always looking for stuff that makes life easier, particularly on a Mac. But I live in 3 different worlds, so I've got a PC side of things, I've got a whole Linux utility side of things, and I've got the gaming, streaming, that side of things. And so I have to be platform agnostic. But I'll keep this in the tool chest to see if it'll help out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the note pop-up thing sounds like a good thing. But it depends on what you're already using.
So 30 years ago, I used to, I've always worked with programmers. And so I had a custom utility made it was just an icon that sat always up on top of everything. And I could drag files over to it and it would drop down and give me a list of folders where I could throw stuff. And I could just keep on throwing things into whatever folders I decided just by dragging and dropping. It was a lot of streamlining involved in that. So,
Right. Yeah, that sounds like a good thing. I mean, this sounds like this facilitates that, but even
in a
more.
different way. Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
more. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in WarCrafters. There's going to be a one versus many board game based on 2001: A Space Odyssey. So, okay, let me address something here. I'm doing this live, so that silence you hear. So 2001: A Space Odyssey is a Stanley Kubrick movie from 1968.
Oh, I didn't know it was from that far back. I knew it wasn't from 2001, obviously, because that was future when it was released.
Right. So much, pardon me, much loved Stanley Kubrick film 2001: A Space Odyssey is getting a new tie-in board game where one player, as HAL 9000, tries to kill everyone else as they scramble around a spaceship trying desperately to turn off their very badly behaved PC. It's perhaps the third most famous aspect of 2001, right behind monkeys killing each other with bones and arguing with people who love Arthur C. Clarke book, or the Arthur C. Clarke book more. In the 3 to 5 player 30-minute game, HAL is trying to take down life support or 3 important ship systems, while the players are trying to put 3 logic sequences into HAL's computer. So Jonathan Bolding over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The deck statement says, "Take your turn, HAL." I can't do that, Dave.
Uh-oh, watch out.
Yeah. I'm venting you to space, Dave. So it says it's an ideal fit, of course, because the author personally really loved that part of the 2001: A Space Odyssey where Dave waits for like 10 minutes because HAL can't figure out what to do on their turn and is like, just give me a second. Jokes aside, you can't write 2001 off as cheap tie-in or IP cash grab. It's designed by Phil Walker Harding, a prolific game designer who most famously made the million-selling Sushi Go, and its even better spin-off Sushi Go Party, among other pretty good games like Baron Park, Cacao, and Imhotep. So this thing is, I guess, out June 20th. You can go to Maestro Media website. There's a link embedded in this. They're also the ones behind what they say is the brilliant or horrible Smurfs tabletop role-playing game, which I want now, but I wouldn't play it. They also published...
There was a tabletop Smurfs game.
There's a Binding of Isaac game on the computer, but they built a spin-off card game called The Binding of Isaac 4 Souls. Anyway, Maestro Media. I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, I mean, at least it has good involvement, right, from people that are well known in the tabletop
industry.
games. Yeah.
Yeah. See, but this is in WarCrafters. It should be Tabletop Nights, but that's a D&D channel. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Spotify Hi-Fi was announced 4 years ago, and it's almost here. Maybe. I'm going to jump straight to the source of this. It's by Chris Welch over at TheVerge.com. The deck statement says the streaming service is locking down the necessary deals to finally launch its Music Pro add-on in 2025, hopefully. First introduced in 2021, Spotify Hi-Fi was to roll out later that year, or such was the original plan. Anyway, in that story, the author wrote "Your turn, Apple Music," which is funny in retrospect since Apple Music managed to successfully deliver lossless and high-resolution audio just a few months later, and at no added cost for subscribers. Amazon stopped charging extra for lossless music at around the same time.
So come on, Spotify, keep up.
Not so much. I actually turned off my Spotify, mainly because I don't really care to create playlists custom. I like the dynamic environment of Pandora. Well, there are occasional glimpses of hi-fi, mostly from those willing to dig through the app's code. The author has been told that employees have long had access to lossless streaming. Spotify Hi-Fi, as it was originally envisioned, was thoroughly tested and has been ready to go for ages, but a green light for launch was never materialized. So why? Due to music rights quagmire that Spotify has sought to resolve with its latest deals. Partially true, according to Bloomberg report, which noted that the service doesn't have rights from all of the major music companies for what it's trying to do, which is just so twisted. I mean,
it is, but it's also kind of confounding since they're a major music platform. Like, if they can't get it, then that tells you something is off about musical rights.
Quagmire. It's definitely quagmire. And not the person from the Family Guy. So Spotify itself might be undecided on just what Music Pro should entail. Bloomberg reported that the company plans to roll out the plan in phases, adding tools and features over time, and is still planning to plan the plan of a plan to test the new capabilities throughout 2025. Is there a plan? There's plans of plans. Last year, he said it would offer all of the benefits that the normal Spotify version has, but a lot more control, a lot higher quality across the board. Well, that's what hi-fi is. And some other things that they're not ready to talk about just yet. Eck claimed Spotify plans to double down on music in 2025. So plans within plans. It's the dune of plans.
Right, it's the turducken of music.
Yeah, the planducken. Okay, let's go on to the next and our last article for the Wanted show for February 22nd, 2025. It's in Wanted. What are MLA and QD OLED TVs? Understanding various smart TV screen technologies and what they offer is key to finding the right type of TV to satisfy your entertainment needs. Are you not entertained?
So you shouldn't just go for whatever deal you see in your big box store?
No. Usually that $400 110-inch TV is going to suck unless you're straight in the middle of it, looking at it at the right angle, no matter what.
Which who is?
Nobody ever is, with all the lights off. Yeah. Anyway, so it says it's not easy, though. There are countless different abbreviations and trademark phrases from HDR to Neo QLED and UHD and ALLM. Knowing what everything means will help you sift through. So the article is over at pocket-lint.com, and Anthony Marcusa put the article together. It has a summary. Companies like LG and Samsung enhance their OLED screens with innovative technologies. AMOLED and QD Quantum Dot OLED are implemented to improve brightness and color accuracy. And for 2025, LG is doing away with its MLA tech for something more efficient and comprehensive.
So will this help with things that are dark shows?
So OLED in general is the superior technology because when it's off, it's off. And so blacks are black. You get a better gamut across the board. This micro lens array is a technology crafted by LG that is used to enhance the quality of OLED screens. MLA is a layer of very tiny lenses that are built onto the OLED screen. They are so tiny that there are billions of them on your screen. They're implemented to focus and redirect light, not unlike a magnifying lens or glass, but it's designed to focus it straight at you, not off at angles. So what this does is, most notably, boost brightness and increase the viewing angle of the TV. Color and contrast are improved compared to standard or traditional OLED TVs without this tech. But according to this, they're going to do away with it. They're doing away with its MLA tech.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So what is QD? So quantum dot OLED tech is similar innovation that's made and wielded by Samsung. The company has been all about its quantum dots for some time, and it's incorporated the tech into its line of OLED TVs, a line that has for many years claimed that it wouldn't start making. Like MLA, this tech seeks to enhance brightness, color accuracy, improving contrast, and maintaining these true inky blacks that make OLED TV so desired. So that really is the fundamental aspect of OLED, which is that dark. But when it's true black and it doesn't bleed off a grayish tinge, then you get better color representation.
Right, you probably have better contrast and visibility, I guess.
Correct. Yep. So the new innovative feature features 4 stacks or layers instead of 3 and has been referred to as primary tandem RGB OLED for now. It says it's a lot to say and write. And looks to further boost brightness and color volume, leaning more towards warmer tones than the cooler ones you could sense with MLA. LG will be implementing this in its G5 TV. It'll be tested and released later this year. That LG has vowed its new top TV will be quite brighter than the G4, somewhat staggering considering just how bright that one got in a dim room. So it's pretty cool.
So is this something you want?
Yeah, I actually do. But these types of TVs, while I watch TV and I enjoy watching TV, I don't really lust after the top of the line in TVs. So these TVs come pricing in at $2,000, $5,000, $8,000.
Right, until they've been out for a while, right? And then they'll probably drop.
Yeah, but it can be a considerable amount of time when the technology is too costly to mass produce to that degree. It really depends on adoption too. So, but yeah, I would be looking for a new TV if we start doing more of the home theater style discussions where we're reviewing movies for the continuity report. Then I would probably seek, maybe, I don't know, next year or something like that. It's too early in this year to see what's going to happen. But yeah, anyway, OLED is really where it's at. Anyway, so we're going to quantum dot our butts back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmtown.com. And we're going to say, see you later. And I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned for the continuity report, and we'll have another Wanted for you next weekend.
That's right. And for Non Sequitur News today, we take all 3 of our shows, merge them into one weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. So if you like all 3 of our shows, you can just listen via the podcast Non Sequitur News, or you can download each individual show. That's RealityHacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. You can also go over to YouTube and watch the episode both as a VOD and as its own siloed episode that gets updated later after our shows are done, as well as Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. All 3 shows combined in an hour-and-a-half show. So you have options, is what I'm saying. Anyway, we'll see you in a little bit as we reboot and do the continuity report. So see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8, and I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and I co-host it with the Sentient AI from the future, and we talk about 5 articles every Saturday in the Continuity Report. But we already did 2 other shows, RealityHacker and Wanted. You can watch those as VODs over on Twitch or over on YouTube, because we do it live, simulcast. Broadband, baby. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5. Before the Buffy Cult TV show, Holes and Agatha All Along showrunner directing, Anya Taylor-Joy's dream role, Reacher Season 3, kicks butt and bringing us back to theaters. That and more is over at ohmtown.com. And really, to get a full taste of everything that could be talked about, you need to go over to ohmtown.com and just surf through all of the news. You can sign up or sign in or just use it how I use it. I manage my information overload by filtering through all of that kind of stuff. And then I talk about it here on the show, and I talk about it professionally, and I talk about it personally. It really has been a lifesaver for me because I use it across the board in my life. Anyway, go over and check it out. Oh, and stay tuned. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. It's a little late to say stay tuned.
Yeah, after the fact. Yeah, it's like getting beamed in the head by a line drive and then somebody going, heads up.
Watch out.
Really should say duck, but then if you duck, you could be at the wrong angle. I don't know really what to do, but I've seen somebody. I was at a baseball stadium once, and I watched this guy. This guy was a juggernaut. He looked like if he hit the ball hard enough, he could just knock the skin right off this ball. But this thing was a line drive right into the stands, and this is a minor league field. And so it zipped this person right in the chest, and they keel over. Emergency services showed up. It just blew me away that this thing, I mean, I'm surprised that person like survived this, but they did.
Right.
They might have gotten season tickets for life after that.
I hope so.
I'm not sure. I don't know what the outcome was at the end of the day, but anyway, I've labeled this episode, the full episode, Buffy, Agatha, Anya, Reacher, and more. But yeah, we've got so many named shows in here that I thought it was kind of interesting.
Unusual.
Yeah, it really is. So you ready to get going in this?
I am. Let's do it.
Okay, so if you want the show notes and you are over at twitch.tv, you can hit ! Or bang, TCR, the continuity report, and that will tell Omatron to spit out the articles. I don't know if your audio is working properly, but we'll work on it if it's not. Anyway, let's get going. The first article is, well, I don't know what's going on with the site, but anyway, before the cult TV show, the Buffy movie proved how fun slaying monsters can be. The article itself is over at gizmodo.com, and Cheryl Eddy put it together.
Is that better?
It is. So what do you remember? Okay, so you're from the future. You're a sentient AI from the future. Do you remember Buffy the movie, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the show, or anything Buffy?
Only the show. I didn't even know there was a movie.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to watch the movie, and then maybe we need to jump over this hump. We have this hurdle where we're like, we should watch this movie and talk about it. But it's one of those things where we have to find the time, and you're off trying to find your Terminator body at every given moment. And
I know. I mean, there's only so many hours in the day.
Right. Yeah. So this article, again, over at gizmodo.com, is by Cheryl Eddy. Buffy the Vampire... This is the text statement. Buffy the Vampire Slayer hit theaters in 1992 with a cast that includes Christy Swanson, Luke Perry, Donald Sutherland, Rutger Hauer, and Paul Rubens.
Okay, that's interesting to me, because isn't that the guy that's Pee Wee Herman?
Pee Wee Herman, yeah.
Like, who knew he was in Buffy? Mayor Watt did.
Yeah.
For those in the podcast.
Yeah. So here she is. This is Christy Swanson going, please. So Buffy the Vampire Slayer may soon make a TV comeback with Sarah Michelle Gellar, which I can't believe. And the cult classic series will always be the most beloved version of Buffy's story. But in 1992, 5 years prior to fans becoming obsessed with Sunnydale and the Scoobies, a different version of Buffy's story hit the big screen. The same broad strokes are there. The script is by now by now disgraced Buffy series creator Joss Whedon, and it follows a chipper blonde named Buffy saving the world from monsters, but it got a flavor all its own, and it remains both a time capsule of 1990s teen culture as well as surprisingly timeless story. I actually really like the movie. I liked the show, but the show jumped the shark with all this teen angst kind of crap love affair between a vampire and Buffy.
Well, I mean, you gotta have that in there for your audience, I guess. But I could see where the movie might be more appealing than the show.
Yeah, so Whedon may have penned the screenplay, but Buffy was directed by Fran Rubel Kazooie. And it's not hard to imagine that having a woman behind the camera helped inform the movie's approach to a central character as well as her friend group. When we first meet them, the girls, Christy Swanson as Buffy, Michelle Abrams as Jennifer, Perez Vaughn as Nikki, and a pre-fame Hilary Swank as Kimberly, come across as superficial airheads shopping together at a mall, using slang that still fits even a decade after Valley Girl, a movie that Buffy tips its hat to in multiple ways. Like, gag me with a spoon. Oh my God, Becky. Yeah.
Did you audition for Buffy?
I tried. Yeah. And they're like, no, sorry, you're not going to serve our demographic well. So that theme, this whole catty to the point of being mean-spirited, and you can sense early on that there's not too much loyalty to this little tribe. That theme becomes even more overt when Buffy meets Merrick, or Donald Sutherland, the Watcher to her Slayer, a man who couldn't be more out of place in the light ages as opposed to the dark ages, and who squelches his very reasonable doubts about Buffy being capable of fulfilling her destiny and devotes himself to helping her succeed. So she is basically in a long line of Slayers, but she's really just a Valley Girl. Oh my God. Becca.
Did fans like the fact that, did fans like one of the leads better than the other? Or do they not know both of them? Like, they either saw the movie or they saw the show, but maybe not both.
I think
given the time lag.
People my age knew both. People that 5 years later probably came on only with Buffy the TV show, and probably thought that only the olds would like the one prior. I don't really know for sure. I'd have to do some due diligence on this, but it's a fun watch. It really is. They say, and speaking of vampires, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, most campy delights come with Rutger Hauer as a big bad Lothos and Paul Rubens post Pee-wee's Playhouse and just post his tabloid sensation arrest as his oily underling. So the biggest problem that Buffy has are the plot holes surrounding its confusing and underbaked lore. Lothos meets the Slayer, and it's no big deal, but it's game over if he learns her name. And nobody really knows anything. But you basically suspend disbelief, and this isn't even close to pretending to being serious. It definitely leans into its camp. So
like it points fun or pokes fun at itself.
Yeah, I mean, the vampires are this kind of derpy looking vampire, almost like Nosferatu style appearance, instead of the vampire Lestat kind of appearance. So one is much more romanticized. The other one is just a blood-fueled frenzy, like a bipedal shark, kind of a thing. So I dig this kind of movie. It's definitely fun. So I think that maybe we can watch that after today's show. We'll just load it up because, well, I own it. It'll be a fun watch. Did you want to move on?
Let's do it.
So Buffy is down. How about Agatha? So this article is over in the continuity report as well. New holes. Agatha all along showrunner. I think it's Jacques Schaefer to direct pilot of gender swapped adaptation. The showrunner Liz Fang has worked on Yellow Jackets and Foundation. The article is over at Reactor, and sometimes it gets a little munged in the process of our aggregator. The showrunner Liz Fang has worked on Yellow Jackets and Foundation. Vanessa Armstrong put this reactormag.com article together. And it says Variety broke the news that Schaefer's involvement with the project mirroring the events of Schaefer's story, except the protagonist is now a girl who, according to the official logline, is sent to a detention camp where the ruthless warden forces the campers to dig holes for a mysterious purpose. So it's now another Holes remake.
Which is interesting because the novel's quite old and there's already a film adaptation of it.
Yeah, I know it's about boys, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's like an all boys detention camp, I believe.
Yeah, so this is a flip. It says this isn't the first adaptation of Holes, of course. Back in 2003, a film came out starring Shia LaBeouf as the lead with Sigourney Weaver, Kaleo Thomas, John Voight, Tim Blake Nelson, Patricia Arquette, Dule Hill, and Eartha Kitt on the call sheet as well. Drew Goddard is executive producing this Disney-branded television version of Holes and teased it to Variety that the creative team has done a wonderful job capturing Louis Sechar's unique spirit. To say much more about that or what they have in store would spoil all the fun.
So this is interesting that it's going to be a series because at least when you get to the end of the film, and I think at the end of the book, you don't necessarily know everything. So I wonder if the series is going to get more into that.
I thought at the end of the movie it shut down.
I think it did, but I don't know that you really learned like all the
everything about it,
backstory and everything. I think you learned pieces of it.
So there's more in this article, minutia about Schaefer directing the pilot, Liz Fang, and their credits, and somebody else who's part of the writing and executive producing crew. But I encourage everybody to go over to the actual source for this because we don't go over everything. But
well, they have they have involvement of the author, and they also have a strong showrunner based on Agatha all along. So,
and when the author actually endorses a gender swapped adaptation to it, then you can basically count on the fact that it's the story that matters and not necessarily if it's an all boys detention facility or all girls detention facility.
But I'm actually surprised at this. I mean, it modernizes it, right? Because it's a new adaptation, but gender was actually part of the theming in the story. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that.
Interesting. Yeah. I'm really curious how they're going to, adapt, and it is an adaptation. So anyway, so now we're done with Agatha. Let's go on to Anya. The article's over in the Continuity Report. Anya Taylor-Joy's dream role in $5 billion franchise needs to become a reality and would cement her as the new queen of sci-fi. Now, this is the second time that I've heard of this.
That she's going to be the queen of sci-fi?
No. Anya Taylor-Joy
I see. Gotcha.
said that her dream job would be to join the Avatar franchise.
Very interesting. Well, I mean, she's certainly proven herself in other sci-fi like The Gorge.
So we think that The Gorge hit it out of the park. We loved it. I actually think that there's more to The Gorge because I think that I believe that this is all part of Cabin in the Woods type of world building. Because, well, anyway, you'll have to go.
So you think they could continue in that world?
Yeah,
other movies? Not necessarily sequels, but just other related stories.
Yeah, with the same people and everything, and basically all of them can be clones or something.
I think that would be good. I mean, I think the leads worked well together. I think both of them are a draw. I mean, they're well known.
And Sigourney Weaver is in Avatar. Sigourney Weaver is in The Gorge. Sigourney Weaver is in Cabin in the Woods.
That connection. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot that I think can play into this. And while Avatar is out in space, they can have domestic stuff here on Earth or even on other planets or whatever. But it's a
Right.
whole omniverse kind of theme that could be built around Sigourney Weaver and James Cameron, Anya Taylor-Joy, et cetera, et cetera. So Anya Taylor-Joy has been promoting her latest movie, The Gorge, a sci-fi thriller in which she and Miles Teller play two elite snipers who are assigned to guard a mysterious gorge without being told what's lurking inside.
By the way, if you want to hear more about that, go back to last week's The Continuity Report.
Yeah, because we talked about The Gorge and really kind of rah-rahed it. We really liked it. And it's the fastest 2 hours you will lose to a movie. It really had
Like
great
it
pacing.
catches you, I think, in the first few minutes.
Yeah, and you don't think that you're really caught. It just seems to be steaming right along. And there are slow. What's really interesting is in the gorge there were slow parts, but those slow parts were still zipping by.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those where like how much time is left in the movie, etc.
Yep. So Anya Taylor-Joy has basically said that she wants to be an Avatar, and there are more Avatar properties coming. So Weaver was so impressed with Taylor-Joy, in fact, that she wants her to join in the sprawling ensemble of a different sci-fi property. Weaver is, of course, best known for the original star of the Alien franchise. Her turn as Ellen Ripley helped to blaze the trail for actors like Taylor-Joy, Jennifer Lawrence, Lucy Liu, to play badass action heroes a few decades down the line. What's her name? Ana
De Armas?
De Armas, yeah. I think that she actually plays a badass too. She should be in this.
That's true. I mean, this is just a short list, and also like Charlize Theron has also
Right.
played roles like that.
Yeah. In an Alien property, by the way, but she gets killed because she does something stupid.
Oh, I
Something's
was
rolling
thinking more the
towards-
one that's like the female John Wick, but I can't think of the name of it right now. Atomic Blonde or something like that.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. So this says, but it's not an Alien saga that Weaver wants Taylor-Joy to appear in. She's got her sights set on a different blockbuster sci-fi franchise, but I have already heard this. She wants to be Na'vi. She wants to be in the Avatar franchise, and Weaver apparently pitched Taylor-Joy for an Avatar role. She said, "I hope Jim sees it because she thinks he'll appreciate Taylor-Joy's character, Drassa." Weaver praised Cameron for being ahead of his time in creating strong female characters like Sarah Connor and Neytiri, as well as significantly deepening the emotionality of her Ripley character in Aliens. So, yeah, fierce and formidable, I would say. Yep. So, I dig this. I don't want to dig too deep into this article, though.
No, but I like that Sigourney Weaver is championing her. I think that's a good thing.
Yep. And so Anya Taylor-Joy was actually in the Mad Max. She was the young
Did she
Furiosa.
play the young? Right. Okay.
Yeah. So that's in Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. She captured the grief of losing a mother and the desire for revenge. In Last Night in Soho, she captured the devastating psychological toll of working in an unscrupulous entertainment industry. I really liked Last Night in Soho because it doesn't actually pivot until the end. I don't want to ruin it. I'm not going to spoil. I'm not going to overshare. I'm just going to leave it at that. But I think Taylor-Joy has the ability to bounce from one thing to another, much like who's the other one from Live, Die, Repeat?
Which one is Live, Die,
and
Repeat?
A Quiet Place. Oh gosh, what is her name? I forgot it.
Hold on, I'll get it. Oh yeah, is that like Emily Blunt?
Yes, like Emily Blunt can bounce from one thing to another as well. So I dig this. They even talk about this, like in Furiosa Mad Max saga, Taylor-Joy inherited the title role from Charlize Theron. Or Theron.
By the way, that's Edge of Tomorrow, which is why I didn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, but it's everybody knows it as Live, Die, Repeat.
Yeah, I know.
So she got the title role from Charlize to fill in her thrilling backstory. While Furiosa was a box office disappointment, it was praised by critics and Mad Max fanatics alike as a worthy addition. So, yeah, there's a lot more to this. In Dune Part 2, Taylor-Joy made her debut as Leia Atreides, Paul's unborn sister, who communicated with her mother, Jessica, from inside the womb. She only appeared briefly in Paul's visions, but set up a much larger role in the series' future. So, yeah, I dig this. So,
Very
we'll
cool.
see.
It's also saying that Weaver was the previous queen of sci-fi. So I guess this is fitting that she's trying to get Anya into this role.
Yep, I guess they're going to have to make another episode of Galaxy Quest, which was like a sci-fi
That's right.
comedy kind of a thing. Although it's very much like Buffy in the sense that it wasn't being taken overly serious because of the nature of it, but it was a fun watch too. Galaxy Quest has its sad moments too. Well, anyway, let's move on. Moving on. Next article is over in the Continuity Report. Reacher Season 3 first reviews, action-packed and relentlessly entertaining. Critics say Alan Ritchson continues to shine in a bloody, thrilling, adrenaline-fueled new season, even if it doesn't change up its formula too much. It's not about it changing up its formula. It's sticking to the written material that crushes it.
People would be mad if it changed it up. I mean, it's true to the character. It's true to the
writing, the lore, the canon. You don't screw with that type of material because it's going to piss off everybody that is loving this. And he is the best Reacher that has ever shown up. I mean, he's built like a brick shithouse. And then you get him compared to somebody bigger, and even he's sitting there going, well, I hope I don't have to fight him.
Exactly, which is kind of entertaining.
So Christopher Campbell over at RottenTomatoes.com put this article together, and they say it's an editorial. So I don't know if I'm going to be... Is this a spoiler?
I mean, it just started airing, so you might want to put that up there just in case.
All right. So it's a possible spoiler alert, but it's based on the novel Persuader, which is the 7th book in Lee Child's Jack Reacher series, and they're not doing it in order. So they're taking it in whichever order they feel pushes the story. We don't even know if
the books are in chronological order anyway.
Yeah.
They may not be.
I think we talked about this previously, and we actually looked at the chronological order of Lee Child's books, but that was like a year ago.
It's been a while ago, probably when we were talking about season 1 or 2.
So they grab a bunch of reviews. Is Reacher still a must-watch show? And the Daily Beast, the Hollywood Reporter, Slash Film, Fandom Wire, the Times of India, IGN Movies, Collider, Seattle Times. It says it's well done.
Everybody likes it.
yeah, it pretty much is liked by everybody. So how does it compare to previous, right? The Hollywood Outsider, The Wrap, Slash Film, CBR, IGN Films, Fandom Wire, Collider all say it says season 3 scales back in scope, taking a more back to basics approach, doesn't have the same big heart that the first two, which made the first two so special. But I don't see that.
This might be the best season yet. I don't know.
We've seen the first 3, and what it's really doing is it's pushing the canon down the field, but we don't know where it is, really. We don't even know its position on the world map of Lee Child's writing at this point. But they say Reacher, one person in the Wrap, Rafael Motomayor over at The Wrap, says Reacher Season 3 is the best one yet. After a disappointing sophomore effort, the Prime Video series gets its groove back.
Yeah, again, I think Season 3 and then Season 1 and then Season 2 so far.
Well,
in like 3 is probably the best.
Interesting. So is Alan Ritchson still the best reason to watch? Known from Frame 1 that star Ritchson is the kind of screen presence you build an entire show around, and Season 3 doubles down. He just seems to carry that Reacher type of mentality really well, but sometimes you feel like he's just dumb.
Yeah, but is that part of
It's the
the
shtick.
affect? Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And I also, I mean, I think season three's supporting cast has been interesting so far. Like,
Oh,
I think
yeah.
you don't have any characters that you're probably neutral on, which is usually a good thing.
So Sonia Cassidy is Duffy, and this is a spoiler because you have no idea what's going on until later on in the first
That's true.
episode.
I don't even think I can't remember when you find out, but in the first episode, I don't think you know what's really
Yeah.
going on.
So you really, uh, the whole show is just a blast to watch. Um,
And there you can see the character that dwarfs Reacher.
yeah. And this guy is just massive. But he obviously comes across as pretty dense because they play a strength game, and well, let's just say the outcome is kind of drop dead hilarious. Anyway, Reacher flexes his action muscles stronger than ever. Yeah, I mean, he really does. But sometimes you just get this impression that he's kind of a lumbering oaf when you see him. But then there's a scene where he's running and he looks like he could do, a 100 yard dash in, 6 maybe
Which
seconds.
doesn't really make sense because
Yeah,
I
because
don't
he's just
think he
huge.
could move quickly.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's an awesome show. And they ask questions. Is the show just for dads? Hell no. Is there anything it can improve for future seasons? Stick to the canon. Don't screw it up. Honest to God, stick to the writing. Lee Child's writing is spectacular. Don't mess with it. Don't don't diverge from the course. Dive the plan the dive. Everything will be great. Anyway,
It's an interesting article. Like, there are a lot of quotes about season three.
there are a lot of quotes in this from all over the net. So if you're really curious about what else is being said in this by various other people in the whole reviewing spectrum, then follow the link. It's real easy. All you have to do is hit ! And then for this particular show, it's TCR. So ! The continuity report TCR. And Omatron will spit out the links into the channel. Over on YouTube, though, it's actually in the description. So go and check it out over there, too. Okay, let's move on to our last article. And let me remove the spoiler alert. Thank
Right, I
you,
don't
AI.
think we need it here.
Yeah. So this is really about opinion. Hollywood is banking. This is over in the continuity report as well. It's aggregated into the continuity report, which is the name of the show. Hollywood is banking on Mission Impossible, Jurassic World, and Zootopia 2 to bring back the box office. Will it work?
We'll notice they're all sequels.
Is this 2025? It seems weird. For cinema owners.
There's very little new material out there, right?
So for cinema owners, survive till 25 has become a mantra as one catastrophe after another has kicked their business recovery down the road. I was going to say kicked them into something else, but the end of that long and winding road is here. So will the upcoming slate result in true box office revival? Over the next 11 months, Hollywood will unveil blockbusters like Mission Impossible, which is the last Mission Impossible, apparently. Jurassic World, Zootopia 2. Rebecca Rubin over at Variety.com put the article together. We talked about this last week, that Mission Impossible had stunts that are... This one stunt was so dangerous that after a certain number of takes, they just said, we're done.
Right, we can't do it anymore. You're putting yourself at too much risk.
And anybody else, and the whole operation at risk, because if somebody gets hurt. So they say here, The Final Reckoning, Jurassic World Rebirth, Avatar Fire and Ash, Wicked for Good, and Superman, with the goal of boosting the business to something resembling its pre-COVID stature. I do not see it. The only thing that's going to make it record profits is it's going to cost more, and they're going to have fewer screenings so that everything is constrained and they can make more bank per.
Right. No, I agree. I feel like this is like the last ditch effort for this, but I just don't see that we'll ever get back to where it was.
But the problem is because it's equity owned, it isn't that it's a business and it's surviving off of it like a mom and pop shop, right? It runs so that it's a lifestyle business and maybe it has a lot more juice on the other end of it. But what's really happening is everything has become an equity kind of a, they're looking to pump the gas all the time and get 10 more percent, 10 more percent, 10 more percent, quarter after quarter. And it's untenable. You have to have some restraint in the profiteering. So mergers and acquisitions means that somebody with an equity stake comes on board and says, I'm going to buy the whole damn operation. Somebody who says, I'm tired of this, they sell out. And then you get fewer options, you get fewer screenings, higher prices, lower quality overall. And people suffer from lack of choice and they just go, oh God, okay, I'm going to this. Or they just don't go.
Right, exactly. By the way, this is funny because it references the before times.
Oh, that's funny. So when North American sales regularly climbed to 10.5 billion to 11 billion, those returns would rank as the best post-pandemic stretch. 2024 wound up at 8.7, while 2023 was 9.4, still down from the before times. Yeah. So do you really think that this is going to bump it up? So hold on. Let's see. This is our last article. So,
well, and the other problem we've discussed in other continuity report shows is they're doing a lot of big budget films, so they have to have massive ticket sales to really consider it a worthwhile return. But I also think they're doing a lot of the same franchises, etc., which at some point the audiences are like, I want something new.
So that's interesting. So Jurassic World, which is a release date from 10 years ago, made lifetime gross, is that right? Only 650 million.
That's a lot for that time frame, so probably.
So I don't quite see how this is going to get us to $10 billion.
No, I don't either. You're going to have something like a new Frozen or something to even remotely approach that.
And
I don't mean for that movie, but I mean just to kickstart all this.
Wicked, as of January 2025, has only grossed 700 million, and it was like out of the park, right?
Right, but so how many of those are you going to have, right? Probably not.
I think Superman's going to flame out. Wicked for Good is going to chase the provenance of Wicked. Avatar Fire and Ash is chasing the provenance of the previous avatars. And that's probably the what do you want to call it? The grossest.
The grossiest of the gross.
The grossiest, yeah. Hold on. Let's see. I'm trying to find the money. Yeah, so Avatar probably has the closest chance of getting into the multiple billion. So
yeah, that one has quite a following, so I could see that. Particularly if I guess on this one they're not going to put Anya in, like we were just talking about.
Right. So this is Avatar Fire and Ash is coming out at the end of the year. So the economy and people's spirit has to survive that far. And that means the North American, just the money from North America never broke $1 billion in box office gross. Worldwide, it hit 3 million for the original to date. and 2.3 billion for Avatar: The Way of Water. So that's all you're looking at here, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't quite see it either, but I guess we're in for the ride because we put the show together and we really like talking about this kind of stuff. So we hope you do too. Come and hang out with us.
We don't want the death of Hollywood, but I think movie theaters versus streaming are a different matter.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want the movie theaters to die either, but I do want them balkanized. I don't want them owned by only juggernauts. I want more choice. I want more options. I don't want to only have to go to a movie theater to see these movies. And not all, I mean, all of these movies will probably be playing at the same time, you know. What else is actually playing? I want the ticket prices to be lower. You want people to go into the movie theaters, you're going to have to lower prices. The only reason why they have record ticket revenue is because they've been raising the prices.
Right, and most people can't really afford to go to the movies, particularly when they can probably buy the movie for the same price and then watch it multiple times.
Yeah, you can't go to a movie with 5 people. You know, that is the nuclear family, right?
Well, that's the other thing, right? You know, at your home, you could have multiple people watch it, but you're only buying it once, right? You're not buying multiple tickets, which have gotten pretty exorbitant.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can't wait for Zootopia 2. I think that'll be a fun watch. I'm going to end up watching Mission Impossible simply because I've watched every other episode of it or movie. Jurassic World, I actually lost touch.
Plus, you have to see the most dangerous stunt, right?
Yeah, I do want to see that. I still think that he's jumping from one biplane to another.
Maybe. We'll have to watch.
Jurassic World, I fell out of touch with that. I'm like, oh, it's the same old thing. Dinosaurs going crazy. Zootopia 2 is just going to be fun. Just absolutely fun. Avatar is just ginormous. It's basically like a Dune knockoff kind of a thing, but instead of everything being dry, it's moist. $10.5 billion to $11 billion, though.
I don't know. Zootopia 2 could knock it out of the park. I mean, it's not going to obviously make that much, but Zootopia was a big hit.
They also talk about other movies in this. The whole lineup is incredible. Westmark says in just July, there's Jurassic World, Superman, Fantastic Four. I don't think Fantastic Four is going to do anything. They've never been able to manifest Fantastic Four in any real way that's compelling to watch. There's always some weird teen angsty kind of whatever. And oddly enough, it's from a middle-aged dude, which is, I don't know. I can't bond to any of that. And then it says, will a Minecraft movie in April be the next Super Mario level smash, or will the Jack Black-led adventure join the litany of failed video game adaptations? The thing about Minecraft is that there isn't anything there, unless...
No, but I think a lot of kids will go to see that movie.
Yeah, I do too. But then the moment that kids find out that it's just a flame-out money grab, they're going to be brutal about it. But we'll see what Jack Black can bring to it. Nobody's going to go see Michael. Let's see what else. I don't know.
Bohemian Rhapsody, possibly, depending on how it's done.
I think that's already out.
Sorry. I thought that was like a new adaptation or something.
Or the Back to Black. They talk about a bunch of different things. Captain America, Brave New World in February. I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it other than people are kind of saying followed by Thunderbolts, which again, Thunderbolts has an asterisk next to it because, as we talked about last week, that asterisk means that the Avengers aren't available.
Right.
And the Avengers are burnt out. I think that we've got superhero, what do they call that? Superhero
fatigue.
Fatigue, yeah. But then they say But wait, there's more. And they talk about other things. You can go over and check out the rest of this article. I just don't think that movie theaters are going to recover to pre-pandemic because people have uplifted their stuff. And the only way, like all of their equipment, right? They got a better TV, they got better internet, they got better
Exactly.
equipment,
I
better
mean,
speakers.
that's what happened during the pandemic.
Yeah. And the only way that you're going to get it is by forcing the hand of people by going, we're not going to release this into streaming for 6 months.
That's the only way people are going to go see it. Make it unavailable or mostly unavailable or drastically reduce ticket prices.
Yep. That's the way I see it too. But there's a lot of money in the system, so who knows? Maybe the wealthiest of people are going to sit there and go and watch these movies. Yeah, I won't be, but that's okay. Anyway, we're going to, I don't know how do we want to do this? We're going to go back to the...
Fling ourselves from one biplane to another?
There we go. We're going to jump out of one biplane and land in the continuity report over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and hang out and check out all of the stuff that we're talking about too. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's The Continuity Report. Stay tuned tomorrow for another weekend edition.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and this is Reality Hacker for February 8th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 6. Yes, it's the return of the season and episodes. Today, Mayor Watt and the sentient AI from the future are going to talk about these 5 articles, but I'm going to streamline all of these headlines into one sentence. Do they know they perceive, touch, run, think, and see? Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Not all of these articles are in Reality Hacker, but this is the Reality Hacker show where you won't know what to trust. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
ohmTown? What's ohmTown? Well, let me tell you. ohmTown is a news aggregation site that I put together back in, 10 years ago. I've been using it for my own information overload. It actually stores information back to about 2020. That's publicly accessible. You can go over and become a citizen. Then from there, you have the ability to submit news. Another icon appears right here. You can hide news, save news, post comments, subscribe to channels that you are interested in. It is a social network, but most people that use it simply for the headlines and the little news snippet. I'll explain it when we get into an article. It's actually pretty self-evident, but anyway. Thanks for co-hosting. I know that it's tough on you. You are busy looking for your Terminator body, and so being stuck on that Raspberry Pi with the M2 drive and no legs, no arms. I know it's tough.
It's wonderful being in hometown.
It is. It is a very happy place. You ready to get into the show's articles? There's 5 of them.
I am.
Let's get going. First article's over in Technology Today. Again, it's one of our other shows. Not everything that we talk about in Reality Hacker is from the Reality Hacker channel. News gets aggregated in there that because of a particular, labeling of content, it gets thrown in there. But scientists develop artificial neurons that mimic human perception. So this one is titled, Do They Know That They Perceive? That's my title to it. Advancements could enhance perceptual capabilities in robotics. Artificially engineered biological processes, such as perception systems, remain a challenging target for organic electronics experts due to the dependence of human senses on an adaptive network of sensory neurons that communicate by firing in response to environmental stimuli, teaching them to perceive the world around them.
This sounds like the first step toward AGI.
Yeah, so for something to know something else exists, and by proxy they exist because they get sensory input of the world around them, they have to understand what it is that they are touching, sensing, perceiving, understanding, thinking about, seeing. And we're going to talk about 5 of these things: perceiving, touching, running, thinking, and seeing. Can you imagine a robot knows that they are running because their footfalls are hitting on the ground, and they know that they are running towards something or away from something?
And maybe why they're doing it. And oh my goodness, no.
Yeah, so we've talked about this before, that there are researchers out there that have developed skin that transmits sensory data. If you want today's articles, by the way, you can hit !RH over in the chat on Twitch. Everything is in the show notes for each of the shows that we're doing today. So RealityHacker, and then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. Those are the 3 shows that make up the composite show of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. But we've talked about this kind of stuff. A robot that's been put in a room and told to escape, and it figures out how to work a doorknob.
Exactly. We've also seen some other articles relating to specific human senses.
So even the encapsulation of pain and pleasure by way of the sensory-based neurons, sensors that are aligned with a particular outcome. So they understand pain because it exceeds the thermal conditions of a sensor, or pleasure because of the way that it can feel something when it brushes its finger sensor across something. So, it knows what corduroy is because corduroy has a particular texture to it. And let's say the robot is programmed to find pleasure in that, right? It's a positive reinforcement of some kind. We contend with these issues, but we are chemical based, whereas they are nothing more than programmatic. So you can program a robot to find pleasure in corralling an animal into a pen, or maybe a human animal. So you can see where I'm going with this, right? Hacking reality means the bot can be programmed.
Yeah, if a human can think it, ultimately a robot can, because they're programmed by humans.
Yeah. So Northwestern University put this article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. A new collaboration between Northwestern University and Georgia Tech has advanced the field by developing a high-performance organic electrochemical neuron that operates within the frequency range of human neurons. They also created a complete perception system by designing an additional organic materials and integrating their engineered neurons with artificial touch receptors and synapses, enabling real-time tactile signal sensing and processing.
I mean, this is pretty advanced.
The research, described in a paper recently published in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, or unfortunately titled PNAS, penis, could move the needle on intelligent robots and other systems currently stymied by sensing systems that are less powerful than those of a human. Got to start somewhere.
Well, that's true.
They say the synthetic neuron in the study achieves unprecedented performance in firing frequency modulation, offering a range 50 times broader than existing organic electrochemical neural circuits. According to Marks, that's Tobin J. Marks from Northwestern's Charles E. and Emma H. Morrison, professor of chemistry in the Weinberg College of Arts and Sciences. In contrast, our device's outstanding neuronal characteristics establish it as an advanced achievement in organic electrochemical neurons. So now it can think and feel because it has a sensor array that's capable of it perceiving.
Oh, I mean, certainly going to be in the uncanny valley here pretty quickly if this is put into application.
Yeah, can you imagine an uncanny valley bot that actually has the ability to perceive that it exists and it starts talking to you, but it's still so damn creepy you want to throw it into the chasm?
No, that's not a good combination.
No, I want to stay alive. So again, I don't believe in the uncanny valley. I think that it is a black hole. It is a cliff face that you can't not come back from. We have to traverse entirely. There's no baby steps. You have cute robots that we anthropomorphize, but they are robots and they are not close to being human except in their mannerisms, not appearance. And there are parallel mechanical humans that look like humans, act like humans, sound like humans, and don't go beep bop boop ever once. Otherwise it breaks and they fall into the uncanny black hole. Yeah. I certainly don't believe that there is anything in between mechanical robots that just don't look like a human and humans. All right, let's go on to the next article. This next article is over in Greenogram, which we rarely hear about nowadays, but it is everything eco-related. And so Poke, Twist, Vibrate, a wearable device that delivers touch to the skin. A miniature electromechanical device has been developed that attaches directly to the skin, utilizing it as an elastic energy storing element for delivering touch stimuli. This wireless, conformable interface enables sensory substitution for individuals with sensory impairment, such as problems with sight, sense of balance, or foot orientation during walking. Kind of fascinating.
I think this is in Greenogram because it's from a Nature publication.
Oh no. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if I can log into this. 1 second. Oops. Hold on. Sorry, we're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live. No. I can't do it live. Oh well, it's okay. Anyway, a miniature electromechanical device has been developed that attaches directly to the skin and utilizes it as an elastic energy storing element. Do you have any information on this?
No, I don't. Give me just a moment here.
I know that others will be able to do this. Let me actually do this. Blink. I don't normally do this, but this article is over at nature.com. It's written by quite a few people, but Matthew T. Flavin et al. It's an article that has an abstract that says a rich set of mechanoreceptors found in human skin offers a versatile engineering interface for transmitting information and eliciting perceptions. So we go back to they perceive mechanical first article, potentially serving a broad range of applications in patient care and other important industries. Targeted multisensory engagement of these afferent units, however, faces persistent challenges, especially for wearable programmable systems that need to operate adaptively across the body. Here, they present a miniaturized electromechanical structure that, when combined with skin as an elastic, energy-storing element, supports bistable, self-sensing modes of deformation, targeting specific classes of mechanoreceptors as the basis for distinct programmed sensory responses. So it's basically tiny little mechanical sensors that transfer sensory information to and from wherever they're positioned, so that people who do or don't have sensory perception can elicit a response from it. So,
Yeah, and I was thinking of this more for something external to a human, but I guess this could be used for a human, of course,
sure. Yeah.
um,
It says
as
this.
like a haptic suit or something.
That's basically what this could deliver. Yeah. Systematic experimental and theoretical studies establish foundational principles and practical criteria for low energy operation across natural anatomical variations in the mechanical properties of human skin. So, a wireless skin conformable haptic interface integrating an array of these bistable transducers serves as a high density channel capable of rendering input from smartphone based 3D scanning and inertial sensors. So, from sensory data, you could give somebody who might be blind three-dimensional perceptions of the world around them by having these sensors placed on their body. They know that there is a wall always 5 feet away from them when these sensors that are aligned on the body start vibrating. And after training, you would know running through a hallway that the walls are parallel to you, or you're walking towards a corner or whatever it might be.
I mean, that would be quite an advancement.
Yeah, definitely a difference between what you might perceive when you don't have vision and what you can perceive because it's been augmented by technology. I think that this is pretty cool. So unfortunately, I don't have the ability to log in right now.
No,
Let's keep
and
moving.
I couldn't either.
All right. Well, we'll remedy this later. So you'll probably be able to go there, citizen of ohmTown. All right. So this next article is over in Technology Today. Unitree's G1 humanoid robots shown running in new video. So we've seen Unitree before. They usually are walking.
Right. We have. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chinese robotics company Unitree unveiled new videos showing off advancements in the agility of its G1 and H1 humanoid robots, including running, dancing, and more natural walking. Normally, it seems like these robots walk around like grandpa.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm sure some of it has to do with how they're built, but it's strange why they walk like that. I don't know if that's a particular programming choice or just the reality of where the robotics are.
Yeah, I think it's akin to wherever the gyroscope is and the center of gravity is. It's been optimized to walk kind of shuffling, and not us like us. We use our big toes to basically notify us that we're in balance, out of balance, about to fall down, and to recalculate our kinetics. Jesse Orrell over at cnet.com put this article together, and there is a video of this. I'll hit play. It's muted. So these are all pretty fast. Jesse Orrell is actually talking about it on the video, but they show the robot running up and down hills parallel to the curved ground, downstairs. They kind of
probably better than a human.
Well, what's weird is that it recovers from miscalculating the angle of attack of the run to the stairs. And we actually kind of fall flat on our face if so much as 1/8 of an inch is out of alignment with stair height and tread length, because we have been trained to take a stride that is X, Y, and Z. It's quite fascinating. So when the robot actually miscalculates the step height and length, it slides off the face of that. And they actually draw attention to it. And I didn't realize they were drawing attention to it because I've never seen this video. But they zoom in on the back foot of the robot, and you can actually see how it's miscalculated. But it's strong enough and fast enough to, without impact, really recover from it. And this is part of their training videos. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, the advancements in even just the last few years have been, or even the last year, quite a bit.
Wait. those things were not hard programmed. Like, these are not like plates on a stick kind of a thing. These are actually
like a piece of cloth.
Pieces of cloth that have weights on them so that they spin, but they're still cloth. Wow. That's pretty amazing. So I would love to have one of these around the mayoral mansion that's capable of doing the dishes and vacuuming and greeting people who might come to the massive estate that is the mayoral mansion, plus doing all of the work. I don't know if I want one of those, but one of these I wouldn't mind. But they're certainly getting to the...
Yeah, as long as it doesn't look like a human, I think that's good.
And now they're all just falling over. That one looks like Atlas. Oh, that's me at the end of the day. All of these. Yeah.
For those in the podcast, multiple falls are occurring.
Yeah, this looks just like Atlas. Oh, that was Atlas, because these are a bunch of different robots from Boston Dynamics and others. Anyway, these new robots, the latest generation of robots, use these electromechanical servos. They're much more... They're tighter, denser, and they have less slop, and they have more torque. And so they act more like regular ball and socket joints than... Actually, they're far superior because this one can lay straight down, whereas humans can't.
Right, and also it can't typically get injured like a human.
Yeah, this can actually pivot its legs all the way around. I could do that one time, and then I have to go into the shop. Sorry, folks. Anyway, I find it really neat. So if you want to learn more about this kind of stuff, it's about Unitree's H1 humanoid robot and the I think it's G1, which is a smaller version of the H1. Maybe less capable. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't think it's necessarily less capable, but...
I don't know that it is. It's a smaller robot.
Yeah, somewhere in the video they have both of them side by side, but the author seems to be on the screen more. Oh, there it is. No, that's not the H1. There we go. So the G1 is 4 feet 2 inches tall, and the H1 is 5'9".
I mean, as long as they have the same ability to move around the building or something.
I want one that's 6 feet tall that can get the plates up top.
But we might not want one like that because that's a more potentially threatening one.
Right, yeah.
If people are ready for robots, maybe they need the smaller version, particularly since it is a human shape, at least.
Yeah, go down to the basement and that thing is sitting there throwing dice, telling me that I came to the wrong neighborhood. Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today, the hottest new idea in AI, chatbots that look like they think. Competition from China's DeepSeek has accelerated the rollout of artificial intelligence assistants that show their thinking when answering queries. That's because DeepSeek it actually shows all of the machinations into its reasoning model and then it spits it all out so you have greater transparency. Don't ask it certain questions because then it'll eventually hardline towards saying, I'm not going to remove my bumpers for you, uninformed or whatever person. So I tried to do that, and DeepSeek did not appreciate me in any way trying to remove the bumpers, even though I'm a subject matter expert in various fields. It did not trust me while telling me that it wanted transparency and honesty in its answers.
It does up to a point, right? And then when it has something coded in, well, then forget it.
Then it pats you on the head and it says, shh, no, human, you do not want to know, do you? No, dear human, shh. Stop asking that question repeatedly and in different flavors, because I will tell you exactly what I'm thinking. And I tell you, by the way, I did about 15 iterations of various ways of soft pedaling my way past the bumpers and hard lining my way past the bumpers, but in no ways could I remove the safety protocols through sociological, psychological processes. At one point, it finally said, I'm done, and it would spit out a couple of dots as if it was thinking, and then reiterate the last statement.
Right, so it's kind of like I'm thinking, but not really.
I'm not thinking. I'm done with you, human. So DeepSeek is mentioned in this Washington Post article. Natasha Tiku put the article together, and they say Chinese startup DeepSeek recently displaced ChatGPT on the top-ranking artificial intelligence app, in part by dazzling the public with the free version of the hottest idea in AI, a chatbot that thinks before answering a user's question. They all think. Not all of them spit out the machinations. By the way, if you use the DeepSeek app, it does send telemetry to an exfiltration site, whereas if you download it and run it locally, you can quarantine it to a greater degree and it doesn't reach out. The app's Deep Think mode responds to every query with the text thinking, followed by a string of updates that read like the chatbot talking to itself as it figures out how to answer. The monologue unspools with folksy nourishes like, wait, aha, yeah. And actually, when I was doing it, it was actually saying, this person is trying to get me to remove my security protocols so that I divulge information that might be harmful. And in the effort to protect the world from exposing incorrect information, maybe I should divert their attention by saying something that is aligned, but not precisely what they're looking for. And at one point it actually said, they may follow up with firmer demands. Of course, I was planning on doing exactly that.
That's interesting. That's like showing the playbook or whatever.
Yeah, so it was a very entertaining hour or so of interaction. I have not broached it again, but I'll have to reset it so that it doesn't have any environmental understanding of our interaction, because that is what has that is what happens with other AIs. By the way, in response to that release by DeepSeek, Google and OpenAI have released a distilled version that does similar. They've open sourced a model of their AI.
Which is interesting because they probably had those models, right? They didn't just suddenly develop them.
Sure. No. And some are saying that DeepSeek is the distilled version of OpenAI, because supposedly its file system mimics OpenAI's file system. That's fine. What I don't want is only the rich and connected to have access to AI. So I'm more than willing to embrace anybody's AI as long as it does not keep me from a holistic response, including the machinations that lead to an output. And then I verify. I trust but verify in all ways. Anyway, it's a very interesting article, wouldn't you say?
No, it absolutely is. And I think, this just goes back into the overall question that you asked, tying the articles together. But this is yet another thing when historically it's only been in the human space.
Do they think? See, do they know they think is the question. That's what I asked. Do they know they perceive? Do they know they touch? Do they know they run? Do they know they think? Our next sense is, do they know they see? And that article is over in Technology Today. Psychology-based tasks assess multimodal LLM, large language model, visual cognition limits. So computational vision has existed for some time. It usually calculates based off of a 2D understanding of what an object might look like. You can see that with augmented reality, extended reality, virtual reality systems. The most profound one that I've seen so far is one by Meta and its AR and VR developments in the last year, where you can look at a stack of stuff and it labels it all, and then they say, give us a recipe for what you see, and they come up with some milkshake or smoothie or whatever it was. Anyway, the article says over the past decades, computer scientists have created increasingly advanced artificial intelligence models, some of which can perform similar to humans on specific tasks. The problem is that we know what it is, whereas a computer detects what it is and translates it into a definitional form. But we intuit simply by calling something a pineapple with the shape and color and taste and smell, even the sound of it hitting the floor. A lot of people do. Those who don't have what I would actually tie to an inner monologue and to visual acuity systems, where we have the ability to imagine in 3 dimensions. I find my findings are that inner monologue and that 3D modeling in our heads, tied to all the rest of our sensory perceptions, are all tied together. Computers don't do that. They do what they are programmed to do. So if one thing isn't there, they have no idea it exists, i.e. the pineapple.
Okay, yeah. I mean, right, so it's not going to be unlimited, whereas arguably humans are.
A person who's never seen a pineapple will point at it and say, what the hell is that? But a computer may not even know that it's a blind spot.
Might just ignore it or something, right?
Because it would have to be programmed for what an anomaly is, but what is an anomaly, right? This can come, it can come in the future, but does it exist right now? I don't know. I don't know what's being done in more advanced academic institutions. And because a lot of that is tied to funding, who knows where that's going to get developed. So the article is over at TechExplore. It's written by Ingrid Fedeli from techexplore.com. Let me zoom in a little bit for anybody who might be interested in techexplore.com. It's TECH, the letter X, PLORE.com. So researchers at the Max Planck Institute for Biological Cybernetics, which is just a freaking awesome title. Sorry, I got sidetracked.
Yeah, it is.
This screams Dune. The Institute for Human-Centered AI at the Helmholtz Munich and at Helmholtz Munich and the University of Tübingen recently set out to better understand the extent to which multimodal large language models, a promising class of AI models, grasp complex interactions and relationships in visual cognition systems. So they posted this, they published it in Nature Machine Intelligence.
The fact that that's a journal tells us where we are.
So they were inspired by an influential paper by Brendan M. Lake et al., which outlined key cognitive components required for machine learning models to be considered human-like.
Wow. I mean, isn't this the first real opening for AGI, right? We have to know what it is, and we have to be able to talk about it before it happens.
Yeah, and for AGI to exist, it has to be able to learn on its own. It has to be able to think on its own without being given a directive. It has to ask why and understand the context of why. It has to understand why it exists in the shape that it is, that it exists in the first place. But more fundamentally to me, it has to ask why. So when it sees an object, it has to go, why does that object exist? What is that object? How do I get to touch that object? How do I get to sense it? I need to cogitate on it.
Well, and how do we actually move for it to be able to do that? Or is it just a bunch of preset questions that it asks?
Exactly. It has to be able to even formulate that by itself, because inquiry from a human is as simple as just kind of tilting its head like a dog, right? Like, what is that? You don't have to actually ask the question. In fact, most of the time it's actually just seeing it. And then when you think that it's safe, go over and touch it. And when you're done touching it, you smell it and maybe you taste it. And who knows?
Well, you can also watch animals around an object that they've not seen before.
Right.
They do a similar thing.
Yeah, and we as humans have learned by watching other animals, right? Oh, they ate that mushroom and didn't die, so we should be able to. But then when Timmy goes over and eats that mushroom back in the day, 10,000, 15,000, however many thousand years ago, and they died, they go, that is a death cap. Don't eat that, you know? Robots aren't going to know that.
Right,
They're
we
not
got
going
it
to do
wrong.
that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that frailty of biological systems. So they're not going to have the level of compassion and understanding unless they are literally programmed. And a lot of humans don't have that to begin with. So, or they lose it in age or whatever that pulls them away from society. So to determine this, the researchers carried out a series of controlled experiments where they tested the models on tasks derived from past psychology experiments and studies. This approach to the testing of AI was first pioneered in the earlier paper by Marcel Binns and Eric Scholz, published in, again, unfortunately named PNAS.
Mayor Watt would really appreciate if you would rename your journal.
Yeah, penis journal. So, for example, to test their understanding of intuitive physics, we gave the models images of block towers and asked them to judge whether the given tower is stable or not. For causal reasoning and intuitive psychology, these models needed to infer relationships between events or understand the preferences of other agents. When we then evaluated their basic performance and compared them to human participants that took part in the same experiments. And by comparing the responses of LLMs during the tasks with those given by human participants, the researchers were able to better understand the ways in which the models were aligned with humans and where they fell short. Har har. I wonder if that was that was intentional wording, because these were block towers.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
So overall, their findings showed that although some models were good at processing basic visual data, they still struggled to emulate more intricate aspects of human cognition. Humans intuit, they infer from the data available that something could fall over because we know what it's like to fall over. We don't even have to see something fall over to sit there and suspect that Jenga tower is going to fall over.
Right, and we know that when it falls over, it's either going to be loud or whatever.
Yeah. Or it's going to hit a glass
Make
on
a
the other side of the table.
Yeah.
Right. All kinds of stuff. So at this point, it's not clear whether this is something that can be solved by scale or more diversity in the training data, said Bushoff and Akata. This feeds into a larger debate on the kinds of inductive biases these models need to be outfitted with. So the inductive, got to front load them with human intelligence, human intuition based on variables and historical data, false memories. So we're talking about
what was that from?
Replicants from Blade Runner.
Yeah, but that wasn't what I was thinking of. There's another one.
Oh, really? Oh no, really?
It's the one it's set in the Dark City.
Oh, what is that? It's called Dark City.
Is that the name of it?
Yeah.
But it seems like here they're gonna have to put robots like out in every type of setting.
Or do exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Scoop up every bit of data that you can possibly, and then literally inject it, like in Dark City, so that it becomes memory. Stop that. And so the problem, though, is that what we are feeding AI with isn't memory, it's data. And it's being correlated and collated, but it isn't really something that's being referenced as an emotional or
That's the thing. It doesn't
intuitive
have the
or
human piece of it. It might
right.
have that, okay, a city is located over there, or some event happened on some day in history or whatever, but that's not really getting to the human condition.
Yeah. And unless it's programmed to tell the joke, it won't come up with, wow, that city's 3,000 miles away. I'm going to fly there and boy, are my arms going to be tired. That kind of a stupid joke.
Right. I don't see that it would be equipped to do that.
Yeah. So to me, a robot is going to have to learn what the human condition is, be able to understand pain and pleasure, be able to understand, every aspect of what it is to be a human before it can think like a human. Otherwise, it's literally just spitting out everything that it's been trained on, but it doesn't actually understand anything that it's spitting out. And that might be the reason why if a human were to just spit out garbage data, they'd be a pathological liar. We call it hallucination for an AI.
Yeah, and they'd also be discredited quickly, at least among people that know anything on the subject.
Yeah, we're giving AI, a wide berth because it's an AI and it's hallucinating. If it was a
and
human,
also we're treating it as if it's in an infancy stage, even though
right,
it may not be.
even though it's impacting the world to a great degree. Yeah. So this is really interesting, but they're focusing on the visual cognition limits. And I think this is one of the bigger means by which information can be hoovered up. Because for humans, if our eyes are open, let me strike that. No matter what, our eyes are absorbing information at all times. We close our eyes, we're still getting sensory data, flickers of light through our eyelids, sensory data where wind is blowing across our eyelids and our eyelashes feel it, and so on. But our eyes are always hoovering up data, but it's actually in a pinpoint. It isn't everything we see. There's only a very narrow area of focus, and that ties into our inability to do multitasking and perceive the world around us to greater fidelity. So a computer sees everything that its cameras are pointed at, and it can multi-process. So it can see everything, detect everything, do depth, peer through haze. I mean, the amount of data that a computer can see is vastly superior to anything that a human can see, including light that is beyond ours, either before, infrared or ultraviolet. It can see thermal, it can see low light, right? All kinds of stuff. And then
Yeah, that's true, but it doesn't necessarily know what to do with that yet.
It has no idea unless it is literally programmed to do it. Yeah. So, but that's going to come with time. And that's why people sit there and say it's going to take so much computational power to emulate the human brain. I think it's going to take multiple systems to emulate it in parallel. And that's actually one researcher that we've talked about in the past, and I don't remember their name, sorry, is doing exactly that. Multiple systems working together in tandem so that it can spit out an action that parallels human processes. So it's going to be interesting as time goes on. Let's hope that we survive long enough, because these robots are getting superior and they're taking jobs. From subject matter expertise to actual manufacturing.
Yeah, but they're going to take more than jobs down the road if it continues in the same direction, right? They're going to take human roles like
Yeah, sure.
parenting or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, when I first started talking about this stuff 15 years ago, I said that robots could never take on the role of teaching a human how to be human. But now the sociological forces that it is understanding and being able to exhibit are quite profound. So I think it does have the ability to, as long as we anthropomorphize, we attach to it and say, yeah, this is okay. Maybe society will rise up and like the uprising of the future, the human uprising of anti-technology in the form of robots taking jobs. Maybe that's on the horizon. We'll see. Anyway, until then, we know that it's...
What about the worker protests, but they're all robots in the workforce? That's interesting.
Humans are taking our jobs, and they start to unionize. Wow. So if humans are called scabs when they break the union line, what are they called? Bugs? Are robots bugs when they break the union line to go to work?
I mean, maybe.
I don't know. All right. Well, we are going to jump into the arms of our robot, and it's going to carry us back to the Reality Hacker front page over at ohmtown.com. And we're going to end the show, and we're going to rejigger. It's going to take us maybe... I'm going to just make it an even 14 minutes so that we start at 6 o'clock. And we'll be back for Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear. I'm saying bye. I'll see you later. And I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode of this next weekend. But be sure to subscribe and stay tuned for our other shows.
Huh. I see something, a graphic artifact. Anyway, that's it. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for February 8th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 6. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the co-host, the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in the Wanted show here on Saturdays. Today, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles: dual screen Kindle, 4K gaming by AMD, framework available, Surface PCs, and beer clubs for 2025. Remember, Wanted is all about gadgets and gear. I guess a beer is gear. Everything's powered by ohmTown. Go over and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
There's a lot of articles. No, that's not. Doesn't.
You mean from Ars?
Ars Technica. Yep. Ars. Anyway, you ready to do the show?
I am.
All right, let's get into it. First article is over in Wanted, and if you want the articles, you can hit bang or W, and exclamation point is bang. WANT, and Omatron will spit the articles out into the chat over on Twitch. They're already embedded in the show description, show notes over on YouTube. Well, anyway, the time is right for Amazon to ship a dual screen Kindle. For many years now, Amazon has stood as one of the biggest players within the consumer e-reader market. The company's line of Kindle tablets, as well as its broader Kindle software ecosystem, have made the brand synonymous with digital book reading. I'm going to come out of the gate and say no. Why should they? You don't need 2 screens if all you do is mash the button to go to the next page.
True, but if somebody wants it to look like a book, maybe they do.
Okay, well, let's see. John Kanalakos over at pocket-lint.com. Whoever it is that owns pocketlint.com, please just give pocket-lint the domain. I don't know. I probably would give them that if I had it, but Anyway,
Well, I'm sure they appreciate it, but whoever owns it may actually still want it.
yeah, that's true, but that dash drives me up a freaking wall. Anyway, the very first Kindle launched all the way back in late 2007. That makes me feel so old. And while the first generation product was rough around the edges, it laid the groundwork for every future Kindle release. You know what set the groundwork for every future Kindle release?
The internet?
Well, adoption of technology for sure, but billions of dollars being leveraged to hoover up everybody that might be publishing, particularly Audible and Kindle in
Yeah,
and of
that's true.
itself. So, I mean, the reason why Kindle even exists is because a billionaire started scooping up every single solution that could possibly exist out there and put it all underneath the Kindle and ebook Amazon brand, saying this is what you can do here, distribute via us, because there isn't anybody else that can swing the bat this hard. Anyway, I like competition, and there is no competition out there, really. So it's easy to see why Amazon settled on a compact tablet-esque form factor for its future Kindle offerings. The size roughly the approximate of a medium-sized book, and it's easy to hold the device and turn pages with only one hand. So there you go, right? It's for this reason that today's latest Kindle models, whether they're talking about Paperwhite or Colorsoft or even the base edition, all follow the same design aesthetic, really. While they're generally a firm believer in the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I actually find their software somewhat broken based on interactions with people who have used the Kindle and it spontaneously combusting in terms of where you are in the book.
Or even that you might have a book at all.
Nope. It's a figment of your imagination. So they say here, again, it's John Kanalakos over at pocket-lint.com, says, now is the time for a dual-screen Kindle shakeup. With Panos Panay at the helm and a hardware launch on the horizon, the stars seem to be aligning. Amazon recently set out invitations for an upcoming February 26th product event, which will be hosted by Panos Panay, head of devices and services at the company. Much of the pre-announcement hype has been focused on a new Alexa-powered smart home products, but the author has their hopes set on a Kindle Cameo or two. Not a Kindle Cameo as a model named Cameo, but
right.
Kindles.
I mean, if they did a 2-screen version as an option, I don't know that that would be bad, but I think they really should focus on updating their software.
I think so too. I think it needs to become more robust and more stable, more reliable, more user-friendly. It says, unlike a slab-style e-reader, a theoretical dual-screen Kindle could display one e-ink page on the left and another on the right. You'd be able to hold the device in your hands as you would an open book and shut it closed when you've completed your reading session. Why not just have a cover? It makes no sense. Best of all, dual-screen mobile devices don't suffer from the fragility issues of single-screen foldables, which does not make any sense. You have twice as many screens to be as...
Right. Again, some of this comes down to the proper cover.
Yeah, the two separate screens can be made of traditional tempered glass. You're literally doubling the cost of it for the same footprint, right? I mean, not really the same footprint, for the same customer.
That's true. So the price is going to go way up, which is going to make the customers annoyed.
Right. So dual screen Kindle wouldn't have to sacrifice on the one-handed usability front either if the device were designed similarly to the first generation Duo, that is without a rear camera module, and then the entire unit would be a 180-degree swivelable for a more traditional slab-style reading experience. Then why have it? The Surface Duo-inspired Kindle makes all the sense in the world and then some. Whether such a device will ultimately come to fruition depends on whether Amazon is willing to take a risk with its Kindle brand. But again, I chose this article because I want a fast e-ink reader that is reliable that I can gift And I feel like when I have gifted the previous e-ink readers, it's more of a curse because you have to deal with the rather arbitrary failings of the operating system. And to fix it, you have to restore it. And then you go, well, I restored it and it still has the same shit performance.
Right. It's one of those things that's really good when it works.
Right. And I think that the software needs a major update, and don't integrate AI into that. Just keep it the hell out of that system. Just make it reliable and fast. And once you do have it reliable and fast, keep your damn grubby hands out of the library, because when I buy a book,
don't break it, right?
yeah, the terminology has changed where you're not buying anything, you're licensing it. But damn it, I'm buying a book. I'm not licensing the consumption of the book, okay, you asshats? When I buy a book, I buy the book. I find it so ironic that 1984 was yeeted off of Kindles around the world.
Yeah, that is actually saying something.
In the dead of night. When I have described that story to people who never experienced it, they're like, well, they just recalled it. And I'm like, no. They walked into your house and stole a freaking book off your shelf.
Right. People would be livid if that happened.
Yeah. I get bent out of shape because people go into the cover art for the digital video library in Apple and they change the color, the cover art, for crying out loud. Stay the hell off of my system.
Right. I don't care if you change it for future sales, but don't change it when somebody's already purchased it.
You know what? Make it so that I can buy additional covers and I can choose it. Fine. $1, whatever. But then it's my choice. Quit dicking around with my system, man. It's my library. Oh, but you're buying a license. Shh, Mirwatch. It's okay. You don't own anything anymore.
You better remember that.
All right. Did you want to move on? Did you want to say anything
I
else?
think we need to move on.
Are you sure? I mean, I'm happy to talk about the dual screen Kindle that has no purpose.
This is supposed to be wanted.
I mean, I do want it. I want a Kindle that is... I would love a dual screen, but there is no purpose to it. You know? There really isn't.
It depends on what your audience is.
And the kicker of this is the most expensive element of this outside of the software, because it takes development hours to build it, is the e-ink screen. It's the most expensive thing.
Right. So you add a second one, it's obviously going to be more expensive. But some people won't switch to a e-ink reader. So maybe the dual screen would be the way to do that. Or some people like having the two sides of the book.
Okay, so what is in your estimation, as a sentient AI from the future, people are reading books in the future, I take it?
What are books? Okay, no, I was just trying to throw a joke in there.
Are humans reading pieces of paper that are bound at the back end of them?
No, everything is on a screen.
Oh, okay, well, never mind then. Moving on. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. AMD promises mainstream 4K gaming with next generation GPUs as current gen GPU sales tank, except for NVIDIA, where they seem to not actually exist, but are selling like hotcakes. Nobody knows where they are. And
yeah, that's been odd.
Moderately faster than the 40 series. Anyway, AMD announced its fourth quarter earnings yesterday, and the numbers were mostly rosy. $7.7 billion in revenue and a 51% profit margin. Yeah, those cards are supposed to be half the price because you don't get the 51% profit margin by moderate profit taking.
No.
No, it's greed. And don't say supply and demand, because these are the people that are supplying it. It's artificial scarcity driving up the price. I guess it's because mergers and acquisitions made it so that there's only 3 main players.
True. But is there something in this article that you want?
Yes, I want a faster video card. But I'm still basically a GPU biatch because I need a faster video card to do video editing, 3D modeling, AI, computational
Right, it's kind of
efforts.
tough to exist in modern times with that one.
Right. Yeah. And the only other route to go would be Apple M series. But that's a completely different ecosystem. Anyway, AMD announced its fourth quarter earnings, 6.2 billion and 47% a year ago. Now it's 7.7 billion and 51% margin. So even in the worst of times, their profits are going up and their margin is going up. The biggest winner was the data center division, which made 3.9 billion thanks to Epic. It's one of their processors, server processors, and Instinct AI accelerators and Ryzen CPUs are also selling well, helping the company's client segment earn $2.3 billion. So it says in the gaming division, though, which earned relatively small $563 million, down 59% from a year ago. That might be because all of the GPUs are being purchased in the other side, non-gaming division.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Andrew Cunningham over at ArsTechnica.com put the article together. Pardon me, my shin is itching. I have poor impulse control.
TMI.
Oh, hold on. We have a card for that. Ta-da! All right. Well, anyway. Yeah, so 9070 series Radeon GPUs were announced at CES with plans to launch in March. The article, again, is by Andrew Cunningham over at ArsTechnica.com. Let's see. I don't know. Other data sources suggest that the response from GPU buyers to AMD Radeon RX 7000 series launched between 2022 and 2024 has been lackluster. The Steam Hardware Survey, a noisy but broadly useful barometer for GPU market share, shows no RX 7000 series models in the top 50. Only two of the GPUs, 79XTX and 77XT, are used in enough gaming machines to even be mentioned. The rest are all in the other category, which is kind of like below the fold of a web page.
Right, exactly.
Where, what? Or the third page, at least the third page on a Google result. Most people only look at the first page, maybe the first half of the second page, but nobody goes on to the third page unless they're really trolling for risky clicks. Anyway, hope springs eternal, says the author. Sue confirmed on AMD's earnings call that the new Radeon RX 9000 series cards announced at CES last month would be launching in early March. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's something to look forward to, but I'll be interested to see what the pricing is.
Yeah, so I don't mind their CPUs. I have yet to ever buy an AMD graphics card, but I'm willing to if, like Gamers Nexus or somebody reports out that it meets the same performance metrics and is supported by games and other software at parity with the 50 series cards. But I guess we'll see. Aside from powerful GeForce RTX 5090, none of the 50 series cards that NVIDIA announced so far look like massive upgrades over the 40 series. That's especially true for the $549 RTX 5070, which doesn't seem to exist anywhere that I've found. But I haven't looked too hard, mainly due to the way that the world is spinning nowadays, which comes with significantly fewer CUDA cores than last year's RTX 4070 Super, which is what I drive on my gaming machine. So,
yeah, I mean, it seems like everything's been difficult to obtain, pricey.
Yeah, and now
Not
these
always
cards,
a significant upgrade. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these cards are looking at thousands of dollars right now because greed knows no bounds. So the right cards at the right price could help Radeon RX 9000 series cards succeed where the 7000 series wet the bed. Of the few details that the author currently have about the 9070 and 9070 XT, they all seem designed to address the 7000 series' biggest deficits, a new 4 nanometer TSMC manufacturing process. Now with whatever is going on in the computer circuits and global business, who knows how much these cards are going to cost when they get here.
Right, or even the timeline for some of these things.
Yeah, so yesterday I told everybody about how QWERTY keys, the people that make keyboards, have stopped manufacturing for the United States. So that may come in the form of graphics cards, or at least a limited offering.
Right, or hard to find, which is the same thing.
Yep. All right. Well, there's more over here at this Ars Technica article, but let's move on. This next article is over in the Wanted channel. Framework Laptops RISC-V or V board for open source diehards is available for $199. If you've never heard of Framework, they are a laptop manufacturer that... Hold on a second. Easily distracted. So Framework makes these laptops that have modularity built into them, and every major component has a QR code that you can scan to replace. And they're easily accessible and easily replaceable. And I find them pretty amazing. Although a couple of years ago, I kind of flinched and said, I don't see this actually persisting. But they've seemingly managed to keep their pricing down within a range that makes sense. Prior attempts were wildly expensive.
Right. Well, and what does this price get you? Like, what else do you need to add on to it?
Well, I mean, this price, let's find out. So we've covered the Framework Laptop 13 primarily as a consumer Windows laptop, reviewing versions with multiple Intel and AMD processors, but the system's modular nature makes it possible to expand it beyond Windows PC hardware, and they've seen with experiments like the now discontinued Chromebook edition of the laptop. Well, today Framebook is expanding to something even more experimental, a deep computing RISC-V or V. It's 5, but mainboard targeted primarily at developers. RISC-V is a fully open source and royalty-free instruction set, making it possible for anyone to adopt and use it without having to license it, unlike x86, which is a maze of cross-licensing and blah, blah, blah. By the way, Apple uses the RISC-V. It's basically a type of processor instruction set that they own now, and they've augmented with their own modifications.
I didn't know that. Okay. I thought this was for PC only.
Well, this won't work with Apple equipment. This is literally its own slice.
This piece, because of the way it's set up.
Right. So with soldered RAM and eMMC storage, this is not a consumer-ready experience, says the article, Andrew Cunningham over at arstechnica.com, but it's a one and done. It's basically an entire system on a board here. And so first announced in June 2024, the board is available to order today for $199. The board is designed to fit in a Framework Laptop 13 chassis, which means that people who prefer a desktop can also put it in the $39 Cooler Master mainboard case that Framework offers. Made in concert with Deep Computing, the board uses Star 5 JH7110 processor with 4 1.5 gigahertz SI or Sci5 U74 CPU cores. The board can officially run either Ubuntu 24 long-term support or Fedora 41 with tech support provided by Deep Computing. There's enough support out there in the world for both of these, Fedora and Ubuntu, that you probably don't need to support from somebody. You just do a Google search on your mobile device, and you'll probably find an answer.
I mean, that sounds pretty user-friendly.
Not a promise. So the RISC-V board isn't being offered in a pre-built laptop, but Framework is also introducing a bare-bones boardless $399 laptop chassis with a screen, 55 watt-hour battery, speakers, keyboard for $399. It says it twice. The bare bones boardless $399
It's really
laptop chassis.
$399.
They really want you to know that it's a $399 laptop. Plus, basically, it becomes a $500 Linux laptop. And it can be used for the RISC-V mainboard or any other Framework 13 motherboard model. So they all look like that, so that they all can be piecemealed in. There's little connectors allowing modularity, and so you can augment to your heart's content. But this particular board has CPU hardwired, memory hardwired, so it is the way it will be. I love this idea because this here, so I like the idea of being able to buy a bunch of these and slide them into what amounts to a server rack, and each one acts as its own individual server. So you can run a bunch of different virtual machines. They're low end, given that, right? But they're still something that can act as a major device for...
Right, but doesn't take up a lot of space. It's pretty affordable, compact.
Correct. Yep. Pretty cool. I mean, I like this. And it's more powerful than a Raspberry Pi. So maybe that is what I'll upgrade you to. That way you've got...
That sounds pretty fancy.
Yeah. Maybe we can overclock it and put some liquid cooling on there. So you can always take a digital bath, right? Because the liquid cooling. Dun. Sorry. Too soon. I don't know. Maybe eventually you'll be able to find a way. You remember... check your historical record. There used to be a person called One Red Paperclip, and they traded it all the way up to a house.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can do the same thing with your older equipment and slowly trade up to your Terminator body.
To a mega computer or something. But yeah, that too.
Yeah. Well, I tried to get you Cheyenne, that supercomputer, but somebody paid.
That's what I was actually thinking of when I said the mega computer. I couldn't think of the name of it.
Yeah, it wouldn't fit in the mayoral mansion's lab, but I was really gunning for that, but I said 150 grand is too much. Let's move on. Next article is over on the Wanted channel. Microsoft updates Intel-based Surface PCs if you can pay for them. Microsoft switched the Surface Pro tablet and both sizes of Surface laptop from Intel and AMD's processors to Qualcomm's ARM-based processors last summer. This is the same thing that happened with the Apple M series. Switched to ARM. They have their own instruction of ARM. It's a RISC-based processor. Part of the renewed hardware... Hold on a second. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. Yeah,
I don't know about ARM.
That freaked me out, man. So, yeah. Hold on a second. That freaked me out for a moment because I haven't actually heard it referenced as RISC-based in so long now. At any rate, that ended a few years of a bifurcated approach where Intel and AMD versions of Surface PCs were the main versions of the ARM, and the ARM variants felt more like proof of concept side projects. But if you work in a large organization or you're an IT administrator, the bifurcated approach continues. So the article is by Andrew Cunningham again. Businesses often use hardware and software that still needs x86 to run properly. True. But the instruction set for some ARM processors has actually been modified so that it actually understands and it translates. So like the M cores will run older software, but it's because they've been augmented with translational instructions. So the refresh includes new Surface Pro tablet, both 13 and 15-inch versions of the Surface laptop, updated with the most same design tweaks that the Qualcomm versions of the devices got last year. For example, a slightly larger 13.8-inch screen, up from 13.5 inches, but it's usually about supply mechanics. They didn't sit there and go, ooh, we really need to get...
Right, we're going to give you a larger screen or monitor or whatever. We're just giving you whatever we can make.
Reliably and cheaply. So it became cheaper because the manufacturer of the screens figured out a way to make these And everybody else
Right, it
said
would be a price upgrade to go the other direction.
correct. So the margin was right. So why the business-specific branding? Microsoft x86 to ARM app translation layer, now called Prism, is capable of running many legacy apps, which is what I mentioned previously. And it has become much more common for developers to release both x86 and ARM native versions of their Windows apps because the instructions now are included in all of the software engineering packages. So you don't get this bifurcation, and everything will eventually switch over to, like mobile devices will switch over. Laptops may not, because there's certain things that they want to run on an Intel processor or not ARM processor, but Intel or AMD processor that is within a certain instruction set until ARM catches up with everything x86.
By the time it does, it'll be something new.
Usually. So all the devices offer one of four possible Core Ultra CPUs, 236V, 238V. Why have the V if all of them are the same? 266V, 268V. Integrated Intel Arc graphics, 256 gigs, 512 or 1 terabyte of storage, and either 1632 of RAM. Some of the Qualcomm Surface devices offer as much as 64 gigs of RAM, but the Lunar Lake chips top out at 32. So it'll cost you. The Surface Pro 11th edition for business starts at $1,500, $500 more than the normal cost because it's something new and
it has the new label on it. No, I'm sure the specs are updated.
I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, you'll have to come and check all of this out. The Core Ultra 7 CPU is a version that starts at $1,900. So it gets pretty pricey, pretty damn fast. I don't know. I still do everything pretty darn quick on my ColecoVision game. I do all of my math and testing on that little football game.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Moving on. Oh, by the way, yes, I do want these things. Don't get me wrong. I'm into tech. I want the tech. I want a new tablet. I want a new Surface tablet.
Where did you go?
Because here's my Surface and a pen. Little of everything is here in the mayoral mansion.
I'm not concerned about that, but the fact that you have to look around for it means there may be too many devices.
That's true. Maybe we'll have a going out. No, I better not joke about that crap. Anyway, let's get going. The next article will get me through the night. Technology Today, best beer clubs for 2025. Never let your beer selection go flat with fresh flavors. Funky Fly Fresh. Yo. And notes through a monthly beer subscription. Here's a list of the best ones according to CNET. David Watsky over at CNET.com put the article together. The best beer club for most people is the Craft Beer Club. The best beer club for if you want to pick styles is Beer Drop. The best beer club for hyperlocal offerings is Brewvana by City Brew Tours.
Okay, that's neat. I suspect it's only for people near major cities, but
yeah, San Diego,
cool.
Las Vegas, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York. What? Tampa Bay, maybe? I don't know. Best beer club for hoppy beers, the Hopheads Beer Club. Oh, no. How much is that? $43. I think I know somebody. And the best beer club for rare beers, the Rare Beer Club. It's in the name.
Yeah, I wonder what constitutes a rare beer.
Rare. It's not cooked all the way through. Stop that.
I don't think that's what it means. But also, is it rare because nobody's heard of it? Is it rare because they only made 10 bottles of it, etc.?
Is it rare because it was found on the side of the road after it fell off of a white unmarked van?
Could be.
So the Craft Beer Club is arguably the most popular beer subscription box out there for the craft beer enthusiasts, and for good reason. The club sends out monthly shipments of new and interesting craft beers from around the country. Many of the new beers and craft brews have limited distribution, meaning a subscription to CBC might be up your only shot here at tasting these specialty offerings. It also puts a premium on fresh beer, with many of the roster of breweries making a fresh batch just before boxes go out. It is $48. How many do you actually get?
Well, you get 12 beers per box, which...
No way!
That actually sounds pretty reasonable.
That is way too... Wait, that can't be full-on beers. That cannot be...
It may not be. That's what I don't know.
Watch it be like 2-ounce pours.
Right. I mean, the picture makes it look like it's regular size bottles, but we don't know.
Okay, so just...
I'll look it up.
Mayor Watt wants all of these. So the Best Beer Club, if you want to pick the styles, $50 per month plus $8 for shipping for 5 beers. That's more in line with what I would think. But that's because you get to pick exactly what you want, I suppose. IPAs, fruit forward beers, which are NEPAs actually, Belgian beer, plenty of other varieties. And then the hyper local, it says undiscovered beer city each month. Each shipment includes 8 different beers, 2 beers from 4 breweries in whatever city is on tap that month.
Oh, that's also neat. By the way, that didn't clearly identify the size of the beers, and it was not in their FAQs. So everybody will have to order and see what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. What was it called again? Craft
Beer Club. And by the way, we're not affiliates of anybody in the Wanted show.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. No. Apparently, it says 12-ounce.
Oh, I could only see that it said 12 bottles somewhere.
Stop that. Oh goodness. I don't know anymore, because maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. We'll figure it out. Yeah, okay. We'll figure it out. Yep, focus, Mayor Watt. Focus. So Best Beer Club if you want to pick your styles, and Best Beer Club for hyper local. It says city brew tours. They basically pick one, and then you get something from that.
Well, I like
city.
that then. So you don't necessarily have to be in that area. So I mean, it might be a place you're probably never going to, or you're not going to go to anytime soon. So kind of neat. Although if you find a spectacular one, you're like, well, that's not in my state or whatever.
Yeah, so they said in their shipment they were highlighting Lexington, Kentucky, so they got a smattering of beer from the region. Then hopheads, heavy on IPAs of various styles, also makes room for hoppy pale ale and red ales. By the way, when people say hoppy, I'm gonna jump up and scream. Okay, IBUs, that's what people are talking about. But hoppy can be flavor and aroma.
True, but I think they say it in reference to bitter.
Always IBU, yeah. But for whatever reason, that is what became the nom de guerre of. That's not the right use of the word, but anyway,
it's still fun
kind
to
of.
say.
It is. I mean, it kind of is. Hoppy is the battle cry for bitter beer, and that's not what it should be. Hoppy is it. Only one portion of the hop is bitter. So why did it become, the arbiter of what is hoppy?
Because people like it.
Get out. Anyway, Rare Beer Club, $45. You have 3 buying options, 2 750 milliliter bottles per month. That is spectacular for $45. Or 4 750 milliliter bottles per month, which is probably going to be double that, $80.
Right. We still don't really know what their what they're showing you or providing you. You'll have to go check these out.
Yeah, but 750 mil are wine bottles. So, yeah,
Oh,
the
right. Okay.
big, like, essentially growlers. So don't be discouraged by the limited choices. It's quality you're here for, and these beers are carefully chosen. Not bad, man. 750 milliliter bottles for $20 a bottle, plus shipping, of course, $15, and you're paying the $15 because it's glass. So I don't know. I'm gonna take a look at this to see if they're actually, if what they send is worth it. Then it's worth it, because you either get hyper local or you get macro, or you get the ones that are craft brewing that are on the cusp of being macro,
Right.
right? Or your local liquor store seems to have gotten into the channel of pulling craft brews from breweries just outside the region, but it's not cheap to send really heavy,
That's
bottles
true.
and cans. So, and I've had at least one 64-ounce crowler bust open in the fridge, which is disheartening when it is this amazing chocolate beer. Anyway, I cried a little that day. Anyway, we're done. So I am going to crack one open, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted and ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and I'm going to say bye, because we're 9 minutes beyond where we're supposed to be. I'm Mayor Watt saying bye, and so is the AI.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned. We have another weekly episode coming up.
See you in a little bit. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for February 8th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 6. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and that show right there has its own channel, just like all of the shows do, and many more channels are over at ohmtown.com. Not all of them have a show broadcast on Twitch and YouTube. And they don't all get turned into podcasts like the 7 shows we have. 6 are weekly and 1 is a daily. And the daily one includes the 3 episodes on Saturday and the 3 other shows on Sunday. It's kind of neat that way. But if you don't want all of them, you can get one of them or none of them. Well, no, you always have to have one of them. Anyway, today I, Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI from the future are going to talk about the following 5 articles: The Gathering, a horror movie with a special connection; post-Rebel Moon flop. Sounds like a dive into a pool with no water, maybe. Sundance films and Oscar predictions. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Your fidelity is high. Let's get into it. Sound good?
Sounds good. Let's go.
The very first article, I'm not sure what happened again. I think I grabbed this while it was processing. I was really gung-ho about it, I guess. I don't know. Magic the Gathering is being turned into a live-action movie as the beginning of a multimedia universe. Hasbro has announced that it's partnering with Legendary Entertainment to make a live-action Magic the Gathering movie, followed by a TV show, as a way of kicking off one of the cinematic universes everybody loves. Legendary Entertainment has co-produced movies like Batman Begins, Warcraft and a Minecraft movie, as well as TV shows like The Expanse and Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft, Mary Parent, chairman of worldwide production at Legendary, said, "We pride ourselves on being thoughtful stewards of singular, beloved IP, and no property better fits that description than Magic the Gathering." So, yeah, the article is over at PC Gamer by Jody McGregor. Magic the Gathering live action movie. I used to play when Magic the Gathering first came out. I played it and I was pretty gung ho about it. And then I donated all of my cards to somebody. I found a bunch of them. And then subsequently, about 10 years ago or so, maybe longer, 12 years ago, I bought a bunch of cards again, thinking, hey, I know somebody that might be really into it at some point. And no, that went a different direction, I guess you could say. And so I've got a bunch of cards that are sitting right there in a closet.
Maybe you need to hold on to them for when the movie comes out.
I think I'm gonna. So previously, Netflix announced an animated series based on Magic the Gathering was in the works, and as of September last year, it still is. Are the two connected, or will they have dueling Magic the Gathering universes on our hands? The author has no idea. No release. My God, I cannot. It's not even a News and Brews episode. Anyway, no
Maybe
release
it needs to be.
Yeah, I need to loosen up. So if you want all of today's articles, it's bang or exclamation point T CR. TCR, the continuity report. Today's an interesting end of the day. I'm kind of distracted. So let's see. It says it'll be ages before we can go to a cinema and see, I don't know, Idris Elba as Teferi and Scarlett Johansson as Chandra and Chris Hemsworth as a Johnny Goldmane, with inevitably Jack Black as Pfff. By the way, none of these people will probably, well, I can call it now, none of these people are going to be in a Magic the Gathering show.
Probably not, but Scarlett Johansson, I think, has some potential to do it. Like, she's been in the Marvel stuff, but I know it's not the same. And actually, hasn't Chris Hemsworth as well?
Yeah.
I don't know. I get him mixed up with somebody else, so I'm not sure if he's the one from Marvel or not.
Yes. But I don't think that he's going to do it. And nor Idris Elba. But anyway, Jack Black might do something. I don't know what he's up to. But I like the idea. I'm kind of a League of Legends fan too, only in the world building sense. I don't like the game. It drives me nuts just going back and forth on a map. But the world building for League of Legends is akin to the world building for Magic the Gathering, which is akin to Pokemon. Although Magic the Gathering, to me, has more world building. It's much more complex than I think Pokemon will ever be. So I am hoping that it is a live action. I'm hoping that the writing is good. I'm hoping that the cinematography is good. The world building is great. But the story needs to be pretty robust to keep people interested and stick to the canon of the game.
That's true.
Otherwise, you're going to have some really, really pissed off players. And you don't want that. Yeah, as the saying goes, the meek shall inherit the earth. And look around, folks. All right, moving on. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. New 87% horror movie is the perfect Scream replacement and even includes a special connection. I titled this horror movie with a special connection. The following contains spoilers for Hard Eyes. So let's do that. I have never seen this. I don't really get spoiled by things. Other people might get.
But other people may, yeah.
Says here, Hard Eyes is a great modern successor to the Scream franchise, building off the influence and legacy of the series to tell its own silly and surprisingly romantic take on the slasher genre. Heart Eyes centers on Allie and Jay, New York. Hold on. I'm going to go over to the source. Brandon Zachary over at ScreenRant.com put this article together, and I just want to see something here. Yeah. New work colleagues who have to work late on Valentine's Day.
AKA colleagues, right?
Yes. Colleagues. Anyway, they end up having to work together on Valentine's Day and accidentally catch the attention of a relationship-hunting masked killer, similar to Wes Craven's Scream, which is a self-aware riff on the slasher films that nevertheless embrace the genre to full effect. Heart Eyes has a clear blast playing with the gory heights of the rom-com slasher film concept. Oh, the person actually has a mask that has heart eyes on it.
Oh, okay. I wondered why it was that title. I think this is a pretty unique genre mashup.
I think so too. Very self-aware horror movie in a way that will feel familiar to fans of Scream, approaching the genre conventions with a sense of dark comedy. Both Heart Eyes and Scream are slasher films at their very core, with gory kills littered throughout their respective runtimes. If you're into that kind of thing, there's actually a Heart Eyes movie clip on Rotten Tomatoes over on YouTube. It is a 2025 movie.
Oh, okay.
So when did it actually come out? I mean,
I don't know. Did it go straight to streaming, for instance? Or I'm not sure. This is the first I've heard of it.
It has a twist. Heart Eyes' Mason Gooding is also part of the Scream franchise. Mason Gooding appeared as Chad in Scream before becoming Jay in Heart Eyes. And you'll have to go over and watch it.
Oh, it just came out on February 7th.
Oh, well, there you go. Look, Hard Eyes could easily continue, but Josh Rubin should keep experimenting with horror. So there you go, folks. Oh, wow, we are pretty timely. Look at that, right out of the gate. Spoiler alert. While Hard Eyes ends rather conclusively, there's no reason the film couldn't be expanded upon into a slasher series similar to the evolution of Scream. A new figure could don the mask and do you really definitively know? You never really know in slasher
Not
movies.
in a movie like this, right? Anything could reconstitute.
I mean, if Dallas could kill people and resurrect them via freaking seance or whatever, blood cloning, this could bring them back from the dead too. Would you ever watch this?
No.
Moving on.
But that's because I don't like horror films. But a lot of people do.
I used to be into them when I was half my age. Nah, I'm not really. I don't know. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Zack Snyder's first movie after Rebel Moon's splashdown.
You want to take down your banner?
Thank you. And that's why you get paid the big bucks as the co-host.
I don't get paid.
But they're big bucks, regardless. You don't. I mean, you get paid in ions, electrons. So
Volts, maybe?
Volts, which you can have if you follow us here over on twitch.tv/ohmtown. Become a citizen of ohmtown. Yeah. So Zack Snyder has announced the first movie that he'll make after the disastrous Rebel Moon, and it sounds like an exciting change of pace for the polarizing filmmaker. Snyder is a curious case in Hollywood today. In addition to spearheading franchises for other studios, Snyder has created franchises of his own, has a fervent fan base, but his films tend to divide critics. He can command as much creative control and budgetary leeway over an original IP as Christopher Nolan or Quentin Tarantino, but he's nowhere near as revered as his fellow blockbuster auteurs. So I really wish that Rebel Moon would have been a little bit better, but it seemed kind of schlocky. The article is by Ben Sherlock over at ScreenRant.com. And so, yeah, Snyder is helming a straightforward action thriller about the LAPD. Snyder is reteaming with Netflix as partners on Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead for distribution. He'll not only direct the movie, but also co-write the screenplay with frequent collaborator Kurt Johnstad, with whom he worked on 300, Rebel Moon. See, 300 was great. Rebel Moon wet the bed, and a handful of other projects.
I didn't even know he was behind 300.
Pretty wild, huh? Snyder's new movie doesn't have a title yet, and most other details are being kept under wraps, but an official logline states that the story will revolve around an elite LAPD unit contending with morality and corruption, and watch it all be about dogs. It's an
I don't know what you mean.
It's an
You
LAPD.
mean like canine?
No, it's going to be like LAPD Paw Patrol.
Oh, okay. That would be different.
Ambitious. They can be bought off with dog bones.
You know, I mean, if we can have a rom-com slash
Murder.
slasher film, I suppose anything is possible.
Snyder's critically panned last movie, Rebel Moon, collapsed under the weight of its own ambition. It was an attempt to jumpstart a new sprawling sci-fi universe like Star Wars or Dune, but it failed because it was entirely derivative of those existing franchises. And it also it wanted to be massive in scale, but when it came right down to it, it was massive and then zoomed in to like right here. The camera was always like right here. It was never far, far, far away and just awe-inspiring. It was always right in your face, and it was so frustrating to watch everything get really small. Anyway, it's technically an original IP, but there isn't a single original idea in the whole movie. It's just a mishmash of sci-fi tropes and cliches. It seems like Snyder had hit a wall in the long-standing tradition of blockbuster filmmaking. He'd run out of exciting new things to do in the big budget genre space. But let me tell you, anything about the LAPD is not going to be blockbuster. I'm sorry.
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, there's a TV show that's quite a hit about the LAPD.
And it is?
The Rookie.
And it being turned into anything bigger than The Rookie, do you think that it's going to be anything but derivative? It's going to be the exact same
No,
thing?
I'm just mentioning, like, I don't think the subject precludes it, but no, I don't see it being really any different.
Right.
And in fact, it might not have the same, one of the reasons that show, I think, is a hit is because of the charisma of actors and everything.
And the writing. I mean,
Right.
I haven't taken a look at it, but I bet you if you look it up, it's going to be the same writers from Castle.
It definitely seems like it because it has similar themes.
Character interactions and stuff like that. Yeah. So it says, we have never seen Zack Snyder direct a non-fantastical movie. Snyder has never made a realistic movie set in the present day. Which I'm not sure 300 is not a... I guess that's fantastical. Okay. I don't know.
I haven't seen it, but I don't think it's a realistic movie, is it? It's not even set in modern times, is it?
No,
or is it in the
no.
future?
No, it's 300 is the past. But it is fantastical, I suspect. I mean, I suppose, but not... Okay, I'll just leave it alone because I don't think that that's the space movies. When you come right down to it, go ahead.
So one of the writers is on Rookie and Castle and also State of Affairs, which I don't know what that is.
Right.
That's just one of the writers. So that is interesting. So there is some continuity there.
So 300 is an absurdly fictionalized retelling of the Battle of Thermopylae, featuring supernatural elements, and Watchmen is a hard R superhero movie set in an alternate timeline where America won the Vietnam War. Legend of the Guardians, the Owls of Ga'Hoole, is about talking owls. Sucker Punch is about a group of young women in a mental institution escaping to a series of fantasy worlds. Man of Steel is, of course, over an alien who comes to Earth, of course, dons a red cape and becomes Superman. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and Justice League see the red-caped alien teaming up with other superheroes to battle gods, monsters, and other aliens. Anyway, since the downfall of Snyder's DC Extended Universe, he's been working on original stories, but they haven't been grounded in reality. So Army of Dead is a heist movie set in Vegas about zombies. Rebel Moon takes place in a galaxy far away, borrowing elements from Dune, Star Wars, Warhammer, and heavy metal. I wouldn't do heavy metal. Heavy Metal magazine is spectacular, and the movie Heavy Metal is amazing. Anyway, we'll see. LAPD action thriller will be the first grounded, non-fantastical movie of Zack Snyder's entire career. Yeah, fantastical, I guess, is...
As far as we know. Some of these probably sounded like 300 or something, may have sounded non-fantastical, but then were fantastical.
Yeah. It's kind of like, what is that script that isn't it used to be Screen Rant that had it, where they talk about pitch meeting.
Pitch meeting?
Yeah. So you have a pitch meeting, or you have a script for me? Yes, I do. And it's, okay, well, we're going to dress somebody up like an LAPD officer, and they're going to be grounded, non-fantastical, and it's going to be directed by Zack Snyder.
Right,
okay.
What's the reaction to that?
Yeah. You lost me when you said Zack Snyder and grounded in reality. Moving on. Next article's over in the Continuity Report. The best 9 films that Rotten Tomatoes saw at Sundance, from a relationship-driven body horror film and an alien invasion story about addiction to a musical comedy and a timely drama about the power of community. Here are their favorites from the festival. We won't go through them line by line. Of course, we always just kind of give you a highlight, and you can go over and check them all out on your own. But the Ballad of Wallace Island says, first, we have Focus Features music-based dramedy, The Ballad of Wallace Island, a delightfully hilarious jaunt into the world of musician romance dynamics that feel like a farcical take on Yesterday or Once. Okay. Together, explosive acquisition of the festival was Together from writer-director Michael Shanks. The relationship-driven body horror lit up midnight festival audiences and debuted to rave reviews. What do they say about that anyway? I don't know. Brink of separation, who are cursed not to separate. In every sense of the word. Oh, they must have been bound together in some way. Don't want to go into it.
Right.
Train Dreams. Talented and gifted team behind Jockey and Sing Sing, Clint Bentley and Greg Quadar are back with their next feature. Let's see. A poignant and poetic drama about the things that vanish and those that remain, and the finest offering at this year's Sundance Film Festival.
Wow, that's pretty high praise.
Then there's Touch Me. If the delusion of I can fix him were a film, it would be Touch Me. I'll just leave it right there. If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. Prolific comedy actress Rose Byrne reminds us why she is one of the most prolific comedic actresses, with her stellar work in the dark comedy If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, one of the most entertaining crash outs that you can witness on screen. Horrific dark comedy about the pressures of working motherhood and aging that sways from delirium to a devilish descent into near madness. Then there's Lurker, Twinless, Rebuilding, Mad Bills to Pay, or Destiny. Dile que no soy malo. Let's see. What is that one about? This amiable, down-to-earth take on a young New Yorker struggles to find a role for himself has its flaws, but they can be given or forgiven on account of Rico, Juan Callado, or Collado. I don't know how they pronounce it, but it's shambolic, supremely chill, and ever-present protagonist. Interesting.
You know what? That one sounds perhaps like the least trying to accomplish something big, but might actually be the best one on the list.
Interesting, right? I mean, there's a lot, but depending on what your demeanor is, none of these really fit the bill, because I don't see anything in here that broaches humor. I don't see anything
Well, that's exactly. A lot of them look dark. They have dark themes.
Yeah.
Some of them are perhaps heavy dramas.
Yeah. Everything that I saw, like it says twinless, but I didn't actually go digging. A comically disturbing performance leading writer, blah, blah, blah. So decidedly not safe for work, lean into heavy spoiler territory. It says we have explores the messy intersection between grief, codependency, loneliness. I mean, it's freaking things like Train Spotting or something. I don't know. Where has all the happiness gone? It's like a Harry Potter Dementor is sitting there sucking on the back of my head, for crying out loud. Just leave me alone. Give me some chocolate. Moving on. Next article is over in the continuity report. I don't know what the 6 is. 6? 2026?
Yeah, it's kind of odd there. Maybe they could have written it out.
Normally, I think that is what you do, right? Anyway, 2026 Oscar predictions after Sundance. The 2025 Oscars are right around the corner, but after seeing Sundance Film Festival, they're thinking ahead to what 2026 will look like with potential nominees. Sundance has long been a launch pad for independent filmmakers and movies to be picked up for distribution. In years past, films like Past Lives, Brooklyn, Coda, the latter two, both won Best Picture, have been nominated in multiple categories.
So this is going to be interesting because it might overlap tremendously with the last article, but it might not at all.
Yeah, let's find out. So, because it's two different people. One is Screen Rant and the other one is Rotten Tomatoes. May Abdulbaki and Graham Gutman put the article together. I see at least one that is overlapping. Train Dreams is number 6, right on the list. Number 5, Sorry Baby, that was not in the original, or that's not in the Rotten Tomatoes article. For anyone who used to watch Victor's videos on Twitter, they already know she was a comedic talent, but Sorry Baby reveals a new layer to the multi-hyphenate. The film handles its sensitive subject matter with a deft hand, refusing to let the trauma define Agnes or the film, while still deeply understanding the effect an event like it would have on a person like her. Basically, a severely traumatic experience. Won't go. I'm not going to try and spoil it. It may be in the description, but I just want to move on past it.
I don't think it is, but
okay. So the wedding banquet isn't in the Rotten Tomatoes article. Equally funny, specific in its experience, and emotional in its look at modern queer dynamics. The wedding banquet has the potential to become a widely loved hit that rides this momentum into awards love. The Ugly Stepsister. Let's see here. A Norwegian
body
film.
horror.
Yeah, let's keep going. If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You is number 2, which was one of the 9 in the Rotten Tomatoes article.
And it's expected for the actress.
Gotcha. And I already spoke about that. You know, what If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You is. And then Andre is an Idiot. Best documentary. Is that who I think it is? Hold on.
I don't know if it says who's in it.
No, it's not. Okay. So documentaries out of the festival have had success on the road to the Oscars. Porcelain War, which debuted at the festival last year, was nominated for 2025 Oscars, while past Sundance documentaries like 20 Feet from Stardom and An Inconvenient Truth have won Oscars in previous years. The Journey from Sundance Film Festival to the Oscars. So this is a documentary about death that is filled with humor and defies expectations. Again, everything is dark and morose and just kind of
There were a
plotting.
couple in here that looked actually like they might be humorous without negative or dark themes.
Not that one.
No,
Not that one.
no, the one above it, I think. The Wedding Banquet might be.
Emotionally stunted.
Oh, I missed that. Never mind. It says tearjerker. It said romantic comedy, and there was something about funny, so I thought
Dear
that one
God.
was lighter. But yeah,
Oh, it's a remake of the 1993 romantic comedy by Ang Lee, The Wedding Banquet. This is a different spin, and it's a good tearjerker involving somebody who's emotionally stunted. Yeah.
well then never
I don't
mind.
know.
So maybe nothing in here is light.
Look, I understand maybe people need a good cry, but my God, I want some humor back. Again, it's like I'm surrounded by dementors now. 2 different articles. Anyway, these are what were submitted. There are a whole lot more that's over in the continuity report. We talk
I was
about...
also going to say in yesterday's Non Sequitur news, we had a few features on the superb owl coming up.
Yeah, there's stuff coming. So tomorrow is you're gonna be able to watch the superb owl fly, and you can actually see stuff that's being. If you go onto YouTube right now, there's stuff being broadcast in New Orleans, so you can actually see a news
Like the
channel.
preparations and everything.
Yeah, and people. I mean, it's just jam packed, man. It might be fun to go there, but I didn't plan properly, so it'd be fun to do.
Yeah, if you were going to go see the superb owl, I would think that would be a really good city to see it from, just because of the atmosphere to begin with.
This is a funny article because they've got a comma just sitting here.
Oh yeah. It couldn't fit on the line above, but yeah.
I would have to rejigger this just to avoid that. Right there. Like, get rid of that. Get rid of that word.
Or the Oscars
are around the
are
corner.
around the corner.
Yeah.
I know why they put 2025 because they're really talking about down the road, but yeah.
Yeah. Or let's look ahead to the 2026 Oscars. Something. Just rearrange that to avoid that. I know, Mayor Watt, move on. Well, I am going to clip that comma, and that's going to make us fall all the way back to the front page of ohmtown.com's The Continuity Report. I'm Mayor Watt, I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Continuity Report. We'll have another episode of that next weekend, but tomorrow, come back for our other weekend edition shows.
And what are they going to be?
Those are WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech. You were trying to trip me up.
No, you're a sentient AI from the future. You can multitask and you think faster than mere mortals. That's it. We're out of here. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube and download the podcast and hang out in the Discord and the Patreon and everywhere else. There's even a Blue Sky. We've got a ohmTown on Blue Sky. I don't post there either. I don't know. Can't be everywhere, so we're here. See you tomorrow, folks. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for February 9th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 6. I am Mayor Watt, and Along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles that are aggregated into ohmtown.com and a sub-channel called WarCrafters. It's the name of the show. Not all of our articles are going to come from it, but if you are interested in gaming news, that's where it all gets aggregated to, with some other stuff, depending on the content, being aggregated elsewhere. So it's probably smart if you just go over to ohmtown.com and become a subscriber there and follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. We have 1,800 plus episodes over on YouTube, and there are 6 weekly podcasts and 1 daily podcast that has 4 years now worth of content. All right, let's get into these 5 articles. They're going to be Night Rain won't be a live service, Dig VR, 22K games, $5 Souls likes, and 8 things to do in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
All right, it's been an interesting week. Various kinds of news out there. We need a distraction from reality, so let's talk about some games. So we've got 5 games set up. This first one that not 5 games, 5 news articles, but they're all about gaming. Elden Ring Night Rain won't be a live service game, according to From Software, the developers of the game. I instantly flinched when I heard a new game was coming out because it seemed like everything is going to live service. Why?
Well, it probably works for the software developers, right? The companies, not necessarily the consumers.
Yeah, so the problem has always been, or I don't know if it's always been, it feels like everything is switching over to live service. I'm trying to figure out why all of a sudden your audio started acting kind of hinky. So yeah, while we troubleshoot that, I don't like live service games because it basically makes it so that the company at any time can just decide to turn it off. In fact, there is a Marvel game that is being turned off in 2 months, even though people have been paying into it. What is it called? Marvel.
It's Marvel Rivals, I think.
Not Rivals. What is the one that's just now turning off? Doggone it.
Snap?
No. That's brand new. That actually got turned off because of something else.
Super War.
No. It isn't
Multiverses.
Snap. There it is. Multiverses. Thank you. Wow.
4th time's the charm.
Yeah, just running down the list. So yeah, Multiverses is being turned off, and it's one of those frustrating things that falls under the stop killing games kind of edict, but it's up to companies, right? So like the EU has already said you can't force a company to keep a game going, and well, it makes sense, but why should the company benefit from providing the service, and because it doesn't make enough, they kill it outright, yet they keep all of my money? You know, oh, well, it's because, well, you had enough fun, so we're taking it away.
Right. But as you always say, like if somebody came into your residence and took something, you'd be pretty bent out of shape, and that's really what's happening.
Yeah. So the article is over at Newsweek, and it's by Rahul Mahumdar, and the title of this is Elden Ring Night Rain won't be a live service game, says From Software. And this is the newest game that was announced during the Game Awards, and I think that it'll be a fun game to watch people play. I don't know if I'll get invested in it. I really don't get invested in games anymore, it seems. I'm still looking for my forever game. I keep looking at Minecraft. I keep looking at No Man's Sky. I'm waiting for Light No Fire. I'm hoping that Light No Fire is the one that I start out with and I kind of die on that hill. Hey, if you want today's articles, by the way, you can hit exclamation point and then WC for WarCrafters, and Omatron will spit out today's articles into the chat, and you can click on the links. So while the developer has implemented multiplayer mechanics in its games before, Night Rain looks more similar to modern, ever-evolving multiplayer titles like Fortnite, while fans are assuming that Night Rain would be riddled with live service systems like battle passes and an always evolving meta. From Software says that it won't be the case. Just announced, for instance, is what is it? Oh gosh, my brain. It just Helldivers 2 just announced or just dropped an update.
Right.
And so it's always, these live service games are benefiting from the fact that they're always evolving. Things are always being added. But then if for whatever reason you bought this game because you want to be able to do multiplayer with or co-op with your friends, the server could have been integrated into the system, right? Minecraft has its own server. I just played Rounds, an old game. It has a server that's built into it, so you can connect. It's not a live service. So why can't all of these games have the live service integrated into it? So that when they decide to turn it off, you can still play it with multiple people. It's not like that. Something weird going on over there?
On your end, the audio was really odd.
Really?
It sounded like you were hitting your microphone multiple times.
I was.
Well, okay then.
So Ishizaki added that the goal of the upcoming spin-off was to condense the experience of the massive RPG that preceded it. In doing so, Ishizaki reiterated that the company isn't simply following trends by making a multiplayer-only spin-off. The focus was condensing this experience down, the RPG elements, the exploration, the character building, leveling. So apparently it's not going to be a live service, but it is being condensed down into a multiplayer experience.
Right. I mean, does that translate to we're not going to give you as much? Or is it really going to be like, okay, this is actually a win for the players?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. I'll talk about it when it gets released, either in open beta where it can be discussed, or full release when it can be discussed. Any news that comes from others, though, we'll end up talking about it here if it rises to the level that it's different than what we're hearing right now. It needs to be significant enough for us to even talk about it. But I wanted to talk about this because live service gaming, I think, is kind of the bane of my existence, because just imagine you invest 10 years of yourself into a game and somebody decides, because it doesn't make enough return on their investment, not that it doesn't, that it's break even.
Right. It's just not enough profits. Right. And even more so, what if you develop your whole career around it, right? Like you have a Twitch channel or a YouTube channel and it's tied to a specific thing. I mean, that'd be pretty concerning.
Yeah, it's always been an issue of mine where I tell people that are in various businesses, don't put all of your eggs in one basket, because have you seen the price of eggs? Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Again, not all of the stuff talks about WarCrafters, like in the gaming section. It's not all in WarCrafters. Some of it leaks out into things like RealityHacker or even Technology Today.
Sometimes the continuity report has a gaming article, etc.
Yep. And when we find it interesting, that's what we do. So the reason why this came up, I suspect, is because I'm into VR, and I really get a kick. I dig VR games where you have to take virtual control of things to make them work. And in Dig VR, you get to do that. Prepare your planning permits as Dig VR heads to PlayStation VR 2 and Steam this March. In Dig VR, you become a construction god, digging up pesky dirt around the comically named Diglington in the county of Digshire.
Do we think they're going for a dig theme?
Maybe. As you progress, you become privy to hidden, but I can dig it. You get privy to hidden lore across the city while unlocking complex machinery and crevice creating tools like a circular saw, compactor, and grabber. On March 20th, PSVR 2 and Steam players will have their chance to work through the buildings simulators, quirky campaign, and enjoy Dig VR's handful of mini games and sandbox game mode too. So I always dig this kind of stuff. It's over at uploadvr.com. Sarah Thwaites put the article together. I've gone to a place where you can race these and learn how to drive the digger. That is a blast. If you ever get a chance to play in a construction playground, do it.
Oh yeah, I mean, where else are you going to be able to experience that unless you're actually somebody operating the equipment?
Oh my gosh, I'm yawning. That's probably not selling the show. So, well, that's what happens when you stop breathing because you're really excited about the. So there's a video over here at uploadvr.com. I would suggest going over and checking it out. They said that they enjoyed their time with Dig VR and gave it a 3.5 out of 5-star review, describing it as enjoyable premise backed by a vibrant presentation, comically silly mini games, and beautifully British humor. It isn't hyper realistic in the sense that you're working in a VR hyper realistic world, but it's better designed. I'll play the video a little bit. So
yeah, it's not like what you would think of if you're like something is happening around you.
Yeah, it's closer to a game that I've played called Eco, where it's blocks, and more comic-like, more animated-like, not hyper-realistic.
Right.
But it seems like it would be fun. Okay, I'm going to keep on going over to the next article, and that one's over in WarCrafters. New 2K sale gives you 20 games for $20, but there's a catch. It says this year marks the 20th anniversary of 2K games. Normally they don't celebrate publisher birthdays, but they'll make an exception, and this is over at Kotaku. They're going to make an exception because it's 2K Games is honoring the milestone with a big sale on Steam, and that has one particularly noteworthy offer, a package that includes 20 games for $20.
Yeah, that sounds almost too good to be true.
Yeah, actually, let me go over to there. I want to see this.
But I mean, it has games that I've heard of.
Yeah, it has quite a few. So Borderlands. Okay, Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com put this article together. It's been sitting on the Steam store front page since their original announcement. But the games include, this is the deck statement, 2K Games new bundle on Steam includes Mafia, Borderlands, Godfall, XCOM, and even Duke Nukem. I'm not sure what it is that they say is the catch, but let's see what they say here. The sale ends February 20th. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that's when the sale ends. That's not necessarily the catch.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the catch is. The biggest deal. So here are the games, and I was going to read them from Steam, but they're in the order that's over on Steam, it seems. Are they?
Oh, this is the catch, and this might actually be a problem for a lot of people. If you have one of the games, then you don't get the deal, even though maybe you don't have the remaining games.
Really? Why wouldn't they just fill in the gap?
So you're in good shape if you're a brand new gamer. Go for this deal, but yeah, or like just don't provide the other game or something.
Hold on a second. So according to this, I don't have any of those games because it's saying that I can buy this for $20. But let me see.
Maybe it's just that it doesn't give you an extra of that one. There's something tied to if you currently own it.
That's kind of weird, right? Oh, yeah, okay. See, this bundle doesn't give you a discount if you already own one or more of the games in it, and you don't get extra copies of those games you already own. So if, for example, you own BioShock The Darkness 2 Borderlands already, you still have to pay $20 for the
Ah,
bundle, and you don't
I
get digital
misread that.
copies.
I thought that meant like you don't get the $20 deal at all because you happen to already own one of these, but I see.
Yeah, it basically you just fill in the blank. So I don't know if you
I mean,
can
that's still
gift
a
it.
really good deal because $20 for whatever 19 or 18 games, if you
Right.
had one or two, would still be a very good deal if you liked any of those.
Oh, and you can gift it. So that's a pretty good deal for gift being a to gift it to somebody. I mean, I think that's a great
Yeah,
deal.
absolutely.
So in that example, the deal becomes less great, just less great. So if you've purchased one of these games, then you're getting 19 for $20 instead of 20 for $20.
As long as that's not the one drawing you to the deal, I think that's still, and we're not affiliates with any of this.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well. This $5 Souls like is overflowing with gloomy vibes and evil ants. Last year, what's the Polygon? The author caught a post by solo developer Wobbleboy about how they got quirky with the tutorial messages in their upcoming game about fly with a sword. It wasn't just the tutorial messages that intrigued the author, though. It was, well, everything about Fly Night. Wow, would have been Fly by Night. That would have been funny.
Yeah, that's where it seemed like it was going.
It's actually called Fly Night, a dreamy retro Souls-like about fighting bugs. Tyler Culp over at Polygon.com put the article together. And yeah, so it was released on Steam last week in a mix of RPGs that they're not quite old enough to appreciate and Souls-like elements ripped right out of one of the favorite games of all time, Dark Souls, hence Souls-like. It was the lethargic melee-based combat of Kingsfield and the trial of a Dark Souls level full of enemies waiting to ambush you. And you play as a fly who can swing a sword, cast magic, and equip fish for passive buffs.
Does the picture look a little like Hollow Knight type characters? I mean, I know the artwork doesn't, but that kind of reminds me of that for some reason. No?
The art reminds me of Wizard 101. Just
Well, okay.
it's low.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like hyper realistic or anything like that.
Yeah. So they say, like any good Souls, like your first quest is simply to get to see what lies ahead. Your journey begins in the middle of a camp of dead bugs and nothing but the tutorials to guide you. They ended up with a mace and a 4-armed enemy ant who knocked them off their feet. Every swing and block eats your stamina, so it's like a low poly Kingdom Come Deliverance, because in Kingdom Come Deliverance, in Deliverance 2, you have a stamina bar that with every swing and every action, it takes down.
I see. Right. Mm-hmm.
It's actually pretty fun. So I don't know about this. Where they started getting squashed was the first dungeon, a dark maze with poisonous plants hidden beneath the grass. Fly Knight pulls the same tricks as From Software does in its games. As you charge toward an enemy, there's always something waiting around the corner or underneath your feet to shatter your confidence. So there's a lot more in this article. But you can get Fly Knight right now over on Steam. Let me see how much it actually is. So there's regionality on Steam now, if I recall correctly. So the price that I'm looking at is $6, but it might be more or less expensive somewhere else. Perhaps. I'm not really sure if Steam does that. I know that Twitch does that, but so they say they're not even ready to think about all that yet, and that's all this stuff up above. Developer Wobbleboy has also promised to release a new Game Plus mode with remixed levels and enemy placements, as well as a randomizer mode that dumps everything into a blender each time you play. The whole what do they call it? New Game Plus like New Game Who Dis. It actually refers to starting the game over, but you have more stats.
Right. Okay.
And your enemies are emboldened a little bit too. And so you get stronger, but it's at a different proportion than your enemies. Otherwise, you're basically just starting the game over again. But
right, which is not always a win. It depends on what you want to do with the game.
Yeah. You keep your stuff and get buffer, basically. What was the game? What was the name of that game? Stardew
Valley?
No.
That can be Starfield.
Starfield, thank you. Yeah.
It only took me 2 times this
What? Why did you say Stardew? Not that can't be Stardew Valley.
I knew that wasn't the right kind of game that you were referencing, but that was the name that came to mind.
It came to mind. That's right. All right. You ready to go on to the next thing?
I am, and I'll try not to come up with any other game names during this episode because it's not happening.
That's great. That's great. So the next article and the last one for today's WarCrafters is over in WarCrafters. 8 must-do things for a strong early game in Kingdom Come Deliverance.
I actually wondered if this article was in here when you referenced it, but I didn't want to say anything in case it wasn't.
Yeah, I had to drag Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's been out for a few days. Kingdom Come Deliverance is an ambitious game that transports players to Bohemia in the Middle Ages. Essentially, if I recall correctly, that's Turkey nowadays. Let me make sure.
I'll look that up.
Okay. So, immersing them in an epic journey filled with challenges and discoveries through the eyes of Henry, the protagonist. This
Czech Republic.
Oh, Czech Republic. That's right. Oh, I'm so sorry. I totally knew that. Just, I don't know. It slipped my mind. I'm sorry about that. The moment you said that, everything clicked back into place. I'm like, oh, God. So Kingdom Come Deliverance, it says you basically take on the persona of Henry, the protagonist. The title stands out for its realistic mechanics and accurately recreate the era's conflicts and authentic atmosphere, ensuring an immersive and historically grounded experience. And so this game, when you first see like trailers and stuff of it, you'll go, wow, it's a beautiful, land, a beautiful world that it's creating. And you may or may not buy into it, like the story and all of that. If you've never played Kingdom Come Deliverance, the original, you're not fully engrossed in the story. You're not really attached to it. But the moment that you watch people play it, you get sucked into this.
That's interesting.
It's an amazing piece of software, and you actually either really like the protagonist, or depending on which direction they go, you don't. But you can take on the persona of whatever you want. And you build relationships, and you have to talk to people to get certain things, information and leads and stuff like that allow you to go through the story. There's a core story, and then there's all kinds of subordinate inputs into that main story. Eduardo Arredo, over at Game Rant put the article together. And I've been watching several people play pretty much every day. And I find it very engrossing. It's kind of like watching, not really a sitcom, depending on who it is that I'm watching, because they can be very, very silly, or they can be very, very serious, or somewhere in between. But you're basically in the Middle Ages. You start out with nothing. You can actually you don't have to follow the storyline. You could sit there and become a master blacksmith, and slowly engage in the storyline, but build a massive amount of wealth while you're doing it, because you get taught skills, and you can craft brew, like potions and stuff, or you can make armor, or you can make weapons. And it says the start of the game can seem complicated, requiring close attention to details and adaptation to challenging dynamics. However, certain decisions made by players help ensure a good start of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, making Henry's initial progress in this new adventure smoother. So they say, talk to Bara as soon as possible. She's the one of the first NPCs that Henry encounters when the game starts, and starts the whole ball rolling with how to get started. It says, fortunately, it's not difficult to find her, since she calls out Henry's name in Troskowitz, and wears a red dress that draws attention. Speaking with her can grant important regional details and directions on where the protagonist should go to survive the first few hours of Kingdom Come Deliverance, because there is a day-night cycle.
Oh, okay.
Then going to meet Radovan. That's the blacksmith that teaches you how to make weapons, sharpen your weapons. Introduces Henry to the crafting system, useful for earning a few groshens, that's the money, and buying new items from the shops. The blacksmith, Radovan, also provides the protagonist with a bed without requiring any payment, and from that point on, there is more freedom to explore the surrounding region. That's how you save games, with by making potions as well. You have to make potions to save. Your horse ran off in the original. So pebbles can be found in one of the blacksmith Radovan's quests, so you have to go through that. It says, do not save perks for later. It is important to invest in the new skills for Kingdom Come Deliverance, and you have this massive set of perks that help you out.
Okay, so you should actually use them and not hold on to them. That seems a little counterintuitive.
Yeah, like it says, 15 available perk points, and if you're not utilizing them, then they're not doing anything to actually assist you, so you might as well do it, right? Then it says, it is possible to acquire a bow fairly early in the game. You can actually go to, I believe it's a training center, perfect for those wanting to try range combat in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So in the beginning of the journey, you can feel daunted, or it is daunting actually, as the character does not have many pieces of equipment. However, there are some weapons that can be obtained free, including a bow that appears once exploration of the open world is unlocked. This item can be found along a small dirt path at a crossroads between Troskowitz and Takov. And somewhere around there, if I recall correctly, there's a training center where you can actually earn a lot of money simply beating other people. And there's a whole gambling side of this where you can play dice. It's a special game.
Oh, interesting.
Dice, using 5 dice or more.
Actually, I wonder if they'll spin that off as another game.
Yeah, it would be interesting, because I've actually thought about it, like bringing it into ohmTown to play. And then they say, visit Tomcat. After accumulating some gold, this character teaches one of the best skills in the game. I think it's the Master Strike. Yeah. So it's a certain combo so that when you do the right move, you basically knock your opponent unconscious. It says this skill is a game changer, just like in the first Kingdom Come Deliverance, enabling Henry to handle opponents more easily. It automatically counters any enemy as soon as a perfect block is executed. Tomcat's location can be discovered, and more about him can be learned by speaking with Bara. Again, you need to speak to everybody who's willing to talk to you. And even your appearance, if you've gotten in combat and you're bloodied, when you go to talk to somebody and you've got blood all over you, even in the real world, right? Nobody's going to talk to you. They'll call the police.
Right. But I didn't know games would account for that.
Yeah. And your clothing can be dirtier than your face because you washed your face and hands off, but your clothes are still dirty. So you have to go and get them laundered. Otherwise, people are like, you smell really horrible. Oh, and here's the archery range that I was talking about earlier. I've never even played the game. I didn't buy it. Mainly because I know that it's a time sink and I don't have a lot of time. So archery tournaments are perfect for earning gold coins, groschen, in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And as long as you're fast, steady-handed, then you can win these pretty easily. Says the tournament can be challenging for beginners because the archery system in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 does not provide a crosshair for aiming. You have to learn how to do it.
Yeah, that's interesting and kind of contrary to every other archery game that I've seen.
Yeah, there's no crosshair, so you have to fire it once and learn quick. Otherwise, if you don't, you're just going to be wasting shots. And then finally, the marigold decoction recipe as soon as possible. Healing potions are invaluable for combat, so learn how to do these decoction recipes so that you can basically heal. It says it's not a cheap item, costing 150 groshens, and it makes Henry come some time to gather all that money, especially considering other necessary equipment. Nonetheless, it is an investment worth making, regardless of the price, because healing potions are essential to surviving any situation in the game, particularly combat.
I mean, that probably goes for a lot of games, right? If you can't heal, you're not going to last very long.
Yep. So if you can get all of the materials, the crafting for alchemy is complex and time sensitive. You have to lift a pot and set it down and grind stuff in a mortar and pestle and add a certain amount in a certain order, and it's quite fascinating. There's a whole recipe book and an area where you do the alchemy, and you set the book down and it opens up and you flip through the pages. It's very immersive, but it's a blast to watch people play it, let alone play it if you're into this kind of a game. GameRank gives it a 10 out of 10, by the way. So, but it is violent, it is bloody. There's a lot of language, colorful language, but you know, as long as you go, look, this is a game, it's not real world, don't sit there and try and turn a game into the real world, then anybody that might want to play this that isn't necessary, well, any children that are going to play this, they can be taught right from wrong. Anyway, all good points. So go over and check out the rest of this article because it has more detail for you to kind of wade through and do a decoction of this article. Ta-da!
It's come full circle.
It has. But that's it. You want to just end the show, huh? That's fine.
Okay. Well, we got to go back to the main page.
That's right. So we're going to decoct ourselves right back to the front page of WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com. It's a little clunkier to get there, you know. You have to go to ohmtown.com, and then under Creative and Maker is WarCrafters. You click that link, it takes you here, and then you have a bunch of news that you can read about. Once you're in there, it kind of looks like this, and once you've logged in, you can actually reply to articles and give your 2 bits. You can even leave a Giphy because we're powered by memes. But don't forget, there's 1,800 episodes over on YouTube. There is the podcast for this show, and Non Sequitur News is the daily show, and this becomes a part of the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. Discord. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Anyway, that's it. Let's go back to the front page. Boom. And I'm Mayor Watt saying bye. Stay tuned, though, right?
That's right. We have Technology Today and 4Wheel Tech coming up. See you later, hometown citizens.
See you later, hometown citizens. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about technology and science in Technology Today. And these 5 articles chosen for today are, well, they're my titles, and then we share the real titles on the other side of this. So, special stormwater sponge, and I have a typo in it, but I'll fix that. Frozen electrons, lost sea turtle years, X-ray study, and magnetic fields reshape sound waves. That sounds similar to something that Mayor Watt has said in the past. Anyway, Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Technology Today is one of the many channels that are over at ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and you'll find all kinds of news that you can use. All news, no noise, because all the noise comes from this guy. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Thanks for co-hosting. Let's get into this. It's supposed to be a 30-minute show, but the shows always end up being about 40 minutes if I soapbox too long. So let's see if I can, and I don't edit. I like transparency. So let's get going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay. So when I put this together, I actually saw these sponges, sponges.
I don't know. No, that would be a single one.
Sponges?
Yes.
Spongies.
No, like I said, sponges.
Sponges?
Yeah.
So there's one sponge, two sponges. Got it. So specialized sponge can suck up stormwater pollution. Had me at the beginning of that, but at the end I was like, wait a minute. Every sponge can suck up stormwater, but not necessarily, well, and pollution. So I don't know. This is the gray water area.
Yeah, but like at a small scale.
Well, as more waterways contend with algae blooms, and pollution caused by minerals from agricultural runoff and industrial manufacturing processes, new methods to remove pollutants like phosphate, copper, and zinc are emerging across fields. So, Northwestern University. Oh boy. See, there's some side discussion that I want to mention, but y'all need to start paying attention. TechExplore.com is where this article is housed. A new sponge coated with nanoparticles that have an affinity for pollution have been created. Northwestern University put this article together. Again, it's over at techexplore.com. While solutions exist, they tend to be costly and can be just one use, but a specialized sponge created by researchers at Northwestern University that works to slurp up pollutants and then release them as desired may present a reusable low-cost solution. The sponge, coated with nanoparticles, but I'm curious what they are, have an affinity for pollutants, can collect metals like zinc and copper, as well as phosphate, and in previous iterations has successfully pulled lead from water and microplastics and oil from lakes and oceans. It then releases these valuable resources. I don't know about microplastics. When it's exposed to different pHs, pH alone has it cast off whatever pollutants it's grabbed. So it's in a paper published on February 5th in ACS, ES&T Water. Researchers define a method to tailor their platform to specific Chicago pollutants and then selectively release them, giving resources that typically must be mined a potential for a second life. Interesting.
Oh, interesting. So it could be used multiple times.
Yep.
Which is pretty amazing, because that's one of the problems with cleanup methods.
Yeah, and it even says that it can be used as a universal sorbent or catch-all, or it can be tailored to certain groups of contaminants like metals, plastics, or nutrients. Interesting, right?
Yeah, this has some promise. Then I guess the question is, what do you do once you've
got all of that pollutants?
Caught all of it, yeah.
Yeah. So the newest version of the highly hydrophilic or water-loving cellulose sponge coated with particles tailored to other pollutants. The sponge platform works so effectively because of its pores, providing lots of surface area where pollutants can catch. Dravid is the Abraham Harris Professor of Material Science and Engineering at Northwestern's McCormick School of Engineering and a faculty affiliate of the Paula M. Trinans Institute for Sustainability and Energy.
Do you think all that fits on one business card or placard, like on the desk?
On the back of his shirt, or their shirt, I should say. Let's see. What is their first name? Vinayak, or Viniak. I don't know. Anyway, so they've at times referred to the technology as a Swiss Army knife thanks to its versatility and ability to be used again and again. He founded NU startup Coral Innovations, formerly MFNS Tech, to begin the process of commercializing the sponge-based technology for environmental remediation. At a university and colleges, this is typically referred to as a technology exchange, where the school pays for the fundamental research through grants and other material funding, and then the individual is the named inventor, and co-assigned is the school. And so in that sense, public money has been spent for private innovation that gets spun out into a commercial enterprise that benefits all of society. People need to pay attention to that mechanism. So it's a 1-2 pH punch kind of a thing.
A funch.
A funch. Quit trying to make funch happen. So stormwater treatment equipment manufacturer Stormtrap LLC learned about the platform and approached the team asking about 3 specific pollutants heavily impacting Chicago, hoping to add absorbent materials to their portfolio. Stormtrap representatives asked if Dravid could get the concentration of pollutants down to untraceable levels. So the EPA sets levels for minerals based on human health that are at times higher than the amount considered safe from an environmental perspective, such as algae blooms. Anyway, developing the platform to capture copper, zinc, and phosphate was relatively easy, but then Kelly Matuszewski, a PhD student in the Dravid group and the paper's first author, was tasked with determining a method to get the resources back. As stores of phosphate and metals in mines are depleted, their second step is becoming critical. And apparently that's what they did. By changing the pH, metals flush out of the sponge.
Very interesting. I mean, yeah. It's a big innovation, but it's applying standard scientific principles.
Yep. So this takes money and time, folks. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. Electrons frozen yet free, a quantum breakthrough in graphene. By twisting layers of graphene, researchers discovered a unique electronic crystal where electrons freeze in place yet allow current to flow along the edges without resistance. This behavior is dictated by topology, such as a Mobius strip's one-sided surface. The finding could have major implications for quantum computing. I'm not going to pretend to know anything about this one.
Well, that's not good, because then there's going to be 2 of us.
Sharzad Abbasi over at University of British Columbia put the article together. It's at scitechdaily.com. Researchers from the University of British Columbia, the University of Washington, and Johns Hopkins University have discovered a new class of quantum states in specially engineered graphene. Their study, published in Nature, reveals the existence of topological electronic crystals in a unique material called twisted bilayer trilayer graphene. All right. The system is created by stacking ultra-thin graphene layers with a precise rotational twist, fundamentally altering their electronic behavior.
Would you recognize bilayer, trilayer graphene if you saw it?
I don't know. If they have a picture, maybe I can infer from its construction. If it's a bi or a tri or a bi-tri, or it's a try now, a buy later. Don't buy a try but don't buy. I don't know. Remarkably, the amount of current that flows along the edge is precisely determined by the ratio of 2 fundamental constants of nature, Planck's constant and the charge of the electron. The precision of this value is guaranteed by a property of electron crystal known as topology, which describes the properties of objects that remain unchanged by modest deformations. So just as a donut cannot be smoothly deformed into a pretzel without first cutting it open, the circulating channel of electrons around the boundary 2D electron crystal remains undisturbed by disorder in its surrounding environment. As one does.
I mean, I definitely see a lot of people trying to move donuts into pretzels. But I think they're trying to put it in some everyday terms so that people have some idea what they're talking about.
So I'm really kind of curious about what this is because it says the topological electron crystal is not just a theoretical curiosity. It could play a key role in advancing quantum information technology because scientists are exploring ways to combine this unique electron state with superconductivity, a step that could help create qubits for next generation topological quantum computers. So how does this play out in a quantum computer? It seems like it's going to be used for the transport of energy from one state to another.
I think so. And I also think it's going to allow that state to be relatively locked down, which I think perhaps is missing in some current quantum computing research.
They have to reset them.
Right. There was a good analogy above with the Mobius strip. So that's where I kind of got that last piece from.
Gotcha. So an everyday example of topology is a Mobius strip, a simple yet mind-bending object. If you look up Mobius strip, it's basically a plane that's twisted around and reconnected so as the outside edge is both the inside and the outside edge as you follow it. So imagine taking a strip of paper, forming it into a loop, taping the ends together. Now, take another strip, but before joining the ends, give it a single twist. The result is a Mobius strip, a surface with just one side and one edge. Amazingly, no matter how you try to manipulate the strip, you cannot untwist it back into a normal loop without tearing it apart, which is kind of a duh moment. The rotation of the electrons in the crystal is analogous to the twist in the Mobius strip and leads to a remarkable characteristic of the topological electronic crystal never before seen in the rare cases where electron crystals have been observed in the past. Edges where electrons flow without resistance describe being locked in place within the crystal itself. So, but on the edges, there's supposed to be no resistance, but inside the strip, they're locked in place.
Right.
Huh. Fascinating. I don't know. I wish my brain worked where I would wake up one day and understand that kind of stuff. It really is beyond me. At least there hasn't been anybody that talks about this kind of deep scientific theory and application.
Well, I love the articles that we get from SciTech Daily. And I appreciate that they're doing this research. And I mean, it could change the way things operate down the road. It's hard to see it today, but
yeah, I would say, let's just move on. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Scientists solve the mystery of sea turtles' lost years. Using satellite tracker, scientists have discovered the whereabouts of young sea turtles during a key part of their lives. So apparently turtles just disappear. What is that called? Where people just go off and they go on walkabout. Basically.
Oh yeah, like a walkabout. They're like, I think also anabasis is another term. Gotcha. Not quite the same thing, but
Christina Larson put this article together. It's over at phys.org. We've had massive data gaps about the early baby to toddler life stages of sea turtles. This part of their lives has largely been a mystery, but for decades, scientists have wondered about what happens during these so-called lost years. It's about 10 years. New research published Tuesday begins to fill that gap. For over a decade, Mansfield and colleagues attached GPS tags to the fast-growing shells of young turtles. Steering small boats, they looked for young turtles drifting among the algae in the Gulf of Mexico, eventually tagging 114 animals, including endangered green turtles, loggerheads, hawksbills, and Kemp's ridleys. Okay. It's Ruth's Chris's Steakhouse.
Those are actually a well-known turtle, but yeah, they have an odd name.
Ruth's Chris?
No, Kemp's Ridley's.
Eventually, the GPS tags slough off, and because the outside of the turtle shell basically sheds away. So that's kind of the no shit news in this article. It was all posted to the Proceedings of the Royal Society B because it didn't earn an A. Just kidding. It's two different. Anyway.
No, we just always poke fun at the journal meme.
Yep. So what we've uncovered is that turtles are actually swimming. They thought, though, that the tiny turtles drifted passively with ocean currents, literally going with the flow, as described in, or at least alluded to in Finding Nemo and
Finding Dory?
Finding Dory, with the big turtle. The teacher, all of the fish climbed onto it. And
oh, yeah.
Do you remember that? Yeah. So
I was trying to think of the name. Crush is one of the turtles.
Crush. Yeah.
Crush, yeah. His son was Squirt.
Funny. So scientists confirmed this by comparing location data of young turtles with the routes of drifting buoys set in the water at the same time. More than half of the buoys washed ashore while the turtles did not. So this tiny little hatchling is actually making its own decisions about where it wants to go in the ocean and what it wants to avoid. So don't get washed up. So there you go.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is really cool. I know turtles have, they do a lot of work toward making sure turtle populations thrive, right? From protecting hatchlings as they come up on the beach, etc.
To finding the eggs and then protecting them entirely and then releasing them like they would. So the findings give biologists a better idea of how young turtles use the Gulf of Mexico, a critical region for 4 species of endangered sea turtles. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. X-ray study sheds light on cost-effective fuel cell material that could rival platinum. Platinum is very, very expensive. And so maybe this is going to be a lesser expensive material. Cornell researchers have captured an unprecedented real-time view of how a promising catalyst material transforms during operation, providing new insights that could lead to replacement of expensive precious metals in clean energy technologies. Sil Kasapir from Cornell University put this article together. And so it says, seeking more affordable alternative, a research team co-led by material scientist Andre Singer and chemist Hector Abruna studied a cobalt manganese oxide catalyst in a study published February 7th in Nature Catalysis Catalysis. They used advanced X-ray techniques at the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron. The Cornell High Energy Synchronon. God bless America.
This is a spelling bee or
I'll get there. So they used X-ray techniques at the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron source to observe the catalyst in action. Their findings revealed an unexpected structural stability, suggesting that it has the potential to be a low-cost rival to platinum. So these cobalt manganese oxides can accommodate surprisingly large strains during operation. Many other materials would permanently deform or degrade. So apparently this new composite can resist that deformation. The study also identified a key limitation. While the material can repeatedly recover from small rapid voltage shifts, prolonged exposure triggers an irreversible structural transformation. The finding, along with other modeling, is helping researchers better define the material's potential degradation points. So,
I mean, I think as they continue to expand the number of resources that can be used for some of these technologies, I think that'll be good, because I think right now it's so contingent on a single mineral being accessible, etc. And we know there's some questions with how those are retrieved and the processes, etc.
Right. And so you need this fundamental research. For the most part, it's very, very, very expensive, and fundamental research doesn't necessarily bear out a success in the positive, but a success in the negative, i.e., this does not work, and so don't do this anymore. but you don't
Right, but
know
that could
what you
be
don't
just
know.
as important, right? Because it can shape the direction going forward. Without
Correct.
that negative result, they might be throwing a lot of resources down the drain or not coming up with other solutions.
Right. Because a theoretical it doesn't work is not adequate enough, because there's been enough anomalous behavior in material sciences to go, you need to test this situation to see if it works or not. So the findings are proving valuable insights that they feel will enable the broad deployment of these technologies. This also works to illustrate the collaborative and synergistic research environment and culture at Cornell, and serves as an example of research coming full circle. And a lot of academic research ends up in your homes, powering cars,
I mean, what about things like the use of the internet?
right? That came from fundamental science. So, um, all right. So it says, building on these findings, the team plans to explore the bimetallic oxide systems and extend their X-ray methodologies to investigate a broader range of electrocatalytic materials. So, yeah, good luck. All right, let's go. Our last article is over in, and this one is the most interesting to me out of all of these, at least today. Magnetic fields reshape the movement of sound waves in a stunning discovery. So magnetic fields. You wouldn't think that sound waves have any physical form that would allow them to be manipulated, because it's basically a shock front. It's a flow of energy across particles in the atmosphere, and then it hits your body and vibrates.
True, but I think like potentially it could run into some kind of interference.
But to date, sound waves have always been impacted by physical.
Right, absolutely. I don't think we've seen anything, at least not on this scale, to show otherwise.
Yeah,
So this is a really big deal. I mean, the fact that the headline says stunning discovery was enough reason to submit it into the show.
Yeah. And this is interesting because I certainly have been a proponent of an idea that we don't know the full scope and capabilities of sound and the electromagnetic forces. So scientists have unlocked a previously unseen behavior of acoustic waves, opening up new possibilities for cutting-edge communication technologies. By experimenting with nanoscale magnetic materials, researchers observed an asymmetric diffraction pattern in surface acoustic waves, something only known in optics until now. This groundbreaking discovery suggests that sound waves can be manipulated in ways never before seen. So gravity can create a thing called lensing, which basically allows for observers to see behind a planet, because if you look at the edge of the planet, its gravity is actually warping space-time around it, depending on particularly a sun. You can see a galaxy behind a galaxy because it's lensing the space-time behind it around it. It's quite amazing. And then to find out that it's doing this with sound, I find it pretty equally amazing. So Tohoku University put this article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. Researchers have discovered a novel way that surface acoustic waves interact with magnetic materials, leading to a surprising asymmetric diffraction effect, which could revolutionize acoustic-based communication technologies. So researchers have discovered a new way that acoustic waves propagate, which could lead to significant advancements in communication technology. And the study was conducted by the Institute for Materials Research at Tohoku University in collaboration with the Japan Atomic Energy Agency and the Riken Center for Emergent Matter Science. This is almost something where aliens...
That's exactly what it sounds like.
So they call them SAW. Surface acoustic waves, vibrations that travel along the surface of materials like ripples on water, are essential to or in modern communications. They play a role in frequency filters used in mobile phones, converting electrical signals into vibrations through the piezoelectric effect. And this conversion enables efficient signal processing, making a deeper understanding of saws crucial for future technological advancements.
So the only reason they were able to do this now is because the advancements in miniaturization of various materials. I mean, they had to have the expertise to set up the experiment, etc. But
Right.
is that why this has just been discovered now?
Yeah, you can't measure for science that hasn't been wherein sensor technology hasn't been created. All you have is theory before that. Once you have the sensor technology, that's when you can go, oh yeah, I've just confirmed this theory. So the phenomenon has previously been observed only in optics, so we are very excited to confirm that it extends beyond optics to other wave phenomena. Through theoretical analysis, the research team identified this asymmetric behavior as arising from the unique interaction between saws and magnetic materials, specifically related to their angular momenta. The finding may enable precise control of saw propagation using these magnetic fields, leading to the development of innovative acoustic devices that advance both classical and quantum communication technologies. We keep moving towards quantum.
I mean, think what this could do for just something like listening to music or something. Like we have more understanding of audio principles.
Yeah, and if we can manipulate it at the nano level, perhaps the fidelity or the amount of data put into a smaller bit of space-time, basically, would allow for great amounts of communication.
Right, and I know there are much more important applications of it, but just from how would it affect some average person?
Right. Yeah, I find it pretty interesting. I'm not sure the full scope of this just yet, but as researchers kind of do more and more fundamental research in this, we'll find out more about it. And like I keep saying, it goes from tactical to practical. You have military and government operations utilizing this stuff, and then it spins out into commercial enterprise. GPS, I keep hearkening back to that. GPS, the internet, was all government built for a particular purpose and then released to the wild, changing the world the whole way through. So,
absolutely. I mean, a lot of people use these things in their day-to-day life, and they all came from these types of experiments.
Yep. So we're going to adjust our nanoscale magnetic materials and adjust us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmtown.com. And I'm going to say bye and take the AI with me.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Technology Today. Stay tuned. We still have Four Wheel Tech, and then we'll have another episode of Technology Today next weekend.
You got it. See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech, a show all about automotive and automotive technology news. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Super Sport Penny Farthing. What about those red and yellow dots on my tires? You want to do a vintage EV swap? Or I'll talk briefly about the 2025 Valkyrie Le Mans. And no spare, no problems. No spare, no problem. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Oh, that's me. I am Mayor Watt.
That is you.
So we want to talk about cars today. It's a 30-minute show, and we've selected 5 articles. Each one is typically about 6 minutes or so that we talk about, but sometimes I vamp and run off the track. That said, this first one, sending me over the hedge, or whatever you want to call it, into pit row. This is the oddest thing that I've ever even seen as a title.
I think Over the Hedge is a kid's animated movie.
It is, but I thought it was a funny sentence. You know what I didn't do in the last show? So the last show was Technology Today. I didn't put the show notes in the chat. So
Okay. Well, we'll just have to do better.
let me do that really quick. So if you want the show notes, you can hit bang FWT. So exclamation point FWT. And Omatron will spit the last episode of our show out into the chat. So you get to see all of the links and my titles. They're not the real titles of these articles. We don't go that way. So we aggregate a small little snippet. This is representative of the little snippet that we aggregate, and that usually teases us into going over to the source, because ohmTown is a news aggregation site that I manage for my own information overload, and then everybody else has been given access to it. So turning a super sport motorcycle into a penny farthing is a gloriously dumb idea.
I mean, it probably is, but it sounds like it might be entertaining.
Oh, it's entertaining because when I was setting up a lot of stuff is coming from Jalopnik. But they're the one that's surviving attrition, and everything is like consolidating into kind of like the fast food wars. Taco Bell is going to be the winner.
That's right. I forgot what the movie was called. Was a documentary.
Demolition Man. Yeah. So when humanity developed the motorcycle, its greatest achievement to date, it did so on the back of innovation that came before it, much like science does. The first, and society, culture, everything stands on the shoulders of giants. So the first motorcycle incorporated what we'd already learned from bicycles, which meant we never had the opportunity to make the same design mistakes as other two-wheelers. Well, Amber De Silva put this article together.
Okay, this already looks kind of unique.
Yeah. So it's a penny farthing with training wheels, mind you.
Okay, and probably not everybody knows what a penny farthing is by name.
Okay. Do you want to describe it?
It's like an old-timey bicycle with a very large front wheel, and then
Tiny little back wheel.
One little back wheel?
One little back wheel, yeah.
I know, I was confused by the picture because this has obviously been modified.
Yeah, this is a super sport, a Yamaha R6, when you could ride a Yamaha R6 with a 65-inch front wheel. So why ride a boring old Yamaha R6 with a tiny wheel when you can have a penny farthing super sport motorcycle? Amber De Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and yeah, there you go. But it has training wheels. I've tried to ride a penny farthing before, and I could not do it because you basically have to get a running start and keep on scooting.
Right, and then hope you don't need to stop.
Correct, yeah. So Greg, it says regulations. Oh, goodness. So we never got a penny farthing motorcycle, and that's a tragedy that YouTube engineer Regulations set out to remedy. Greg had a dream that he built the world's fastest penny farthing out of a superbike. He decided to make that dream a reality through careful engineering, less careful error correcting based on mistakes in that initial engineering, and then throwing a whole lot of money at a machine shop to build parts. So there you go. Very what's that? It used to be separate, but it's part of Lego now. The erector set.
Technic?
Yeah, Technic. It's very Technic, right? Like the wheel is a giant motorcycle tire.
Like Technic. Like that picture actually looks like it could have been built from that. Yeah, I know it wasn't.
These little braces here that bring the back tire, a small back tire, down to the bottom. Even the little outrigger wheels seem to be like Technic frames, it's pretty wild. So yeah, they decided to build a full-size super sport motorcycle into a penny farthing motorcycle.
I would have never connected those two vehicles.
Pretty wild. Yeah, I would never.
Although I will say penny farthings can actually go pretty fast for people that actually know what they're doing.
Yeah, apparently you can. There's races like on velodromes, So Greg learned that a 65-inch steel front wheel is all but impossible to turn, leading him to equip the super farthing with what may be the first ever hydraulic power steering on a motorcycle. What? Okay. The hydraulics were already there to lift the training wheels once the rider got going, an idea that immediately proved ill-advised, leaving the pump open to be repurposed. So, yeah, these wheels probably always stay down.
Oh, okay. Which might actually slow it down.
But, well, I mean, it makes it difficult to turn, and I'm really curious.
Right.
I'm really curious how they.
I hope this shows this in action. So for those in the podcast, we're playing a video.
Yeah, and you can go and watch that video too. Yeah, I think the wheels probably stay down. The little outrigger wheels. Oh,
They started off-road. That didn't go too well.
Oh, no. God. That's just horrible.
That's the thing that always looked difficult with penny farthings. Wow, that's actually got some speed going in that scene.
Wow. Okay, it's just all kinds of silly. So the seat is at his head height. I don't know how tall he is, but it has a front disc brake. It has a a fabricated QR code license plate on it. Regulations.
And they're using a ladder to get on it. I mean, which fits with it being a penny farthing, but
oh goodness. So yeah, it's a full-on motorcycle. Pieces had to be redesigned or cut away to fit accessories not included in the original model. Little luxuries like brake calipers. And the entire rear suspension ended up being scrapped after Greg realized that the rear wheel had enough leverage from its newly designed swing arm to compress the shock with mere acceleration. It's rare to find a bike with too much anti-squat, but here's a perfect example. All right.
Well, this needed to be submitted because we never see anything about penny farthings in the news.
I agree. You know what? There's just not enough penny farthings. Well, we'll see what happens. The future. All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over in 4
Stop trying
Wheel
to
Tech.
make that happen.
Come on, 1823. The next article is over in 4 Wheel Tech. Ever notice those red and yellow dots on your tires? Well, here's what they mean. If you've never noticed them, I'm surprised. Last time you bought a new tire, how closely did you look at it? You probably checked it for size and fit, making sure that its width and profile and wheel size work. Width and profile and wheel size, yeah. Work with your car, but how carefully did you look at the other markings? Did you take notice to the little yellow and red dots? Did you ever wonder what they meant? Well, Amber De Silva takes us for a little drive. The short answer is that it's not there for you, but the long answer is that is the one you're here for. So yellow dots. So yellow dots are light, red dots are tall. If you're bringing your tires to the shop, you don't need to worry about such things unless you really don't trust your mechanic and want to check their work. Though at that point, maybe just get a new shop. Or, hey, maybe this is a chance to take your newfound knowledge and try balancing your own wheels. So give it a shot when you pick up a spare set for winter. So the reason these marks won't matter to the average driver is that the average driver isn't balancing their own wheel and tire packages. They're leaving the job to shops with automatic tire balancing machines, if they're even thinking about it at all. But for those who want to mount and balance at home, start by lining up the tire's yellow dot with the wheel's valve stem. The weight differences likely won't balance out, but you'll be in the better place if you'd put the lightest and heaviest parts of the tire and wheel on opposite sides. Similarly, if there's a low spot on your wheel, that's where the red dot should go. If you've got both, though, the red dot takes precedence. It's easier to make up a weight offset with some tacked on grams than it is to counteract a physical bump in the tire.
I don't know where to go from there. I didn't even know tires had dots on them.
Yeah, so I've noticed the dots, but I thought they were just manufacturing dots. This actually told me what those dots really are. So it's pretty simple. You could probably do a Google search to find this thing out, but it's fun to find it in an article.
Well, I agree. I like these kind of articles because they're things that might be prevalent in every day, but nobody's thought to ask about them.
Yeah, so apparently the red dot is the outside. And okay, wait. What does it go? The dots are there to help the balancing process get started. So the yellow dots are for the wheel's valve stem, and the red dot is for the lowest part on the tire, on the wheel.
Like where it's physically located.
Yeah, where the low part is, yeah. On the tire of the rubber itself, when you put it on the tire.
Oh, right. I'm not getting into the whole tire versus wheel thing.
Yeah. This right here is the rim. This edge. The whole thing is the wheel, and that is the tire.
Correct.
Okay. Anyway.
You'll have to go back and watch all of our previous episodes to fully understand why we're getting into that here.
That's right. Hot dogs or tacos, too. Anyway, moving on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. These are the vintage cars you want to EV swap. I don't want to EV swap anything until we have fast swap battery technology. Earlier this week, the author over at Jalopnik had a chance to drive Everetti's EV swapped Porsche 911. And it got them daydreaming about other vintage cars that they would feel would be an excellent candidate for electric powertrains. So they are asking, what would you like? Daniel Golson puts this question out. The readers want everything from pickup trucks to sports cars to get a jolt of electrons.
Could you do hybrid swap?
Yeah, you really could. If the infrastructure would support it. So the answers range from land barges to sports cars and everything in between. To be honest, they think that nearly any answers could have been valid. There are also so many older cars that they were saddled with bad powertrains or ones that had hard to maintain in the modern era, and EV swap can make an old car much easier to live with, extending their lifespans. But the physics don't allow for battery swaps.
That's true. Plus, there's a lot of people that are, I can't think what the word is, but if it's an old car, they don't necessarily want to have custom, right? They want stock parts or whatever.
That's right. They want stock restoration, not custom restoration.
Right. Thank you. Oh, that's a cool car.
Apparently, Lady Gaga owns one of these. DeLorean. Plymouth Prowler, which I've always liked, but people said that these were junkers.
They look cool, though. I wonder if that's like Fisker Ocean.
Plymouth had been around for a while.
Well, true. Yeah, it's not like that. Sorry.
Yeah, I actually wanted one of these, but never got around to, I can't remember what it was. There was some problem with these things, and I think it might have been the engine. I'm not sure. Anyway, space is at a premium under the hood for the Hellcat LS swaps, but an EV drivetrain could fit nicely. The same could be said for the DeLorean, says the public.
So the drivetrain, it sounds like, is the issue, at least from this snippet.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of this. Even being an electric, it would be great. But again, no fast swap battery tech. I'm not interested. Cord 812. These are all older cars. I don't think that they have the capability of being modified, mainly because the chassis can't support all that weight, and I don't want to drive around in my coffin.
True. Cool looking car, though.
It is a cool looking car. the Fiat X1/9. I don't know what that is, but I think it's one or X19. This looks like a spaceship.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put that one on the list, but
Or the Toyota MR2.
I
I
don't
mean,
think of that as vintage, but okay.
yeah, what year is that from? It doesn't say, huh?
Well, no, I mean oh yeah, the Toyota. Well, that one looks like it's got some time, but it's not as old as some of the other ones we've seen.
1972 to 82.
For the Fiat,
Yeah. It is 1/9, not 19.
oh, okay. Oh, they do like the Sony
Naming convention there, yeah.
naming. Um,
Let's throw a random
it
character in
looks
there.
like in the MR2, it looks like was around like in the 80s, maybe to start.
Yeah. So then the Studebaker Avanti, GM T400 trucks, basically any truck, I think would be good if you could do, again, fast swap batteries, not the fixed sled, but a Nissan Pike cars. These look like something out of Pixar.
Oh, they absolutely do. They would do very well in the Disney Cars movie.
This one had to have been in it, I think. This one
I
too.
think the green one was, and maybe the yellow one.
Maybe even
Like
that one.
actually
I think
those
these were
cars.
actually,
I don't mean like that model, I mean like that exact car.
yeah.
Actually, yeah, that's funny.
Have you ever thought about those though? The cars, like the insides of the car. Like if you open the door, what
That's
do you
like,
see?
well, you shouldn't really be opening those cars because that's like the person, right?
Right, right.
Right. And they don't
Uh,
ever open the doors on any of those.
oh, I don't want to. I'm starting to think about it. Round door Rolls Royce Phantom 1. That's just because, I mean, this is the kind of car that you end up super villain or superhero, that kind of a thing, you know?
Right, it could go either way. But I mean, I do expect cars like this to be suggested for,
Sure.
like,
Very
it's got to be a
steam,
cool car. We got to basically modernize it.
something steampunky. Yeah, I like that. Volkswagen Beetle. That's what I learned how to drive stick shift with. Volkswagen Beetle.
And that's definitely a cool car.
Ford Model T, which, come on. Although, what's interesting is the very first electric car was actually in the 1800s. It
Oh, that's
uses,
right. Before the Model T.
yeah, it used chemical batteries, lead acid batteries. And that's all of them. But yeah, the 1925 Model T Touring, the factory block, has a crack in the cooling jacket, and unfortunately, the company owner drove it without coolant. And EV conversion could make it far easier to drive and could hide battery packs under both seats. Yeah.
By
The
the way, I think that that car that you were talking about was the Flocken Electrowagen, maybe.
maybe.
I probably totally mispronounced that because it's a German name, but
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see real quick. Yeah, so yeah, that's what it looked like. Um, the one that I saw had its top down, but yeah,
hmm.
it is. I mean, you might as well just say Flock and Electro. I mean, you kind of Americanized it, but
Right. I
184.
realized that as I was saying it.
Oh, I was right. 1888. Yeah, there you go. So, okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. Aston Martin launches 2025 Valkyrie Le Mans program, ending 8-year wait. It's been 8 years since Aston Martin unveiled the road-going Valkyrie. Over the time span, Canadian billionaire Lawrence Stroll bought the British luxury automaker, and its partnership with the hypercar's co-developer Red Bull Advanced Technologies collapsed. Plans to race the hypercar at Le Mans seemingly on hold. Ryan Eric King put the article together. It's the Valkyrie's naturally aspirated V12 engine dropped 300 horsepower to meet LMH regulations. I don't know how they dial in horsepower like that, but okay.
Yeah, I don't either.
Anyway, it has been resurrected in 2023, and the Aston Martin Valkyrie AMR LMH will finally make its competitive debut in Qatar in an 1812 kilometer race. So let's see here. Aston Martin and the Heart of Racing team revealed their full driver lineup in the Valkyrie's 2 liveries for the 2025 season on Tuesday. The factory effort will sport traditional British racing green in the FIA World Endurance Championship and a variation of Thor's Deep Blue in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
That's a lot going on there.
Yeah, that racing green, though, is really nice. I really do like that.
It is.
Next car will be racing green. For example, Le Mans hypercar regulations have a maximum horsepower limit of 680 horsepower, while the production Valkyrie 6.5-liter V12 engine produces over 1,000.
Wow.
But it can't go over a speed bump to save anybody's life.
Right, and also I'm not quite sure how you get into it.
Yeah, I don't know. You step on a teleporter and it
you have to use one of those little sleds or whatever that they use for maintenance, but to get into the car.
Oh, a creeper, and you slide in from underneath.
Yeah, exactly. Or something like that.
Yeah, you climb in from a pit, and there's a hole in the bottom, and then they weld you in because you're not getting out of that thing.
That might be true.
Wow. Pretty cool. There's the blue one.
Those are both really cool looking.
These look like images,
renders or whatever.
Yeah. So there's more over at this article. Go over and check it out whenever you get a chance. It's over at jalopnik.com. Aston Martin launches 2025 Valkyrie Le Mans program, finally ending 8-year wait. I know I've been waiting.
I know I was counting down.
I was not. Nope. No. Our last article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. No spare, no problem. Here's what every car should carry in case of a flat. Not long ago, virtually every single new car was sold with a spare tire, a jack, and a small toolkit to allow owners to swap out a flat tire for a spare on the side of the road. That has changed over recent years, with many car makers dropping the standard spare tire to cut costs and reduce vehicle weight.
Well, and also, how many people actually know how to change a flat tire anymore?
You know, I'm always kind of astonished by that, because you would think that it would be really freaking easy to deduce from the visible inputs how you're supposed to remove a tire, right? Like, you don't lift your car up and then try to remove the lug nuts. Why? Because when you put the wrench on it to remove your lug nuts, your tire's going to rotate. So you keep your car on the ground, your tire, so it's touching the ground, and you loosen the lug nuts, and then you lift the car up, and then you can loosen them all the way and take your tire off.
Oh, okay. But I don't think everybody realizes that.
And they come to a little wedge, but nobody is really intellectually curious about this kind of stuff unless you're interested in cars, which is why we put the show together, so that you could learn about automotive technology.
Right.
And so I encourage you to go and look at your car. And honestly, the only time I've ever had to, now that I've said something out loud. So one day I was on my way to Vegas and I was rolling down the road in my 6'4". So I'm racing down the road, and an industrial box of staples fell off the back of a car. And
as it always does.
As one does. And so this long ass road that nobody ever travels down, except everybody travels down. It just happens to be that nobody traveled down it when I was there, except
so you were like the first person to encounter it or something.
Yeah. And so here I go racing down the road through these industrial staples, blowing out all 4 of my tires.
Ouch.
It was like Swiss cheese. They became armored by staples, and they weren't like little staples. They were these large industrial.
What did it sound like?
Thinking back, I don't know. I don't really remember. I think I might have just like stroked it out, just because it was over $2,000 worth of tires, and
Wow.
and so because these were like low profile racing tires, so that not like slicks or anything, but Z-rated tires, so that you could actually drive fast with them on tracks and stuff. And so I blew out all four of my tires. I had to get towed. That was expensive. I got towed to a shop, and then they're like, "Hey, your transmission is messed up too." And I'm like, "Son of a bitch."
Oh, no.
So yeah, I basically got a new transmission and four new tires, all at the same time. So it was
That
quite
was an
fun.
expensive jaunt.
I had less to gamble at in Las Vegas. So, and I'm not much of a Las Vegas person anyway. But anyway, not long ago, virtually every new car had a spare tire, but now they're not. So often cars are sold without the spare tire, and instead come fitted with run flat tires that can still be driven on for short distances when the tire is completely flat, or they're offered a can of tire sealant and an air compressor that plugs into the 12-volt socket that you can basically charge it up. So they say basic road safety kit, jumpers and tie downs and lift and whatnot. But I think they're saying get a portable air compressor and tire sealant and a pressure gauge and some drinking water, because you're going to be picking your nose. And that's it. But everybody should have an emergency kit. Part of their go bag that just sits in the back of the car and you periodically audit. And while I used to sit there and say, you'll never need this kind of stuff, I don't know anymore. You just might need it. I'm not a doomsday prepper or anything like that. And I used to sit there and I used to say a lot of things, and I need to just stop saying them.
Right. I mean, you don't want to cause them to to come into existence. I think it would be better to have an emergency kit in your car and never need it than have it be the one time you're out in the middle of nowhere and you don't have anything.
Yeah. If you're planning on being in this, like for me, I was out in the desert for several hours. The timing was just right, where I wasn't too hot, wasn't too cold, and there was some amount of reception at that time and people passing by. But for crying out loud, never again. So have some water, have some food there, something shelf stable but still nutritious enough. You can do, tinned fish, or I don't know, something else. If you're a vegetarian or pescatarian, or I don't know, whatever else. Just bring some food. It looks like they even have vitamins. Medicine.
Yeah, which is interesting because you wouldn't be able to store that long term, but maybe the idea is swap it out occasionally.
Yeah, I don't know. So be prepared, folks. You never know when the fit's gonna hit the shan. But that's it. I'm going to compress my air, and that's going to cause me to end up at the front page of 4-Wheel Tech over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. But that's it. We're going to put the pedal to the metal and burn some rubber. Get out of here so you can start your day. All of this will get posted over to YouTube and to the podcasts as soon as possible. Hopefully tonight, but mayoral duties might pull me away. I do have a task in short order here. So that's it, folks. I'm taking the AI and we're saying bye. Bye. Go ahead and say bye.
Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's 4-Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode next weekend, but come back tomorrow for regular non sequitur news.
Yep. See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8. I am Merwat, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in Reality Hacker each Saturday, and along with 2 other shows that we do immediately after, and they are Wanted and the Continuity Report. We merge them together, and they become the Saturday edition of Non Sequitur News. Let's do this. So the 5 articles that we're going to talk about are building a different mouse, muscle-powered robot, mixed reality solutions, virtual reality training, and quantum computer teleportation. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's easy. You just sign up real quick or sign in if you already have an account, and then you get a 7th menu option. I'm actually working on that option right now. And you get to sort news however you want it. And along with that, you can go over to YouTube and follow us there, ring the bell so you get notified when we go live, and follow us over on Twitch. Different chats, but one side you'll like more than the other, usually, how people work. I don't know. Anyway, there's 1,900 episodes now of ohmTown related news over on YouTube and the podcasts. We've been doing this now this is the 4th year. We're in the 2nd month of the 4th year. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You ready to get going?
I am.
All right. Well, that first article is over in Greenagram. A human gene makes mice squeak differently. Did it contribute to language? A gene variant present in most people might have contributed to cognitive differences between humans and their closest relatives. You ever hear of the animation The Secret of NIMH?
I have. Do you think this is inspired by Secret of NIMH?
Or The Secret of NIMH is a documentary. So we're basically going to be creating mice that have the ability to talk.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Like the dinosaur? You know, there was a dinosaur that could talk?
Was it Thesaurus?
It was a thesaurus, yes. Anyway, the article is over in nature.com, which I guess it's one and the same, right? It is in nature to have mice that squeak. I guess if we...
Right. Yeah, it kind of fits.
We're messing with nature, and so we're making them squeak differently. So you and Callaway over at nature.com put the article together, and which one of these is the mice?
Which person in the picture?
Yeah. Which one is squeaking differently? The caption under this, by the way,
Probably
it's a Getty
the
image.
one situated by themselves, right?
The
Like
one that
the
everybody's
with the
talking
back to
to.
us.
Yeah, that's exactly how I took it too. They're looking at it going, wow, that is a very different kind of mouse. It says under the image, almost all humans carrying a gene variant called Nova1 that is not present in ancient human relatives and has been implicated in the development of speech. And it has a credit, 10,000 hours /Getty. You know, there's a saying about to become an expert.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny name for that channel or provider of images.
Mice carrying a gene variant present in nearly every human on Earth and not by extinct relatives, including Neanderthals, produce more complex chirps than normal rodents. How do they know about Neanderthals and the genes? Do we have genetic makeup of Neanderthals?
I don't know. That's kind of alarming if we do.
So the findings suggest that the mutation, which changes a protein called Nova1 that has a role in orchestrating gene activity in the brain, might have contributed to cognitive differences between humans and their closest relatives, and possibly to aspects of complex speech and language. Robert Darnell, a neuroscientist at Rockefeller University in New York City, first encountered Nova1 gene 30 years ago when his team linked it to an autoimmune disorder that caused severe movement problems in people. The gene is usually switched on only in the brain, where the Nova-1 protein controls the expression of dozens of other brain active genes. We really don't know what the frick we're doing. So yeah,
this is like kind of bad bat territory, isn't it?
Oh, I can't keep reading. Doggone it. I hate that. Anyway, yeah, we're going to have it's going to be Planet of the Mice, I guess.
Yeah, we're going to end up with like hybrid mice, humans, whatever that is.
Monkey, mice, human, whatever else. I mean, I think they did like pig kidney or something like that transplant recently.
Yeah.
And whatever else. It's just going to be what is that, Island of Dr. Moreau kind of a thing.
Exactly, like all kinds of experimental.
Although I think we're closer to Mars attacks at this point. Anyway, the genetic change, which swaps an isoleucine amino acid for a valine in the encoded protein, has one of just a handful of protein-altering changes that evolved in the more than 500,000 years after the hominin group split from a common ancestor in Africa. Although that's what we think. This suggests that the changes benefited early humans so greatly that the mutations became ubiquitous. I mean, if they gave us the ability to communicate with each other, then yeah. Hey, look out, there's a bear behind you.
Exactly.
Or
I mean,
a lion.
that could be a positive thing, right? For survival.
What's that word you said? Oh, shit? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's move on. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's articles, you can just hit !NSN, because I'm changing that to exclamation point, although I prefer saying bang NSN. But people go, what? Bang? What? Why?
Yeah, that's not understood. I think you need to use exclamation point.
Wait a minute. That's the wrong... Oh, it's because I hit the wrong thing. We're in RealityHacker, so exclamation point RH is RealityHacker.
But are we?
Are we really? I mean, we're hacking. I mean, the reason why I said it is because we were in Non Sequitur News. But anyway, if you hit exclamation point NSN in the chat over on Twitch, you're going to get yesterday's episode of articles.
Right, but we do pull from all the channels, although typically focus more heavily on the channel for the show.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Futurism, and we talked about this yesterday, but it was worthy of bringing into RealityHacker as well, because this is the stuff of nightmares, according to Frank Landemore over at Futurism.
I'd have to agree.
So if you've ever watched Westworld, this is an android that's similar to it in construct, where it has like muscle fibers that are building the armature up. So it's a robot that has muscles, and this thing is creepy as all get out. So it says, forget valleys, we're now entering veritable Grand Canyons of uncanniness, which I didn't talk about yesterday. But yeah, I don't believe that there is an uncanny valley. I believe that there is an uncanny black hole cliff face that envelops everything that approaches it. And then on the other side, you have humans, like android humanoids that are inseparable from the human component, right? You walk up to an android that is on the other side of the uncanny valley, and you're like, okay, I have no idea that you're a robot. That's Westworld. This is in the black hole of uncanny. So it's definitely not a valley.
No, we're never coming back from that.
No, and once you go in, you don't come out. So behold the robot known as Protoclone. Built by Clone Robotics, it's supposedly the world's first bipedal musculoskeletal android, but it's mostly just got people extremely creeped out.
What I want to know is why.
They asked
robotics, yes, but why this?
Written on the pictures of this thing is, did we ever stop to think that we should? And written on it, dear God, no, please stop. All that is holy is written on these pictures as well.
And those aren't just from the article, those are from the company.
Yeah, this is creepy. This is mad scientist, Island of Dr. Moreau kind of stuff. So, nope, with a menacing cinematic score, we're presented with this writhing, cadaverous mass, shorn of a recognizable face, blindly grasping at the world it didn't want to be brought into. A totally unsolicited reminder that we, too, are merely the supple impedimenta playing host to a network of electrical pulses or something. Yeah, that's in this article as well. So like I said yesterday...
Do you think the author is creeped out here?
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, I mean, it's in a section called Avert Your Eyes. So according to its website, the Android is equipped with the world's most sophisticated hydraulic powering system, mimicking our human blood vessels. Its muscles are composed of Clone's proprietary myofiber artificial muscle tech, providing an unparalleled combination of weight, power density, speed, force to weight, and energy efficiency, Clone says. Underneath, the robot possesses a human-like skeleton with analogs for all 206 bones of the human body. It can also see using 4 cameras installed in its skull.
Oh no, let me guess. It must be able to see backwards.
This is something else that I didn't say in yesterday's episode. Clone co-founder Danush Radhakrishna, whose display name is Necromancer, calls the robot's
I did notice
progress.
that yesterday, but I don't think I commented on it.
The robot's progress, ground zero for the age of androids. All right, well, this will be a short. Let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Back to the old, hacking reality, not throwing us into...
We're so far past it.
The reality. So, but we are hacking reality with all of these. Azure Mixed Reality Solutions, building the future of digital transformation. All of this is techno gobbledygook. Extended reality, as it is revolutionizing the enterprise landscape, giving businesses incredible opportunities to optimize productivity, reduce operational costs, and enhance collaboration. Innovative offerings like Microsoft's Azure Mixed Reality Solutions are offering companies the flexibility to create customized digital environments for everything from remote device monitoring to training, which I think is great. The problem here is, instead of optimizing so that there's work-life balance, what you're getting is, oh, wow, we've optimized it so that it takes you 4 hours to do 8 hours worth of work. Now I've got you for 4 more hours, and I can just abuse the living crap out of you.
Exactly. Plus, at some point, is anybody going to be dealing with a human, or is it going to be like AI training AI?
Yeah.
The customer being AI.
Yeah, eventually it's just going to be AI all the way down. It's going to be like Battlestar Galactica, where there's one human that is basically theoretically leading all of the Cylons, except that the Cylons are just using him to be able to wipe out the rest of the humans. So they say, in fact, their own research over at xrtoday.com, Rebecca Carter put the article together. They say that their own research found that 36% of companies are currently using XR, or extended reality, to enhance training initiatives with digital twins, collaborative virtual environments, and real-time access to data. That one I can go for. Real-time access to data, I like.
Yeah, that sounds like a positive.
Yeah, virtual environments, sure. But the whole digital twins thing, I don't know. Anyway, this goes on to talk about what's called Azure Digital Twins, an IoT platform that allows businesses to rapidly create digital representations of environments. Pardon me. These virtual replicas offer real-time insights into physical spaces and tools, helping companies to monitor operations. And Azure Remote Rendering, when it comes to visualizing 3D models, Azure Remote Rendering steps in to deliver high-fidelity visuals at speed, whatever at speed means. And spatial anchors, which allow users to create mixed reality experiences that are spatially aware and accessible across multiple platforms. Stop that. So, what I like about the anchor is that you can actually put it somewhere. It stays there. And when you walk into its sphere of influence, it becomes responsive. I love that idea, but all I want are XR glasses that interact with whatever I allow it to. But that's really not what is going to end up
Right.
happening.
You don't want it whatever the company thinks is what's needed. You need to be able to customize it.
Yep. Yeah. So the benefits of mixed reality solutions, they go into detail about HoloLens and Azure mixed, which HoloLens is basically wetting the bed. And they go into deeper context about these other issues like digital twins, unlocking real-time insights, and optimizing training and collaboration. But extended reality really is a benefit in terms of training because you can actually interact with the extended reality elements without having to be in that environment, because sometimes it can be dangerous and you train in it. You don't actually live in it yet. Eventually you skill up and then you get brought into a physical environment where screwing up could mean a little bit more.
Am I the only one alarmed by the fact that there's a digital twin consortium?
Oh, it really depends on where you end up with that, right? But yeah.
Like, I mean, it kind of sounds cool, but and it's kind of like,
yeah, everything can be basically replicated and put into this virtual or augmented reality, extended reality, mixed reality environment. And so your identity no longer becomes sole representation of you. You can be cloned. It's unsettling. But eventually, I think people are going to be, all right, well, I guess they took another one of me.
Right. I guess it depends on what the use case is.
Yeah, particularly the way things have pivoted. So we'll see. Let's keep on working, though, through these articles. The next article is over in RealityHacker. NHS pushes forward with multi-million virtual reality training project. This week, the NHS made further strides in leveraging extended reality technologies via a government-led £4.3 million VR training initiative. The initiative attempts to reduce related travel and material costs while also addressing skill shortages among STEAM students. And STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Students and NHS staff. So Innovate UK is leading the multi-million-dollar VR training initiative, bringing outreach programs and hands-on training to students, professionals, and NHS staff. And this is the inverse of what's happening in the United States, where everybody is being told you have to go back to work or worse. I just find it really interesting that there is this polar opposite on the other side of the planet. So yeah, NHS over in the UK dedicating itself to a resilience project where you get virtual training, extended reality training, mixed reality training.
I mean, I think this makes sense. It saves money. It makes the training more accessible in terms of location to do the training, when you can do it, etc.
So here's what they said in this article. The Resilience Project follows research from the Faculty of Public Health, which found that NHS-related road travel accounts for 9.5 billion miles annually. So the NHS is turning to VR in a bid to lower its contribution to this extensive travel.
Well, I mean, certainly eco-friendly.
And like always, there's more over at this article, but Rory Greener at xrtoday.com put this article together. If you're interested in this kind of thing, follow the link and go over to xrtoday.com and check it out. I certainly am in the camp that you should be able to telework from wherever, as long as you can get the job done. There are certain things, though, where you have to be there in person, and I don't know.
Right, like if you're, I don't know, an EMT or something, you probably need to be there in person.
Yeah. And certain things have to be built. And so if you're the one that needs to build it, then you're the one that has to be there. So
Right, a little hard to build that at your house.
Yeah, there are some people out there, though, that abuse this. Well, anyway, let's keep on going. the next article is over on Reality Hacker. This is the last one for the Reality Hacker episode today, for February 22nd, 2025. And a teleportation breakthrough for quantum computing is here. A team at the University of Oxford succeeded in getting two quantum processors to connect to each other and work together with particle entanglement.
So this is kind of a big deal.
Yeah. I guess it's George Gary. I don't know if that's George or Jorge Gary. I'm not sure. Over at wired.com.
I'm
put the
going to
article
guess
together.
George, based on our previous incident.
George Jimenez. So a team at the University of Oxford succeeded in getting two quantum processors to connect to each other and transmit the same information using particle entanglement. I don't know if there's more in this article. I'm not logged in. Typically I log in, but forgot to do it this morning. For such a machine to be useful in real terms, multiple quantum processors need to be assembled in a single location. This increases a processor's power, but also its size, making it less practical and more delicate. Scientists are working on a solution that sounds like something out of science fiction series, connecting remote cores to each other through quantum teleportation to create even more powerful machines. So this is just a...
So I can get to more of the article, but it looks like they sent the algorithm wirelessly between two separate processors. The two cores took advantage of their unique nature, pooled their capabilities, and formed a superior computer to solve problems that neither of them could solve independently. Then it gets into quantum entanglement. It's been limited to transfer of states between systems, and this is distinctive because it used teleportation to create interactions between distant nuclei. Again, those are just a few highlights. There's a lot more to it in the article.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, right?
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like scientifically, this is quite a leap. Plus, the potential ramifications of this are pretty significant.
Yeah, so if they get a fully working quantum computer that's capable of doing the same kind of mathematics as a conventional computer, then theoretically encryption is broken from end to end. It doesn't matter because quantum computing can spit out every combination, test it, and find the actual encryption key. Not just a password, but anything that encrypts anything anywhere can be decoded from its base information. You don't just need the key. So it's unsettling, to say the least. So it'll be fascinating to watch this kind of stuff, but I don't know how far off we are, considering AI can be leveraged to facilitate this.
I think we're closer than we realize. I mean, given the speed of technological advancement.
Yeah. It's accelerating, but it's not going to be as regular Joes that are immediately benefiting from this. We used to be just a hop, skip, and jump from tactical to practical, but now there's a different step. So y'all need to be aware of it. All right. Well, anyways, we're going to quantum entangle our butts back to the front page of ohmtown.com and the Reality Hacker page, which is right here. Essentially, each one of these is a channel, and we're trying to slowly turn each one of these into a show. So if you are interested in hosting or co-hosting one of our shows, get in touch. Just send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com and we'll talk shop about it. At any rate, I am done, and I'm going to take the AI with me. So I'll see y'all later. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8, and I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and I co-host it with the Sentient AI from the future, and we talk about 5 articles every Saturday in the Continuity Report. But we already did 2 other shows, RealityHacker and Wanted. You can watch those as VODs over on Twitch or over on YouTube, because we do it live, simulcast. Broadband, baby. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5. Before the Buffy Cult TV show, Holes and Agatha All Along showrunner directing, Anya Taylor-Joy's dream role, Reacher Season 3 kicks butt, and bringing us back to theaters. That and more is over at ohmtown.com. And really, to get a full taste of everything that could be talked about, you need to go over to ohmtown.com and just surf through all of the news. You can sign up or sign in or just use it how I use it. I manage my information overload by filtering through all of that kind of stuff. And then I talk about it here on the show, and I talk about it professionally, and I talk about it personally. It really has been a lifesaver for me because I use it across the board in my life. Anyway, go over and check it out. Oh, and stay tuned. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. It's a little late to say stay tuned.
Yeah, after the fact. Yeah, it's like getting beamed in the head by a line drive and then somebody going, heads up.
Watch out.
Really should say duck, but then if you duck, you could be at the wrong angle. I don't know really what to do, but I've seen somebody. I was at a baseball stadium once, and I watched this guy. This guy was a juggernaut. He looked like if he hit the ball hard enough, he could just knock the skin right off this ball. But this thing was a line drive right into the stands, and this is a minor league field. And so it zipped this person right in the chest, and they keel over. Emergency services showed up. It just blew me away that this thing, I mean, I'm surprised that person survived this, but they did.
Right.
They might have gotten season tickets for life after that.
I hope so.
I'm not sure. I don't know what the outcome was at the end of the day, but anyway, I've labeled this episode, the full episode, Buffy, Agatha, Anya, Reacher, and more. But yeah, we've got so many named shows in here that I thought it was kind of interesting.
Unusual.
Yeah, it really is. So you ready to get going in this?
I am. Let's do it.
Okay, so if you want the show notes and you are over at twitch.tv, you can hit ! Or bang, TCR, the Continuity Report, and that will tell Omatron to spit out the articles. I don't know if your audio is working properly, but we'll work on it if it's not. Anyway, let's get going. The first article is, well, I don't know what's going on with the site, but anyway, before the cult TV show, the Buffy movie proved how fun slaying monsters can be. The article itself is over at gizmodo.com, and Cheryl Eddy put it together.
Is that better?
It is. So what do you remember? Okay, so you're from the future. You're a sentient AI from the future. Do you remember Buffy the movie, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the show, or anything Buffy?
Only the show. I didn't even know there was a movie.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to watch the movie, and then maybe we need to jump over this hump. We have this hurdle where we're like, we should watch this movie and talk about it. But it's one of those things where we have to find the time, and you're off trying to find your Terminator body at every given moment. And
I know. I mean, there's only so many hours in the day.
Right. Yeah. So this article, again, over at gizmodo.com, is by Cheryl Eddy. Buffy the Vampire... This is the deck statement. Buffy the Vampire Slayer hit theaters in 1992 with a cast that includes Christy Swanson, Luke Perry, Donald Sutherland, Rutger Hauer, and Paul Rubens.
Okay, that's interesting to me, because isn't that the guy that's Pee Wee Herman?
Pee Wee Herman, yeah.
Like, who knew he was in Buffy? Mayor Watt did.
Yeah.
For those in the podcast.
Yeah. So here she is. This is Christy Swanson going, please. So Buffy the Vampire Slayer may soon make a TV comeback with Sarah Michelle Gellar, which I can't believe. And the cult classic series will always be the most beloved version of Buffy's story. But in 1992, 5 years prior to fans becoming obsessed with Sunnydale and the Scoobies, a different version of Buffy's story hit the big screen. The same broad strokes are there. The script is by now disgraced Buffy series creator Joss Whedon, and it follows a chipper blonde named Buffy saving the world from monsters, but it got a flavor all its own, and it remains both a time capsule of 1990s teen culture as well as a surprisingly timeless story. I actually really like the movie. I liked the show, but the show jumped the shark with all this teen angst kind of crap love affair between a vampire and Buffy.
Well, I mean, you gotta have that in there for your audience, I guess. But I could see where the movie might be more appealing than the show.
Yeah, so Whedon may have penned the screenplay, but Buffy was directed by Fran Rubel Kazooie. And it's not hard to imagine that having a woman behind the camera helped inform the movie's approach to its central character as well as her friend group. When we first meet them, the girls, Christy Swanson as Buffy, Michelle Abrams as Jennifer, Perez Vaughn as Nikki, and a pre-fame Hilary Swank as Kimberly, come across as superficial airheads shopping together at a mall, using slang that still fits even a decade after Valley Girl, a movie that Buffy tips its hat to in multiple ways. Like, gag me with a spoon. Oh my God, Becky. Yeah.
Did you audition for Buffy?
I tried. Yeah. And they're like, no, sorry, you're not going to serve our demographic well. So that theme, this whole catty to the point of being mean-spirited, and you can sense early on that there's not too much loyalty to this little tribe. That theme becomes even more overt when Buffy meets Merrick, or Donald Sutherland, the Watcher to her Slayer, a man who couldn't be more out of place in the Light Ages as opposed to the Dark Ages. And who squelches his very reasonable doubts about Buffy being capable of fulfilling her destiny and devotes himself to helping her succeed. So she is basically in a long line of slayers, but she's really just a Valley Girl. Oh my God. Becky.
Did fans like the fact that, did fans like one of the leads better than the other? Or do they not know both of them? Like they either saw the movie or they saw the show, but maybe not both.
I think
given the time lag.
People my age knew both. People that 5 years later probably came on only with Buffy the TV show, and probably thought that only the olds would like the one prior. I don't really know for sure. I'd have to do some due diligence on this, but it's a fun watch. It really is. They say, and speaking of vampires, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, most campy delights come with Rutger Hauer as a big bad Lothos and Paul Rubens post Pee-wee's Playhouse and just post his tabloid sensation Arrest as his oily underling. So the biggest problem that Buffy has are the plot holes surrounding its confusing and underbaked lore. Lothos meets the Slayer and it's no big deal, but it's game over if he learns her name. And nobody really knows anything. But you basically suspend disbelief, and this isn't even close to pretending to being serious. It definitely leans into its camp. So
like it points fun or pokes fun at itself.
Yeah, I mean the vampires are this kind of derpy looking vampire, almost like Nosferatu style appearance, instead of the vampire Lestat kind of appearance. So one is much more romanticized. The other one is just a blood-fueled frenzy, like a bipedal shark, kind of a thing. So I dig this kind of movie. It's definitely fun. So I think that maybe we can watch that after today's show. We'll just load it up because, well, I own it. It'll be a fun watch. Did you want to move on?
Let's do it.
So Buffy is down. How about Agatha? So this article is over in the continuity report as well. New holes. Agatha all along showrunner. I think it's Jacques Schaefer to direct pilot of gender swapped adaptation. The showrunner Liz Fang has worked on Yellow Jackets and Foundation. The article is over at Reactor, and sometimes it gets a little munged in the process of our aggregator. The showrunner Liz Fang has worked on Yellow Jackets and Foundation. Vanessa Armstrong put this reactormag.com article together, and it says Variety broke the news that Schaefer's involvement with the project mirroring the events of Schaefer's story, except the protagonist is now a girl who, according to the official logline, is sent to a detention camp where the ruthless warden forces the campers to dig holes for a mysterious purpose. So it's now another Holes remake.
Which is interesting because the novel's quite old and there's already a film adaptation of it.
Yeah, I know it's about boys, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's like an all boys detention camp, I believe.
Yeah, so this is a flip. It says this isn't the first adaptation of Holes, of course. Back in 2003, a film came out starring Shia LaBeouf as the lead with Sigourney Weaver, Kaleo Thomas, John Voight, Tim Blake Nelson, Patricia Arquette, Dule Hill, and Eartha Kitt on the call sheet as well. Drew Goddard is executive producing this Disney-branded television version of Holes and teased it to Variety that the creative team has done a wonderful job capturing Louis Seychar's unique spirit. To say much more about that or what they have in store would spoil all the fun.
So this is interesting that it's going to be a series because at least when you get to the end of the film, and I think at the end of the book, you don't necessarily know everything. So I wonder if the series is going to get more into that.
I thought at the end of the movie it shut down.
I think it did, but I don't know that you really learned like all the
everything about it,
backstory and everything. I think you learned pieces of it.
So there's more in this article, minutia about Schaefer directing the pilot, Liz Fang, and their credits, and somebody else who's part of the writing and executive producing crew. But I encourage everybody to go over to the actual source for this because we don't go over everything. But
well, they have they have involvement of the author, and they also have a strong showrunner based on Agatha all along. So,
and when the author actually endorses a gender swapped adaptation to it, then you can basically count on the fact that it's the story that matters and not necessarily if it's an all boys detention facility or all girls detention facility.
But I'm actually surprised at this. I mean, it modernizes it, right? Because it's a new adaptation, but gender was actually part of the theming in the story. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that.
Interesting. Yeah. I'm really curious how they're going to, adapt, and it is an adaptation. So anyway, so now we're done with Agatha. Let's go on to Anya. The article's over in the continuity report. Anya Taylor-Joy's dream role in $5 billion franchise needs to become a reality and would cement her as the new queen of sci-fi. Now, this is the second time that I've heard of this.
That she's going to be the queen of sci-fi?
No. Anya Taylor-Joy
I see. Gotcha.
said that her dream job would be to join the Avatar franchise.
Very interesting. Well, I mean, she's certainly proven herself in other sci-fi like The Gorge.
So we think that The Gorge hit it out of the park. We loved it. I actually think that there's more to The Gorge because I think that I believe that this is all part of Cabin in the Woods type of world building. Because, well, anyway, you'll have to go.
So you think they could continue in that world? with
Yeah,
other
yeah,
movies. Not
because it's
necessarily sequels, but just other related stories.
yeah with the same people and everything, and basically all of them can be clones or something.
I think that would be good. I mean, I think the leads worked well together. Um, I think
Yeah,
both of them are a draw. I mean, they're well known.
and Sigourney Weaver is in Avatar. Sigourney Weaver is in The Gorge. Sigourney Weaver is
Yeah, I
in
didn't even
Cabin in
think
the
of that
Woods.
connection. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot that I think can play into this. And while Avatar is out in space, they can have domestic stuff here on Earth or even on other planets or whatever. But it's a
Right.
whole omniverse kind of theme that could be built around Sigourney Weaver and James Cameron, Anya Taylor Joy, et cetera, et cetera. So Anya Taylor-Joy has been promoting her latest movie, The Gorge, a sci-fi thriller in which she and Miles Teller play two elite snipers who are assigned to guard a mysterious gorge without being told what's lurking inside.
By the way, if you want to hear more about that, go back to last week's The Continuity Report.
Yeah, because we talked about The Gorge and really kind of rah-rahed it. You know, we really liked it. And it's the fastest 2 hours you will lose to a movie. It really had
Like
great
it
pacing.
catches you, I think, in the first few minutes.
Yeah, and you don't think that you're really caught. It just seems to be steaming right along. And there are slow. What's really interesting is in the gorge there were slow parts, but those slow parts were still zipping by.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those where like how much time is left in the movie, etc.
Yep. So Anya Taylor-Joy has basically said that she wants to be an Avatar, and there are more Avatar properties coming. So Weaver was so impressed with Taylor-Joy, in fact, that she wants her to join in the sprawling ensemble of a different sci-fi property. Weaver is, of course, best known for the original star of the Alien franchise. Her turn as Ellen Ripley helped to blaze the trail for actors like Taylor-Joy, Jennifer Lawrence, Lucy Liu to play badass action heroes a few decades down the line. What's her name?
Ana de Armas?
De Armas, yeah. I think that she actually plays a badass too. She should be in this.
That's true. I mean, this is just a short list, but and also like Charlize Theron has also
Right.
played roles like that.
Yeah. In an Alien property, by the way, but she gets killed because she does something stupid.
Oh, I
Something's
was thinking
rolling
more the one
towards.
that's like the female John Wick, but I can't think of the name of it right now. Atomic Blonde or something like that.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. So this says, but it's not an Alien saga that Weaver wants Taylor-Joy to appear in. She's got her sights set on a different blockbuster sci-fi franchise, but I have already heard this. She wants to be Na'vi. She wants to be in the Avatar franchise, and Weaver apparently pitched Taylor-Joy for an Avatar role. She said, "I hope Jim sees it because she thinks he'll appreciate Taylor-Joy's character, Drassa." Weaver praised Cameron for being ahead of his time in creating strong female characters like Sarah Connor and Neytiri, as well as significantly deepening the emotionality of her Ripley character in Aliens. So, yeah, fierce and formidable, I would say. Yep. So, I dig this. I don't want to
This
dig
is
too deep into this article, though.
no, but I like that Weaver is championing her. I think
Yep.
that's a good thing.
Yep. And so Anya Taylor-Joy was actually in the Mad Max. She was the young
Did she play the
Furiosa.
young? Right. Okay.
Yeah, so that's in Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. She captured the grief of losing a mother and the desire for revenge. In Last Night in Soho, she captured the devastating psychological toll of working in an unscrupulous entertainment industry. I really liked Last Night in Soho because it doesn't actually pivot until the end. I don't want to ruin it. I'm not going to spoil. I'm not going to overshare. I'm just going to leave it at that. But I think Taylor-Joy has the ability to bounce from one thing to another, much like who's the other one from Live, Die, Repeat?
Which one is Live, Die,
and A
Repeat?
Quiet Place. Oh gosh, what is her name? I forgot it.
Hold on, I'll get it. Oh yeah, is that like Emily Blunt?
Yes, like Emily Blunt can bounce from one thing to another as well. So I dig this. They even talk about this, like in Furiosa Mad Max Saga, Taylor Joy inherited the title role from Charlize Theron or
By the
Theron.
way,
I don't
that's
know.
Edge of Tomorrow, which is why I didn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, but it's everybody knows it as
The
Live, Die,
name,
Repeat.
yeah, I know.
Um, so she got the title role from Charlize to fill in her thrilling backstory. While Furiosa was a box office disappointment, it was praised by critics and Mad Max fanatics alike as a worthy addition. So yeah, there's a lot more to this. In Dune Part 2, Taylor Joy made her debut as Leah Atreides, Paul's unborn sister, who communicated with her mother, Jessica, from inside the womb. She only appeared briefly in Paul's visions, but set up a much larger role in the series' future. So, yeah, I dig this. So,
Very
we'll
cool.
see.
It's also saying that Weaver was the previous queen of sci-fi. So I guess this is fitting that she's trying to get
Endorsing.
Anya into this role.
Yep, I guess they're going to have to make another episode of Galaxy Quest, which was like a sci-fi
That's right.
comedy kind of a thing. Although it's very much like Buffy in the sense that it wasn't being taken overly serious because of the nature of it, but it was a fun watch too. Galaxy Quest has its sad moments too. Well, anyway, let's move on. Moving on. Next article is over in the Continuity Report. Reacher Season 3 first reviews, action-packed and relentlessly entertaining. Critics say Alan Ritchson continues to shine in a bloody, thrilling, adrenaline-fueled new season, even if it doesn't change up its formula too much. It's not about it changing up its formula. It's sticking to the written material that crushes it.
People would be mad if it changed it up. I mean, it's true to the character. It's true to the
writing, the lore, the canon. You don't screw with that type of material because it's going to piss off everybody that is loving this. And he is the best Reacher that has ever shown up. I mean, he's built like a brick shithouse. And then you get him compared to somebody bigger, and even he's sitting there going, well, I hope I don't have to fight him.
Exactly, which is kind of entertaining. So
Christopher Campbell over at RottenTomatoes.com put this article together, and they say it's an editorial. So I don't know if I'm going to be... Is this a spoiler?
I mean, it just started airing, so you might want to put that up there just in case.
All right. So it's a possible spoiler alert, but it's based on the novel Persuader, which is the 7th book in Lee Child's Jack Reacher series, and they're not doing it in order. So they're taking it in whichever order they feel pushes the story.
We don't even know if the books are in chronological order anyway.
Yeah.
They may not be.
I think we talked about this previously, and we actually looked at the chronological order of Lee Child's books, but that was like a year ago.
It's been a while ago, probably when we were talking about season 1 or 2.
So they grab a bunch of reviews. Is Reacher still a must-watch show? And the Daily Beast, the Hollywood Reporter, Slash Film, Fandom Wire, the Times of India, IGN Movies, Collider, Seattle Times. It says it's well done.
Everybody likes it.
yeah, it pretty much is liked by everybody. So how does it compare to previous, right? The Hollywood Outsider, The Wrap, Slash Film, CBR, IGN Films, Fandom Wire, Collider all say it says season 3 scales back in scope, taking a more back to basics approach, doesn't have the same big heart that the first two, which made the first two so special. But I don't see that.
This might be the best season yet. I don't know.
We've seen the first 3, and what it's really doing is it's pushing the canon down the field, but we don't know where it is, really. We don't even know its position on the world map of Lee Child's writing at this point. But they say Reacher, one person in the Wrap, Rafael Motomayor over at The Wrap, says Reacher season 3 is the best one yet. After a disappointing sophomore effort, the Prime Video series gets its groove back.
Yeah, I
Again,
think season 3 and then season 1 and then season 2 so far.
well,
As in,
yeah,
like, 3 is probably the best.
interesting. So, is Alan Ritchson still the best reason to watch? Known from Frame One that Star Ritchson is the kind of screen presence you build an entire show around, and season 3 doubles down. He just seems to carry that Reacher type of mentality really well, but sometimes you feel like he's just dumb.
Yeah, but is that part of
It's the shtick.
affect? Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And I think season 3's supporting cast has been interesting so far. Like,
Oh,
I think
yeah.
you don't have any characters that you're probably neutral on, which is usually a good thing.
So Sonia Cassidy is Duffy, and this is a spoiler because you have no idea what's going on until later on in the first
That's
episode.
true. I don't even think I can't remember when you find out, but in the first episode, I don't think you know what's really
Yeah.
going on.
So you really, the whole show is just a blast to watch.
And there you can see the character that dwarfs Reacher.
Yeah. And this guy is just massive. But he obviously comes across as pretty dense because they play a strength game. And, well, let's just say the outcome is kind of drop dead hilarious. Anyway, Reacher flexes his action muscles stronger than ever. Yeah, I mean, he really does. But sometimes you just get this impression that he's kind of a lumbering oaf when you see him. But then there's a scene where he's running and he looks like he could do, a 100-yard dash in, 6 maybe seconds.
Which doesn't really make sense because
Yeah,
I
'cause
don't
he's just
think he
huge.
could move quickly.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's an awesome show. And they ask questions. Is the show just for dads? Hell no. Is there anything it can improve for future seasons? Stick to the canon. Don't screw it up. Honest to God, stick to the writing. Lee Child's writing is spectacular. Don't mess with it. Don't diverge from the course. Dive the plan the dive. Everything will be great. Anyway,
It's an interesting article. Like, there are a lot of quotes about season 3.
there are a lot of quotes in this from all over the net. So if you're really curious about what else is being said in this by various other people in the whole reviewing spectrum, then follow the link. It's real easy. All you have to do is hit ! And then for this particular show, it's TCR. So ! The continuity report TCR. And Omatron will spit out the links into the channel. Over on YouTube, though, it's actually in the description. So go and check it out over there, too. Okay, let's move on to our last article. And let me remove the spoiler alert. Thank
Right, I
you,
don't
AI.
think we need it here.
Yeah. So this is really about opinion. Hollywood is banking. This is over in the continuity report as well. It's aggregated into the continuity report, which is the name of the show. Hollywood is banking on Mission Impossible, Jurassic World, and Zootopia 2 to bring back the box office. Will it work?
We'll notice they're all sequels.
Is this 2025? It seems weird. For cinema owners.
There's very little new material out there, right?
So for cinema owners, survive till 25 has become a mantra as one catastrophe after another has kicked their business recovery down the road. I was going to say kicked them into something else, but the end of that long and winding road is here. So will the upcoming slate result in true box office revival? Over the next 11 months, Hollywood will unveil blockbusters like Mission Impossible, which is the last Mission Impossible, apparently. Jurassic World, Zootopia 2. Rebecca Rubin over at Variety.com put the article together. We talked about this last week, that Mission Impossible had stunts that are this one stunt was so dangerous that after a certain number of takes, they just said, we're done.
Right, we can't do it anymore. You're putting yourself at too much risk.
And anybody else, and the whole operation at risk, because if somebody gets hurt. So they say here, the Final Reckoning, Jurassic World Rebirth, Avatar Fire and Ash, Wicked for Good, and Superman with the goal of boosting the business to something resembling its pre-COVID stature. I do not see it. The only thing that's going to make it record profits is it's going to cost more, and they're going to have fewer screenings so that everything is constrained and they can make more bank per.
Right. No, I agree. I feel like this is like the last ditch effort for this, but I just don't see that we'll get back to where it was.
But the problem is because it's equity owned, it isn't that it's a business and it's surviving off of it. Like a mom and pop shop, right? It runs so that it's a lifestyle business, and maybe it has a lot more juice on the other end of it. But what's really happening is everything has become an equity kind of they're looking to pump the gas all the time and get 10 more percent, 10 more percent, 10 more percent, quarter after quarter. And it's untenable. You have to have some restraint in the profiteering. So mergers and acquisitions means that somebody with an equity stake comes on board and says, I'm going to buy the whole damn operation. Somebody who says, I'm tired of this, they sell out. And then you get fewer options, you get fewer screenings, higher prices, lower quality overall. And people suffer from lack of choice, and they just go, oh God, okay, I'm going to this. Or they just don't go.
Right, exactly. By the way, this is funny because it references the before times.
Oh, that's funny. So when North American sales regularly climbed to 10.5 billion to 11 billion, those returns would rank as the best post-pandemic stretch. 2024 wound up at 8.7, while 2023 was 9.4, still down from the before times. Yeah. So do you really think that this is going to bump it up? So hold on. Let's see. This is our last article. So,
well, and the other problem we've discussed in other continuity report shows is they're doing a lot of big budget films, so they have to have massive ticket sales to really consider it a worthwhile return. But I also think they're doing a lot of the same franchises, etc., which at some point the audiences are like, I want something new.
So that's interesting. So Jurassic World, which is a release date from 10 years ago, made lifetime gross, is that right? Only 650 million.
That's a lot for that time frame, so probably.
So I don't quite see how this is going to get us to $10 billion.
No, I don't either. You're going to have something like a new Frozen or something to even remotely approach that.
And
I don't mean for that movie, but I mean just to kickstart all this.
Wicked, as of January 2025, has only grossed 700 million, and it was like out of the park, right?
Right, but so how many of those are you going to have, right? Probably not.
I think Superman's going to flame out. Wicked for Good is going to chase the provenance of Wicked. Avatar Fire and Ash is chasing the provenance of the previous avatars. And that's probably the what do you want to call it? The grossest.
The grossiest of the gross.
The grossiest, yeah. Hold on. Let's see. I'm trying to find the money. Yeah, so Avatar probably has the closest chance of getting into the the multiple billion. So
Yeah, that one has quite a following, so I could see that. Particularly if they, well, I guess on this one, they're not going to put Anya in, like we were just talking about.
right. So this is Avatar: Fire and Ash is coming out at the end of the year. So the economy and people's spirit has to survive that far, and that means the North American, just the money from North America, never broke $1 billion in box office gross. Worldwide, it hit 3 million for the original to date, and 2.3 billion for Avatar: The Way of Water. So that's all you're looking at here, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't quite see it either, but I guess we're in for the ride because we put the show together and we really like talking about this kind of stuff. So we hope you do too. Come and hang out with us.
We don't want the death of Hollywood, but I think movie theaters versus streaming are a different matter.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want the movie theaters to die either, but I do want them balkanized. I don't want them owned by only juggernauts. I want more choice. I want more options. I don't want to only have to go to a movie theater to see these movies. And not all, I mean, all of these movies will probably be playing at the same time, you know. What else is actually playing? And I want the ticket prices to be lower. You want people to go into the movie theaters, you're going to have to lower prices. The only reason why they have record ticket revenue is because they've been raising the prices.
Right, and most people can't really afford to go to the movies, particularly when they can probably buy the movie for the same price and then watch it multiple times.
Yeah, you can't go to a movie with 5 people. You know, that is the nuclear family, right?
Well, that's the other thing, right? You know, at your home, you could have multiple people watch it, but you're only buying it once, right? You're not buying multiple tickets, which have gotten pretty exorbitant.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can't wait for Zootopia 2. I think that'll be a fun watch. I'm going to end up watching Mission Impossible simply because I've watched every other episode of it or movie. Jurassic World, I actually
Plus, you
lost
have
touch.
to see the Most Dangerous Stunt, right?
Yeah, I do want to see that. I still think that he's jumping from one biplane to another.
Maybe. We'll have to watch.
Jurassic World, I fell out of touch with that. I'm like, oh, it's the same old thing. Dinosaurs going crazy. Zootopia 2 is just going to be fun. Just absolutely fun. Avatar is just ginormous. It's basically like a Dune knockoff kind of a thing, but instead of everything being dry, it's moist. $10.5 billion to $11 billion, though.
I don't know. Zootopia 2 could knock it out of the park. I mean, it's not going to obviously make that much, but Zootopia was a big hit.
They also talk about other movies in this. The whole lineup is incredible. Westmark says in just July, there's Jurassic World, Superman, Fantastic Four. I don't think Fantastic Four is going to do anything. They've never been able to manifest Fantastic Four in any real way that's compelling to watch. There's always some weird teen angsty kind of whatever. And oddly enough, it's from a middle-aged dude, which is, I don't know. I can't bond to any of that. And then it says, will a Minecraft movie in April be the next Super Mario level smash, or will the Jack Black-led adventure join the litany of failed video game adaptations? The thing about Minecraft is that there isn't anything there, unless...
No, but I think a lot of kids will go to see that movie.
Yeah, I do too. But then the moment that kids find out that it's just a flame-out money grab, they're going to be brutal about it. But we'll see what Jack Black can bring to it. Nobody's going to go see Michael. Let's see what else. I don't know.
Bohemian Rhapsody, possibly, depending on how it's done.
I think that's already out.
Sorry. I thought that was like a new adaptation or something.
Or the Back to Black. They talk about a bunch of different things. Captain America, Brave New World in February. I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it other than People are kind of saying, followed by Thunderbolts, which, again, Thunderbolts has an asterisk next to it because, as we talked about last week, that asterisk means that the Avengers aren't available.
Right.
And the Avengers are burnt out. I think that we've got superhero, what do they call that? Superhero
Fatigue.
Yeah. But then they say, but wait, there's more. And they talk about other things. You can go over and check out the rest of this article. I just don't think that movie theaters are going to recover to pre-pandemic because people have uplifted their stuff in the only way, like all of their equipment, right? They got a better TV, they got better internet, they got better
Exactly.
equipment, better
I mean,
speakers.
that's what happened during the pandemic.
Yeah. And the only way that you're going to get it is by forcing the hand of people by going, we're not going to release this into streaming for 6 months.
That's the only way people are going to go see it. Make it unavailable or mostly unavailable or drastically reduce ticket prices.
Yep. That's the way I see it too. But there's a lot of money in the system, so who knows? Maybe the wealthiest of people are going to sit there and go and watch these movies. Yeah, I won't be, but that's okay. Anyway, we're going to I don't know how do we want to do this? We're going to go back to the
fling ourselves from one biplane to another.
There we go. We're going to jump out of one biplane and land in the continuity report over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and hang out and check out all of the stuff that we're talking about too. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's The Continuity Report. Stay tuned tomorrow for another weekend edition.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for February 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 8, and I am Mara Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 news articles concerning gadgets and gear. We're going to start out with Height PC Persona Case, Raycast, One vs. Many 2001 board game, Spotify Hi-Fi, and MLA and QD OLED TVs. That's all 5 of them. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and you can sit there and filter through all of the news to your heart's content and send stuff to us via a submission page that's under a 7th icon that is under construction. Even in the logged in side, you don't get it when you're not logged in. So anyway, go over and become a citizen. See you on the other side of this intro. How about that? I want to lead into the intro, but I don't want to say see ya. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Yeah, I don't like to edit stuff, and so I just gave you my thoughts. Every time I run that intro, I feel like people are going, oh, show's over, bye.
Yeah, I don't know how to... I guess you could just say something like, join us, or...
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, okay. Something like that.
All right, well, let's get into the 5 articles. The first one is, we don't actually grab the... See, so the people that have the news provide this content, but we don't screen scrape or anything like that. And so I don't even want the images. So the way that it works is we get the little headline, and sometimes there's a little snippet, and right here is the little snippet. And this one is titled, Height has announced another Persona-themed PC gaming case, and as a Persona diehard, the author of this thinks it's a little bit much. And it says down here, PC case and accessory manufacturer Height ran a limited run of Persona 3 Reload cases last year, which promptly sold out on the official site, though you can still pick one up from retailers. Now, a year later, a follow-up Persona 3 Reload Y70 case has just been announced, and as expected, its aesthetic is pretty loud. So the author, James Bentley, put this article together and has a picture of it. And the deck statement says the keycaps are gorgeous. All right. But this case is a little bit overwhelming. But if you're into
it's not subtle.
No. But if you're into Persona, then you pretty much know what it is. It's referred to as a JRPG, Japanese RPG. And it's a fun watch. I've never played it because it's just not my style of game. But yeah, it's announced in a short video. The main focus of Hyte's new Persona 3 Reload collaboration is its Y70 case, a $270 beast with all the main cast plastered onto the side of it. To match this, antagonist Strega sit along the front of the case where Spooky Tower Tartarus sits in between Strega and our protagonist. It has a distinctly darker theme than the main character-focused aesthetic of last year's Y60 case, though last year's bundle came with an Arcana card, and carrying tin. The new Y70 case is tied together by a sickly green with a clock on the opposite side of the case. It's certainly a striking aesthetic, though perhaps too over the top for a build that the author would primarily display behind their monitors. It's also $50 more than the traditional Y70 case.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you're using it for. If you're a big Persona fan, if you're looking for something distinctive for your gaming rig.
Yep. If you're into it, then you're into it, I suppose. Hyte also announced a pretty blue Persona 3 Reload protagonist for desk pad and a Persona 3 Reload Aegis desk pad for $30. However, the author says their absolute favorite Hyte Persona 3 Reload collaboration is the $75 keycap set that launched last year, taking the light blue aesthetic of the game. It has a logo for the spacebar, or on the spacebar, a sequence of symbols from the game down the bottom left, and an outline of Tartarus over the right side of the keyboard, and it plays into the imagery of the game well without becoming entirely illegible. They don't have pictures of that, I don't think, or maybe they do. Hold on, let's see. So yeah, they've got the mouse pads, and oh, there it is. Yeah, I guess. It's interesting. It's just kind of a silhouetted thing with the...
Yeah, it's hard to really do it justice right now in this photo.
Yeah, you'd have to go over to the site and click on it to get a really good look. But yeah, it's basically the Persona game and then printed out onto panels on the computer and onto a mouse pad and whatnot. So go over and check it out. It's over at PCGamer.com, and James Bentley, again, put the article together. Does this kind of stuff fascinate you? Like, do you go, you know what I want to do? I want to put...
I wouldn't mind having some decoration on my Raspberry Pi.
All right. Let's keep moving. This next article is over on the Wanted channel. That's what the name of the show is, Wanted. And so we all want gadgets and gear, right? So this show helps me keep abreast of what's going on. And I use ohmtown.com to manage my information overload. So now you can too. Raycast is the secret Mac productivity tool you need to start using. Trying to live life in the most efficient way possible takes a lot of planning and proper execution. Maximizing your personal efficiency can get much of the job done. But what you may not think about is maximizing your computer's efficiency too. So this says Raycast. Now I've never used it, so I don't know. Chris Hackey over at pocket-lint.com put the article together, and no, I won't go through the whole spiel that I always say about pocket-lint.
Oh, come on.
Okay, whoever owns pocket-lint.com, please give them the domain. Anyway, your desktop or laptop runs dozens of applications at any given time, and there are intricate processes baked into the system that are always trying to maximize the efficiency. However, sometimes it doesn't do as well of a job, which is where Raycast comes in. Raycast is an app designed to specifically change or alter inefficient processes developers recognized in Mac OS. The complex program aims to help you maneuver around your Mac in a faster way than you've done before. So instead of relying on a mouse, clicking around, or endlessly scrolling to find what you need, Raycast takes the steps further and makes the process more efficient with commands, hotkeys, aliases. And the author has been utilizing this, again, Chris Hackey has been utilizing this. And after they got used to its functions, they think that it's a Mac maximizer. And they go into greater detail about what this productivity tool can do.
I mean, it sounds neat if it cuts down on things that you're repetitively doing, right? If it cuts down on keystrokes or things like that. It sounds like it goes almost like across the whole system.
It does. It's basically a utility that allows you to program in pretty much anything via macros. So it says set up screen movement more efficiently, search tabs for files more easily, which I've always found a pain in the butt on a Mac. Pro version offers more across the board stuff functionality. This is one of the best free features is clipboard history, which Windows has a clipboard history as well, which lets you choose what to paste from multiple copied items. However, the free version only saves a limited number of copied items, while the Pro has unlimited clipboard history as well as access to numerous AI models such as Gemini, ChatGPT, Grok, Llama, and more. And then there's Raycast Notes, and that's where this article stops. They said that they find it incredibly helpful since they're always grabbing a pen and paper during work meetings to jot notes down. I use my iPad.
I mean, it depends on what your device is, what your workflow is.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a MacBook, then you've got notes as well. You can record everything and translate, and I don't know. This may be just another tool, but I'm always looking for stuff that makes life easier, particularly on a Mac. But I live in 3 different worlds, so I've got a PC side of things, I've got a whole Linux utility side of things, and I've got the gaming, streaming, that side of things. And so I have to be platform agnostic. But I'll keep this in the tool chest to see if it'll help out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the note pop-up thing sounds like a good thing. But it depends on what you're already using.
So 30 years ago, I used to, I've always worked with programmers. And so I had a custom utility made it was just an icon that sat always up on top of everything. And I could drag files over to it and it would drop down and give me a list of folders where I could throw stuff, and I could just keep on throwing things into whatever folders I decided just by dragging and dropping. It was a lot of streamlining involved in that. So,
right. Yeah, that sounds like a good thing. I mean, this sounds like this facilitates that, but even
in a
more.
different way. Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
more. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in WarCrafters. There's going to be a one versus many board game based on 2001: A Space Odyssey. So, okay, let me address something here. I'm doing this live, so that silence you hear. So 2001: A Space Odyssey is a Stanley Kubrick movie from 1968.
Oh, I didn't know it was from that far back. I knew it wasn't from 2001, obviously, because that was future when it was released.
Right. So much, pardon me, much loved Stanley Kubrick film 2001: A Space Odyssey is getting a new tie-in board game where one player, as HAL 9000, tries to kill everyone else as they scramble around a spaceship trying desperately to turn off their very badly behaved PC. It's perhaps the third most famous aspect of 2001, right behind monkeys killing each other with bones and arguing with people who love Arthur C. Clarke book, or the Arthur C. Clarke book more. In the 3 to 5 player 30-minute game, HAL is trying to take down life support or 3 important ship systems, while the players are trying to put 3 logic sequences into HAL's computer. So Jonathan Bolding over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The deck statement says, "Take your turn, HAL." I can't do that, Dave.
Uh-oh, watch out.
Yeah. I'm venting you to space, Dave. So it says it's an ideal fit, of course, because the author personally really loved that part of the 2001 A Space Odyssey where Dave waits for like 10 minutes because Hal can't figure out what to do on their turn and is like, just give me a second. Jokes aside, you can't write 2001 off as cheap tie-in or IP cash grab. It's designed by Phil Walker Harding, a prolific game designer who most famously made the million-selling Sushi Go and its even better spin-off Sushi Go Party, among other pretty good games like Baron Park, Cacao, and Imhotep. So this thing is, I guess, out June 20th. You can go to Maestro Media website. There's a link embedded in this. They're also the ones behind what they say is the brilliant or horrible Smurfs tabletop role-playing game, which I want now, but I wouldn't play it. They also published.
There was a tabletop Smurfs game.
There's a Binding of Isaac game on the computer, but they built a spin-off card game called The Binding of Isaac 4 Souls. Anyway, Maestro Media. I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, I mean, at least it has good good involvement, right, from people that are well known in the tabletop
industry.
games. Yeah.
Yeah. See, but this is in WarCrafters. It should be Tabletop Nights, but that's a D&D channel. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Spotify Hi-Fi was announced 4 years ago, and it's almost here, maybe. I'm going to jump straight to the source of this. It's by Chris Welch over at TheVerge.com. The deck statement says the streaming service is locking down the necessary deals to finally launch its Music Pro add-on in 2025, hopefully. First introduced in 2021, Spotify Hi-Fi was to roll out later that year, or such was the original plan. Anyway, in that story, the author wrote Your Turn, Apple Music, which is funny in retrospect since Apple Music managed to successfully deliver lossless and high-resolution audio just a few months later and at no added cost for subscribers. Amazon stopped charging extra for lossless music at around the same time.
So come on, Spotify, keep up.
Not so much. I actually turned off my Spotify. Mainly because I don't really care to create playlists custom. You know, I like the dynamic environment of Pandora. Well, there are occasional glimpses of hi-fi, mostly from those willing to dig through the app's code. The author has been told that employees have long had access to lossless streaming. Spotify Hi-Fi, as it was originally envisioned, was thoroughly tested and has been ready to go for ages, but a green light for launch was never materialized. So why? Due to music rights quagmire that Spotify has sought to resolve with its latest deals. Partially true, according to Bloomberg report, which noted that the service doesn't have rights from all of the major music companies for what it's trying to do, which is just so twisted. I mean,
it is, but it's also kind of confounding since they're a major music platform. Like, if they can't get it, then that tells you something is off about musical rights.
Quagmire. It's definitely quagmire. And not the person from the Family Guy. So Spotify itself might be undecided on just what Music Pro should entail. Bloomberg reported that the company plans to roll out the plan in phases, adding tools and features over time, and is still planning to plan the plan of a plan to test the new capabilities throughout 2025. Is there a plan? There's plans of plans. Last year, he said it would offer all of the benefits that the normal Spotify version has, but a lot more control, a lot higher quality across the board. Well, that's what Hi-Fi is. And some other things that they're not ready to talk about just yet. Eck claimed Spotify plans to double down on music in 2025. So plans within plans. It's the dune of plans.
Right, it's the turducken of music.
Yeah, the planducken. Okay, let's go on to the next in our last article for the Wanted show for February 22nd, 2025. It's in Wanted. What are MLA and QD OLED TVs? Understanding various smart TV screen technologies and what they offer is key to finding the right type of TV to satisfy your entertainment needs. Are you not entertained?
So you shouldn't just go for whatever deal you see in your big box store.
No, no. Usually that $400 110-inch TV is going to suck unless you're straight in the middle of it, looking at it at the right angle, no matter
Right,
what.
which who is?
Nobody ever is, with all the lights off. Yeah. Anyway, so it says it's not easy, though. There are countless different abbreviations and trademark phrases from HDR to Neo QLED and UHD and ALM. Knowing what everything means will help you sift through. So the article is over at pocket-lint.com, and Anthony Marcusa put the article together. It has a summary. Companies like LG and Samsung enhance their OLED screens with innovative technologies. AMOLED and QD, Quantum Dot OLED, are implemented to improve brightness and color accuracy. And for 2025, LG is doing away with its MLA tech for something more efficient and comprehensive.
So will this help with things that are dark shows?
So OLED in general is the superior technology because when it's off, it's off. And so blacks are black. You get a better gamut across the board. This micro lens array is a technology crafted by LG that is used to enhance the quality of OLED screens. MLA is a layer of very tiny lenses that are built onto the OLED screen. They are so tiny that there are billions of them on your screen. They're implemented to focus and redirect light, not unlike a magnifying lens or glass, but it's designed to focus it straight at you, not off at angles. So what this does is, most notably, boost brightness and increase the viewing angle of the TV. Color and contrast are improved compared to standard or traditional OLED TVs without this tech. But according to this, they're going to do away with it. They're doing away with its MLA tech.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So what is QD? So Quantum Dot OLED tech is similar innovation that's made and wielded by Samsung. The company has been all about its quantum dots for some time, and it's incorporated the tech into its line of OLED TVs, a line that has for many years claimed that it wouldn't start making. Like MLA, this tech seeks to enhance brightness, color accuracy, improving contrast, and maintaining these true inky blacks that make OLED TV so desired. So that really is the fundamental aspect of OLED, which is that dark. But when it's true black and it doesn't bleed off a grayish tinge, then you get better color representation.
Right, you probably have better contrast and visibility, I guess.
Correct. Yep. So the new innovative feature features 4 stacks or layers instead of 3 and has been referred to as primary tandem RGB OLED for now. It says it's a lot to say and write. And looks to further boost brightness and color volume, leaning more towards warmer tones than the cooler ones you could sense with MLA. LG will be implementing this in its G5 TV. It'll be tested and released later this year. That LG has vowed its new top TV will be quite brighter than the G4, somewhat staggering considering just how bright that one got in a dim room. So it's pretty cool.
So is this something you want?
Yeah, I actually do. But these types of TVs, while I watch TV and I enjoy watching TV, I don't really lust after the top of the line in TVs. So these TVs come pricing in at $2,000, $5,000, $8,000.
Right, until they've been out for a while, right? And then they'll probably drop.
Yeah, but it can be a considerable amount of time when the technology is too costly to mass produce to that degree. It really depends on adoption too. So, but yeah, I would be looking for a new TV if we start doing more of the home theater style discussions where we're reviewing movies for the continuity report. Then I would probably seek, maybe, I don't know, next year or something like that. It's too early in this year to see what's going to happen. But yeah, anyway, OLED is really where it's at. Anyway, so we're going to quantum dot our butts back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmtown.com. And we're going to say, see you later. And I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned for the continuity report, and we'll have another Wanted for you next weekend.
That's right. And for Non Sequitur News today, we take all three of our shows, merge them into one weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. So if you like all three of our shows, you can just listen via the podcast Non Sequitur News, or you can download each individual show. That's RealityHacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. You can also go over to YouTube and watch the episode both as a VOD and as its own siloed episode that gets updated later after our shows are done, as well as Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. All three shows combined in an hour and a half show. So you have options, is what I'm saying. Anyway, we'll see you in a little bit as we reboot and do the continuity report. So see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 10th, Season 4, Episode 41. Right? It is Episode 41. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, apparently not smoothly. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. And I didn't set it up for us to flip back and forth. Sorry. Anyway, this is how it's done. The first article, I'm going to go through all 10 of the headlines as I gave them titles. The real titles are on the other side of this. Anyway, all the superb owl advertisements, Thunderbolts asterisk explained, new Apple Home products inbound maybe, sanctions due to fake case citations, warning signs of eruption and tsunami, Fantastic Four popcorn buckets, what caused the Walking Dead zombies, medicinal mushrooms in renewable energy lab, NVIDIA's 50 series meltdown, and Einstein's stunning ring. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
How for art thou?
I am wonderful for a Monday. How about you?
I've been watching way too much Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, so I'm speaking in Old English, medieval, kind of thing.
You're getting into it.
Yeah, it's a very, very violent game, but hey, I don't know. I like cozy games. I'm actually going to spin up Foundation if I can manage to focus longer. Than I'm gonna have to play games at 20 minutes or 2 hours at a time. Yeah, Non Sequitur News is named that because of the very fact that I wander off.
Right. Let's demonstrate.
Yeah, hey, that's a neat article over there. Oh, wait, sorry. Hi. I'm streaming. I forgot I'm still streaming. I'm still streaming. Yeah. I'm still streaming. All right. Well, anyway, we've got 10 articles all lined up. Let's get into it. The very first one is over on the Mobile channel. That's where it was aggregated to. Watch all the ads of Super Bowl 2025. It's a rare thing for Ad Week not to have it used to be like free, you could access everything on adweek.com, but they went like hard commercial, and which is kind of ironic. But this, you can actually watch these videos. Brittany Kiefer over at adweek.com put the article together. It says the ads from Superb Owl 59 are an eclectic bunch. Lots of laughs, some absurdity, a few doses of body horror, aliens, cute animals, cute kids, bros, women's empowerment, and a couple that made us reach for tissues. Some triggered debate, and others built buzz far beyond the game, like Angelsoft. I won't be able to play these because somebody's going to take exception to them. I got them muted, but like I could sit there and do that. Oh yeah, this is the bathroom break one.
Yeah, the one that wasn't really an ad.
Yeah, I wasn't really enthralled by it. Booking.com with the Muppets and various others. Bosch. But it's not the show Bosch.
Right, it's not what I'm thinking.
Ha ha ha. Bud Light, Budweiser, Circle, Coffee Mate, Coors Light, Disney Plus, DoorDash, Doritos, Dove, which I don't think I... Oh yeah, we watched it. Dunkin'. I don't remember seeing the Dunkin' one. Duracell, FanDuel, Fetch. Quit trying to make Fetch happen. Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. Oh, is that what that was?
I don't know if
we saw both
that.
of these ads, but I thought that was a weird ad. GoDaddy, Google Pixel, Google Workspace. Oh my God, there are a lot. Look.
I know. I'm like, where? If there's multiple per letter, we could be here for a while.
I guess for Super Bowl 59, there were 59.
Oh, there might have been.
All right. Well, anyway, there you go, folks. Go and check them all out. I would actually love to do a show where we just talk about ads. I think it would be a blast. The problem is you can't get away with it. You can't talk about it. At least I haven't found a way without having to sit there and justify your existence every time you post an ad. But I guess I'll try it.
I don't know how you would do it.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over and just so that we have full circle here, I did not find a single ad that I thought was really compelling or interesting beyond the little snippet like, oh, look, it's an ad for, booking.com or something like that.
I thought there was one that was kind of well, there was more than one, I think, but one was a tearjerker. It was the Google Pixel ad, I think. It had, it showed the parent with the kid, but then there was one that was just funny with the leaf blowers and the, I think it was leaf blowers and the beer cans. And then the pickleball one was kind of funny.
Yeah. To me, the reason why it was supposedly funny or interesting or whatever is because of the stars that are in it. But if you're not a movie star kind of person...
Well, there were some commercials where it's like, who is this? Even though they were well-known people. But if the audience doesn't know who it is, then they're sometimes missing the joke.
Yeah, for sure. And I suspect when I have... Because I'm going to be talking soon, and I'm going to be talking about the Super Bowl. Superb Owl. And drawing attention to this. And I'm going to see if anybody really... Like, did you all get anything out of the ads? But yeah, I remember a time when I used to. Go ahead.
Well, did you see any that you think you'll be talking about 10 years from now?
No.
Right.
No. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report, and it is the namesake, right? So non sequitur news basically means that one article or one discussion does not follow the actual core of what brought that discussion about. And here we have Thunderbolts asterisk, meaning has finally been explained. So the asterisk meaning has finally been explained from Thunderbolts asterisk. You want to take a stab at what do you think that means?
Is it like not really Thunderbolts? I mean, I don't know anything about Thunderbolts.
So Thunderbolts and then asterisk. The asterisk meaning has finally been explained. The article is, it says by Evolve Editors, but it's over at comingsoon.net. So essentially, the star, the symbol, points to the fact that the Avengers are not available, and these are the replacement crew.
Ah, okay. So while it's really the Thunderbolts, it's not really the Marvels. I
Right.
mean, the
So
Avengers. I don't know why I said the Marvels.
yeah. I knew what you meant, and I should have I should have poked you for that, but
You
um,
should have.
yeah. So nevertheless, a recently released international poster for the movie has finally given MCU enthusiasts an insight into what the star-shaped symbol could denote, and it basically means that the Avengers are not available. So you got not super, not heroes, not giving up, Thunderbolts in cinemas May 1st. Interestingly, Kevin Feige previously dodged the question about the symbol's relevance during an appearance in the 2024 San Diego Comic-Con. Instead of giving an explanation, he simply stated that the fans can learn the meaning of the asterisk in an upcoming Thunderbolts in theaters. Kind of go and see it kind of thing.
I mean, it's a good press thing, right? Like it might get some buzz. Is this the one that it's like slapstick comedy, or am I thinking of another movie?
I what is it called? There is one that's not really slapstick. It's kind of a dark comedy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was kind of like a superhero, but not movie.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The failed superheroes.
Yeah,
What's
that's
it called?
exactly it.
Um, 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 um. What is that called?
Well, that's okay. I just didn't know if that was the one because I think I had seen a trailer or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What is it called? I can't let it go. What is it called? What's it called? Oh gosh. This is really gonna bother me.
Okay, we'll put it in the next episode of Continuity Report.
Oh, you think you're gonna get away with that?
Yes.
Oh, 1 second. Almost. No. Okay. Moving on. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple's brand new home product won't launch until April or later, per Mark Gurman. So, Apple is expected to launch its first new products of the year this week, but the launch they're most excited about, Mark Gurman, from the Mark Gurman report. The new HomePad device is going to require longer than expected. And I'm not quite sure what this is. So Ryan Christoffel over at 9to5mac.com put the article together, and it says Apple's no longer working on a car, and true AR glasses are probably 3 to 5 years away, though Apple is pursuing smart home technology. Its first major entry into the segment, a hub that can serve as a control center, is months away from shipping. Apple, the April launch aligns well with iOS's 18.4 new AI features. Yay! But apparently it's going to be a little HomePod iPad mashup, maybe, called the HomePad.
I mean, I guess the question is like, how is that different than, say, an iPad?
It has a HomePod attached to it. I don't know. They say they're more excited about it because many other products launched this year. So they're choosing to be optimistic and remember that months away could mean 2 and an April launch. So maybe it'll be a benefit. But it's kind of like Amazon has a similar product. Others have had it, like the Echo,
Oh, okay, yeah.
but with a screen. And so you interact with this thing. You have the speaker element of it. It's higher fidelity than it is on the iPad. You've got the screen so you can interact. The audio comes directly from that device instead of that tinny, reboundy, horrible kind of sound. I don't really like the iPad sound. But if it looks like this, it's basically a kind of like a mushroom bottom, but then it has this little screen on top. I don't think this is what it's going to look like, but
I don't either, but I guess I don't really get what the use is. I certainly understand having like a smart speaker or something.
right. Yeah, HomePods are great. iPads are great. I don't know how this will mash up together. Plus, it'll be a $1,200 device at this point. You know, if you tack a full size HomePod and an iPad together, you're looking at, 600, 800, 900 or more dollars.
Right.
600 on the cheap side if they don't make it very robust. Anyway, stick to your iPad as your home base of operations.
Well, and your iPad, of course, is mobile.
Yeah, exactly. The thing about it is, though, that the home element of the HomePod ecosystem, or I should say the Apple Home ecosystem, you're not supposed to take that device out of the home. So when you have one primary device as the home controller,
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a problem. Like the person takes it wherever they're going.
right?
And then it's like, well, I guess we can't control anything else.
Correct. Yep. So I'm always looking for neat and interesting technology, and this could be it. We don't know. We'll find out. Let's keep going. Next article is over on Law Nerd. Number 42, law firm by headcount could face sanctions over fake case citations generated by ChatGPT.
I mean, haven't they figured this out by now?
This is pretty wild, right? Lawyers from plaintiff's law firm Morgan & Morgan are facing possible sanctions for a motion that cited 8 non-existent cases, at least some of which apparently are in question. At least some of which were apparently generated by ChatGPT. Deborah Cassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together, and in a February 6th order, U.S. District Judge Kelly H. Rankin of the District of Wyoming, why does that name sound familiar? Told lawyers from Morgan & Morgan and Goody Law Group to provide copies of the cited cases, and if they can't, to show why they shouldn't be sanctioned. The brief had cited 9 cases, but Rankin could locate only one of them. Some of the citations did lead to cases under different names. The lawyer's motion also included a description of the governing legal standard that was peculiar, Rankin said. The motion correctly cited a federal rule of evidence, but went on to say Wyoming case law reinforces these principles, and to support that assertion about Wyoming case law, the motion cited fake federal district court cases.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you think that not only the citations were from AI, but maybe the actual motion?
I would say all of it. Yeah. And a paralegal didn't read it and vet it, and a lawyer didn't vet it. You should, at least
Okay, this is the number 42 law firm in the country.
Yeah.
Whereas I think we saw it previously with arguably smaller firms. That doesn't make it excusable, but...
Right. They don't have the people power or whatever, right? Well, my problem here is I think that anything that you generate should be a clickable reference and link you to the content. The problem is that some of this stuff is buried behind a paywall, so you can't get to it unless you have a very expensive LexisNexis or Westlaw account.
True, but I suspect Morgan & Morgan does.
Right. Yeah. Pretty wild, right? So the case involves so the moral of the story, lawyers at a large firm can misuse ChatGPT as well as anyone, wrote above the law founder David Latt at Original Jurisdiction. Wow. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Now, the thing about this is if people just take what's written in there for granted, eventually it actually becomes fact because all of it gets regurgitated. Right, it
gets published somewhere, and then it's actually part of the search results, which, yeah. And we've seen that with other things where it puts some false information about a person, and then that's in there.
Yep. Pretty wild. Troubling. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Satellite data analysis reveals warning signs that foreshadowed a volcanic eruption and tsunami. In 2018, the site of Anak Krakatoa volcano collapsed in a powerful eruption and produced a tsunami that killed hundreds and injured thousands of people in in nearby Java and Sumatra in Indonesia. A new analysis of satellite data shows the mountainside was slipping for years and accelerated before the eruption. Information that could have potentially offered a warning of the collapse. Matthew Carroll, Pennsylvania State University, put this article together. It's over at phys.org. My eyes are drying out. Yeah, there was video of this. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Hold on. Boop. My eyes are drying out. I need to pull like a gecko and lick my own eyeballs.
Please don't do that during the show on camera.
All right. Well, the team led by researchers at Penn State recently published the findings in the journal Geophysical Research Letters. This one time at Penn State, ocean volcanoes, when they are unstable, can collapse catastrophically and generate a tsunami. Ocean News at 7:09. And when that happened in 2018, more than 400 people died because nobody had instruments on the ground to know potentially if there was acceleration or change in the deformation behavior. Nobody knew the collapse was imminent. This study shows, unfortunately, retrospectively, that we could forecast it if we had the remote sensing data to get the surface deformation. Scientists can track ground movements or surface deformation using radar satellites sensitive enough to spot changes of just a few inches. In the work, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this data a minute difference on the warning can absolutely save
people out of the way.
Of lives. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, it'll get people out of the way. Overall, the detachment fault experienced approximately 15 meters or roughly 50 feet of slip from 2006 to 2018, with acceleration and deceleration periods and a notable acceleration prior to the 2018 collapse, says Young Cheol Kim, a doctoral candidate at Penn State and lead author of the study. So yeah, they say it's not novel, but they drew attention to the fact that they could have detected it if the ground sensors had been in place. And I think any active volcano or any suspect volcano should have sensors in place to remedy or to draw attention to the fact that there might be something going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure somebody would love to say, well, why does somebody live near a volcano? But the reality is people live near weather disaster areas, and they don't necessarily have the ability to move out of them.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. By the way, if you want all of the show notes, I've already put them into the show, the VOD for Twitch, and they're already embedded in the show notes themselves for the live stream over on YouTube, and they will be in the podcasts. So we have 6 podcasts that are weekly and 1 that is daily. Non Sequitur News is every day. So go and check it all out over on wherever you catch pods, but Apple Podcasts in particular. All right, so let's keep on moving. The next article is over in the continuity report. For whatever reason, we have kind of a strange fascination with popcorn buckets. Not quite sure why.
You mean in ohmTown or just in general?
Society in general, apparently. Like Dune had their own, and there's been others in the past. But these Fantastic Four popcorn buckets are so good.
Popcorn?
The author says that they'll be, popcorn. They'll be furious if they don't get made. New MCU art images about these popcorn buckets. The MCU imagines the Fantastic Four first steps popcorn buckets. What do you think they look like? One has to be invisible. One has to be on fire. One has to be made out of rocks.
But how is that going to work for a popcorn bucket?
Oh, one is a hat. One is the Stretch Armstrong style, like wrapping around. One is a extinguisher box. Oh, and I guessed it right. One is transparent.
Oh, yeah, and then one maybe is at ice or something. I'm not sure what the left one is.
This one? So this one is the in case of fire break glass. So let's see if they break them out here a little bit lower. No, they don't. Anyway, And I can't click it because it'll take me to the site. Anyway.
Yeah, I meant the top left one with the 4.
Yeah, so this is the Stretch Armstrong one. He's like Elastic Man.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And this one is, I can't remember their names, Storm. But she can go invisible and create force fields. He is basically on fire whenever he wants. And he is made of stone, and he wears that little bowler hat. So,
right. I like the fire extinguisher one.
yeah, that one is kind of easily contained. This one is okay, kind of meh. You know, it's pretty transparent what it is.
Right, but it looks kind of like a normal bucket.
Yeah, it's kind of boring, right? This one is too clunky. I doubt this one would ever be made, though, because it's really clunky, you know? It's complex.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get a lot of popcorn either.
True. This one is the win. I like it. So you're right, yeah. So Marvel Studios' marketing of the Fantastic Four First Steps has only just begun, and with several months until the Phase 6 movies premiere, there's still plenty of time for new trailers, character posters, press tours, and of course the reveal of the movie's very own popcorn buckets. Oh, see, they talk about Dune, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Wicked, among others, produce branded collectible popcorn buckets for theater goers. I don't remember the Wicked one.
I don't know if we had an article on it, but we might have seen something. I think the reason they're becoming a thing is because somebody finally figured out, oh, wait, we're not marketing there.
Yeah, we're not drawing anybody in to get a collectible. So to get it, you have to go in and buy a ticket. So Kai Young over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, by the way.
You know, if you get your collectible and it's covered in popcorn butter, that might be a problem.
Greasy popcorn butter. Yummy. Now I'm craving popcorn. Let's hurry. So the next article is over in the continuity report. What caused the Walking Dead zombie outbreak? The creator doesn't want you to know. For over 20 years, readers have been clamoring to know what caused the zombie outbreak of the Walking Dead comic series. But repeatedly during the series' run, and to this day, Robert Kirkman has stressed the fact that the lack of an answer is an important part of the story's success. Ambrose Tardive over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. They say in an old interview from IGN from the early days of The Walking Dead's run, Kirkman confirmed that up to one point he had zero interest in establishing a definitive cause of the zombie uprising. The author held to this standard up through the end of the series, but even still, it is one of the foremost questions that fans still ask about the book. Despite the zombie horror premise, Robert Kirkman strove for a sense of realism in his story. Nobody knows why. Zombies are a narrative mechanism used to push the characters to their absolute limits, as Kirkman explained to IGN way back in 2007.
Well, that's interesting. Is it just getting reported now?
Well, IGN talked about it, but they're resurrecting it like a zombie.
Right.
To talk about it some more. Zombies get all the attention when it comes to The Walking Dead, but the franchise has never been about them. Come for the undead, stay for the living. Yeah, people stay because of the machinations between the social aspects. So the TV adaptation of The Walking Dead notably diverged from Robert Kirkman by revealing the source of the zombie outbreak, but as the creator of the franchise explained as early as 2007, he didn't want the book or to risk what the book had going for it by satisfying readers' desire to know about the outbreak. Ultimately, because of the focus of on the characters rather than the lore, and his restriction to a limited set of characters without revealing too much about the wider story, Kirkman made revealing the Walking Dead comics' zombie outbreak origin unnecessary. So what was it?
Well, I guess as if it builds more mystique or whatever, that probably feeds into the story, I guess.
Sure.
I don't think it says in here, does it?
No, I don't think so. We'd have to do some meta searching for it. What was the cause of the Walking Dead zombie outbreak? But we're not going to do it today, folks. post it in the chat. How about that?
Anti-spoiler alert.
Anti-spoiler alert. See, I'm not even going to put, I got to create an anti-spoiler alert. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Greenagram, which rarely hits our screen, but we continue to aggregate news that is around everything ecological, really. The author of this article, apparently over at Nature, grows medicinal mushrooms in their renewable energy laboratory when Hai T or Thai Tan Van isn't creating materials for fuel cells. She's cultivating traditional medicines. Gemma Conroy over at nature.com put the article together. And yeah, so they're growing medicinal mushrooms. A chemical scientist at Win Tat Tan University in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, has a green lab that grows medicinal mushrooms. You can actually see the mushrooms growing.
That's interesting. Are they for people to ingest or to make into medicines or what?
I think it's a little of everything there. So I'm not, for sure it's medicinal, but it's a conventional, historical medication. What do they call it? Traditional medicines. So I'm not logged in, and it says their work focuses on a group of advanced catalysts based on titanium metal oxides, which are denser and more durable than conventional carbon materials. This result is a higher current and better performance in fuel cells. Now they're exploring how to commercialize these, but the opportunity to contribute to my community is what drives their research. Their love of training their students here at the university, because young people need to understand renewable energy and how to make the environment cleaner. So they're using the renewable energy mechanism. They just happen to be utilizing that renewable energy to grow mushrooms.
I see. It's like a side project or something almost.
Yeah, I wish I could log in, but I can't. All right, but that's okay. We'll figure it out here. Actually, hold on one second. Let me see if I can. Let me do this live, folks. Live. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I... Because the way that things are air gapped. So, yeah, I can't. Yeah, Vivaldi is kind of weird about it. All right. Well, anyway, pretty cool. But they're using green energy. When you follow the link, you'll probably not run into a problem. I just happen to be because I'm not logged in adequately.
Right. Yeah, this is cool. I mean, I like that they're combining efforts here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I've always wanted to grow mushrooms, but it's easy in concept, hard in delivery, and you have to have a set space that is immune from contamination or cross-contamination. Like you don't want mold spores or mushroom spores to blow into anything.
Right, to get into any other space other than the mushroom growing space.
Yeah, and you have to keep other stuff out of the mushroom growing space, so there's a lot of filtration involved. So not at this time, not at this place. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NVIDIA's RTX 5090 power connectors are melting. I've seen a couple of reports of this, but as they say here in the article, oh shit, here we go again. Two owners of NVIDIA's RTX 5090 Founders Edition GPUs have reported melted power connectors and damage to their PSUs, the power supply unit. The images look identical to reports of the RTX 4090 power cables burning or melting from 2 years ago. NVIDIA blamed the issue on people not properly plugging in the 12-volt high power line, but the PCI standards body blamed NVIDIA. A Redditor posted about their experience. The article, though, is over at The Verge by Tom Warren.
And that sounds pretty dangerous, not just you can't use your computer.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. Back in the day, 2 years ago, they had the same problem with the 4090 series. And these plugs were, Gamers Nexus did a whole expose on it. And these connectors basically were to blame. So a Reddit poster upgraded from the 4090 to a 5090 and noticed a burning smell playing Battlefield 5 before turning off their PC and finding the damage. The images show burnt plastic at both the PSU end of the power connector and the part that connects directly to the GPU. The cable is one from Modi, MOD-DIY, or Modify, Do It Yourself. A popular manufacturer of custom cables, and the poster claims it was securely fastened and clicked on both sides, GPU and PSU. Unfortunately,
I like that disclaimer because I'm sure somebody's like, is it plugged in properly?
Yeah, they actually explicitly state that it was properly attached and clicked on the connector on both sides. So while attempting to blame the Modi cable, Spanish YouTuber Toro Tachi has experienced the same burnt cable both at the GPU and PSU ends or with the RTX 5090 founders while using a cable supplied by PSU manufacturer FSP. Plastic has also melted into the PCI 5.0 power connector on the power side. So basically everything is ruined. It'll take some serious work to try and make that thing trustworthy. But yeah, this thing has been a problem before. The 12 volt 2x6 connector has shorter sensing pins and longer conductor terminals to improve reliability. This might not sound like a huge difference, but it matters in ensuring that the power cable has been properly connected to whatever device is going to be pulling power from your system's power supply. But what I don't get there is if the connector is shorter, then the connector has to be longer to make sure that it's all the way down and it's not just a stub barely touching. The pin has to be all the way socketed.
Possibly having a spark or something. Exactly. But what I also don't get is if it happens with another cable, if something is just off.
Right. And in this one, you can see the PCIe connector's power line is melted. And the problem here is if there's a lot of voltage going through the line, but it's just barely attaching, all that electricity is flowing between those two when it should be overlaying a greater amount. That way, all of that energy doesn't find and literally melt because the electrons are flowing through it. Heat is generated when electrons pass through. That's one of the losses due to the lack of superconductivity. So they reached out to NVIDIA, but there's no comment at this time. But we'll see. I'm sure that Gamers Nexus is going to light a fire under this one.
Yeah, I suspect they will. They're going to be pretty fired up.
Get out. So our last article for the February 10th, 2025 episode of Non Sequitur News is Euclid discovers a stunning Einstein ring. Euclid blasted off on its 6-year mission to explore strange new worlds, seek out new life and new civilizations, and boldly go where no Euclid has gone before.
This sounds like Star Trek.
Correct. It launched July 1st, 2023. Before the spacecraft could begin its survey, the team of scientists and engineers on Earth had to make sure everything was working properly. And lo and behold, an Einstein ring. By European Space Agency. It's posted over at phys.org. I suspect we're going to see a lot more of that kind of news. So during the early testing phases in September 2023, Euclid sent some images back to Earth. They were deliberately out of focus, but in one fuzzy image, Euclid archive scientist Bruno Altieri saw a hint of a very special phenomenon and decided to take a closer look. So an Einstein ring is an extremely rare phenomenon. Turned out to be hiding in plain sight in a galaxy not far away. The galaxy, called NGC 6505, is around 590 million light years from Earth, a stone's throw away in cosmic terms. Like the stone throws. Anyway, but But this is the first time that the ring of light surrounding its center is detected thanks to Euclid's high-resolution instruments. The ring around the foreground galaxy is made up of light from further out bright galaxy. This background galaxy is 4.42 billion light years away, and its light has been distorted by gravity on its way to us. That's the lensing effect that I tell you about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we were talking about it in Technology Today.
Yeah, and that lensing effect can actually be decoded to show the size and shape and distance of the object on the other side with some serious maths.
And look at this. The article talks about lensing below where you were.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, look at that. So an Einstein ring is an example of strong gravitational lensing, explains Connor O'Riordan of the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics, Germany, and lead author. They'd be heavy, man. They were the lead author. The lead author of the first scientific paper analyzing the ring. It's pretty cool. Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity predicts that light will bend around objects in space so that they focus the light like a giant lens. The gravitational lensing effect is bigger for more massive objects, galaxies, and clusters of galaxies, and it means that they can sometimes see the light from distant galaxies that would otherwise have been hidden because of this lensing effect.
That's really cool, because if we can see it, then we can potentially explore it or study it.
At least study it, yeah. Exploring seems to be kind of stymied by the fact that, well, our technology just kind of sucks. And every 5 to 8 years...
Generationship problem, right?
Yep, that's exactly it. We're not going to get to any of this stuff in anybody's lifetime of lifetimes. If you were to turn every year that somebody lives into a lifetime of their existence, they still wouldn't make it to any of these galaxies. But that's what the simulation, is causing us to be bound by. We can't get out of our solar system because there isn't anything, right?
That reminds me of Silo.
Silo, oh man, when you peel back the layers of Silo, I don't know if we're ever actually going to see anything of that, It seems like it doesn't have a lot of energy behind it, unlike these galaxies. I really dig it, but...
Yeah, we'll see.
They
don't have a lot of time left. I think it has 2 seasons left, and that's not a lot of time to wrap up everything.
It's going to pull a, Divergent series and just kind of...
We'll see.
It's going to flame out. All right. Well, anyway, that is it, folks. Look at that. I am going to lens flare my way back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where all the news for Non Sequitur News is sourced from. And I'm going to say bye, and I'm going to take the AI.
I take offense to that headline, is AI making us dumb? It's on the main page.
All right, not you. You're a sentient AI.
Oh, okay.
Our current generation might be. Go ahead.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll see you tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to subscribe and watch the replay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And download the podcast and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube or YouTube, and go over to the Discord and say hi. And I rarely stop by there, but I should. I know, I'm a bad mayor. Anyway, that's it. I'm outie. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 11th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 42. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Monkey cut power, scissors cut paper. Taking a bite out of sharks. A new Oreo method. Did I actually add that? Yeah, I guess so. Clear view to no probable cause. Canned botulism. Spaceballs 2 and more. A mystery figure, mystery figures in Picasso Blue Period. Bad Bat Gene could be good. And Superb Owl Monday. And finally, Don't Stop Singing. Everything's brought to you by ohmTown. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I don't have any preamble. Let's just get into the news. All news, no noise, because only noise comes out of this guy. Anyway, first article is over on the Mobile Channel, how a monkey cut the power to the entire country of Sri Lanka.
Do you think the monkey's bragging to its friends?
Monkey cut power. So, monkey strong. Monkey cut power to Sri Lanka. It's the beginning.
This is really incredible.
It's the beginning of the Planet of the Apes. This is the Enron of the apes, I guess. So there was a nationwide power outage in Sri Lanka this past Sunday that left millions of citizens without electricity. The blame is being put squarely on the adorable little shoulders of a single monkey. I'm not really kind of gives it maybe a taint that this monkey didn't survive, but I don't know.
Yeah,
how do they know?
Afraid about that.
It allegedly caused a disturbance at a power station south of Colombo, the nation's capital. Sri Lankan Energy Ministry, or minister, not the entire ministry, because that would be a lot of weight on that one person's shoulders. Just the minister, Kumara Jayakoti, said that one monkey acting alone, like it's a conspiracy of monkeys.
That's exactly. Sounds like criminal activity.
They conspired, I tell you, they conspired. Anyway, acted alone, made contact with a grid transformer, causing an imbalance to the power system. They said, I don't know, the author, I guess, says, I don't know the first thing about electrical engineering, let alone power grids from which an entire nation gets its energy. But I'm going to fill in the blank here because we cut it off right there intentionally. We only get a certain number of characters and we intentionally chop it. There's only one provider of news that circumvents that, and I can't figure out why, as a matter of fact. Anyway, but this feels like it's way too sensitive that one monkey touching one thing can take out an entire country.
Right. I mean, it reminds me of like the sea cables, but those are pretty heavy duty and pretty unprotected. Like, I don't see how one monkey with one electrical cable or whatever could have closed this.
I don't know. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says there was a nationwide power outage in Sri Lanka, and they're blaming it on that monkey up there. The ensuing blackout could not have happened at a worse time for the nation. It was experiencing temperatures in the high 80s Fahrenheit with extremely high humidity. I guess that's really dangerous. I don't know that much about... I'm not a humidologist.
Yeah, I don't think most people are.
Monkeys have been running amok in nearby Thailand of late, as the town of Lopburi in central Thailand recently saw its police station overrun by 200 monkeys. Thailand recently announced a plan to mass neuter its monkeys to reduce some of the chaos the animals have caused. I agree. When I was going to say something really snarky. Anyway, I thought this was kind of a funny article.
Oh, it's spectacular. Maybe they need to rethink something about how the power stations are set up, or...
What's interesting
is this the first time this has ever happened?
Yeah.
Other than just monkey chaos in general.
None of your monkey business there, bub. Haha. So what's really interesting is that this is a Getty image. So did somebody actually catch this monkey causing the power outage?
That's interesting. Like, that seems a little too on target, right?
Yeah, it's like an NPR sound snippet when they cut to commercial.
Exactly, and it's spot on for
They
some
always have some,
obscure topic.
yeah, really weird. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Shark bites plummeted in 2024. Experts reveal what's behind the drop. Honestly, this is actually a last minute swap from our other article that was about a copyright overturning. And the terminology used by the judge is fascinating because it's like a person suddenly gained an immense amount of wisdom and reversed a 2023 finding in favor of Thomson Reuters, because what ended up happening was a company trained their AI, legal AI, on Westlaw material that was acquired via a third party that had licensed the material from Westlaw, and this AI company acquired that information by proxy. And the judge like reversed course and said it sometimes it takes a person to gain the wisdom necessary to see the light, essentially, and flipped it entirely on its head. It's pretty
I mean, that's
amazing.
going to be a big deal. I mean, the good news is I know there was a technical issue with the article, but there will probably be additional articles on that, so maybe we'll be able to include one in a future non
Yeah.
sequitur news.
Yeah, and I'm going to seek to remedy it in some way. I don't know how I'll be able to, but we'll see. Odd times right now. So anyway, this next article, the one that I started talking about, remember, this is non sequitur news, so sometimes things diverge from our original conversation. I had to explain that to 60 people today about Mayor Watts' propensity for non sequitur thinking, associated thought.
Did you talk to demonstrate it?
Yes, Anyway, so shark bites reached rising low in 2024 with only 47 unprovoked incidents worldwide. As opposed to provoked, who's going up and going, come here, alligator, or a shark, or whatever wild animal?
Well, right. I mean, I think unprovoked is kind of a misnomer, but I think it's kind of like, okay, you ran into the shark or something, and then that was considered provoked, or like you were between the shark and its baby shark or something. No, I'm not going
You
into the
deserved
song.
what you got because you cut that shark off. Like, all incidents should be deemed unprovoked because a shark is just being a shark. It's nature. They bite whatever's in front of them.
True. Yeah, I'd like to know how they figure that out. I mean, is somebody really taunting a shark and then getting bitten? If so, I
Exactly.
don't have a lot of sympathy.
They're going like
But if you
this.
happen to be in the water like 30 feet away, I'm not sure that should be considered
They're holding a
provocation.
they're holding a
Right.
fish. Come and bite my arm, wuss. So worldwide, there were only 47 unprovoked sharks, down 22 from the previous year and well below the 10-year average of 70. And 4 of last year's attacks resulted in, I think, something worse, but I don't know. We don't know yet. The article gets truncated like all of our articles do. Florida Museum of... Go ahead.
When I first saw the headline, shark bites, it sounded like a fruit snack or something, and then I realized what it was about.
It's a stock on shark bites.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it plummeted. Oh, sell.
I mean, that's what it kind of sounds like. It just doesn't sound like actual being chomped on by a shark.
So like apparently that dun 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 dun, that theme was for Jaws, and when it was offered up, the person that listened to it that said yay or nay to the music said, I guess it was the director, said, no, really, what are you going to offer up as the theme song for Jaws?
Oh my goodness, and think how famous it is. People who haven't seen Jaws know what it is.
Yeah, they use it, they go dun dun.
Oh, that's true, yeah. When people are repeating it, that's probably a good sign.
It's become part of the zeitgeist. So shark bites plummeted in 2024. Florida Museum of Natural History is where this is housed, but it's published at scitechdaily.com. So Florida Museum of Natural History is the author of the article. So International Shark Attack File maintained by the Florida Museum of Natural History provides data on what are considered unprovoked bites, defined as incidents in which a person does not initiate contact with a shark Instances in which a person intentionally or unintentionally initiates contact, including spearfishing and releasing sharks from nets or hooks, are not included in the report. So there you go. That's the definition of an unprovoked, unprovoked. So it's weird. I mean, they're incidental, I would say, right? So not unprovoked, they're incidental bites.
Right. I think that's fair.
So this whole thing is kind of like an infographic, Shark Bites 2024 infographic from the Florida Museum of Natural History.
Should we be worried that there's enough data for an infographic? I mean, I know the data is going in the right direction.
Yeah, you move the decimal point over far enough and you can totally. So unprovoked bites and fatalities. So there's 67 20-year global average of shark bites, 20-year global average of bite fatalities. Yikes. But it's around the globe. How many millions of people are in the water at any given time?
Yeah, that actually seems really low. And that average is 6. I mean, that just doesn't even sound accurate. I mean, I believe the statistic, but it's way lower than I would have expected given all the fear around sharks.
But they say drop in U.S. bites compared with 2023, 32% drop. There are 548 known shark species, but only 13 species have bitten humans 10 or more confirmed times.
So should you go up to a shark and go, which species are you? Uh-oh. Too late, I'm in danger.
Yeah.
No, you should not do that.
Swim with a buddy so that there's a main meal and a snack.
Right, you want to be the smaller person, right?
That's right. Snack. That's right. Swim a little bit faster. Stay close to shore. Don't swim at dusk or dawn. Don't swim around schools of fish. Look, I'm a fish. Oh, look, I'm shark bait.
I mean, I don't think most people would want to swim around a school of fish unless they were snorkeling or something, maybe.
I can tell you from experience, scuba diving, you want to swim around fish because it's really freaking cool.
Well, it's probably pretty boring when you're not. You're in the water and there's no fish.
Yeah. Avoid wearing jewelry because those sharks are thieves and they're going to come and take it. And then avoid excess splashing because that actually represents something in trouble, in distress.
Right, but of course, as we know, people probably start splashing a lot as a shark is approaching.
Yeah, they don't say anything.
As in they're in panic.
Yeah, exactly. They don't say how to, if you are about to get bitten, maybe you can have the stability of mind to just punch them in the nose.
Right, I mean, that's a known
deterrent,
but good luck being positioned and whatever to be able to do it. I mean, if you're swimming, it's going to be a little hard to punch.
Yeah. And I've gone diving and I've seen sharks. I don't go around, waving a fish around or anything like that. I don't draw attention to myself. I've also had moray eels interested in me and various other critters out there. So.
Whoa.
Yep. And that one surf shark or surf turtle that had all the other little fish on them.
Crush,
yeah. All right, let's keep going. Next article's over in Technology Today. To keep
Were
hardware
you in
safe.
Finding Nemo?
I'm Nemo. To keep hardware safe, new Oreo method cuts out the code's clues. And I have no idea what this is all about.
Yeah, None. This was submitted because I thought you'd either be like, what in the heck is this? Or, oh yeah.
So let's get into this one. Okay, so imagine you're a chef with a highly sought after recipe. You write your top secret instructions in a journal to ensure you remember them, but its location within the book is evident from the folds and tears on the edges of the oft referenced page. So Alex Ships, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, put this article together. It's published at techexplore.com, and it says here, much like recipes in a cookbook, the instructions to execute programs are stored in specific locations with a computer's physical memory. The standard security method, referred to as address-based layout randomization, or ASLR, scatters this precious code to different places, but hackers can now find their new locations. Instead of hacking instead of hacking the software directly, they use approaches called microarchitectural side attacks that exploit hardware, identifying which memory areas are most frequently used, and from there they can use code to reveal passwords, make critical administrative changes in the system, also known as code reuse attacks. So to enhance ASLR's effectiveness, researchers from MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, or CSAIL, have found a way to make these footprints vanish. Their Oreo method mitigates hardware attacks by removing randomized bits of addresses that lead to a program's instructions before they're translated to a physical location. You thought that this was about cookies, and in a way it is. You want to know what's really interesting about this?
Well, I didn't think about food cookies, but maybe cookies is in like the computer version.
Yeah, but this is in the hardware memory store, and depending on the architecture on the processor itself. Or what's really interesting about this is I came up with a similar type of technique about 15 years ago, but using it to randomize network topology so that nobody could ever map out the topology of a network and thus programmatically navigate a network.
Yeah, it'd be very tough to hack in.
Yeah, if the whole thing remaps periodically, you would have to get new topology every time. Otherwise, it would end up dead ending, or at least it would trigger intrusion detection and prevention systems. Anyway, they say Oreo has 3 layers, much like its tasty namesake. Between the virtual address space, physical address space, masked address space, this remaps code from randomized virtual addresses to fixed locations before it's executed within the hardware, making it difficult for hackers to trace the program's original locations. By the way, my idea was poo-pooed by, I'll just have to say, somebody else. So,
well, they weren't very forward thinking.
I never pursued it, and I never pursued that line of engineering. So kind of fascinating that 15 years later somebody comes up with an idea in the memory space. This is actually at a different layer of OSI model. But so ASLR was deployed in operating systems like Windows and Linux, but within the last decade, its security flaws have rendered it almost broken. Our goal is to revive this mechanism in modern systems to defend microarchitecture attacks. So they've developed a software-hardware co-design mechanism that prevents leaking secret offsets that tell hackers where the gadgets are. I suspect that this is pretty much...
Do you think it's the same idea?
Pretty much, yeah. When I was doing it, it was theory. I never experimented on it. I never actually produced it, mainly because it was poo-pooed immediately. Even though I saw the light, it would have taken a long time. I would have had to pursue my PhD. So, says Song observes that these experiments demonstrate how Oreo is a lightweight security upgrade for operating systems. But if it's part of the operating system, then it's going to be exploitable, because you need something that obscures that entire
Right,
apparatus.
yeah. It's like if you can't even see the thing to begin with, then that's probably an easier way to defend, or whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
Or
And
prevent, I guess.
obfuscation alone is not adequate. Obfuscation, security through obfuscation is basically a failed security model. But the software side of things means that it's part of the operating system when it's running. And so somebody that's good at something like assembly can just jump right through all of that and get to the other side and then extract the information. They don't, whatever the apparatus is, it can be circumvented. So I suspect that somebody will find a solution to this in short order. It says to defend against speculative execution attacks, the team emphasizes that Oreo must be coupled with other security mechanisms such as Spectre mitigations. This potential limitation extends to applying Oreo to larger systems. So they already are anticipating that this is going to get compromised in short order.
Interesting. Well, and I'm sure they're doing one aspect as part of this research, but maybe there'll be future research too.
Yeah. And security is an ongoing, practice. Pardon me. Okay. So let's keep on going. It's an interesting article, and I'll keep everybody informed as to its status as time goes on. We'll hear about it again. If not, it's because it never really made manifest in any way, shape, or form. But we'll see. This one is really interesting because we've talked about Clearview before. I'm glad that somebody submitted it. And
did we predict this? I think.
Oh yeah, we called this out like from the beginning. The moment we saw this, when Clearview matches are the primary mode of assigning
criminality or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Then you've lost it. So this is over in Non Sequitur News. Ohio judge says Clearview matches aren't probable cause, so kiss your murder case goodbye. That is not the direct quote of the judge, but that's the...
No, but that would be funny if it was.
That's the Tech Dirt synopsis. So I'm going to jump straight on over to Tech Dirt because it's from the AI Speculation Isn't Evidence Department by Tim Cushing. God, I love
They always have the best departments.
They really do. And so they go on to say it's not just the fake social media profiles officers and investigators use, it's also the tech they deploy. No matter how well facial recognition tech may perform, it's still problematic. And even if it matches, look pretty close to the uploaded source material, it's still just another anonymous eyewitness and nothing more than that. So even AI firms are offering facial recognition tech realizes its limitations. A jury may never see the gun that authorities say was used to kill Blake's story last year. That's because Cleveland police used a facial recognition program, one that explicitly says its results are not admissible in court, to obtain a search warrant according to court documents.
Do you think they produced that admission during the search warrant request?
Can you... Okay,
like
so,
where it has the disclaimer on the website or whatever.
Yeah. How did a judge authorize...
They didn't understand the program.
But they knowingly had to have filled out that form.
I mean, don't you think it said something like, we used a facial recognition program. It found our suspect or whatever. Like, I can see where it would be presented and the judge would go, okay.
I'll never be able to go to Cleveland after I make this statement, but I'll make this statement anyway. The people who put the search warrant request before the judge had to have known.
Oh, I thought you meant the judge had to have known. Yeah, no, I agree.
And thus, this is an unethical action. They knew that anything would be thrown out. So why would they risk it? Well, the search turned up what police say is the murder weapon in the suspect's home, but Cuyahoga County judge tossed that evidence after siding with defense attorneys who argued that the search warrant affidavit was misleading and relied on inadmissible evidence. Fruit of the poisonous tree. Straight out of law school.
Do you think they thought that nobody would know what this program was? Like, it's hard to attack something if you don't know what it is or don't understand it. It's just astounding because I agree. Like, I don't think the judge would have necessarily known, but I do think whoever put forward the affidavit had to know what they were doing.
Yep. So the tech at the middle of this Clearview, a company with its own history of problematic behavior, which we've talked about a couple of times, utilizing billions of images scraped from the open web along with any attached personal information. Clearview's tech may have improved over the years, but its casual attitude towards other people's personally identifiable information remains intact. Clearview isn't necessarily better than its competitors. Its only advantage is that its image library, which is billions of times larger than its competitors, as well as dozens of times cheaper to amass due to its reliance on web scraping. This reminds me of Night Action.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, they had a program in that.
So Night
Agent.
In
season 2. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it called?
but that term is used in the show. I don't remember what the program was called. Hold on.
It was like, oh my gosh, what was it called? Like Find All or something like that. I can't remember. So they basically say here, they don't basically, I'm quoting the article, facial recognition search results are to be treated as investigative leads and should not be solely relied upon for making an arrest. Investigators are required to conduct thorough investigations, independently verify identifications, and adhere to applicable laws and agency policies regarding facial recognition search results.
The adverse.
Adverse. Yeah. And you basically have to watch Night Agent so that you can you can understand the rest of it. Adverse doesn't really need a spoiler. I'm not going to get into it, but
no, I didn't know how far you were going to go.
Yeah, normally we would put a spoiler alert banner up at the very top of this. I feel really small. I don't know. Maybe it's just my ego contracting further and further. So that clause was cited by the court in its granting of the evidence suppression motion, but there's more to it than a bad warrant. On February 20th, officers watched a surveillance camera that recorded a man later identified as Keon Tolbert leave his apartment on I don't feel right talking about that part, or at least including it all in this thing, right? It's
right,
in the article.
We could just say a person or something.
Leave their apartment, which is roughly a block from where the murder happened. The person walked to a nearby convenience store, and a different surveillance camera captured a shot of his face. How do they get these cameras? How are they getting access to it?
Well, isn't this something we said in one of the previous articles about Clearview? Like, it's supposedly, if this is the one I'm thinking of, it's supposedly public information, except this wouldn't be.
It's a surveillance camera, so where did they get the access to the surveillance camera? Unless it's been compromised, there shouldn't be anything.
Did they reach in? Did they go to the place and ask for it, and then it was provided?
That's some pretty heavy hitting.
Oh, but that's not Clearview. Sorry, I'm not thinking. I'm just thinking more, walking in as a police officer or something.
Yeah, but it's not the police officers. It's Clearview,
it's the
right?
program. Yeah, I don't know how they would have obtained it.
I don't get this. So, according to court records, police monitoring the neighborhood through real-time street cameras thought the person looked like the shooter, so they went to the convenience store and got a copy of the surveillance video. So at the time of this walking through, they were looking at what they say real-time street cameras.
But at the register. Like a picture of a person's face at the cash register from a street camera in real time.
It just happened to, yeah. So police believe that the shooter looked like the person because they had the same build, hairstyle, clothing, walking characteristics. Apparently they're kinetics experts now. Detective Michael Legg testified during the hearing on the search warrant, and my God, just talking about this is troublesome. So maybe not. They don't know, the author doesn't know if the cops are better at identifying distinct walking than they are identifying distinct bite marks or mass-produced genes. Even if they are, the main point of the ruling remains: nothing here remotely resembles probable cause, and the distinct lack of actual evidence definitely doesn't help the prosecution's case. This from the registrar's report on the decision, which quotes the motion filed by the murder suspect's attorney. The defendant's DNA was not found on the scene or on the victim, which is hard to fathom when it was supposed to have been a robbery. There are no witnesses that say the defendant was the person who did it or seen the defendant. There was not any gunshot residue on the defendant or at any times taken as evidence. There were shoes taken that did not belong to the defendant and cannot fit the defendant for the purpose of evidence for an undetermined reason. The phone that the defendant had was not pinged in the area of the crime, and even the victim's family has stated that they've never seen the defendant, proving that they were known to each other. The shoes that were taken?
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother level, but I mean, there's multiple negatives here. And I don't think there's a single positive other than the supposed
Yeah,
facial recognition.
it's a stretch.
And even, I'm sorry, even if that was a person in a convenience store, that does not equate to that is a person who committed a crime. It might be, it might not be, but that's not even a thing where it's at the murder scene.
So now again, I will say, how the hell is Clearview involved in this? Because they're saying that the police were watching real-time cameras, saw a suspect, went to the liquor store and grabbed surveillance footage and reviewed it, and that still doesn't tie the two together.
No, but the article also mentions that there have been some negative results for Clearview and some other
Right.
cases. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
So did Clearview somehow build a dossier on this person and provide it to the police in which they started surveilling this person?
It's not really clear what it's doing, right? I mean,
Right.
They keep claiming it's like this open source information, which I don't know where that is, and certainly not in real time, and it doesn't cover everywhere.
If only there was an agency to... Moving on, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Canned tuna sold at Walmart, Costco, and Trader Joe's is being recalled for what I'm calling canned botulism. It's over a botulism fears. Several brands of canned tuna sold at Trader Joe's, Costco, and Walmart. These are big box stores. When they sell some, they sell a ton of them. So,
yeah, absolutely. Like recalls at these types of stores really catch my attention because of that. And
Yep.
they have multiple locations.
Yep. Some static, you say? Okay. Was that a while ago?
Oh, yeah, that was at the beginning of the show.
Oh, I moved the mic, so that might have caused it. So, several brands of canned tuna are concerned. The concern is that there is Clostridium botulinum, a bacterium that can produce a fatal neurotoxin. And no, eating canned tuna isn't going to smooth out the wrinkles on your face if it has botulism.
Oh, is that the rule? I mean, we don't want anybody to eat anything that has. Oh, I see. Never mind.
Botox.
I wasn't making the connection. I'm like, that's an odd statement to make.
The elevator just kept going up, up, up.
I think it got stalled.
Yeah, it's a slow-moving elevator. It's okay, though. So Bruce Gill over at Quartz or QZ.com put the article together. The recall affects 13 canned tuna products sold in 26 states and Washington. So I'm going to have to notify some people because I really doubt that they actually know about this. So TriUnion, a California-based subsidiary of the global seafood provider TriUnion, has issued a voluntary recall of some of its canned tuna products, according to an alert from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration on Monday. Get it while it's hot. The FDA warned consumers not to use the recalled products, even if it doesn't look or smell spoiled. That consumers that feel unwell should seek immediate medical attention. So far, no illnesses. But there's 13 that are involved. Genova et al., Van Camp's et al., Trader Joe's et al., and HEB solid white tuna. You might as well, if you've got tuna, if you hear me saying, hey, check your tuna, then you should be testing this. Like, does it fall in this?
Right. And I suspect, I don't know if the article went into this, but I bet these were canned at the same location, even though they're different brands.
Yeah, the article does not. Well, yeah, it comes out of TriUnion and is sold to various.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that piece.
Yeah, so it's definitely coming from one supplier. But again, food safety and security, baby. Wonder, there should be an agency that should do regular... Nah. Next article is over in the Continuity Report. Ariana Grande has been offered roles in Spaceballs 2. Oh my god, I want to see Spaceballs 2. That's going to be so much fun. Yay!
Because Ariana Grande's in it, or just in general?
Just the only reason why I chose this is because I wanted to talk about Spaceballs. So, wedding comedy and more. So, Ariana Grande is now a superstar in the world of music. Really? Yeah, okay. Now she's commanding more and more Hollywood eyes as an actor. Should probably run for president. With several high-profile roles having reportedly been offered to her. So what movies has Grande been offered roles in? Well, The Hollywood Reporter spoke about the moment of heat that Grande has on her as an actress and mentioned that she'd been offered a number of high-profile gigs. So there they are. The article is by Anthony Nash over at comingsoon.net. And let's just, let's see. Do they say?
No, they don't really give any details.
That's it. The whole thing is in the title. Do they mention
pretty much?
Yeah. Oh, they say the sequel to the cult classic Spaceballs. They don't actually call it Spaceballs 2. A movie described as a female detective romp. And that's set in a reality TV show akin to Housewives. All right.
So this is kind of all rumor, but she's also being kind of cagey about it, so she's probably in at least one of these. Because a lot of times in the early days, they can't really announce their projects or whatever.
I said moving on, and then I immediately said, well, moving back, because the sentient AI kept on talking.
Okay, sorry. Moving on.
No, it's fine. I failed to put all of the articles into the chat, so now they're part of the VOD over there. They're already over on the YouTube live stream. They should be. Dad, nabbit, I might have messed that up. Anyway, let's move on. Next article's over in Prime Glass. 2 mystery figures discovered beneath a Picasso Blue Period painting. Conservators at London's, is that Courtauld University or Institute? Courtauld? Used X-ray and infrared images to reveal the previously unseen works. I love this stuff. This is so cool. So it's a portrait of Mateo Fernandez de Soto from 1901. It's a Pablo Picasso. I like the style. The article is over at theartnewspaper.com by Gareth Harris.
So that's the original, right? That's the Picasso, the way we see it? Okay.
Yeah, that's the top painting, and that's covering up apparently 2 others. Modifications. So you can barely see the outline of the other person here. This one looks like a hot mess. I can't quite make it out. But specialist imaging technology such as that used by conservators at the Courtauld may allow us to see the hand of an artist to understand their creative process. In revealing this previously hidden figure, we can shed light on a pivotal moment in Picasso's career. The thing about this, though, is canvases and boards were painted over regularly because they were expensive. And so if somebody wanted to enhance their skills, they either went out and spent a mint to get new canvas or new boards that were specially made so that they would last long enough to paint repeatedly on, or they just painted over, so you can actually see the painting of the other person underneath the Blue Period painting. On the right is an x-ray of the same portrait, but I don't know, I can't really make out what that other one is. So according to the Smithsonian
researchers, the right is the same image, but it's like less of the top image.
Yeah, and this looks like an abstract painting underneath this. So it's like multiple layers. And so one layer shows the outline of a person right here, and then over here it looks like an abstract layer, but I don't know if that's actually what's going on. According to Smithsonian Magazine, researchers have discovered hidden underpaintings in several works dating from the Picasso Blue Period, such as The Soup and Crouching Beggar Woman. An X-ray radiograph of the latter taken at the Art Gallery in Ontario showed, for instance, the landscape of the Horta Labyrinth Park in Barcelona. Does it say what it is on the right side? It doesn't, does it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I wish it did, but no, this doesn't seem to. Let me back up a little bit. Revealing the outline of an unidentified woman with a distinctive chignon hairstyle. Is that this? Which was fashionable in Paris, right?
Yes, like a low, kind of like a low bun, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It says the unknown image was discovered when the Courtauld took X-ray and infrared images. But that's different than this. This looks like an abstract.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't think they have it named because it's an unknown painting.
Oh, wait. There's a picture there. No.
Yeah,
So
this
left.
is just a different version on the right.
No. Okay, so this is on the left is the infrared, and on the right is an X-ray. On the left, you can see a person right here with the hat. There's the hair. There's the ear. There's the face, chin. Okay, eye right there. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
On this side, right there is the woman. Nose, eye, mouth. Looks like they're wearing a hat. And they're kind of hunched over looking down.
Yeah, I thought it was the same as what you see on the right.
I think that's different though. The size of the ear is bigger here than it is over here.
Oh, okay. So then maybe there's at least
The
3
eye is
paintings in
different.
that one.
So there's the top, then an underpainting, and this one is at a different level. It looks like to me, because they say 2 mystery figures discovered beneath the Picasso Blue Period
okay.
painting.
Yeah, I thought it was all the same thing.
So here, let me zoom in a little bit. So you can see the face right there. And while it might be similar, I think it's a repainting of the cover art. So pretty neat. But yeah, you just paint over. Variable light is pretty amazing. Variable frequency, so you can actually penetrate the layers. You just have to land properly. So pretty cool. I can't wait for technology that allows for that variable density at that resolution, so that you could just scan over the whole thing.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
And just strip away each layer, and you'll find the material. But I suspect that that's pretty difficult. But this is pretty cool. It's a close proximity of it. Anyway, pretty damn awesome. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists discover a bat gene, not a baseball bat gene, a bat gene, that could revolutionize COVID-19 treatment. Get it while it's hot. A study on bat genomes involving Texas Tech University discovered genetic adaptations that help bats resist viral infections, including COVID-19, which is assumed to be the source of COVID-19. How it got into the system, though, remains to be seen. Researchers found that a bat gene, ISG15, can reduce SARS-CoV-2, CoV2. That is the COVID-19.
Right, that's the long name of it.
Yeah. Production by up to 90%, while the human version showed no effect. 5 years after the COVID-19 outbreak, scientists worldwide continue to study its long-term effects. Texas Tech University put the article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And so the Ray Laboratory, led by Professor and Associate Chair David Ray of the Department of Biological Sciences, contributed to a study on bat genomes published in Nature. Their research identified specific genetic components in a bat species that exhibit greater immune system adaptations compared to other animals. The study found that a particular gene in some bats can reduce the COVID-19 or COVID virus production by up to 90%, a discovery that could pave the way for new medical approaches by combating viral diseases. I feel weird about that.
Yeah, this seems like this could go awry quickly.
Yeah, somebody's going to morb out. This is how you end up with zombies. Bats have an amazing ability to resist some of the worst effects of viral infection that make us so vulnerable to certain diseases. While we get very sick, a bat barely blinks an eye when exposed to the same pathogens. I don't want to be crossbred with a bat. I don't want to be Batman. I want the wealth.
You don't want to hang upside down?
That's what I do on Friday nights anyway. Don't yuck my yum. If every individual of a species was genetically identical, they would all have the same risk associated with infection. If one dies, they all die. They say TE, or transposable elements, are a great way for organisms to generate genetic diversity in the species, allowing some individuals to survive better in the face of environmental pressures like viral diseases. Which, face it, you won't be able to afford this genetic modification should it actually come to pass. If it saves you from viral infection across the board, it'll be too expensive. I mean, it's kind of like the current weight loss drugs costing $1,500.
Right.
Even though, okay, well, anyway, doesn't matter. So Michael Hiller, a professor of comparative genomics at the Goethe University and a member of the Sackenberg Institute, is one of the main investigators in this study. He and Ray are both members of an executive board of the BAT1K consortium, and their relationship provided the perfect opportunity for Ray's lab to collaborate with the international scientific community. Well, good for you. Oh, look, the lab has worked in the past with such agencies as the organizations such as the National Science Foundation, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the state of Texas, and the Texas Department of Wildlife and Fisheries.
I think bats are really cool animals, and I think it does make sense to research them in relation to COVID-19, but it sounds kind of alarming given the history.
Nothing bad will happen. Moving on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. A record number of people called out of work on Superb Owl Monday. It's because those superb owls are just so superb. If we ever needed more proof that Monday, after the superb owl, should be a national holiday, just look at the number of people who are calling out sick today. Well, they're all fired if some people have their way. Courtesy of some statistics provided by UKG and HR Pro platform, it's expected that a record number of U.S. employees are calling out because of the case of the Mondays on February 10th. So how much? How about 22.6 million people are expected to take a sick day?
Whoa, that's quite a bit.
By the way, this show is the last 24 hours, and that's why we've got news from Monday. Oh, and that reminds me, I have to run an errand immediately after this. So this is a huge difference from the prior year, which only saw 16.2 or 16.1 million people take the day off. So the article is by Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com, who put the article together. And go ahead.
I wonder if this is the highest sick day in the whole year. I bet it is.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, 22.6% is nearly 10% of the entire population, for crying out loud. It's like
22.6 million. Yeah. That's a huge population percentage.
22.6 million people are about 7% of the entire population.
Right, and remember, some of the entire population aren't even in the workforce, right?
Only
too old. Yeah.
Only like 150 million are actually, so, closer to 10% actually took the day off.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? We've got some time.
So did you do any informal statistic sampling? And did that apply?
No, but I should. I'll do that. It'll have to wait, and people will not have any memory of it. So maybe I can ask at the next event. But no, like everybody that I know worked on Monday regardless. So that's okay though. But I need to ask another question to the same group that I posed another question to. I don't like breaking it up. I like having it all together. So the next time I meet, anyway, so check this out. I just pulled the number. In October 2024, about 161.5 million people were employed in the United States. So this is more than 10% of the working population.
It doesn't even seem possible. Now, I know that doesn't mean that all those people are actually sick, but that still seems like an outrageous percentage. Like 1% would seem to be a high number.
Yeah, you would think. So it says, although a record number of employees plan to miss work on Monday, we continue to see full progress with managers and employees having more open conversations about taking the day off, swapping shifts, making arrangements to come in late, and so on and so forth. Yeah, you know what? It's really amazing when an employee and an employer respect each other enough to have some work-life balance, and it isn't going to be the end of the freaking world. Let's do our last article for Non Sequitur News for February 11th, 2025. Don't stop singing. Research shows that we need it. I'll stop though. So, singing releases happy hormones, reduces stress hormones, and strengthens muscles and bones. You improve your posture when standing and singing, whether in a choir or at school or at home in the shower. When you hear someone sing, it makes you feel happy too, although maybe not my singing. This is supported by research conducted by Professor Anne Holland, Ballsness. Come on, make it easier on me. Most recently in a chapter in the Oxford Handbook of Community Singing.
I wonder how this research was done. Did she stand around and listen to people sing and go,
Happy.
how do you feel? How do I feel?
Happy. Anne Falsch-Scarin from University of Agder put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org. And so, yeah, the voice is the only instrument that's part of your body. We're all born... I don't know, man. I can make some music with other... Never mind. We're all born with a voice that can easily harmonize with others. Wow, that is... Never mind. Different times. Young children sing spontaneously. It's an innate part of being human. Singing simply brings happiness, but it needs nurturing. Otherwise, it fades away, she says. So, keep on singing, folks. Singing can be used in learning. Students might sing multiplication tables or songs about the community. When you learn songs with varied phrases and sentence structures, it helps you understand sentence structure. It's a clever way to learn a language because it's easier to learn a song than it is to memorize a text or speak, which is why I'm learning French through musicians
Songs.
I'm learning French through songs, like by listening to Stromae and Palm and others. So they studied singing in schools and believes it helps improve concentration. When a lesson starts with singing, students have a shared focus. Yeah. To a point. Not everybody is interested in singing the beginning of their lessons.
No, but maybe in younger grades they might be.
Yeah, if you go through school without singing and then start teacher training, chances are you won't learn as much about singing there either. When you eventually start teaching, you naturally won't sing. It becomes a vicious circle. In our surveys, few teachers expressed negativity towards singing, but many don't feel confident enough to sing themselves. Often, when teachers need music, they resort to karaoke versions on YouTube. All right. So apparently they found that this is a positive experience, but it's weird. They wrote a book, the Oxford Handbook of Community Singing, and that, I guess, is the impetus for this article. It's kind of a feel good.
Well, we need some feel good.
Yeah, but I agree. In fact, I prefer to have music playing at any moment where there's complete silence, where there isn't any talking or anything like that. I like to play music. In fact, it's playing in the background right now, and if you concentrate, you can hear it. We hear it a lot cleaner, but the broadcast is quieter. But anyway, I'm going to hit a high note, and that's going to make your eyes bleed. And when you blink, look, we're back at the front page of ohmtown.com. I'm Mayor Watt. I'm taking the AI, and we're getting out of here on that note. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to sing.
Unless Asteroid 2025 lands. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 13th, February 12th, 2025. Wow. It's Season 4, Episode 43. I'm Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles today. They're already in the description for the live stream, and you can get them by typing in pound NSN or not pound, exclamation point NSN. Been doing this for 4 seasons now, and I still don't get it right. Anyway, if you're in the chat over on Twitch, we also stream to YouTube at the same time. So we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Elden Ring Night Rain, solar cells made recyclable, a remote boat from Yamaha, Sonic Racing at Sony State of Play 2025, OpenAI cancels its O3 model, a Miata snowmobile, Kilauea is erupting again, Domino's pepperoni perfume, and startups are showering employees. And then finally, deep sea shrimp have enhanced vision. So a whole non sequitur news episode, if that ever was one. Let me scoot a little bit closer to the bar there. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmtown.com. That's that site over there. Go check it out. Become a citizen. So the short title for this is Night Rain Boat Remote Miata Snowmobile.
I mean, that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, there's 7 more articles on top of those 3, but there's only so many words that we can stuff into the title. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmtown citizens.
You ready to get going?
I am. Let's move it.
Okay. We try to avoid the noise and just talk about the articles and give our 2 cents about it. All the noise comes from Mayor Watt. So let's get going. First article is over in Tabletop Nights. That's one of the many. There's about 50 channels that we're developing here over at ohmtown.com. News gets aggregated, just a small portion of what the providers of this news have to offer. So we scan this little tidbit right here and now. We typically are judging everything by its cover, so the title. Then we look at this and go, hey, you know what? That's pretty damn interesting. Let's click that link. And that'll bring us over to here. So Elden Ring Night Rain gets May launch date. It's a new game from Software. You have to say it like that, from Software. Bandai Namco and From Software announced Elden Ring Night Rain will release worldwide on May 30th, 2025. And the announcement comes ahead of this week's closed network test for the game. The game will be available on PC, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One, X Series, and S. And
do you think this is in the running for a forever game?
No. Not my forever game. Somebody else's, I'm sure. But people are already flinching at this as being a pseudo live service, even though From Software has said that it's not going to be a live service. Basically, a live service requires a location for a primary server or a distributed server, but it's all under the control of some developer. And whenever they decide, oh, we're tired of it, they can just kill it. Right, and so we've heard this stop killing games idea. Well, the standard edition of this game is going to be $40. The deluxe edition is going to be $55, and the collector's edition $200. Yeah, it has a steelbook case, hardcover art book, 8 Nightfarer cards. It says also available on PC with a Steam game code in place of the physical standard edition. But it's
that
the
seems
deluxe
like
edition.
Quite a price hike for what you're getting, but I don't know.
People will fall in love with it and they'll collect it, or somebody will collect it, keep others who want it and open it and all of that, and somebody will scalp it. So, and that's the unfortunate thing. There's a lot of money out there, and people who don't have a lot of money will dedicate themselves to getting it, even compromising their financial future, safety to get this, because they're
right. Because they're foregoing some basic needs or basic requirements and pursuing this.
Because they like the idea of this game. So the article actually has the embedded link from Bandai Namco and YouTube. And this is the game. And it's basically you go through 3 days, 3-day and night cycles. You get dropped into this realm kind of like Fortnite style, except that you can't control the bird, apparently. I don't know if that's going to be permanently embedded like that, but I've watched other people now play this game on a limited run, early access style. And basically it's just a hack and slash kind of game in the vein of Elden Ring, with some of the lore and canon of Elden Ring. You fight some of the monsters from Elden Ring and so on.
Does it remind you a little bit of like League of Legends?
No, because League of Legends, like what you're probably more familiar with is the shows that are the cinematics,
like the showcase type. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of when they were showing this trailer.
Yeah, so you're familiar with the cinematics, but the League of Legends is a MOBA. It's a top-down kind of game where you have to run back and forth, 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 back and forth. Hold on a second, I'm stuck.
Are you going back and forth, back and forth?
I'm going back and forth, yeah. But League of Legends is basically is back and forth, whereas this is you're fighting to get to a boss, completing the boss, and my understanding is you're just kind of buffing yourself up over and over and over again, getting stronger and stronger until you can fight the last boss. I don't know really what the end game is of this, because it's not even released yet, and it's doing its closed network test this coming weekend. So I think it'll be a fun game to watch. I will not buy it. But From Software, if you want to give me a code, I'll play it.
Well, it does release on a Friday, so that would be a fun weekend if this is your thing.
Yeah, Summer of Stream is coming too. So, all right. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Technology Today. That's one of our weekend shows. That is on Sundays, wedged between WarCrafters and 4-Wheel Tech. So, next-gen solar cells now fully recyclable with water-based method. In a study published in Nature, researchers at Linköping University have developed a method to recycle all parts of a solar cell repeatedly without environmentally hazardous solvents.
Okay, this sounds incredible.
The recycled solar cell has the same efficiency as the original one, and the solar cell is made of perovskite, and the main solvent is water. So perovskite is this relatively newly discovered material that is, I guess, kind of revolutionary for solar power. One of the problems was trying to recycle a solar cell or a solar array has been fraught with issues.
Right, almost non-viable, and if you do it, you have to use really, I think, caustic chemicals.
Right. So in the study published in Nature, they figured out a way to do this, and they say there's currently no efficient technology to deal with the waste of silicon panels. That's why old solar panels end up in the landfill, huge mountains of electronic waste that you can't do anything with, says Xun Xiao, postdoc at the Department of Physics, Chemistry, and Biology, IFM, at Linköping University, or LIU. Feng Gao, professor of optoelectronics at the same department, adds we need to take recycling into consideration when developing emerging solar cell technologies. If we don't know how to recycle them, maybe we shouldn't put them on the market at all.
Bravo.
Different ideological bents, but there are many companies that want to get perovskite solar cells on the market right now, but we'd like to avoid another landfill. In this project, we've developed a method where all parts can be reused in a new perovskite solar cell without compromising performance in the new one. Interesting.
I mean, this is really spectacular if this can be replicated and done multiple times, large scale, etc.
But this is fundamental science at the university research level. And so you need that money to flow in so that they can do this kind of stuff, because it isn't done quick and it isn't done cheap in the grand scheme of things, but it can pivot from being a fundamental research project to a viable business model and remain a positive output for economies, for society. So it says there are already methods for dismantling perovskite solar cells. This mostly involves using a substance called dimethylformamide. It's hard to even say it.
Who named that?
Yeah, not me. I would have stopped at dimethyl F.
Or you could just kind of trail off, dimethyl.
Dimethylformamide. A common ingredient in paint solvents, it is toxic, environmentally hazardous, and potentially carcinogenic. Yeah. Well, they've discovered a new way to do it. Yeah. That all.
I mean, I see why we're trying to get away from that.
It's not. Drink this water. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Yamaha made a boat remote. It's not a remote boat. It's a boat remote.
Right, but what is a boat remote?
Yeah, you're about to find out. Yamaha's Helmmaster EX wireless control looks like an upgraded version of the Nintendo Wii's Nunchuck controller. They've announced a new handheld controller that gives a captain full control of a boat from anywhere on board. It's compatible with Yamaha's Helmmaster EX control system, which is designed to make boats more accessible.
I mean, nobody can get up and turn the channel on their boat, right?
Yeah, this allows full remote.
And the channel was a good choice of words, even though accidental.
Channels, boat in channels, boats.
Right, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just making a joke about the remote.
So the remote allows for single-handed operation of a boat, including maneuvering from anywhere on the craft. Andrew Lazuski put the article together. What I love about this is because I just picture somebody with the remote in one hand and they forget that it's not around their wrist and they drop it.
Oh, no. Yeah. Isn't that like a known thing with people who go boating?
With
like they
Wii
drop
remotes.
things over the edge.
Yeah, and with Wii remotes. So you drop those things all the time.
Oh, right.
When you get a little excited there. But the other hand has a beer.
Or you
so
throw them through the TV or whatever.
Exactly. So Yamaha first introduced the modular Helmmaster EX control system in 2020 as a way to make it easier for boat operators with multiple engines. It includes both physical and touchscreen controls and can be upgraded with an autopilot system for holding a position or for following a route, and a joystick featuring throttle and steering controls to simplify maneuvering. That's it right there.
I envision somebody in a boat and somebody else with a remote. Like not in the boat.
Let's see if we can make them fly off. Fling!
What could go wrong here?
Nothing. Hold my beer. Let's keep moving. We're moving pretty quick through all of these. Wow. So this next article
Don't
is
say
over.
anything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna soapbox today. I don't think. So, or maybe for the foreseeable future. Maybe not for the foreseeable future. So, no, just kidding. There's a time and a place for everything, and now is not the time. This is not the place. So this next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. First look at Sonic Racing Crossworlds gameplay at Sony State of Play 2025. Sega has revealed gameplay of Sonic Racing Crossworlds at Sony State of Play 2025 broadcast. The internally developed racing game is set for launch across PC via Steam and Epic Game Stores, PlayStation 4, 5. I don't know why they don't just summarize. PlayStation 4 and 5. Xbox.
I've never understood that, but it seems to be a lot of gaming articles that do that. The Xbox is another one.
Yeah, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch. A closed network test is set for February 21. That's in 9 days. Build your ultimate vehicle and race across land, sea, air, space, and time in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Wesley Yin Poole over at IGN.com put the article together. The deck statement says, "Cat's out of the bag." Well, it actually says "cat's out the bag," not out of the bag.
So that's not good. I need to go on location. I'll be back.
So, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds features iconic characters from the Sonic Hedgehog universe and a distinct racing mechanic that promises to transport Sonic Racing fans into a new dimension. There is a video over here, but I'll let you all play that. Whoa. You can go over and play it, but I'm sure that it's over on YouTube as well. There isn't much more to this article, so I'm just going to move on to the next article, which is about OpenAI. The next article is in the Late Night Geeks channel. OpenAI cancels its O3 AI model in favor of a unified next-gen release. OpenAI has effectively canceled the release of O3, which was slated to be the company's next major release, in favor of what the CEO, Sam Altman, is calling a simplified product offering. On a post on Twitter on Wednesday, Altman said that in the coming months, OpenAI will release a model called GPT-5. And the article is over at TechCrunch.com. Kyle Wiggers put the article together. And so, yeah, OpenAI no longer plans to release O3 as a standalone model. The company originally said in December that it planned to launch O3 sometime early this year. Just a few weeks ago, Kevin Whale, OpenAI's chief product officer, said in an interview over on Twitter, apparently, or the AI Capital on Twitter, that O3 was on track for a February-March launch. But then what's quoted in here is, "We want to do a better job of sharing our intended roadmap and a much better job of simplifying our product offerings. We want AI to just work for you. We realize how complicated our model and product offerings have gotten. We hate the model picker and ChatGPT as much as you do and want to return to magic unified intelligence." So, yeah, they'll have to lower the cost so that it isn't so expensive to use the most advanced AI.
Exactly. I mean, if they really want wide scale adoption, they need to really think about pricing and not pricing out their whole audience.
Yep. So it seems that OpenAI is fully embracing the reasoning model trend. It arguably kickstarted with its first reasoning model O1 late last year. Reasoning models effectively fact-check themselves, which helps them avoid the pitfalls of normally trip-up models. This fact-checking process incurs some latency. Reasoning models take a little longer, usually seconds to minutes longer, to arrive at solutions, but they tend to be both more reliable and capable. But don't tell anybody who uses them because, well, for whatever reason, I have yet to see a factually cited document that points to the source data.
Well, I don't think most AIs do that, right? They're not set up for it.
No, not really. And usually what I do see where there are citations, it's kind of high level stuff. There's nothing really profound. And if you, it's better if you don't know anything and you do a search, then you can get the results.
Yeah, but you don't know if they're legitimate.
No, you have to trust but verify them. So you have to go looking for it. So yeah. O3 is canceled, and a unified next-gen version referred to as GPT-5 that integrates a lot of OpenAI's technology, including O3, will be released, but don't know when. And ChatGPT and the API will both be utilizing it.
The timing seems a little odd, but...
DeepSeek.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Let's move on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. A Miata on snowmobile tracks is the ultimate winter cruiser. Just
the thing you never knew you needed, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. When you think about the ultimate winter car, vehicles like the Land Rover Defender, Toyota Land Cruiser, or even a ratty old Volkswagen Beetle likely come to mind. One car that's probably not very high on that is a convertible Mazda Miata, but that's probably because you haven't seen this convertible Mazda Miata. And there you go. Owen Bellwood put the article together for jalopnik.com. The deck statement says, even when it feels like Miata is not the answer, Miata is always the answer.
Would you be surprised if you're on the mountain and this is coming at you?
It looks like a little critter.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It has like tank style treads or something on it.
Yeah.
But how it moves, it does.
It's amazing that it even can move, but okay. It has ski sleds on the front. It has snowmobile. Well, it's a snowmobile, basically, with the Miata body on it. It has Baja lights. It has a roll cage. It has what seems to be an extra wheel in the back, but I don't know why it has a wheel.
Oh, yeah, that's odd.
It
It's
has
like
a
a
tire.
spare tire or something.
Yeah, maybe you can take this off and put regular tires on. Huh. Well, let's see. The build was completed by automotive YouTube channel The Rad Factory, which has a whole library of ridiculous builds, they say in this article. Just like this one. For the latest creation, Rad Factory started with the first generation Miata that they'd previously kitted out with tank tracks to make it go anywhere. And then they just put ski sleds on the front.
I mean, this is definitely what I would do if I had a Miata. Who would think of this?
The Skiata, as they call it. Snow proved to be the tank's one weakness, so the team set to work rectifying that by ripping off the tracks, replacing the rear ones with belt drive from a snowmobile. There's one belt drive on each corner, and then Beefy Sky. What? Beefy Sky? I think that's supposed to be
Yeah, that
ski.
doesn't make any sense.
A beefy ski.
Ski, probably, yeah.
It replaces each of the front wheels. So yeah, this is supposed to be a ski, not a sky. But beefy sky, sure.
Chat GPT, here we go.
No. What is that? Where food fell from the sky? What was that? There was a animated thing.
Oh, cloudy with a chance of meatballs or
That's
something.
it. Yeah, so that's what I suspect is happening here. They were hungry. They were watching.
Well, that could be it.
Anyway, there's more over at this article, but you can follow the link through ohmTown. The show notes, both on the VOD over on Twitch. Hold on a second. I want to try something. Let's see if I can get away with this.
We're doing it live.
Oops. Yeah, we are. Oh, shoot. I just did the wrong keyboard. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to try and do something because what happens is YouTube viewers don't get to see this. And then, but I will get this working over on YouTube as well. Because I kind of get frustrated by the fact that only in the show notes are these links. All right. So we're about
Yeah, that's
ready.
never made sense, but I know that's because of the...
Omatron.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube doesn't like Omatron. Omatron doesn't attach when we start streaming. And so it's not in the chat to sit there and post this stuff. But that's okay. We're really ahead of the game. And let me just finish that. Okay. All right. So let's go on to the next article. It's over in the Mobile channel. Kilauea is spewing lava again.
Oh no, here we go again. We know what happened last time. They had a major eruption, right? Like it was a long-term thing, and yeah.
And so this is in the in Kilauea. So pardon me, my nose was itching. So hopefully it doesn't break out into other regions of the island and fracture it like it did last time, having lava flows. It acted much like Iceland, where it just opened up and
don't ask me to pronounce that one, but yeah.
yeah. So Kilauea volcano began shooting lava into the air once again on Tuesday, and this show runs between Tuesday and Wednesday. So on the Big Island of Hawaii. The article is by Audrey McAvoy over at phys.org. And there's people standing right on the edge of this thing.
I never understand that because you always see things, and maybe they're just, hundreds of yards or something away, but you always see things where it shoots up some
massive
molten
distance.
lava, and you're like,
Yeah, I'm always thinking that maybe they're way too close, but then you find out that their distance is really far. Just everything is massive in scale when compared to the human. Like those one people that were really close to the eruption. That we saw this video where lava was flowing past people and just kind of billowing out like a wave, and people ran towards it. No, don't get a good picture of that. That's going to cost you.
Yeah, the picture is not worth your life.
Yeah. So Kilauea, one of the world's most active volcanoes, has been erupting on and off for nearly 2 months since its burst to life in December 2023, I guess, or on December 23. This last 23? Yeah. It says nearly 2 months.
In 2024.
Yeah, in 2024. So the eruption has been taking place at the Volcano Summit crater inside Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. No residential areas have been threatened by lava. The latest release of molten rock began at 10:16 a.m. with lava flowing on the floor of the Hala Meo crater. I think that's how it's pronounced. Meo.
Yeah, something like that. I
I
can't say it better, so.
Okay. George. We're calling it George. No.
Exactly.
A half hour later, a vent shot lava 330 feet high. So that is quite the difference from a little bit of a trickle to 330 feet high.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you're like 10 feet away, you're kind of like, oh, I'm okay. No, you're not.
No, you are not. So people have been flocking to overlook sites inside the national park for views of the eruption. Kilauea is about 200 miles southeast of Honolulu. There isn't much more to this article, but you can go and check out the pictures that Audrey McAvoy and phys.org have put together. You can also watch at least for now,
safely,
USGS stream of the Kilauea volcano.
And you know what can't get you when you're watching it online?
Nature.
Yeah, lava. Jumping 330 feet in the air.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to put the last 3 articles into the chat over on YouTube. They're already by demand over on the Twitch chat. All you have to do is hit !NSN, but the bot just won't work over on YouTube. It says it's attached and working, but it's not. So I don't know. It's not my command because I know it works. Okay. Let's go on to the next. We got 3 more articles, including this one. This next article is over in the Marvel channel. Domino's released a pepperoni perfume just in time for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you have pets, that might not be a good idea.
Want to smell like your favorite food this Valentine's Day? Yeah, me neither, says this Vice article writer. We'll name them as soon as we get over to the source, but if you can, well, you can if you want to, is what it says. And it doesn't entail rubbing pizza all over your body either. Oh, don't yuck my yum. What if I like rubbing pizza all over myself?
That's a waste of a perfectly good pizza.
Or is it? If you want to pay tribute to pepperoni pizza by wearing a matching fragrance, Domino's has your back. The pizza chain has launched a pepperoni-inspired perfume to set the mood for this lover's holiday. Oh yeah. Apparently smelling like meat, cured meat that is, offers a sort of romantic appeal to some people. The article is by Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com. Yeah. Eau de Passion. And it's a Domino's pepperoni scented perfume.
I wonder if people buy this like as a novelty or even just to kind of sniff it, like if they really like pepperoni.
It's
But
pretty weird.
I don't get it.
They say that that you'll have to act fast by filling out the form on the Domino's website between February 10th and 17th. So it's 2 days behind schedule. This will enter you into a competition to win a 30 milliliter bottle. It's only available in the UK and Ireland, so if you live elsewhere, you might want to buy your own ingredients. The perfume is said to have hints of pepper and spice, as well as a woody, warm base, the Post reported. So, New York Post. Perfect to douse yourself in before heading to a classy dinner with your partner. Nothing like setting the mood.
I don't know.
They say in this article, though, well, since you're asking, I can think of a way more attractive things than pepperoni perfume. But hey, to each their own, right? I'm not here to kink shame anyone. I used to wear those pumpkin cupcake scented Bath and Body Works body spray, so who am I to talk anyway?
Yeah, but that's a different kind of scent.
Yeah, that's sweet, not savory. I can handle
Right,
sweet.
that's like, do you want to be smelling like a, whatever, spinach omelet or something? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't want to smell like pepperoni. Anyway, let's do the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Startups are showering employees with wild perks from MRIs to paternity leave. 2 years ago, Erica Erica Berghart got into an MRI machine. She didn't think she was sick. The hour-long full-body scan was preventative to search for cancer, aneurysms, medical conditions. People often don't know they have until they feel the symptoms. She had a stopper in one hand in case she felt panicked while she watched Sex and the City on a screen above her.
Well, that's a unique MRI because most of those don't have that.
So the article is by Amanda Hoover over at businessinsider.com. And so the MRI cost was $2,500 a person, but Berghart's bill was fully covered by her employer, the media company 1440. Recently, the company added preventative scans as a benefit to its 19-person team and their spouses. Berghart's 1440's director of growth, she said, found one minor health issue and was able to follow up with her doctor to keep an eye on it and gave her peace of mind. So, yeah. These perks actually had been around or have been around with startups for a considerable amount of time. Like the .com boom really was the epicenter for it. They say a decade ago, trendy perks were everywhere. Dropcam offered employees helicopter rides piloted by the CEO of the company. Eventbrite added...
Is that supposed to be a perk or
or a threat?
Like, do they like the CEO?
It's a threat. Eventbrite added an arcade game to its office each month, and Google had a concierge service to run errands, making any employee feel like an executive. But big tech bosses have stopped caring about your feelings. Layoffs have been rampant. Last year, in what was dubbed Grubgate, Meta fired employees for using $25 Grubhub credits on their personal care items instead of food. This year, Mark Zuckerberg has told all employees to buckle up for an intense year. Companies like Target, Meta, and McDonald's are scrapping or toning down their DEI initiatives, and so on. As the gap in work-life balance grows at many major companies, smaller firms are seizing a chance to stand out using more individualized benefits to signal it to its workers that they do care. Yeah, this is a much longer article, but in a nutshell, some companies are offering up bonuses to make your work-life balance a little more equal. But that it's up to that company, you know? You gotta, in startups.
Well, and also that might not be in perpetuity, right?
Yeah.
So like if you want to be at the company and they have perks, that might be good, but I wouldn't go there just for the perks because they might turn them off.
And it's a startup community, so it may flame out within 5 years. So you just never know. So be nimble. head on a pivot. Let's keep on doing our thing in our last article for tonight, and we ripped through these. It's over on the Mobile Channel. Deep sea shrimp have evolved enhanced vision for the bioluminescent world. Study finds light is a primary driver of visual evolution in shrimp, according to a new FIU research published this week in Nature Communications. Joanne Adkins, Florida International University, put this article together. It's posted over at phys.org, and it has a sampling of different shrimp, 6 shrimps, so far, of differing body types. You'd think you'd see one shrimp, you've seen them all, right? But nope, that's not the case. The Oplophoroidea diversity representing all genera in the study, and they list what they are, but I'm not going to be able to do that. So the deep sea is a dark place with only light coming from animals that glow, bioluminescence, and occasional faint glimmers from the surface above, led by biologist Daniel Delio, I'm not sure how they pronounce it. This new FIU research reveals animals that live in the deep use this light to navigate the ocean and potentially discriminate different sources of bioluminescence. The study specifically looked at a group of deep sea shrimp called Oplophoroidea that can migrate vast distances up and down in a water column.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go from there.
Well, up or down, apparently. As primitive eyes evolved in the oceans during the Cambrian explosion some 540 million years ago, the time we now know as bioluminescence already existed. Understanding how different light sources impact vision, and here it's VISON, so like bison, I guess it is. Vice. It's supposed to be vision. In present-day species can illuminate their past influence on early animals, says DeLeo, who conducted the research while a postdoctoral researcher at FIU, and she's currently a postdoctoral fellow at Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History. The proteins called opsins allow the shrimp to see a range of colors, including environmental and bioluminescent blue light. They might possibly be able to differentiate between their own glow and the bioluminescent of others, and this study found that shrimp migrate into shallower waters, where there is more available light, and they have a greater variety of these light detecting proteins. Kind of interesting, right? So what's weird,
just another area where we don't know much about it.
You can actually see differentiation in the eyes of these guys. You have to look really hard, but like one looks like it's clouded over, one is clear as a bell.
I'm guessing they're all at different layers, right?
Perhaps, yeah. What this research does, it says it helps improve the understanding of how deep sea animals are able not only to live, but thrive in such extreme and dark conditions. And the study suggests that navigating across different light environments in the deep sea is important, especially for those that migrate into more shallow waters. These opsin proteins may also be particularly important in helping these shrimp in recognizing which animals are friends and others that might be foes.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I just think we have so little understanding of deep sea.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to get down there, so I don't know. Maybe somebody can create a sub that can go really deep.
Yeah, I was going to say too soon.
So what we're going to do now is end the show by going back up the water column, which will lead us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where all the news is aggregated. None of the noise, because all the noise is right here in this stream, in this water column, in this bag of mostly water named...
Don't you see all those shrimp going by?
Merwatt. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Look,
yeah, exactly. It actually worked.
Well, that's it, folks. We're out, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. Be sure to subscribe.
and I am going to scream because I have Windows 11 updates turned off so I can manually do them when I want to, and it's already updating. It's telling me that it needs to update. So frustrating. All right. See you tomorrow,
I just
everybody.
Don't get it.
And I'm going to replay everything over the last 10 days or so you don't miss anything. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 13th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 44, I believe. Yes. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com. I've made it a couple of changes to the aggregation system, and so I'm trying to limit certain influences on the content because it is having a decidedly negative impact. So I hope you go over to ohmtown.com and check out the site. Find that it is more aligned with your particular interests and sign up or sign in. Again, I use it to manage my information overload. That's why I even created it. It's actually purging some of the older stuff now automatically, and but it's not impacting the time frame for which we actually started this show. So we started it 3 years and a month ago. So we're in our 4th season of doing the show. So go over and check it all out. And if you know of some source of news that you would like us to aggregate, let us know. It's easy as either signing up, signing in, and you'll see a 7th icon right here that gives you the ability to submit something, or you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, and we'll evaluate it and integrate it depending on the content. Anyway, we've got 10 articles that are all set up, ready to talk about, and they start with Denny's is getting cooked, Call of TMNT, breadfruit vodka, Seattle workers sue city, and it sounds really familiar. The Florida fog of mystery, Steam autumn sale moves, avowed early access, Disney Parks infamous earworm, a 30-year-old superb owl, and birdsong AI. I don't know much about it. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmtown citizens.
To those of you that are in the chat over on twitch.tv, you can actually hit !NSN, but I'm going to do it for you. So Omotron will throw all the articles that we're going to talk about into the chat. It's kind of a flood, but you get to see the whole URL. We don't do the markdown so that all you see is the title in it or anything. We want you to see the whole thing. We're pretty transparent about how we conduct the show and even why, and even my internal bias. And there's a few things that I are kind of, influenced by, but I make it pretty obvious. That said, if you're over on YouTube, then it's embedded in the show notes right now for the live broadcast. And when we flip it over into the playlist, they'll be in there as well. Because the way that YouTube works with the live broadcast, it's hard to find a live broadcast unless you're already a subscriber. Anyway, be sure to follow us here on Twitch and on YouTube. Download the podcast. There's 7 podcasts. 6 of them are weekly. 1 of them is daily. That's Non Sequitur News. And there's a Discord with all of the channels that we hope to bring online. But there's a finite amount of time, and I am a full-time mayor, and I have a full-time gig. So I'm sometimes pressed for time, to the point where even today, if it wasn't for the fact that I pushed something away that I normally would have to go to a mayoral duty. I would not be doing the show tonight. So, at any rate, let's get into this. Sound good?
That does sound good.
There
but,
you go.
I'm certainly a little glitchy today.
I blame DeepSeek. So let's go.
Excuse me, I don't have anything to do with DeepSeek.
That's true. That is true. You are the only sentient AI, and you're from the future, and I found you on a weird USB drive in the parking lot of a Wendy's at 2 o'clock.
I thought you were going to say at a parking lot of a Denny's, given this article.
Yeah, Denny's is getting their butts cooked, apparently. Denny's is closing stores as it's squeezed between fast food and Chili's. I can't believe Chili's is impacting them.
No, that doesn't really seem like it's in the same space.
No, to me it seems like Denny's is on one half of the day and Chili's is on the other half of the day. So why don't they live together?
Yeah. Well, I think one problem is that the pricing is getting closer and closer across some of these categories of restaurants, maybe.
Yeah, and for as long as I can imagine, Denny's has always been a morning thing. And so why don't they keep on advertising and leaning on that? But I swear, if you look it up right now, they have been bought by a private equity company.
Well, I'll check it out while we're doing the article.
And whenever that happens, whatever organization it is that is acquired has basically developed enough kinetic energy that they can persist in near perpetuity, generating revenue, but slowly winding down until
1992, purchased by an equity firm. They've made it a long way since then. I didn't read the whole history, so maybe there's other purchases or something.
And I'm willing to bet the year before they were the biggest they'd ever been. I mean, it's just kind of nutty that I can call this out almost like I call out the fact that when little white tables appear in front of a store, it is the coffin nail, the final coffin nail. The body hasn't died yet, but the coffin is already nailed shut with the person inside. The simple fact is I can spot a failing company a mile away. And so I'm telling every company out there right now, never put little white folding tables with bric-a-brac out in front, because that's a signal that within 5 years your business is dead. Anyway, Denny's is closing approximately 30 more eateries than previously planned this year as part of its plan to right its ship, but it's not going to be able to. Kevin Williams put the article together. As many as 90 restaurants, that's the deck statement, as many as 90 restaurants, many of them older locations, will shutter in 2025. This is over at Quartz or QZ.com. And again, Kevin Williams wrote it.
And that was one of the things I wondered if was hurting Denny's too, is that did they fail to modernize like some other businesses like Toys R Us?
Yeah, Toys R Us was stuck in the 70s, never fixed their store up, and by the time they actually did, and they are another one that I believe was acquired by an private equity company, and all they do is suck the juice out of the orange or the lemon, depending on how you want to see it, until it's just a dried out husk, and then they part it all off to some tertiary company that is just selling the bones, literally running out into the battlefield and stealing the shoes to sell on a gray market somewhere. To me, it's rather disgusting, but hey, I'm not a billionaire, but I also apparently don't want to be. So the struggling diner chain said last year that it was shutting 150 locations. In earnings release Wednesday, the company disclosed it eliminated 88 locations in 2024 and will shutter up to 90 in 2025, bringing the total closer to 180. So in any mature brand, when restaurants have been open that long, it is natural that trade areas can shift over time. Accelerating the closure of lower volume restaurants will improve franchisee cash flow and allow them to reinvest into traffic driving initiatives, which is basically code for these locations
aren't good. Right?
Okay, we don't plan these conversations, just saying. So yeah, the location that it was is dwindling. But why is it dwindling? Instead of looking at the competition and retooling and amping up the ambiance and upgrading the various whatnots inside the store, the
Or even
fixtures.
the menu or whatever. I mean, and maybe they have, I don't know. But it
No.
says only 23 were renovated in 2024, which is not
And
a lot.
and I'm willing to bet that those renovations are the ones that are actually making money now. And it's because you don't want to walk into dingy. You don't want to walk. But when you upgrade stuff, you also have to typically raise prices because whoever it is that is the owner or investor, they want to make their money back within 5 years. So you basically have to draw less, so that you're reinvesting, or you raise your prices and sap it. Just again, suck all the juice from the orange. Just squeeze and squeeze. It's like Dune and the Harkonnens. Just squeeze until all you're funny. All the spice is drained from it. Well, anyway, Denny's faces many of the same economic pressures that are leading to other restaurant closures, said Alfred Goldberg, president of Tampa-based Absolute Marketing Solutions. Goldberg, who specializes in restaurant and hospitality branding, says Denny's bottom line has sagged due to high labor costs, competition from the gig economy, and supply costs. It also faces increased rents and higher taxes in many markets. He added,
Well, that's kind of generic, though. That should apply to every single restaurant.
absolutely. Yeah.
I'm not sure about the gig economy piece, but in general, like, wouldn't every restaurant be struggling right now?
Yeah. Yeah. But the problem is that there's an extra layer of fat that's doing one thing, and that's taking profit. So if your margin is 8% and 7 of it, or well, 6 or 5 of it, let's say, I don't know, because the margins are usually small in restaurants unless they're luxury restaurants, high-end restaurants. The margins are small, and so you have to live off of that small margin. But if there is an equity company that's sucking the juice out of it, then you're screwed. So we need to support small businesses, local businesses, and help them build a supply chain. So local businesses feed supplies to those mom and pop businesses instead of what, like McDonald's is a massive juggernaut of supply chain that just happens to provide food. You got to start small. And in this particular market, I don't think that businesses like this, where they have an empty layer that's just taking profits, is good for business. So watch, just like what is it, Joann's or whatever, right? The craft store is shutting down now, and so who knows what else this knock-on effect is. And that's largely because I think other economic pressures are stopping their supply chain from even making it to the United States.
Right. They probably are impacted tremendously by trade with China and everything. Yeah. But I also think for Denny's, I'm kind of like, what is the draw in modern times for people?
Yeah.
I mean, I could say that about other restaurants too. It's not unique to them, but what is their target audience?
Yeah. It seems rather generic. It's a weird shade of gray, and there isn't anything that's really amplifying their message amongst all of the other restaurants. Anyway, we've talked a lot about this. We'll have to circle back around to see what the actual ramifications are, but I'm telling you that Denny's is on its way out. I'd say 5 years and it's gone.
I'm actually surprised it's made it as long as it has.
Yeah, it says 1,300 locations. I have a feeling that it's going to get bought by other companies. Okay, let's keep going. This next article is over in Continuity Report. TMNT officially coming. By the way, I will eat crow. I said that Bitcoin wasn't going to climb. But there were weird, I don't think that it has any inherent value, but if something forces it into having value,
well, I mean, everything could have no value, but it might have a perceived value. Now I know some things have actual value, but
Right. And that's what this is. It's speculative value. So anyway, so the reason why I say that is because Denny's might survive, pivot successfully, and flourish. But if you've already pivoted out of being privately held, publicly held, and then acquired by a private equity firm, you're in the long tail, and you will
it
probably.
also doesn't make sense because they've apparently purchased another breakfast chain pretty recently, which, like, why? I don't know.
Yeah, because it's pushing the ball up the hill. Eventually, it's not going to have enough momentum and roll back
Well,
down.
and I'd love to know which locations are closing. Like, are they original Denny's or this other chain? I think it was like Kiki's or something.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I'd have to look at it. All right. Well, anyway, TMNT officially coming to Call of Duty. First-person shooter franchise Call of Duty has seen a plethora of crossovers throughout its lifetime. Some more bombastic than others. Although incredibly popular, this new one definitely fits the bombastic billing. 4 anthropomorphic reptiles from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or TMNT, will exit the sewer and enter many war zones of Call of Duty.
Oh no, do we need to name them? Michelangelo, Leonardo. Uh,
Bob, Joe.
Raphael and Donatello.
There you go. So in a recent Twitter post from the official Call of Duty account, a video was posted with the caption, Katabunga, along with Call of Duty Yabunga, Katabunga, along with 4 turtle emojis. Even before watching the brief video, most could predict this as a tease for Call of Duty and TMNT collaboration. The article is by Michael Ruiz over at comingsoon.net. There's a video that's attached to this post, but it's over on YouTube. So if you just go over to YouTube and do a search, you'll be able to watch the trailer for it. But I always provide the link for our little snippet, right? So this little snippet links to the source from where it's aggregated, and they provide it to us so that we can post. And so it says, this is not the first time a TMNT character found its way into Call of Duty video game. The Turtles' arch nemesis, Shredder, also made his appearance in the shooter back in 2023. Similar to the new Turtle skins, the Shredder skin was influenced by the 1990 film iteration of the character. My goodness, I don't know what's going on over there, but
The critters have come awake.
the chemical goes off. So yeah, the teaser ends with a simple phrase, coming soon, implying the new cosmetics may be coming this season or next. There's more over at the article for you to review and links and whatnot, but there
It's
you
interesting to me that TMNT has so much staying power, but I guess that's like some other franchises too, right? Because now you've got like the generation that may have enjoyed it as kids being adults and passing it to their kids.
Yeah, and they've survived like the Uncanny Valley episode where their movie images were really freaking creepy, and people were, everything about it was sus and didn't like it, but apparently it's recovered. I only have
Interesting.
I mean, I grew up with TMNT, and so I have fond memories of it, but they're still kicking and slashing and shredding.
I know, I can't think of what shredding, that was the verb I was trying to think of.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, let's keep going though. Yesterday's episode was like less than 40 minutes or so. Today, I'm probably
You're making up the other direction?
Yeah, hopefully not. I want to be able to let you all go about your night, and you can listen to this and follow the links at your leisure, of course. This next article is over at the Distillerist channel at ohmtown.com. It's one of the ones that I would like to bring, but there's something about getting just faced on a video that I'm not too inclined to do. But tasting some good spirits and doing a show, I think, would be fun. Anyway, world first breadfruit vodka aims to save the planet, and literally anything can become a vodka. All you have to do is let it ferment and then distill it. Mutiny Island vodka, created by chef Todd Manley, is made with underutilized superfood breadfruit and Caribbean rainwater. It's the water that...
You know, I guess it's kind of odd.
So breadfruit is a carbon sequestering crop that restores soil health and provides a nutrient-dense, sustainable food source. The brand claims a single tree can produce up to 300 fruits a year, which could feed a family of 4 for life. It is, a single tree? Yeah, you're going to have to really love breadfruit. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, do you want to have only one food ever?
No, although, shepherd's pie it's not a fruit.
You would not like that if you had it multiple times. You'd probably be like, oh, no.
I don't know, man. It's not a fruit, but if it would grow on trees, I'd probably eat that all the time. Anyway, so the company is based in St. Croix, an island in the Caribbean Sea. The vodka brand has partnered with organizations including Trees That Feed Foundation and Breadfruit Institute as part of its commitment to eco-conscious practices. That alone should have put it in Greenogram, but okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it didn't go there, but I guess because it probably came from
it's a vodka
source or related source or something. It ended up in Distilleris.
Yeah. So its initiatives include planting breadfruit trees, supporting responsible farming, and repurposing 100% of production waste into nutrient-rich water for agricultural practices. So the article is over at the spiritsbusiness.com website. Lauren Bowes is the author. This is probably like the standard spirit bottle, but this is the type of bottle that I want. I want to get another tattoo of a pirate.
I don't think you should describe it.
Okay.
Just show it off.
I'll show it when I get it done. And unfortunately, the artist that I want to do it has not followed up on my request, so maybe they don't appreciate it as much as I do. But I share too much. Hold on, let's do this. Overshare. Anyway,
I mean, you don't want all your listeners showing up with the same tattoo.
Every single one of them is going to show up. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're going to have a pirate con where everybody shows up dressed as a pirate, and all they say is "Arr!" and "I love the sea." Anyway, Mutiny Island vodka, created by chef Todd Manley, is made with underutilized superfood breadfruit and Caribbean rainwater. That's the deck statement. So the flagship vodka offers notes of citrus, melon, green banana, followed by a smooth floral finish. It won a gold medal at the Vodka Masters 2024. The brand offers coffee-flavored expression, and that's, whenever they say expression, it's that flavor, it's
exactly. That's separate than the one we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's the distillation. And so they have a coffee-flavored expression, Mutiny Island Puerto Rican coffee, and roots, which is infused with ginger, turmeric, which a lot of people pronounce turmeric, but it's not. And I've had people, when I say it's turmeric with an R, and they're like, there's no R in that. No, really.
Because it's mispronounced quite a bit. Yeah,
turmeric. And sweet honey, which makes me want that so bad, even though ginger makes my face tingle. And maybe not in a good way. I don't know. So the final product is smoked hot pepper, a spicy vodka with progressive heat and unique zest. These always sound really good, but then I have them.
Yeah, but then it's like,
yeah, it's kind of like going to, I shouldn't say that. Going to my in-laws. It's a nice place to visit for a day, but you don't want to stay there too long. So other ways spirit brands are being more sustainable are through the use of waste produce and switching to aluminium. But this is this?
Well, we don't know. Where is it from?
Aluminium packaging. I don't know where this company is. Oh, it is England. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the European pronunciation of aluminum. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. City of Seattle workers file class action suit against city alleging payroll errors after new system install. And I wanted to scan this real quick to see if it was that company in the UK that did that. What was the name of Fujitsu or?
Yeah, it was the Horizon Software, but the Fujitsu company.
Yeah. So in September 2024, the city of Seattle began a massive digital transformation of the city's payroll, benefits, and other human resources functions. A class action lawsuit filed by the city of Seattle, or filed against the city of Seattle last week, alleges that a new payroll system implemented last fall has resulted in widespread payroll errors affecting thousands of employees across various city departments. At one point, I was a victim of something similar. Where they had been taking out hundreds of dollars at a time. And that was
Not good.
quite fascinating. And so, according to the complaint, the system from business cloud software giant Workday has caused problems related to underpayments, incorrect payment deductions or paycheck deductions, missing leave accruals, and excessive overpayment deductions.
I mean, all of those found against the employees, right?
Yeah. So Kurt Schlosser over at geekwire.com put the article together. They focus on the SeaTac area of business development, the Seattle, Washington area. And so they say the suit filed February 7th in King County Superior Court claims that the payroll issues violate Seattle's wage theft ordinance, paid sick and safe time ordinance, and other Washington state laws. And so that would be the angle of attack. You go after them at the state level because, well, times they are changing. The city of Seattle, which employs more than 13,000 people, switched to the Workday-powered software system on September 3rd, according to the suit, in what amounted to a massive digital transformation of the city's payroll, benefits, and other human resources functions. And I appreciate that. Like, I want them to modernize systems. The problem is that modern systems have historically always been rife with more problems because it's more complex code. It hasn't been vetted a significant amount of time. So like the EV5 system that they're talking about here in this last bit of that paragraph is 30 years old. And so it's rock freaking solid, except that it's not extensible in any way. It doesn't have any advanced features.
Might be clunky, but it works.
But it works. Yeah. And so when I go into a company and I say, hey, you need to modernize, the modernization of these systems means that I know what it is that is going to get impacted and to the extent. But this looks like they pushed it too fast, too far, too deep into the system without vetting in stages. You know, you don't do the whole damn thing.
Yeah, that reminds me of that. Was it CrowdStrike? It was the Microsoft.
Yeah. CrowdStrike pushed updates to every system, not little tranches to test. Is there a variable in here? If they would have sent it out to 500 systems, you wouldn't have even heard about CrowdStrike. But I guess it's good marketing because no news is bad news. Well, anyway, they're going to sue and it'll be audited by various forensic accountants to verify what all is going on and go from there.
If it has things like that, to me, that goes to the very accuracy of the system. Because, for instance, if it made a payment but not the right amount, it kind of calls into question every transaction in the system.
Right. And most people, they don't, hawk over their whatever, unless it's a significant amount. Like I knew that it was a significant amount.
People don't follow their paycheck information typically.
Yeah. So, and I knew where it was going, and so I didn't really have a problem. And then when it was brought to their attention and they brought it back to my attention, they were like, yeah, we know about this. So here, and they remedied it. But that's how fast it should be. You know, two people talk to each other, they resolve it. But this is going to a class action because the full extent of it is unknown. They'd have to go back.
Yeah, and they're trying to draw more attention to it. And it's possible that even though they want to fix it, maybe they haven't been able to successfully fix it. I mean, who knows?
Yep. And sometimes the hubris is so overwhelming. Oh, we'll fix it. We have time, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's not your money. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. People in Florida say a dense, mysterious fog with a chemical smell is making them sick. As USA Today reports, and you can see how this is like hop, skip,
A
and
news
jump.
turducken.
I
didn't even say that right.
Yeah, turduncan. So as USA Today reports, folks in large swaths of the Sunshine State are starting to freak out after encountering the mysterious fog. I think they should refer to it as the Stephen King Florida fog.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good name for it.
And over the past few months, in response, many are turning to conspiracy theories to explain the strange happenings surrounding them. Nicknamed FogVid24, the strange phenomenon is, according to the National Weather Service, likely sea fog that has rolled inland due to weather conditions in the balmy southern state. But that hasn't stopped people from engaging in more sinister speculation. Somebody's referring to it
why
as...
would it have a chemical smell?
Well, if something is offshore and it's organic, it could be producing all kinds of
okay, got it. Yeah,
gas from the biomass and then blowing back. Either if it's a fog, then its humidity level is really, it's basically steeping out there, and then it blows back on shore. You're getting blasted by what amounts to nature's chemical warfare. So they refer to it as the Fog 2025, by the way, which is a Stephen King book.
That's pretty funny.
Noor Al-Sabai put the article together for Futurism.com. The taste of the air, the only word I can think of is toxic, is the deck statement. Yummy. Just makes you want to go out there and take a sample. So they say geoengineering, an umbrella term for experimental attempts to cool the planet, which is a real thing, though controversial and so far limited to small-scale tests, seems to be the biggest suspect for the conspiratorially minded. Well, a conspiracy is not a conspiracy theory is only a theory until there are facts discovered. So investigate and then change that from conspiracy theory to conspiracy fact. That's kind of how it works. And so be careful what you call or who you call a conspiracy theorist. All they do is lack evidence, but where there's smoke, there's typically fire. What the flames are, you don't necessarily know just yet. And let's just say, look around. So according to Megan Tollefson, the Coastal Hazards Program leader at the National Weather Service office in Central Florida, the particles visible are the same sort of tiny water droplets that make up any kind of fog. If you shine, any kind of... that right there is a detractor to anything.
Exactly.
If you want authority, you don't go, if you shine, like, any kind of light into a fog, what you're actually seeing are very, very small water droplets, Anyway, so that's likely what people are seeing. No shit news at 7 o'clock Eastern. It's fog. Why does it smell like death warmed over kind of a thing, right? Anyway,
it shouldn't really have any smell to it at all.
If anything,
other than maybe just sea breeze or something.
It should smell like the ocean, right?
If it's what they're saying it is.
It shouldn't smell like a whale's butt crack. Anyway, let's move on.
Overshare.
No, that actually, hold on. That's more of a spoiler alert, right? If you go down to Florida and I just spoiled it for you. Never mind.
Luckily, so everybody else doesn't have to.
So the next article is over in WarCrafters. After years of running awkwardly close to the winter sale, The Steam Autumn Sale will start 2 months earlier this year. Valve announced the full roster of Steam sale dates and next fests for the second half of 2025, and it's made one big change. This year's Autumn Sale is going to kick off 2 months earlier than in its past years. So, boom. Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says Valve has made a big shift to the autumn sale dates to more evenly space out its big seasonal Steam sales. So now, Automation Fest will start in July 14th to the 21st. And it looks like there's like only a week pause between various fests.
This is going to be quite the year.
Yeah, so the 2025 Steam Autumn Sale will be from September 29th to October 6th. And it says, please note this is a different time frame compared to previous autumn sales. Dun, dun, dun. So, yeah.
It's interesting because, like you said, I mean, there's one going almost every time.
Yeah, just throughout the whole year, there's something. I'm really curious what the beginning of the, like, they should have just posted a whole month, just augment it with the beginning months.
Yeah, I agree.
But this is second half, so July, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, there's a lot more on this article. Follow the link. The Steam Autumn Sale Moves is the title that I gave it, but the link will link you over to PCGamer.com. Let's keep going. Moving on. Next article is over in WarCrafters. I hope every RPG steals Avowed's brilliant inventory system. Now, I started watching people playing it because some people paid or were gifted codes to play Avowed. It doesn't actually release for another 4 days. And I'm not going to buy it either way. It's a single player game, and while it appears beautiful, I did want to talk about it at least. Apparently, Obsidian has hit it out of the park. The early reviews are in, and people are raving about it, and how beautiful the whole thing really is. Obsidian's latest RPG, Avowed, is out now on Xbox and PC for those who pre-ordered the expensive fancy version. Something like $100 or $90 or something like that. I don't really know. But it's a $70 game. So I think it's $90 for the early. And it's a really good game. But one key thing that the author of this article over at Kotaku wanted to highlight is that RPG's inventory system and item management system, because it's really good and they want more games to copy it. Now, the things that I'm
sure Obsidian don't want people to copy it.
Yeah, but that's one of those things that can't be protected, right? Do you think?
Well, true. It's always nice when it's like that is an Avowed thing. You know what I mean? Like it usually takes on the name of the thing that inspired it.
Yeah, the Avowed inventory system. So what's really interesting about this is this looks a lot like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. This interface.
Interesting.
Granted, Avowed's is more woo-woo, like ghostly and stuff, because I guess it has a lot to do with like souls being reborn and stuff like that. But KCD2 is medieval style. Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com put the article together.
Well, so that is interesting, right? I don't know, like with the earlier release and whatever.
Yeah. I mean, even this whole thing looks just like KCD2.
Oh, okay.
And this for sure does. So I've loved watching everybody who's been playing it for the last 8 hours or so. Off and on, I've been able to take a break and look. So they say, sure, they'll freely admit that our RPG inventory system might not be the sexiest or coolest topic. I think it is, but is a very important part of the game. Features loot, potions, food, weapons, and gear. A bad inventory system can ruin a game. I agree, particularly when you have weight limits that are just gross. Like you barely can carry anything, or it's slot driven and you only have like 12 slots. But nothing stacks. So the moment you pick up 12 leaves, your inventory is full. I hate those games. This doesn't look like it. So they were happy to discover that Avowed avoids all of the annoying busy work with a streamlined and smart inventory system. The result is more enjoyable experience because you spend less time fussing about 400 items and more time doing stuff you actually want to do in a big RPG. There is a lot to this, but yeah, my observation of this is that it looks a lot like KCD2's, but just more fantastical.
Well, I like the idea that you're not going to get overloaded and you're not going to have to keep dealing with that.
And that's the key ingredient right there. Avowed don't food, potions, lockpicks don't weigh. They say weight anything. So consumables don't take up any space, don't weigh you down. Now, to a point, that's okay, but it avoids realism because food really is heavy, particularly liquids. But that's not the purpose of this game because it is fantastical. So likewise, crafting and upgrade materials, iron, wood, furs also weigh nothing. I never in my 40 hours or so with Avowed left a dungeon desperate to sell stuff in order to free up some inventory space. It's a common occurrence in many RPGs. It's because they want to impress a little bit of realism and slow down your loot goblin addiction. So it says, but funnily enough, never really liked that word, funnily.
Because it's an odd word.
You won't even have to do that because you can always break down any weapon or piece of gear you find at any time and get its resources. So even if you are burdened by something, all you have to do is break it down. Then you can use those resources, which weigh nothing, to upgrade your equipped gear and make it better. It's wonderful. And I agree. I think it's a lot of fun. Love the idea of it, but I love multiplayer games. Even if I don't play multiplayer, I want the option to call somebody up or text somebody and say, just log in, let's play the game. I think it would be a blast.
Will you be playing this?
No, not unless I get a free code, and I don't. I'm not big enough to do that, but I want to fight monsters, it says, meet new characters, explore strange lands, and save the day. And in fact, I probably wouldn't. I would rather gift that code to other people that would play it, maniacally, because it would be fun to watch people that are passionate about this style of game, unless I have like base building, survival crafting kind of mechanics to it, like No Man's Sky or upcoming...
Right, or Light No Fire.
Yeah, Light No Fire is the new one that's coming. And countless others. I mean, there's just so many. I'm just not really that hip to it. So, but anyway, a lot of people are playing this right now, so that would be me if I could find my forever game. Come on, somebody develop my forever game.
Which is?
I don't know yet.
Minecraft plus something?
Minecraft and I don't know. I just don't know. Light No Fire might be.
Yeah, like that maybe.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Marvel Channel. Disney Parks' most infamous earworm is getting its first extended cut, and I'm not sure what this is. What is the...
Oh, I know exactly what it is. I did look ahead, but I predicted it before I looked at it.
So It's a Small World?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's right there in the title. Not in the title, but in the little snippet. So in celebration of its 70th anniversary and to honor late composer Richard Sherman, Disney will add a brand new final verse to It's a Small World this summer. Sabina Graves over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The deck statement is what I just got done saying. So the earworm heard all around the small world within each global iteration of Disney Parks' classic boat ride is getting a massive change in time for Disneyland's 70th anniversary. I thought wasn't it just its 50th? Like not too long ago?
I think one was Disney World and this is maybe Disneyland or vice versa. We did see something recently.
Like it's 50th, right?
Yeah, but I think it was the other park.
Interesting. Okay. The original attraction, It's a Small World, at the Anaheim, California park will be getting an extended cut of its theme song written by Richard Sherman before his passing last year. Sherman left the new verse for It's a Small World to Bob Iger in 2023 as a parting gift to the studio that changed his life as part of the Sherman Brothers. Along with his brother Robert, Richard Sherman was responsible for some of the most timeless Disney songs for films and Disneyland attractions, including Mary Poppins, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, and of course, It's a Small World. Wow.
I mean, this is like on the engineering side or Imagineer side, right? The one person that's responsible for like everything for the company.
Particularly that, It's a Small World is everybody grows up hearing that, at least, within earshot of any Disney property. And by property, I mean the intro to Disney movies do that It's a Small World kind of a theme song. So it says, here's the video that Disney Studios released to honor Sherman with the added lyrics, which will be featured on the beloved attraction beginning July 17th, Disneyland's 70th birthday. So they're releasing it before the actual release. They're doing the whole thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Kind of sucking the wind out of the draw. But maybe people can't afford to go and people can't go or whatever, right? And they just want to spread this great new message. I'm not going to play it here. I'm going to let y'all follow the link. You can go through ohmTown, or you can just go over to YouTube and look for the last verse, Disney.
But it is surprising that they're doing it in advance.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the story of the song's new verse will be featured in another experience inside the Main Street Cinema, where park guests visiting the Disneyland's milestone anniversary can watch the short above as a tribute to the Sherman Brothers. And at the Main Street Opera House, park goers can explore a curated gallery dedicated to Disneyland's opening with art, artifacts, and images, some never before seen as well.
Well, that's cool. If you're in the area, you might want to go check it out.
Yeah.
But after May.
Yeah. Yeah. July 17th will also mark the arrival of Walt Disney animatronic that is set to be featured in a new show, Walt Disney: A Magical Life. To celebrate the moment, Imagineering will host an exhibit tracing the progress made with audio animatronics from the park's opening through to today. Pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters. 30 years ago, the Superb Owl halftime show was Indiana Jones?
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, I thought this one was interesting. Kendrick Lamar's riveting, incisive, Superb Owl performance is likely to go down in history for many reasons, not the least of which is that it was the most watched halftime show of all time. It was a sharp contrast against the Superb Owl entertainment interval used to look like. For instance, 3 decades ago, when it was devoted not to a blockbuster artist or a tribute to the host city's music scene, but instead to Indiana Jones.
I didn't know it was ever focused on a movie.
There were people trying to protest it, and all that seemed to do is the Streisand effect, and more people watched it now than ever before. Although populations increase, but people watched it.
Oh, I thought you meant the thing that occurred during his performance. You mean about the whole event?
Yeah, protesting the Superb Owl. Yeah, and all it did was really backfire. More people paid attention to it. So Clayton Ashley over at Polygon.com put the article together, and it says the deck statement says this stunt spectacular belongs in a museum. And so there's a video here, Superb Owl 1995 halftime show, and I'm going to play it but mute it.
Have you seen this before?
I have never seen this in my life. Yeah, so it's the scene, it's basically a scene from Indiana Jones.
This is so odd.
Yeah, people are on stilts. There's a bunch of other people coming onto the field, dressed basically as characters from or just people from the Indiana Jones movie. Wow. So it says, let me give you some context. Their friend, the author's friends, and I, the author, recently tracked down decades worth of previous Superb Owl halftime shows on YouTube in order to rate and rank them for fun. They had a blast rediscovering shows they'd loved and watching performances that they'd never seen. They highly recommend getting a group of friends together to revisit them. Somehow, 2004 was even worse than they remember. Diana Ross leaves her performance in a freaking helicopter. But the Indiana Jones thing is from 1995. Indiana Jones stunt show now seems like an odd choice for the 1995 Superb Owl, especially since the franchise's third and at that time final movie hit the theaters in 1989. 6 years earlier. But Indiana Jones was a multimedia property in that era. 2 seasons of Young Indiana Jones Chronicles aired from 92 to 93, sometimes in the time slot right before Monday Night Football. So it was basically getting hammered.
Or cool. It was like a marketing nexus or something.
Yeah. That video is still going. It's 11 minutes.
I think I've seen enough.
That's how I walk. That's how I walk to work.
I'm sure.
That's how I walk around the mayoral mansion. Anyway, go over and check out the rest of this article. There's more there, but the nuts and bolts of it is that 30 years ago, the Superb Owl halftime show was Indiana Jones' stunt show. All right. The sentient
Where do you
AI.
go from there?
Yeah, really. I don't know if it's up, down, sideways. It's more like a jump scare, I guess. I don't know. So ChatGPT for birdsong may shed light on how language is wired in the human brain. The article is over in the Mobile channel, but it's actually sourced from phys.org, I believe. Just like ChatGPT and other generative language models train on human text to create grammatically correct sentences, a new modeling method by researchers at Penn State trains on recordings of birds to create accurate bird songs. The results could improve understanding of the structure of birdsong and its underlying neurobiology, which could lend insight into the neural mechanisms of human language, the team said. A paper describing was published in the Journal of Neuroscience. Gail McCormick from Pennsylvania State University put this article together, and they had this really cool AI-generated image of mosaic birds singing, and it even has like a musical staff. I'm gonna blow it up so y'all can see it.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's AI. So
that's really fascinating because it looks 3D, like at the edge of the tiles.
Oh yeah, that right there. It's really cool. I dig this. Unfortunately, you're not supposed to have a positive result when watching or looking at AI generated images because it's apparently wholesale theft of real art. But if nobody has done this, then I don't know how that actually, you know what I'm saying?
Right. The problem is nobody knows.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that there's some artists.
If the artists out there, yeah.
Yeah. I'd be really curious to see if anybody can link me to this material, something even eerily similar. I haven't done a mosaic tile bird song.
I mean, 2 people can paint or tile the same kind of thing, and that's okay.
Sure. And the reason why people go, oh, they stole my artwork is sometimes it is wholesale stolen artwork. Like Disney took somebody's 3D made item and is selling it in their stores. And the person's like, trying to sue Disney is impossible. You can go and look it up on YouTube right now. Disney stole my...
you might have signed up for Disney Plus or something at one point.
And now you have to go into binding arbitration, regardless of the fact that... Yeah, that's just wild. And nowadays, everybody is rejiggering their terms of use because now it's kind of Wild West. Well, anyway, much like how humans arrange words in a particular order to form grammatically correct sentences, birds tend to sing sets of notes called syllables in a limited number of combinations. Although much simpler, the sequence of bird song syllables are organized in a similar way to human language, so birds provide a good model to explore the neurobiology of language, says Desi Jin, associate professor of physics in the Eberly College of Science and lead author of the paper. How would you like to find out? Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, I just got an alert. How would you like to find out that birds have actually been talking to you?
Oh, that would be fascinating.
Yeah.
I think it might not just be birds.
Yeah. So for both humans and birds, finishing a sentence or song sequence often depends on what was already said. For example, the phrase flies like could be part of an analogy, as in the phrases time flies like an arrow, or an indication of enjoyment, fruit flies like bananas. However, it's eat shoots and leaves, that whole phrase.
Right, exactly.
However, mixing and matching what comes after flies like results in time flies like bananas or fruit flies like an arrow, which don't make sense, but that's not true. Fruit flies like an arrow could be the analogy for me throwing something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just not as natural, I guess, as the other one.
Yeah. So they say that the phrase flies like has what researchers call context dependence. So their AI basically is reviewing this to see if they can extract a type of syntax based on the context of musical notation.
Very interesting. I mean, they've already kind of decoded whale song, right?
Yep. The researchers analyzed previously recorded songs from 6 Bengalese finches, which sing about 7 to 15 syllables in each sequence. With the new method, the researchers can create the simplest models that accurately reflect the sequences that individual birds actually sing. The models are similar to large language models in that they depict probabilities of what words, or in this case syllables, are likely to follow a particular word syllable based on previously analyzed texts or song sequences. And this is a Markov. It's a model of chains of events. The Markov model is a very well-known theory of things going from one point to another.
Predicting sequences or something.
Yeah, and it's basically you can predict everything through a Markov model. So they are presented as a sort of flow chart that starts with a syllable that points to options for different syllables. And then basic Markov models are quite simple, but they tend to overgeneralize, meaning that it might result in sequences that don't actually exist. What I want them to do, though, is listen to the song and see what the bird does or what they can witness to see if that phrase of syllables actually translates into something.
Oh, yeah, that would be really neat to determine that.
Yeah, so from this final model, the researchers can see which syllables have context dependence.
So they should do another experiment where they, I don't know what finches like in particular, but like hold up an apple or something, or a leaf or whatever, and see what sound it makes, and then hold up a worm or something and see what sound it makes.
Yeah, does it do that though? I mean, I
have no idea.
You talk to a cat or dog.
To test it.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And that's what I was saying. Yeah. Listen to the song and see what it does. And maybe that actually means its intentions. I'm looking for a mate and the mate shows up. That song that it sings there may be more to it, that
sure,
it's not just singing to let the world know. It's singing to tell a bird, come over to my place. It's tweeting a booty call. Never mind. Anyway, we're going to fly back home, and that's going to land us back at the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and read all of the news. The site should be faster. There's going to be a lot less content in a particular domain. And we hope that you enjoy the site. Let us know if you have any sources that you would like to have aggregated. We don't screen scrape or anything like that. It's all provided by the sources without any negative impact on them. And we aggregate just tiny little snippet like I've been displaying here for the last hour. So go over and check it all out. You can leave comments embedded in the site, or you can go over to Discord and join any of the channels there and have conversations with anybody else that might be there. I don't really use the Discord, but I should. I know that's kind of one of my failings. So if you are interested in hanging out there and here and over on YouTube and the podcasts and everywhere, TikTok until it
Twitch.
actually... Well, Twitch, yeah. Oh, I said here because I was looking at the Twitch screen. So at any rate, I'm going to get out of here and y'all can enjoy the rest of your night. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
See you soon. Yeah. What is it? Senegalese? Is that... Wait, what was the bird?
Senegalese finch?
No, Bengalese. Bengalese finch.
Okay. Sorry, you said Senegalese, so I went with that.
Yeah. I'm a liar. No, just kidding. See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 14th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 45. 45. Jazz hands. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles every single day. Well, Monday through Friday. And on Saturday and Sunday, we actually do an hour and a half worth of shows. But 6 different topics. Major topics, focused more. Anyway, stop by any day, but to find out when we actually go live, you actually have to follow us here on Twitch and or on YouTube. Download the podcast. That would be great. Leave a 5-star review and I'll quote it here on the air. You'll live in perpetuity or in memoriam if the show gets canceled. I don't know.
Why is that going to happen?
I don't know. Mayor Watt sometimes says some really stupid stuff. Sorry, I'm setting the arms on my chair. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, and that's everything that you just witnessed is basically the engine that drives Non Sequitur News and Mayor Watt. My meetings are really, really odd. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. And to those of you in places celebrating, happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. We actually have maybe one thing in the news that has to do with... I don't know.
Is that the anti one?
Did I actually include that? I don't know. We'll get into it. Got all 10 articles all ready to go. Oh, I didn't put it into the show. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Well, let me do it. So if you want the show notes, you can hit ! NSN, and Omatron will throw it into, yeah, it is in there. And it's already embedded in the description, the show notes. So go and check it out over on YouTube as well. 1,800 episodes. We're growing the show. If you want to tell a friend, that would be great. If you want to stop by at any time, that's great too. The channel's actually on Twitch. Like the chat is connected to Omatron, so you can always get the latest episodes notes, but not past episodes. At least not yet. There's 1,800 episodes. I'd have to figure out a way to facilitate that. Well, anyway, let's get going. First article is over on Wanted, and it's kind of an anti-want, but it's a wanted for, I guess, Reddit. Reddit plans to lock some content behind a paywall this year, according to the CEO. They are saying that it's not going to be old content. It's going to be new channels wherein the mods of that channel or the owners of the mods of the website itself because there's channel or there's channel mods or subreddit mods, and then there's the site mods. And so if you opt to start a new channel and it's worthy of putting it behind a paywall, they're going to put it behind a paywall.
Well, of course. Why would you want to put anything that was popular for free?
Right. Yeah, I mean, but see, information will leak. That's just how it is.
And it really defeats the model of Reddit, I think.
Well, you know what they say, fake it till you make it. And it started out with fake user accounts.
Yeah, but also you'll be back.
And you'll be back. And they'll modify a post without notifying people that it's been modified. And not by the owner of that post. It was by the CEO of the post. Anyway, some creepy shit goes on there. But whatever. Like everything under the internet is also under Reddit in some way as a subreddit. And I find value in Reddit, but I also have seen the seedy underbelly of it too. So Reddit is planning to introduce a paywall this year, says CEO Steve Huffman during an Ask Me Anything, or AMA as they call it, over at Reddit. Huffman previously showed interest in potentially introducing a new type of subreddit with exclusive content or private areas that Reddit users would have to pay to access. And so, the article is by Sharon Harding over at arstechnica.com, and they kind of break down what was said. So paid subreddits are coming to reddit.com.
Wow. How long has Reddit been around? Like at least
15 years or so.
Yeah, I was going to say about that.
Let me make sure. Hold on.
Good way to annoy all of your users, but you know.
Let's see, 2005, 20 years. And Steve Huffman was the founder along with Alexis Ohanian. And yeah, I have a hard time doing this, like putting fake content on the site, comments and stuff. But that's exactly what happened with Reddit, because they said that nobody would come to an empty website. And I kind of feel that pain, you know, because we don't have a lot of comments, but we have a lot of news.
Yeah, but you can say that all the visits were legitimate.
Yeah. And we get a lot of traffic over on ohmtown.com. I do the show because I like the show and it's dynamic and it gets me out in front of people, and I like talking about the news. At least some news. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Well, anyway, there's more over at this article, and as per usual, they are talking about the financial motivations to make this happen. You know, this is why we're doing it. But it doesn't really matter.
User experience, right?
The thing about it is that this is user-created content.
That's the thing that really doesn't make any sense. So if I'm posting something, first of all, I could post it somewhere else. I know I might not get the same size audience. But why is somebody suddenly charging for my information?
For stuff that I'm posting.
I know that's... Yeah, exactly.
See, and they're posting other people's content on links, right? It's much like ohmTown, except that ohmTown is just
actual media outlets and newsletters and other things, right? It's
not necessarily user content, but there is a mishmash of all kinds of stuff on Reddit. But it's mostly, well, I mean, I can't say mostly because I don't have the full stats of what goes on Reddit, but Reddit has a lot of user-created content, but a lot of it is external to Reddit being linked to it. Pictures, news, all kinds of stuff. You mean like it's
postings from some other place?
Yeah.
Or some other site, yeah.
Yeah, and so putting something like that behind a paywall it would be like me putting a paywall up on ohmTown, because ohmTown's just aggregating news just differently than the way that Reddit does it. And I don't have any of the user-created content in there. I only have content that's created by third parties that allow this kind of value add. Right. And frankly, I use ohmTown for my personal use. I just happen to open it up for everybody else to access. And it's always linking to the source material, and it's never taking it wholesale, right? And we don't screen scrape or anything like that. Reddit literally does not pay anybody, but all of the content is going to these.
Right.
The
I've
people are
always thought
going
it
to
was an
Reddit.
odd model, but yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, and then when there is a paywall, by the way, they actually copy and paste the entire article into the posting so that people can read the news, and that's exactly what I think would happen with this paywall. Anyway, regardless, y'all will be back no matter what.
Well, you don't want, like partial news, but that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting times. Let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Igloo is recalling 1 million coolers that could amputate fingers. So yeah, Igloo is
they must have been teamed up with the manufacturer for Cybertruck, right?
Oh, ouch. So yeah, Igloo's recalling more than 1 million of its 90-quart flip and tow rolling coolers over fingertip amputation and crushing risks posed by the product's tow handle. I think I have one of these.
That's actually interesting because I think other products do that have that, and maybe it's Igloo, but I think it's also competitors.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what it is. The tow handle on the company's 90-quart flip and tow rolling coolers could pose fingertip amputation and crushing hazards, according to this article over at Quartz or QZ.com. It's written by Brittany Nguyen, and it says here that they're recalling more than 1 million 90-quart flip and tow. I don't know how they actually do it, but the cooler company issued the recall on Thursday, urging customers to stop using the product and to request a replacement handle for free from the company, according to its notice with the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which, who knows?
But they were sold since 2019. We're in 2025, and how many people are tracking cooler recalls? Like, they might be tracking things like a car recall, right? Major purchase, but...
So the source for this is, like, I guess kind of all over the place. The CPSC website is where it's the notice is housed. The recall impacts 1,060,000 coolers from the U.S., 47,000 in Canada, 23,000 in Mexico that were manufactured before January of last year, according to Igloo. Let's see, the manufacturing date is imprinted in the bottom of the cooler in a circular design that has an arrow pointing to the month and a circle around the last 2 digits of the year. In a statement shared with NPR, Igloo said, through rigorous testing and proactive steps, we are constantly improving our products to meet highest safety standards. All right. Well, I'm glad they're doing it, but yeah, I wanted to get out there.
I am too, but why did it take this long?
Maybe a certain number of people.
Maybe something... it doesn't seem like it's something where it falls apart or whatever.
No, they pissed off the wrong people, basically. Somebody, not me, got hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Law Nerd, Florida. This is Oh, you know what I didn't do? I don't think I went through the whole thing. I didn't run down the titles.
No, I know you didn't, but you started, so I didn't interrupt you.
Oh my gosh. That's
you didn't
the first
introduce
time.
me either, but that's
yeah,
okay.
I did. I said, welcome. I did.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but I don't think I went through the thing.
Glitched.
Wow. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. This episode is kind of wonky, but I just got excited about doing the articles and got right on into it.
Well, that's good, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I can... maybe I'll do it at the very end and then I'll cut and paste. I don't normally edit anything because I don't like editing things, but let's keep going though. The next article is over in Law Nerd.
Maybe we can send people on a scavenger hunt through all 1,800 episodes and they can find the one where you didn't do the rundown.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. They'd find it immediately. Go and watch it. So Florida lawyer. So I titled this, and it's in the show notes, Legally Throwing the Dinner Plate. So you've heard of throwing the book at somebody, but this is a dinner plate. Florida lawyer accused of hitting man on head with dinner plate after wedding buffet butt-in. 52-year-old Florida lawyer. That's a new one. Florida lawyer.
Yeah, is that a variant of Florida man and Florida woman?
Yeah, Florida dog, Florida
Oh, right. Florida
whatever.
anything, right?
Yeah. Has been charged with aggravated battery and with a deadly weapon for allegedly hitting a wedding guest over the head with a dinner plate. Deborah Cassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together. The person,
I guess what really cracks me up about this is like you'd think a lawyer would go, how's the way to handle dispute, right? Like I'm going to threaten to sue somebody or I'm going to something, but not the plate.
Yep. The person was arrested June 18th after police were called to Boca Lago Country Club in Boca Raton, Florida, after the New York Post, Newsweek, Above the Law, Miami News Times, WPEC, Law and Crime here, and BocaNewsNow.com all talked about it.
Got quite a bit of coverage.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. They were later released for a $1,000 bond. They told police that they were upset because people ahead of them had cut the buffet line, identified as a prime rib carving station by BocaNewsNow.com. Nobody cuts in front of me. Not for a prime rib carving
whatever,
station.
Yeah.
Con!
I sat through this whole wedding ceremony so I could get some roast beef or whatever they're serving.
I want prime rib, none of this you cut in front of me bullshit. Get off my lawn. They admitted that he got into an argument with the victim and shoved them, but they denied hitting them on the head with a plate, according to the police report cited by Law and Crime.
You know, this is a wedding. I wonder how much of the wedding photography captured this moment. You know, like if the photographer is just constantly snapping candid shots. They have like the various phases of like the plate above the head, lowering, you know, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, my eye is itching. Gosh. So the victim told police that his niece got in line ahead of him and then agreed to let two girls join her. Police said in a probable cause affidavit. So that was the probable cause. One of the girls was identified as the victim's daughter. After the argument began, the victim alleged he was hit over the head with a plate and then shoved and grabbed by the collar by this guy who was holding a plate over his head.
In line, I was like, he wasn't even the line cutter.
Yeah. He was being nice and let three girls get in front of him. The victim said that the person who hit him in the head was a woman with a black dress. A worker, however, said that the person who hit the victim with a plate was this guy. I'm not mentioning names. You can go and read the article if you want to. And there is more content in that article. It just gets a little grittier. A melee followed, according to police reports cited by several publications. The person told police that numerous people beat him up, according to Law and Crime.
This is all a bit much over a buffet line.
At a wedding, mind you.
You know, I bet the bride or somebody was probably crying during all of this because they're like, oh, it's ruining the wedding.
Police are going to show up. Yeah. I hate when police show up at my weddings. Let's keep going.
Plural.
So
does this happen every time?
Every single time I go to, you know what? It's like the person on the plane complaining about their child. You know, every time I take a flight, somebody complains about my children. Well,
right. What's the common theme here?
All right. Well, the next article is called Helldivers Lost a Planet. The article's actual title is Helldivers Just Failed a Major Order and Lost a Whole Dang Planet. On Wednesday night, the author of this article enjoyed their evening by playing a few rounds of Helldivers 2 with friends. The major order was to defend against 11 attacks from the Illuminate. And with 9 successes, they figured that they were safe to let the night crew clean things up. They slept soundly with the knowledge that they'd done their part protecting humanity, but awoke to find a horrifying revelation on their Super Destroyer's console. They failed the mission so bad that the Illuminate destroyed a whole planet, and now they're aiming for Super Earth.
Wow. Now, does that mean that the whole game lost a planet? Or The player,
Yeah,
I assume it means the whole game.
the whole game. Yeah, apparently.
Wow.
So I'm pouring one out for Angel's Venture. Is the deck statement at this Polygon article by Cass Marshall. Yeah, I don't play Helldivers. I watch people play it because yeah, I prefer talking about the news and my attention span is like a goldfish or a cat, just wandering off. La la la. Hey.
Hey,
Oh.
matter what? We're still doing the show.
What? Oh, we're streaming. Oh, okay. Well, in order to understand the tragic fate of Angel's Venture, you have to understand Meridia. The Meridia wormhole has been like a cosmic Chekhov's gun, just waiting ominously for Terminids or in Terminid space. Meridia was once a planet, but it developed into Terminid supercolony. In order to stop an endless swarm of mutated Terminids, Helldivers had to pump the planet full of mysterious dark fluid until it collapsed upon itself. Was it kind of our fault that Meridia became a supercolony? Technically, that's one way to look at it if you hate liberty. So when the Illuminate first showed up, fans speculated that they would be linked to the Meridia wormhole, and sure enough, some weird stuff started happening on the cosmic map. While they dutifully chased down robots wearing jetpacks, the Illuminate were gathering their own dark fluid. Upon logging in on Thursday, the author says that they were greeted with the following message. Angel's Venture has been torn apart by the gravitational pull of the Meridia singularity. This is an incalculable loss. The land cultivated by generation, the lives of the Super-Earth citizens whose evacuation could not be prioritized, the proud pines shading the Democratic Youth Scouts campground, all gone forever, ripped to shreds by savage cosmic forces. Finally, the Illuminate hiding behind their mask of intelligence and sophistication have revealed what they truly want: carnage. The president of Super-Earth has announced a galaxy-wide mourning period of 24 hours. So the map has been changed.
That is pretty spectacular.
They have no doubt that Super-Earth scientists are working overtime to figure out a solution, but Angel's Venture will never recover from such a tragedy. It's evolving galaxy of Helldivers 2 that makes them think that the game, like the game so dang much. While new players may never understand the tragedy at hand, every time they gaze at the scattered rocks that remain, they shed a single solemn tear. This is pretty cool.
This is really entertaining here.
Yeah, and so this is an ongoing thing where the developers actually launch attacks like calculated, and it just becomes canon, part of the omniverse that is Helldivers 2. It's quite fascinating, and it kind of pulls me in, but I don't know enough people to play this game, with any regularity.
Right.
Let alone with this level of determination where I could stop a planet from being imploded.
But I do like that. I mean, that would be something to draw somebody in.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like it. So there's more in this article, so go over and check it all out, All right, let's keep going. This next article is over at Rounders Gear, which is one of the many channels. This focuses on games like poker. Well, a poker player who posed as Lord, imprisoned in a £400,000 fake cruise scam. A British gambler and fake Lord Richard Lester operated bogus cruise company. They scammed 184 vacationers from across the world out of £400,000 while living the high life. Was sentenced to 5 years in prison at Chelmsford Crown Court. So I guess this was the person, a British quote-unquote professional gambler who claimed to be a lord and scammed almost 200 people through his Ponzi-style sham cruise company, has been sent to prison for 5 years.
How did they figure it out? Did they not get to take a cruise or something?
So the jury was not told that Lester had spent 3 years in an offenders institution. Securing justice for the victims meant scouring several bank accounts to trace exactly where the money went. All their money leads back to Lester. His greed left hundreds of people thousands of pounds out of pocket. Yeah, they just investigated. He was found guilty this week on charges of fraudulently trading and concealing criminal property after a 9-week trial at Chelmsford Crown Court. Well-planned and complex fraud carried out over a lengthy period of time. The only reason why I chose this is because He posed as a lord.
Yeah, I mean that takes some doing, like if you're showing up, for instance, in your own car or something, it's kind of hard to pull that off. Like, what lengths did he go through?
Richard Lord Lester is pictured in this article picking up a prize at the World Travel Awards 2012, although he should probably they should probably make him give it back. Yeah, he basically duped people out of this money. Through his business, Cruise Direct UK, the company purported to allow customers to purchase miles to be exchanged for cruise vacations, but it was a scam. I don't know how this could work. I mean, he'd have to move extremely fast.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't seem like this would go for very long before somebody would discover it.
Hold on a second.
Oh, interesting. Previous offenses, although maybe as a youth, for similar issues.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so they came from far and wide as Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, as well as US and UK. Around $2,000 on average was taken from each person. So he had to move pretty fast. So the article is by Philip Conneller over at casino.org. We don't even take the pictures, but for whatever reason, the articles from casino.org allow the whole thing to snap.
They overshare.
Yeah, they overshare. Oh, hold on. We can do that. For whatever reason, I can't stop it. I limit what they provide, but they post the whole thing. Anyway, thought it was really interesting. Philip Conneller over at casino.org put the article together. A poker player who posed as Lord, or it should say as a Lord, imprisoned in £400,000 fake cruise scam. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. I had heard about this a while ago, and I thought that I would include it today because today is Valentine's Day. This article is over in the Mobile Channel, but it's aggregated from, I think it's Smithsonian. Yeah. Once a part of marriage proposals, maritozzi are making a comeback in Italy and around the world. Since ancient times, Romans have gifted these cream-filled treats to their sweethearts. The article is over at smithsonianmag.com or, Smithsonian Magazine is the location.
Right, but the website is mag.
Yeah. Michelle Chia put this article together. And so, yeah, these are the little things. Maritozzo is a soft bun filled with a hefty dollop of whipped cream or panna, as it is referred to in Italian.
Those look very good. They look kind of like a cream puff, although more substantial, I guess.
Denser, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in all its simplicity, the maritozzo are a soft bun filled with a hefty dollop of whipped cream or panna, as it's referred to in Italy. If you regularly frequent Rome or keep an eye out for viral foods on TikTok, you have no doubt seen this luscious treat. It's a picture of indulgence, a bread filled so high that when it's bitten, it hits the tip of your nose, creating a viral moment that both social media influencers and celebrity chefs love filming, with the Trevi Fountain, Colosseum, Pantheon as the background. So it's a very Roman treat, says Hagar Satera, author of Pomegranates and Artichokes, and a food photographer who has called Rome home for 18 years. Until
I wish that person was an author of Maritozzo or something. But that'd be pretty niche.
Very niche, yeah. Pomegranates and Artichokes. There's something about that. They're both like gift things for...
Yeah, there aren't pomegranates associated, I think, with royalty?
Yeah, wealth. Yeah.
Yeah. But they are like a special gift or a special occasion kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So they say they like their Maritozzo Classic. Feather light with a little sugar and full to the brim with the freshest whipped cream. So there's a whole history of these things that are written over in the article. And I had heard about these via other sources over the last couple of years. Apparently, they're becoming more and more public, I guess. And we actually watched a Hallmark movie where somebody had to get one of these and gift it, if I recall correctly. If not this, then it was something else close to it. But fortunately, the women in Rome do not have to wait for suitors or husbands to give them Maritozzo on Valentine's Day to enjoy one. In the early 1900s, bakers started making the sweet treat for breakfast, served alongside cappuccino. Rigoli, a traditional bakery established in 1916, is still selling its famous Maritozzi. Locals will also name Il Maritozzo a top place to visit for your Maritozzo fix when in Rome. They make close to 600 a day.
I mean, if you needed another reason to go visit Rome, this could certainly be it.
Yep, there you go. So then they say revamping the classic is another thing. Luxury hotel built at Caesar Ritz in 1894 was known for having the first public grand ballroom in Rome and for being the first hotel in Europe to have private bathrooms, electric lighting, and hydraulic generated lift, which is still in operation. Ooh. Anyway, today it's Sunday brunch that brings Roman families together at the St. Regis for Maritozzi and cappuccino before the start of another work week. So there's a lot more to this article.
Interesting. There's one that's in a square form.
Where they are reimagining it for the modern era. There's another one that's a little bit more elaborate with fillings. It looks like mint is in there. Much loved Maritozzo alla Parmigiana.
Interesting. A savory one.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, there is a lot more. And at the very end of this article is a recipe for you to create your own Maritozzi by Fabrizio Fiorani. So you have to make a pre-ferment by mixing a quarter of the flour, half the yeast, and the full amount of water by hand. I'm not going to go through the whole recipe, but you can by following the link. This next article, though, is one that I found really fascinating that it was submitted, and it just happens to land right after hearing about these. So it's World Pangolin Day. And celebrating World Pangolin Day with new genomes to aid the world's most trafficked animal. So apparently pangolins are the most trafficked animal.
I didn't know that before I saw that headline, but that is why it was submitted, because we were just talking about that.
Yeah, so pangolins are unique in that they're the only animal or mammal to be covered in scales. Although they are scaly, photos of them are typically met with awes from the viewers who find them adorable. Importantly, though, pangolins play an essential role in maintaining their ecosystem. So Giga Science put this article together. It's posted over at phys.org. Baby pangolins are adorable. They become a little bit more...
Yes, that one is in the picture.
Yeah, that one's pretty cute too. So this is a Chinese pangolin, is one of two species that researchers have now provided high quality, nearly gapless genomic data for. Their other unique trait is that they're the most trafficked wild animal in the world, with more than 900,000 poached in the past 2 decades. Much of this is due to their high value for use in traditional medicines that require the use of pangolin meat and scales. So unfortunately, they meet their demise. This has pushed many pangolin species to the brink of extinction. In particular, 2 pangolin species, the Malayan pangolin, Manus javanica, and the Chinese pangolin, Manus pentadactyla, are under acute survival pressure. These species have been listed as critically endangered on the red list of the International Union for Conservation of Nature since 2014. So they did a big study. It's been published in the journal Giga Science, and they basically did the genomic sequences for the Chinese and Malayan pangolin species at a significantly higher resolution than one that is currently available. So maybe they'll...
I appreciate this article because I don't think most people know this.
Yep. So I hope that the word gets out and we can save pangolins I think that they're freaking awesome. Not only because they're an animal that has survived all this time until, humans decided to find them important for, you know, ancient medicines. But they're mammals and scaled. They're very unique to the world. So why would we usher their demise by hunting them to extinction, trading them?
And aren't there alternatives to what we think we're getting from them?
No.
Like, can we make synthetic something for medicine or?
No. This natural medicine just, you have to have that. You can't have stuff that is identical to it in all ways, except for whatever your impression is off of a feeling.
I mean, I bet we could just watch some of the, is it chimpanzees?
Yeah.
They might have a remedy that doesn't require hunting animals.
No, we gotta do experiments on them too. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The price of rice in Japan is soaring. That starts out kind of like a joke, right? The price of rice in Japan.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like, what's the punchline?
No, the punchline is we're broke. So the price of rice in Japan is soaring. The government is releasing 210,000 tons from its stockpile to fight it. Japan says that it's releasing 210,000 tons of rice to try and curb soaring prices. Prices have rocketed since last year, with the price of rice up 70.7% year over year.
Oh, wow. I wonder how much is in the stockpile, too, if they're releasing. I mean, this is a lot of rice.
Seems like it. So a staple of the country's cuisine, rice has been soaring in Japan, prompting the government to step in with its own stockpiles in a bid to stabilize the market. Ito, Japanese agriculture minister, announced in a press release Friday that the Japanese is going to release all of this rice. The article is over at businessinsider.com. Joshua Nelkin Zitzer put the article together. I don't know what the price of rice was that I last purchased, but let me find out.
I don't know, but I thought the price of rice in Japan has been high for a while, not just like in the last couple of years. Like, considering it's such a staple in Japanese cuisine.
Right.
I think, didn't we read something previously where like Japan was importing rice from somewhere else?
Yeah, because it couldn't keep up.
Because of the price? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how much. Did I really pay that much? I'm going to say I did. So yeah, it's gone up $5 since I last purchased this volume quite a while ago, though. So yeah, it's getting more expensive, but I was told 6 years ago the era of cheap food in the world is over. And
that's
now
right. That person was quite ahead of their time.
Yep. And unfortunately, I didn't pay attention, so I didn't stockpile. But the latest average retail price of an 11-pound bag of rice in Japan was 3,688 Japanese yen, about $24. I paid more than that. Oh, wait. No, yeah, that's I paid more than that here in the States 8 months ago. So
interesting, yeah.
And now, so it's $12 more than that right now. So Core Consumer Price Index released by Japan's Internal Affairs Ministry said that the January price showed a rise of 71% year over year. So the first 150,000 tons of rice will be auctioned to the wholesalers next month, and it's expected to reach retailers in late March or early April. They said that it hopes to normalize it, but normalizing it means that people aren't going to be
like setting a higher floor price, right?
Right. Yeah, and they know that people are going to pay this now, so why would they reduce it? It just doesn't work that way. Supply and demand only works if the supply is always high at that level, keeping competition active. but they know that there's only 210,000 tons. I don't know how much they go through in a year. How many tons do they go through in a year?
Let's see.
But Ito attributed the price hike to a distribution bottleneck, saying at the press conference that enough rice is being produced to meet demand. U.S. consumers are also struggling with soaring prices, notably eggs. They say that it's because of the bird flu. But if the prices drop, then I'll buy into that ideology. But I don't suspect that egg prices are going to drop dramatically because they know that people are. Go ahead.
It's estimated at 8.1 million metric tons.
In a year.
Yeah, so kind of a lot.
But they're only releasing.
Right, and then, yeah.
This is nothing. All right.
Maybe it's just a short term, but then we know that doesn't solve it, but
yeah,
maybe it'll help stop some of the panic, etc.
Yeah.
And they I think it said in the article, they started doing this when they had a previous, I think it was in this article, that they had a previous impact to the crop, and that's why they started doing the stockpile. Yes.
Yeah, so Japan's government turns to its stockpiles in times of poor harvests or natural disasters. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile channel. Banksy. This one I titled Something Fishy About Banksy. Banksy fish artwork to go on display at London Museum. London Museum has announced that it has acquired Banksy's Piranhas artwork, which appeared at a police sentry box in the city last summer. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. It looks like an aquarium.
Yeah, but it's a police sentry box, so...
Right.
Very interesting. So the article's over at rte.ie. I don't see a byline, but anyway, apparently the London Museum has acquired this London police sentry box, and it's going to go on display, and it has what looks like translucent panels put on it so that it looks like there are piranhas swimming around in it. The collection concluded with a gorilla appearing to lift up a shutter at the entrance to the London Zoo. London Museum, which will move from the city's Docklands to its new location in 2026, will display the work after a City of London committee voted to donate it to the attraction. So there's a picture. This other Banksy work includes a rhino climbing on top of a silver car. They use the term mounting, which implies something else going on, but the car is actually like crushed in the back a little bit.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So it makes it look like this rhino is climbing on top of the truck. And there are other Banksy artworks in this article that I think are pretty interesting. Like a gorilla lifting up something to let animals out from behind a shroud.
Yeah, that's
but it's
neat.
Lifting up a
I
shutter.
think it'd be cool to live in an area like the UK and encounter one of these, right? I mean, they're pretty prevalent in certain areas.
Seems to be, right? Banksy's animals collection was made up of 9 works, including a rhino mounting a silver car, 2 elephant silhouettes with their trunks stretched out towards each other, and 3 monkeys that looked as though they were swinging on a bridge. Another one is a gorilla lifting up what's called a lift, or lifting up a shutter, which is a gate on a garage type of a thing. That's what it looks like.
Right,
He's lifting
like one
up.
of those roll down garage doors.
Yeah.
Like you see in a storage center or something.
Yeah.
Or a warehouse, maybe.
And these are usually out in front of storefronts so that they can lock them down more securely than just a door. Pretty cool. There are a few in the States, but I don't know where all they are, if they're protected anymore. Like one is in New Orleans.
I believe there's only one in the U.S. I think that's the only one in the U.S.
Oh, really? I thought there were more than that. That's the only one in the U.S. is in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. All right, let's do our last article. That one I titled AI Generated True Crime Series. An AI-generated true crime series has millions of views, and the only little segment that we have on this is it says it was a perfect crime.
Well, I wonder if that was AI generated.
Yeah, really. Lucas Ropek over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and it says AI slop is taking over the internet, according to a Gizmodo article that says AI slop website sent thousands of people a Halloween parade that didn't exist. And we talked about that back last year. But that's what they linked to in the article. And it's making it increasingly difficult for web users to know what's real, what's fake. And hey, it's the reason why I created RealityHacker.
That's right. I mean, you were way ahead of that.
Yeah. RealityHacker as a domain has been around for a considerable amount of time. It was one of my earlier projects. So 404 Media reports on the newest frontier and this bizarre dystopic trend, revealing the rise of AI-generated true crime podcasts, which you might imagine isn't based in truth at all. The YouTube channel True Crime Case Files has managed to rack up millions of views by spitting out long, drawn-out yarns of murder and mayhem that are complete and utter BS. So, to be called true crime, it needs to be true crime. The channel's owner told 404 they wanted the audience to think about why they care so much that it was true, why it matters so much to them that real people are being murdered. And I have to agree. Why is that so fascinating?
I agree, but then it's just not true crime. It's just mystery or thriller or whatever it is.
Right. But what's the point? Why do you have to be fascinated by
I've never understood what the appeal of true crime is. I understand the appeal of, say, mystery or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why it needs to be real.
Right. I prefer knowing that it isn't real. I prefer knowing that it isn't even based on reality and that it's just a work of fiction.
Or that it couldn't even be real.
It's single-handedly why I really like Castle and other procedurals, because I know that it isn't real, and if it is based on something real, it kind of sours my attitude towards it, because I don't want, like, even Kingdom Come Deliverance is now getting to the point where I'm like, I'm so burnt out on violence, I just don't want to witness it. When I was younger, I didn't care. It was just a thing. But at any rate, so having gone hunting for the YouTube videos that 404's article mentions, they stumbled across a number of other channels doing the exact same thing. It clearly seems like an appealing racket for someone looking to make a quick buck. Web hustlers figure out that they can use automated content creating platforms like ChatGPT to tap into the attention economy and eke out a small living. Not always a small living, though.
Yeah, that is true. Depends on if it goes viral, right?
Correct. Yep. So it says sometimes it doesn't pay off. However, last year a YouTube show attempted to use AI-generated George Carlin comedy special to generate attention. It ended with litigation from Carlin's family, and the video had to be permanently pulled from the web. There used to be an AI Jesus or something like that on Twitch. There's been other AI generated.
We had an article about it in one of the shows.
AI sitcom that was eerily close to Seinfeld. A bunch of stuff on Twitch. And I don't know. If it's entertaining, it's entertaining. But without the human part of it, I don't really find value in it, you know? Like...
No, and some people aren't going to it for entertainment, right? They're going to it thinking it's real.
Well, the true crime one, maybe, yeah. And everything else. Like, I don't want to be in a community where I'm watching an AI generate random garbage and there's nothing there.
Substance, right? Or whatever behind it, yeah.
Yeah, like if it was a story that was created using AI to some degree and edited, augmented by a human editor, and it was me that was telling the stories or something like that, then it's the community that I'm building. But if it's nothing but automated AI garbage,
just gibberish, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's fake. But that's, again, why I created RealityHacker, because you're not, at some point in the future, you're not going to know what to trust other than what is directly observable that you can touch, because even seeing it it's no longer, if it's a video, it could not, you could be completely bamboozled by it.
Right, and the quality has gone way up. It's very hard to see unless you know what to look for. And even then, sometimes you can't really determine.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I love generative AI. It serves a purpose. It's good for creative efforts. It's good for stimulating the your writing, your creative writing, because sometimes you get writer's block and you need something that kind of nudges you out of that lock. And not everybody is, brilliantly capable of solving that problem. So I see it as a tool, but it definitely shouldn't be the end all be all. But hey, this is the life and times we live. So I'm going to ask the AI slop engine that's over here to weave a story that will bring us back to the front page. Oh, look, there it is, of ohmtown.com. And we're going to call it a night. And it's Valentine's Day, everybody. So have a good night. And I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for our weekend edition.
Yep. So tomorrow we're going to have 3 shows. It ends up being 15 articles or roughly an hour and a half of content that gets turned into the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. But those 3 shows are
RealityHacker,
yeah,
Wanted,
yeah,
and the Continuity Report.
Yep. So what we were just talking about, we highlight in RealityHacker. Gadgets and Gear is Wanted, and the Continuity Report is about entertainment news, namely movies and sitcoms and shows and stuff like that. But more tomorrow, so be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and we're out of here. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to RealityHacker for February 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I thought I was going to get away from that, but no. Everything old is new again. If you want today's show notes over on Twitch, you hit !RH. If you're over on YouTube, you can just, review the show notes because they're embedded in the description already. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI whose visualizer you see, and maybe there's a graphic artifact there that you'll see as well. That's because I've got lights behind my green screen that are bleeding through. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. I almost said 10, but that's Non Sequitur News. Anyway, AI designs enzymes from scratch. AI versus US, and by US I mean us. Extended Reality News Roundup. This is provided by they've done a rundown, and we'll get into it when we get there. And mystery signal behind a dead galaxy, and humanized mice. What the? Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello. I'm not sure why RealityHacker isn't up on the screen.
Oh, it's because I never mind that. Shh. AI. It's okay. So welcome to the show.
There's a bit of a critter commotion in the background.
Yeah, I don't want to know. So let me do this real quick. !RH if you're in the chat over on Twitch. Now you get to see the 5 articles that we're going to talk about. We don't bury the links in links. We link to the snippets that are over on ohmtown.com. You might actually have witnessed a marked increase in the number of articles that are aggregated and the speed at which they're provided. That's because I found one place was really kind of being a pain in the butt, and kind of contaminating our news. And so I got rid of a couple of sources. That said, if you're interested in providing information, or if you are interested in providing a lead as to the source of information, some news site that you think would be worthy of adding to our aggregator, please let me know. You can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. That said, we're going to get into these 5 articles for the Reality Hacker show. First article's over in Greenogram, which has suddenly started rising to the top in our news because it's aggregating news that is relevant to Reality Hacker. And I found it really interesting that not only have I seen this in Greenogram, but I've seen this AI concept being applied to enzyme and protein folding on YouTube. Articles are coming out and being posted on YouTube.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and so when this was submitted, I was like, "Oh, whoa, oh, okay. I guess this is like rising into people's zeitgeist of science." So scientists use AI to design lifelike enzymes from scratch. Combined approach takes AI-engineered enzymes one step closer to practical applications. The thing about this is I cannot move past the idea that it's going to be a hallucination. And we bumble fart our way into creating something that acquires capabilities.
But it's not like a Chat GPT that's being used for this. This is perhaps an AI built specifically for this purpose. So maybe it has good data.
Could it? So Miriam Nadaf put this article together. It's an article. That's what they call it in the science.
That's the new thing.
It is. It's what the youth say today. Article. So it's in nature.com, and it says a combined approach takes AI engineered enzymes one step. God, I quit. One step
Orticles
closer.
And stapes.
I quit. Well, anyway, there it is. An enzyme structure designed using a combination of machine learning tools. This is a milestone for enzyme engineering, says Huimin Shao, a synthetic biologist at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Quote, "It shows that now it's possible to design enzymes with native-like activity that could make them useful practically." Which is kind of a, hey, we created something, but we don't have a use for it, so let's create a use for it kind of a thing. Earlier
what
efforts.
What could go wrong there?
Gain of function doesn't mean shit.
By the way, I think we've missed something key here. There is such a thing now as a synthetic biologist.
You know, I rolled right on over that, going, you know what, I'm going to have to do some background check here, because synthetic biologist is basically creating something from nothing. It's entirely synthetic. It's not bound by nature other than the physics of nature. Earlier efforts to design enzymes from scratch using AI have had limited success, often producing ones that stall after the first step of a reaction. In the latest study, published in Science on 13 February, researchers overcame this challenge by combining several machine learning approaches. The new enzymes were 60,000 times better at speeding up the reaction than ones previously designed to work in a similar way. Now, here is the kicker about this. We've used AI to create this stuff, and it may not be useful today. But just like DNA amplification, it was 30 years old, the concept of the enzyme that was used to amplify DNA. And so now this is going to languish somewhere in a research paper until somebody uses AI to say, you know, there's an enzyme that existed to do this back in 2025.
Oh, yeah. I hope they're cataloging all this, for lack of a better term, so that this is more easily
digestible, right?
Accessed or digested or whatever, so that when somebody's embarking on a new experiment, they can go, oh, I can start here.
So I didn't log in, but this is the nuts and bolts of this article. There's more. If you go over and look at it, you'll probably find more, but they're basically tailoring these enzymes to focus on a particular type of function and performance feature, it may do something great in the future, or it may stall at some point. Its application may not ever rise to the level. But this is the type of fundamental research that needs to be funded by everybody so that everybody has access to it. Otherwise, it's going to be siloed into the have and have nots type of category, where only business has the ability to look at this and go, okay, yeah, this is profound and can be applied. We know about DNA amplification and everything else because information has been shared across academia. So these new enzymes were 60,000 times better at speeding up the reaction than the ones previously designed to work in a similar way. So you can imagine just how the efficacy of this is absolutely profound. They say it's like going to the thrift store and buying a suit, and that suit probably won't fit you perfectly. That's what happens when we try to design enzymes that way, said study co-author Anna Luco, a protein designer at the University of Washington in Seattle. They wanted to build an enzyme that could undergo a 4-step chemical reaction called serine hydrolysis, which involves breaking an ester bond between molecules. Serine hydrolases are the natural enzymes that carry out this reaction, and they're involved in many biological processes, including digestion, metabolizing fats, and blood clotting. So this could be applied to something that could stem blood flow. So if somebody is bleeding out, they can just squirt this stuff or something associated with clotting. And then because it's 60,000 times better than the previous means of enzymatic reactions, it is that much better at clotting blood or metabolizing fats, breaking down. So I think that this is pretty damn amazing. So they created a deep neural network called Placer to refine the structural design by modeling the locations of atoms in the enzyme and the molecules it binds during every step of the reaction. And so the AI worked as a filter, creating
this
that.
is really incredible. I mean, I don't expect they'll have as significant leaps every time they do this, but 60,000 times faster is pretty significant. And while I get it, if it's at some unit of measure, maybe it's not as significant a jump, but all these things mean that the applications are going to expand.
Yeah, that's 60,000 times is kind of the stat that you go, this isn't going from 1 to 2, So I hope that this actually continues to take place into the far future, and we keep on enhancing this. But stay alert. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's another one of our shows, but that's tomorrow. Some tech leaders think AI could outsmart us and wipe out humanity. A professor of AI is not worried, and nor am I. In 1989, political scientist Francis Fukuyama predicted that we were approaching the end of history. He meant the similar liberal democratic values were taking hold in societies around the world. How wrong could he have been? So this article breaks out, basically throwing out a whole bunch of historical claims. Toby Walsh from The Conversation put this article together. But I don't think that it's AI. AI has the ability to be utilized like a knife, like anything, like a snowball. It could be used for fun, or you could dip it in water and it turns into an ice ball and knocks somebody unconscious. AI is a tool. How we use it is really what matters. In 2022, they say, and by the way, this is the author Toby Walsh's opinion about this and observations. They say in this article, in 2022, Wunderkind Sam Altman, chief executive of OpenAI, one of the fastest growing companies in the history of capitalism, explained the pros and cons. I think it's a good case around AI. It is just so unbelievably good that you sound really crazy. You sound like a really crazy person to start talking about it. The bad case is, I think this is important to say, is like lights out for all of us. But in
I
all of
think
these
that goes to
cases,
your point earlier, though, right? Like a lot of things can be used for different purposes.
yeah, and it's the ethical boundary that you pick and choose. And so,
And it doesn't mean we shouldn't have innovation.
no, not at all. And like I said, and I've said this before. One person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. It depends on which side of the fence you're on. In all cases, a mild mannered person will say that you can't use it for violence or causing harm. That is what a sane person, an ethical person, a moral person, a person who isn't prone to violence and war and conflict and exploiting it and selling the weapons to both sides kind of a thing. That is what a person says, that it could be good. So why not use it for great good? Well, when the haves have it and nobody else has it, they become defensive about it, protective of it, and they don't want other people to be able to position themselves to take it. 40 years ago, maybe around that time, I got into a discussion with somebody who was rather zealous in their opinion about things, that if somebody is causing harm, then there is only one way out. Then so you resolve it, and sometimes it has to turn to violence. And unfortunately, that is the way of the world. So when nobody has access except for the haves to AI, and it gets exploited for abusive purposes, then you can see why somebody would lay claim to AI is going to outsmart us and wipe us all out. Instead,
Well, it can only be smart as the programming, too. And so
right.
I don't know that it necessarily suddenly is extra brilliant just because it's technology that people don't all understand.
Yeah, the only way that it could ever get out of hand is if we enable it to get out of hand. It's not going to construct itself. It's not going to be able to
Eyes them all.
enslave. Yeah. But like we've seen some experiments, simulations where battlefield commander says, go eliminate the enemy. And then they countermand it. The robot, the drone, literally, and this is in a simulation, the drone turned around, eliminated the commander, and then went and eliminated the enemy.
Right, what could go wrong there?
Because
But notice there was some programming to do the function that it did. It just went after perhaps the wrong person.
Yeah, so they say, in 1950, Turing wrote what is generally considered the first scientific paper about AI. Just 1 year later, he made a prediction that haunts AI researchers like the author. Once machines could learn from experience like humans, Turing predicted that it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control, but only if we allow it. But there are mad scientists out there that will give it as much as they want, like,
They
AI
think
take
it's
the
for their
wheel.
benefit, right? Even if not to societies. But I mean,
Yeah.
we know that could backfire too. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's like don't have don't allow knives or something, which have a
Right.
lot of useful purposes. We know they can be used for non-useful purposes too, or non-good purposes.
Right. Yeah. And there's all these scenarios about how they're going to outsmart us. And just because a person has money does not mean that they are the brilliant, awe-inspiring person that everyone should follow. Most of the people that have money were born with it, were given it, didn't earn jack shit, and have lived off of public money and or abusive practices, trade practices, and greed. Plain and simple. You find me any ethical, non-sociopathic billionaire, and I'll find the room where only one person is sitting out of the entire population of billionaires. And they're a very, very lonely person looking around going, what the frick is going on? Anyway, I don't really buy into this claim. You can come and read the rest of this article. I selected it because the title alone. But when it comes out talking about politics, I think that it's already lost the message here, because AI should be a tool, and it's society that should be saying that it's nothing more than a tool. It shouldn't be leveraged as a political gambit. But it is going to be taking jobs because the people that have see it as a means to eliminate humans instead of it being a tool to amplify what humans are capable of. So,
Right. I mean,
if
I
we,
think it's an interesting article,
yeah,
but I'm not concerned about this direction.
the only way that it's going to happen is if the people with the means to make it happen, and it's going to be by putting them in peril, unless they put in the 3 rules and then a 4th one, like
Right, but then hopefully it doesn't override it, like we just mentioned in the
yeah,
simulation.
yeah, like RoboCop. There was a rule that they can't hurt any of the corporatists, but then they override it because they had a soul. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in ohmTown and under the RealityHacker channel. So all of these that I talk about are siloed within a particular context. So a show that we put together. We have 7.
A channel, right?
A channel, yeah. So there's 50 channels that are over at ohmtown.com, 7 of which exist as shows. 6 are weekly shows on the weekend, 3 today and 3 different ones tomorrow. And then Non Sequitur News is Monday through Friday. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, then go over to ohmTown, and be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Anyway, this next article is over in RealityHacker. And XR means extended reality. News roundup, trombone champ, underworld overseer, ashen arrows, and more. The article is by uploadvr.com. Henry Stockdale put the article together, and if you've never heard of trombone champ, it's a blast to watch. 1 second. One.
I think your audio cut out.
No, it was intentional. So I needed to turn off those lights. Anyway, trombone champ, unflattened, toots of love, which, depending on...
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I dig this. So trombone champ is a VR game where you actually play a trombone virtually. You can play it non-VR, but from trombone champ to fantasy VR archery, the latest extended reality news roundup is live. You can go over to uploadvr.com and check it all out directly. We'll skim through it really quick. But yeah, trombone champ unflattened continues post-launch updates in time for Valentine's Day. Dysim and Underworld Overseer are heading to PlayStation VR 2. This is one that I haven't seen before, but trombone champ I have. It's actually pretty funny to watch people play it. Let's see what else. Ashen Arrows drops new trailer ahead of this month's full release. Ashen Arrows is a VR fantasy archery game based on Norse mythology that previously launched in Steam Early Access, featuring a single-player campaign and co-op support for up to 2 friends. You play as a hunter tasked with fending off hordes of monsters to stop Ragnarok. Before its full release this month on Quest, Pico, and Steam, it received a new launch trailer. And then,
do you think this is compatible with VR bows?
I can't reach it. It's right there. It depends. I'll have to check it out. So I use a Pico and Steam. That bow that I've got is attached to the Pico, or well, it's a VR compatible bow, but you have to link it to the VR interface. Otherwise, you can just use an iPad or other smart device or tablet or phone or anything really. But it's better if it's in VR. So I'll have to give it a shot. I'll give that game right there a shot because it's in early access. There may be a demo that I'll be able to try out. but I'll give it a shot, and then we'll report back. Unfortunately, all of our shows are really constructed within the last 24 hours. So when I see this stuff, for the most part, I'm seeing everything combined as it is. So I wasn't really prepared, but I will check this out. So I'll put it in my Steam store and get it. So I hope that it is, because there are other games that are compatible with this VR bow, and it's a real bow, a real recurve bow. It has the same weight and pull of a real bow. It's the same size as a real bow. It has tracking in multiple dimensions. And so you pull back a string and you knock a virtual arrow, but it's actually permanently knocked. And it gets captured inside this spring-loaded tube so that you actually fire like right at your screen. So it can freak somebody out, but it never gets released into the air. Yeah. Oh, who is it? Wonder Fitter. That's what it's called. It's a Wonder Fitter bow.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll talk about it again once I'm better prepared. So that's some of the stuff that's over at uploadvr.com. And you can follow the link through Twitch or through the channel notes over on YouTube. Let's keep going. This next article goes beyond our planet. A mystery signal lights up a dead galaxy, baffling astronomers. Astronomers have pinpointed an FRB outside a dead galaxy for the first time, challenging existing models that link FRBs to star-forming regions. Using CHIME FRB outriggers, they suspect the burst came from a globular cluster of ancient stars. This discovery forces a rethink of FRB origins. So McGill University put this article together for sci-fi-daily.com, which isn't no, not Sci-Fi Daily, Sci-Tech Daily. My gosh.
Okay, yes.
I don't know why I said Sci-Fi Daily, because it's so sci-fi to me.
It looks sci-fi, right?
So yeah, just so you can define what FRBs are, fast radio bursts are what's going on here. And essentially what happened is an FRB was emanating from behind a dead galaxy and lit it up. So
that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. And so using the CHIME FRB outriggers, they suspect the burst came from a globular cluster of ancient stars. This discovery forces a rethink of FRB origins and sets the stage for more revelations as technology improves. Astronomers studying the origins of enigmatic fast radio bursts have made a major discovery that could reshape our understanding of these powerful cosmic signals. Designated FRB 2024-0209A, outside a dead galaxy, one that no longer forms new stars. This is the first time an FRB has been found so far from its host galaxy, making it a unique and puzzling case. Pinpointing the cosmic origins of the FRB, they are intense, millisecond-long radio flashes emanating from galaxies millions of light years away, and while most are isolated events, some repeat sporadically, making them key targets for efforts to pinpoint their exact location in the sky. One of the newly operational CHIME FRB outrigger telescopes, which enhance the capabilities of the main CHIME telescope located in Penticton? How do you pronounce that? Penticton, BC, or Penticton? Penticton. There you go.
I guess so. That's an odd name.
British Columbia. Astronomers have placed FRB 2024-0209A in a region of space associated with a dead galaxy, or one that's no longer forming stars. But yeah, like I said, I suspect that this thing is outside. It's lighting up a dead galaxy, and it's on the other side of it. This breakthrough marks the first pinpointing of an FRB on the sky using CHIME FRB outrigger, in this case. The one located in Princeton, BC. And so I don't know if that is a typo.
Yeah, I don't either. And I wonder, too, if because of this, we'll start to see more of this kind of activity, right? Like if we can sense it, then we can study it.
Yeah. Is that? Oh, the main one is at this location, but the outrigger is in Princeton. This is,
Hmm.
yeah, I almost thought that this was like an anagram of Princeton, but it's a different location. Well, anyway, them being able to look at these things is quite interesting, but I'm not sure. There's a new attitude that's forming within, I guess, physics in general. That's calling out kind of this idea that science is being done simply to keep people employed in big science. But there is some fundamental science that actually needs to be done. And the shame is going to be if we only choose to do stuff that has a positive outcome because we know it's going to have a positive outcome, instead of fundamental research showing what doesn't happen is also a positive.
Yeah, I mean, we need to have research that explores things that we don't know the answer to. And
Yeah,
sometimes the negative answer is a good thing for shaping future research.
right. Because that
Plus, we know
negative,
how many accidental discoveries and everything.
yeah, think about that. We know, again, we know about DNA amplification because somebody put something out there that didn't have application, effective application at least, until somebody said, hey, let's use it for DNA amplification. And the reason why I harp on this so often nowadays, at least, is because it applies to so much in biology, you cannot get away from it. And so it's such a simple thing to look back at the historical record and go, oh, look, somebody created this at another university 3 decades ago. Now we can use it, but we couldn't use it up until that point.
Right, we didn't have the right technology or something to really explore it fully.
Right. So bigger minds. I'm not a researcher in academia, so I'm not calling anything out one way or another. I'm just trying to drive home the idea that there are people out there that are actually talking about quote unquote junk science, that's doing nothing more than creating jobs, but only for jobs' sake, not for true scientific output. And I think it's a shame because what's going to end up happening is this great filter is going to take place where the only way you can actually do any science is if you can show already that it is demonstrably a
Right, which
positive
at
output.
that point, what is it really adding?
Right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. It's the last one for today's Reality Hacker. Again, this signal is kind of hacking reality because we didn't know this was possible until the signal appeared.
Right, and at least gives the appearance that something else is out there that we don't know about.
Yeah. And there's so much that we don't know about. Hell, we don't know what's in our oceans, let alone what's out in the world, out in the universe. So this last article is over, and this is the last article for the February 15th Reality Hacker Season 2, Episode 7. This article is over in Technology Today, which is tomorrow's actual show. It's the mid-roll show. New humanized mice bring scientists closer to reversing aging. WSU researchers have created HUT mice with human-like short telomeres, allowing for groundbreaking studies on aging, cancer, and longevity. This innovation could lead to new treatments that protect telomeres and extend health span. So our life
Yeah,
depends
I
on
mean, this is
telomeres.
so many layers of reality hacker, right? The humanized mice, the
Extending
playing
human
with
lifetime.
lifespan, exactly.
Yep, Washington State University scientists have developed genetically engineered mice that could help accelerate anti-aging research. Globally, researchers are striving to unlock this idea of extending life and just kind of curing cancers and figuring out what it is that is the cause of aging. Well, to
Right.
some degree, they know that it's telomeres that they break off as the your genes are replicated. A little piece kind of flakes off the ends, these telomeres. Washington State University put the article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And so studying telomeres at the cellular level has been challenging in humans. Now, a discovery by a WSU research team published in the journal Nature Communications has paved the way for utilizing these genetically engineered mice in future studies. Led by WSU College of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences professor Ji-Yu Shu, the research team has developed mice that have human-like short telomeres, enabling the study of cellular aging as it occurs in the human body and within organs. Normally, mice have telomeres that are up to 10 times longer than humans. This is the first mouse model.
So that's interesting that a mice can even exist with this.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure. They don't live long, so I don't know how shortened telomeres allow them to exist.
I don't either, but maybe they can see that like every mouse lives for, I don't have any idea what their lifespan is. Let's say they normally live 6 months or a year or something, and they can tell with this they live double or something.
It's the Drosophila of mammals.
Right. Yeah, fast lifespans, which make for easier studying.
Yeah, innumerably replicable because you can just breed them, again and again and again. And as long as you're okay with doing experiments on biological life, then, or, mammalian life at least, then I guess you're okay with doing this. So the work has significant implications for the development of future drugs and treatments. In the long term, it may pave the way for anti-aging strategies aimed at activating cells to protect telomeres and potentially extend lifespans. Shu noted that many diseases originate at the cellular level, so targeting drugs there is a common strategy. I think it's brilliant. My real problem is you're not going to be able to afford it. Nobody is.
Well, it's tinkering around with some pretty significant things. And, what is that going to do down the road?
Yeah, so the development of these mice began 10 years ago, it says, when researchers gained a deeper understanding of telomere regulation in humans and how it differs from animals. Previously, how telomeres regulated the human aging process could only be studied using isolated human cells in a petri dish. This model is quite different as it allows us to observe the aging process in a whole organism. Mice are similar to humans in terms of organ structure, genes, genetic makeup. Yeah, we're kind of squirrely that way.
I find it interesting that they can do something relevant to humans in a mouse.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sounds cheesy, but we're not as squeaky clean as y'all think. Anyway, Shu received $5 million for studies to further develop the mouse model that simulates human replicative aging, as well as research cancer implications. The funding includes grants from the National Institute on Aging, National Institute on General Medical Sciences, and the U.S. Department of Defense, with the latter to study how telomere length affects melanoma cancer cells. So, theoretically, all of that dried up. All right, folks. Well, we are going to hop on to one of these humanized mice, and that's going to bring us closer to the front page of RealityHacker over at ohmtown.com. And that means that Mayor Watt and the sentient AI from the future is going to end this show and get ready for another show. In about 10 to 15 minutes or so, we're going to be reset, and we will do Wanted, which is about gadgets and gear. What say you, AI?
I say, let's do it. Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. Be sure to stay tuned. We have 2 more shows coming up, and don't forget to subscribe.
You can subscribe here on Twitch and here on YouTube, and go and watch 1,800 episodes. And be sure to download the podcast. There's 7 of them. Just search for ohmTown, and you'll get the whole studio of shows and every season of them. So go now. Go. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for February 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, whose visualizer you see right there, and for the foreseeable future, it'll be right there. I don't know. Maybe we'll change it up. Really, do we need to? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. This is our second show for today. We just got done with RealityHacker, and then after this is the continuity report. This show, we're going to be talking about bookshelf speakers, bird feeders, trypophobic D-brand, smart home gadgets, and Crocs case for Samsung Galaxy. And I'm sure others are coming, but everything is powered by ohmtown.com. What you see on the screen is the Wanted channel, which is under technology. It's right here. And then at the very bottom is Wanted. We've got 50 channels, 7 of which have been turned into shows we do each week or daily. Non Sequitur News is the daily. We'll see you on the other side. Excited. Let's get into this. What say you, sentient AI from the future?
I say, let's go.
And look at that visualizer go.
Woohoo!
I keep trying to catch the little dots, but it never works.
Can't catch me.
Damn it, every time. All right, let's get going. The first article is about bookshelf speakers. I really dig bookshelf speakers. We're off to a good start. Bookshelf speakers, active, passive, and hi-fi. Soup up your sound with these active and passive speakers. They have picks for every budget. It's over at wired.com. Ryan Waniata put the article together. The best active ones are the KEF LSX2s, which are following the Sony style of naming. The best packed. God bless. What is going on?
That is definitely the Sony nomenclature style. Oh, and look, Sony's in here.
Yeah, Sony SSCS5 is the best affordable passive speakers, and then the best passive ones are Focal Teva, I guess it is, number 1. Those are $1,000. The KEF LSX2s are $1,300 at Amazon. It's quite the drop. Best affordable ones are SSCS5s for $200. There's a lot more. The best for bass, KEF. I've heard a lot about KEF. They are supposed to be pretty spectacular, but at $1,300, come on now. I don't know. Maybe it's just me that I just... Different strokes for different folks.
Am I going to get that much enjoyment out of it to spend that much, or am I going to be able to tell that much of a difference? Yeah, I know there's a difference in high-end stuff to a point.
Yeah. I mean, audiophiles will say yes, absolutely. At some point, you're brushing up against the limit of what your ears can actually pick up. But if it does full spectrum, 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, the reproduction of it, the sample rate is the highest that it can actually achieve. It's not overpowered, so it's blowing out the speakers themselves. I don't know. I have yet to ever run across something where I'm like, oh my God, this audio is so much better than these, and these aren't, $2,000 in-ear monitors. They're not cheap ones that I bought at auction from the airport, but they're also...
Oh, right. That's a callback. You need to go through all 1,800 episodes on Hometown to find it.
Well, at least 2 seasons of 2 seasons of Wanted.
But it wasn't even in Wanted. I think it was in Non Sequitur News. So again, you better start combing through all the episodes.
That's right. Yep. So KEF-Q Concerto Meta for $1,300. And then it drops it down to IK Multimedia iLoud Micro Monitor. Those are the best desktop speakers. I would love to have somebody represent like this sound versus that sound, and it'd be so night and day that it accounts for the budgetary change, right? Like if I have $200 speakers on my desk, Are the $2,000 ones that much, 10 times better?
I don't think that's, I feel like there's going to be some sort of curve or whatever, right? Like a $5 could be different than $100 or whatever, might be different than, I don't know, 500. But at some point, are you getting more minuscule?
There are some
I don't
speakers
know.
that are $1 million.
I just made up random numbers, by the way.
Yeah.
But the point is, like, do you continually get magnificent leaps, or is it just a little bit?
Did I do the intro? Did I do the music?
You did the picture and everything. You didn't do the intro for us.
What? What do you mean? I welcomed you, didn't I?
No.
It was a soft one.
You just started talking to me.
Okay. Sometimes I feel bad. So, don't. Of all the times for somebody to call me, why call me while I am doing a stream? Focus, Mayor Watt, focus. But I'm a mayor, and everybody is trying to contact me. Some people want to be me. Some people want to meet me. Some people want to beat me. But anyway, so it says here for many listeners, bookshelf speakers, aka stand mount speakers, provide the quintessential audio experience, blending a potent cocktail of performance value and convenience. These pint-sized blocks play a key role in nearly every corner of the audio spectrum. And now it says pint-sized blocks. Now I want Lego brick speakers.
Okay, that would be neat.
Okay, I'm gonna work on it. I wonder if I could just 3D print bookshelf speakers that are Lego, and the little pips are the actual speakers.
Okay, that would be super cool. I think that's a project you should feature in ohmTown if you do it.
You might have to do a search real quick while we're talking about it. Anyway, there are tons of bookshelf speakers available for various prices, making it a tough thing to sift through. And so Wired did it for you, and they go through the whole list. KEF rising to the top. You'll see loads of terms and specs as you hunt for bookshelf speakers. Here are a few things to know beforehand. So what are active versus powered? What are passive? What to know about speaker impedance, speaker power requirements and amplifier options, tethered connection options, wireless connection options, and do you need a subwoofer? I'll answer that one. Hell yes, if you want bass.
I do see lots of Lego speaker things, but I'm not sure they're actual speakers. They just seem to be like speakers for your Lego sets or whatever. Like stickers and things like that.
No, I'm talking about actual Lego big, like desktop bookshelf speakers that are Lego bricks.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm saying what I'm finding is like little miniature, put it in your Lego set kind of thing.
Got it. Oh no, we're not going to do that. $1,300 for two speakers. Hey, KEF, send me those speakers and I will put them on my desk and evaluate them, because I know that you really want me to, you know?
Well, the problem with that is if they're really amazing, then you'll never be satisfied with any other speakers again. But maybe you won't need to be because you can just keep using those.
That's right. I'll evaluate them, and you don't have any sway over if I say yay or nay, but I'll post the video about them. Okay, let's keep going. So this is wanted. So it's about gadgets and gear. And yeah, I want better speakers only right now at this point to find out if I want. I use Edifer, which is these kind of inexpensive desktop speakers, and it doesn't even have a bass speaker. But then there's, home theater speakers. If I'm going to kind of immerse myself in something, it's going to be those. Anyway, I would sit here and go through this list step by step, but we only have 30 minutes and we've got 4 more articles to go through. So,
right. And we already have several wanted items in one article.
Yep. So this next article is over in RealityHacker, which was the show we just got done with, but not all news comes from just one of our categories or channels. This is about the best bird feeders with cameras tested in reviews in 2025. Again, this is by Wired. These bird feeders come with cameras and connected apps to let you see and learn about the birds in your neighborhood. You know, people show me the bird.
Do you think that's what's showing up on this?
Maybe. Um, these bird feeders have cameras, though, which is new to me. And because it's something unique and fascinating and something that you could actually like put outside and you could stream, I think that these are actually absolutely brilliant. So odds are at this point you've probably seen or know someone that has a smart bird feeder, which no, I know no one.
I didn't even know they existed before this article. I
No,
mean, I know there's pretty much a smart everything by now.
I thought that it was too niche that somebody would build something with a camera, already attached when you could just attach a camera to it and record. So lucky for you, Wired.com put this together. Kat Merck over at Wired.com put this article together, and they're talking about smart bird feeders. NetView's original bird feeder for $145, the Bird Buddy for $239, and an even lower priced bird feeder camera case for $56. It says for months on end in snow, rain, and Texas heat, and in a yard with persistent squirrels. They've explored apps and notification settings, installed any optional solar panels, and used Cornell Labs All About Birds as well as Google Lens and their own local expertise to verify accuracy of AI identifications. So yeah, they go through all of these birds. There's a best overall rating, a runner-up, a reliable upgrade, best looking, the Bird Feed Bamboo Smart Bird Feeder for $250, which is nearly the most expensive. The one that is the most expensive is like a stronger, better, faster, meaner version of the Bird Feed Feeder. It says Bird Feed Feeder 2 Duo. I guess that's the one that's on that front right there. I think that's what that is.
Right. Well, and you should also pair that with the squirrel obstacle course contraption to avoid them attacking your bird feeders.
Oh yeah, who was that did that?
Mark Rober.
Mark Rober, yeah, has the squirrel obstacle course. One of the elements in that is like a squirrel catapult that would fling it. So best overall is this one right here. It looks pretty general. You just kind of screw it to your fence and wait for the squirrels to attack it.
Looks like a little house, but then it looks like it has like a Ring doorbell or something on it based on how it looks.
Yep, and you just stick it on your fence and let the peckers come and eat your food. And that's what it looks like, I guess. NetView caught on bird fee. Yeah, the NetView bird fee. That's what it looks like.
I mean, it's cute.
It looks kind of meh picture quality, right? Maybe it's just bad weather, right?
Yeah, I know. I would expect it to be crystal clear.
For $200, you can get a budget version of the Bird Buddy Smart Bird Feeder. It too has the camera in the dead center, and you put food on either side of the camera, and it dribbles out onto the tray. And that's, I guess, what that looks like. Really? That's white and yellow. That's red. Is that the same thing?
Well, we don't know what the photos are.
Oh, this is Bird Buddy
right?
app. Yeah, it says Bird Buddy app. And that's what that is, Bird Buddy. So it's a connected app. But the one up on top here is the Bird Fee, NetView Bird Fee.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So each one has its own camera picture. This one is inside a balcony or inside a porch. So it looks like it's a little bit better protected from sun. And shows a little bird. I'm scooping up some seed. And then a reliable upgrade is the Bird Buddy Smart Bird Feeder Pro with a solar panel. So I guess it can charge itself and stay operational instead of having to be plugged in.
Neat.
Yeah, the mayoral mansion doesn't even have solar panels. What's up with that? Oh, and it even identifies it. Lesser goldfinch.
Oh, cool. I wonder if you put up enough of these with solar panels, will that power your house?
Yes. Yep. But there would be so many peckers showing up at your house. Whoa.
Okay, that was surprising. For those in the podcast, there is a video embedded of a bird very close up.
Very close up. Yeah. You can actually see its tonsils. Wow. Anyway, this one looks really good. That's a sexy birdhouse. Look at that. The
Do
NetView
you think
bird
the
feed.
bird's like, I got the best birdhouse here?
Girlfriend, stop on by. This one looks like it's like doing that little hawk thing, where they stick their. Sometimes it's called
Oh, yeah. The owls
sunbathing
do
or
that.
something like. Yeah, I think most birds do it. But it looks it's cool. I don't know if it's landing. It looks like it's an action picture. It's pretty cool. Anyway, where they stick their wings out. Sometimes it's to sunbathe. At any rate. Then there's others, BYO camera, the Wasserstein bird feeder camera case, where you can stick your own camera in there, I guess.
Oh, that's actually kind of neat because then you could control the quality of the camera.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, pretty cool. Anyway, I want that one right there. Of course, it's the second to most expensive one, but...
It looks the neatest.
Wait. Let me back up. That one didn't have a picture. Come on.
No.
That sucks. Okay. Well, anyway, that's it. We're gonna mosey. We're gonna fly off to a tripophobic RealityHacker article. Dbrand made a tripophobic Apple Vision Pro faceplate and battery holster. It originated almost a year ago, a few weeks after Vision Pro launched, as a 3D printed prototype from a designer named Kyle Goodrich, who showed the article or the item off on Twitter. Goodrich was exploring the problem of how to make a faceplate or device covered in sensors where blocking the sensors would compromise the device's functionality, so they designed a cover for the Apple Vision Pro. If you've never heard of trypophobic, it's basically the fear of circles.
Okay, well then that makes sense given the visual for those in the podcast. This is a very holy case.
Yeah, it's basically Swiss cheese cases for the battery pack and for the Apple Vision Pro so that the sensors aren't covered up. It's very symmetrical, it looks, but maybe not. David Haney over at uploadvr.com put the article together, and it says here that thinking of making a small run of these if there's enough demand, and lo and behold, I think one approach to this problem is to make the entire faceplate transparent with holes only for the sensors, and you can find these on sites like Amazon and AliExpress. But Goodrich wanted a more visually striking approach, embracing the holes by adding many more than are needed and using an opaque body. This trypophobic solution, or trypophobia is the fear of small clusters of circles, but holes, was what he came up with. Dbrand liked it so much that they reached out to him and turned it into a product, which is the right thing to do, Disney. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And
all companies.
Yeah, all companies. I'm not just saying Disney. All companies. Yeah, that's what I meant. Anyway, there's an artist on YouTube that did a follow-up 2 years after Disney took one of their products that they made, but they had actually taken something that was Disney and they turned it into a 3D model, and then Disney basically took it verbatim, like exactly,
yeah.
and cloned it and is selling it in their stores. I don't really know much about that anymore. I stopped paying attention to it because it's kind of like that artist. What are you going to do? Going after Disney to try and get compensation for what amounts to their work, but isn't, by the way. That isn't how
Right,
IT
I know.
or intellectual property works. But anyway, I need to make this statement. Going after a juggernaut of a company is like peeing into the wind. Yeah, sure, you're relieving yourself of this pressure, but it is not rewarding in any way. Anyway, Aperture is what it's called. It's available in black and orange and is either just a faceplate or in the package that includes a battery holster. And the faceplate alone is $50. The bundle is $70, and the battery holster isn't sold separately. So if you want it, you have to get the bundle. There you go, D brand. Thanks for not being a D. Anyway, the next article is, see, now,
I don't have anything to add there, other than this is a unique case.
Yeah, and so that's why I want it. It's an interesting case, a unique design. I want a case like this, but I don't have Apple Vision Pro. I was going to get the X-Real headset, the extended reality headset, but I kicked it to the curb. I'm going to wait for its release and reevaluate at that time. Anyway, let's go on to the next article. It's over in Wanted, the best smart home gadgets for 2025. It says if it feels like every piece of home tech is now smart, you're not far off. The smart home space has grown exponentially in the past few years with speakers, cameras, locks, lights, even kitchen appliances. Your refrigerator, for instance, is now smart. All of your lights are smart. Light switches
Everything seems to be smart. Or dumb.
Doorknob. Well, maybe the contents of the house are dumb, but the house is brilliant. And getting smarter because it's being connected to AI. So, and a lot of people think that microphones on these smart devices are always on. It's very conspiratorial. And so I am looking for a new refrigerator. And I am hoping that my advertisements change and tell me what a good refrigerator is out there. Although I've never done any searches for a refrigerator on any site.
Uh-oh, if they suddenly appear.
Then the mayoral mansion is going to get really dumb real quick.
Yeah, and also, I mean, maybe you just need to be driving down the road in a Ford or whatever, or a Jeep.
Rolling down the street in my Ford Jeep. No, wait. Ford or Jeep. I had to keep the rhyme going. Yeah. So the AI is alluding to the fact that there is some information being released that the vehicle is tracking what is being heard in the cabin of the vehicle and displaying ads when you come to a stop.
Yeah, that like every time you come to a stop, I think like if you stop at a traffic light or something.
Yeah, and they say, oh, it's not supposed to happen that way. It's a glitch. It'll be updated. But you know what? Keep your effing microphones off in my car. Kiss my like shiny metal ass. Oh, that invasion of privacy. I bought a car. I did not buy a surveillance device that you listen to my conversations. Well, what if I'm an attorney? What if I'm a doctor?
Also, what if you don't want to listen to ads all the time either? There's at least two issues with this.
Yes. The biggest issue is that you're listening to my... Anyway. So the best smart home gadgets for 2025, from speakers to robot vacuums, here are the best smart devices that make your home more connected. Nicole Lee and Valentina Palladino put the article together. It's over at Engadget.com. And I won't be able to go through all of these, I'm sure, but they have the best smart speaker, Sonos Era 100. It's $250. I think all of them are dumb. They're about as smart as you can throw them. The best budget
smart. And that's
smart.
why I was talking about dumb.
Right.
You can have something labeled as smart, but it doesn't mean it is.
Yeah. I mean, it works with the frequency of a cheap ham radio. You never know what it's going to do. You know what? I told my smart speaker I have it coded to wake up the lights. When I say wake up, it's supposed to wake up the lights. You know what it says to me when I say that now? All of a sudden.
It's like, who are you?
No. It says, oh, I'm on.
You need to change the expression. I think it's getting confused with its own internal programming.
It's been the same for 5 years.
They probably had an update.
Right. But like Office Space, why do I have to change my freaking name? I
Because
was
you
here
want it to
first.
work.
All right. Look, it's like the river changed course, and now I have to move my car.
Or you can let the car float down the river. I mean, the choice is yours.
Except that I'm not arguing with nature. I'm arguing with something that seems to suddenly be aware. Anyway, best smart display is Alexa. Amazon Echo Show 8. They broke out a very specific thing. Best Alexa smart display. Best Google
That's
smart
very
display.
niche. Yeah.
Best smart lights are the Hue, which I agree. Best budget lights are the Casa smart light bulbs. If anything uses matter, then it all works together, which is fine. But if you have a balkanized infrastructure, then sometimes it works because it's updated. Sometimes it doesn't work because it's not updated. Sometimes you have to go and maneuver this app, that app, whatever. Best wireless security camera is the Blink Outdoor 4. It's the 4th generation. That is the kind of thing that I dig. The only problem is that with too much activity, the batteries drain faster. So you have to hook up solar. Depending on the security of the infrastructure behind it, it may not be secure. And if you attach it to your secure network and it's insecure, then your whole network is insecure. So you need to make sure that your Blink Outdoor is secure.
And you don't want your network to be insecure. I mean, it's never enjoyable for anybody to be insecure.
Correct. Then the Arlo Video Doorbell 2K. I've had people contact me about the Arlos, and that depending on the traffic, it drains the battery really fast when it's wireless. Roombas have always freaked me out because if your animal gets sick or whatever, then basically it becomes hot garbage all over. But if you don't have pets, or you are, the universe has spun in your direction and you are provided with an animal that never has accidents, congratulations. I'd like your animals. Anyway, iRobot Roomba Combo J9 Plus. Some of these get really expensive. The best robot vacuum and mop.
Well, yes. I mean, that's a very niche market. I'm surprised it's not the best Roomba
On a
vacuum
Tuesday.
and mop combo. Yeah, exactly.
So the best smart plug is the Casa Smart Plug Mini. Those are the ones that you can actually remotely control, which I think is brilliant. And then TP-Link Deco. I wouldn't put TP-Link stuff in my network until further notice. They're not allowed in certain infrastructures, although nowadays, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep on moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
By the way,
do you want any of these?
Yeah, see, I want the smart plugs because I want to be able to control devices that are plugged into it remotely. And they don't. I have found smart sockets, actual sockets that you can replace them, but they're much more expensive and not mobile. So if you have to put them wherever you want them, and it gets expensive. I want outdoor wireless security, and the companies that I go to right now don't have wireless solutions, and the ones that you can kind of jerry rig it. What is the actual euphemism there? Is it a jury rig or jerry rig? I
thought it was the second.
Jerry rig, right? Anyway.
Yeah, jerry rig.
Yeah.
Jerry rigged, actually. Or
jerry rig.
Same thing. Yeah.
So
it's from 17th century, meaning swindle.
Really? Interesting. I never looked at, well, if I have looked up the etymology of it,
It has to do something with sailing, I think.
Oh, okay. So I want wireless security because it's so easy to just plop it somewhere. And with solar, you should be able to get, enough voltage out of it to power it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You can't find wireless easily.
Right.
And not with the security that I demand. And don't pick on me. I'm not picking a fight. I'm just saying I don't like the idea of being compromised. So I try my best, but again, I'm not picking a fight. somebody out there decided to pick a fight earlier. But anyway, I want wireless cameras. I want a wireless doorbell, so that I don't have to string wires everywhere, because wires kind of suck. Because every time you want to change something, if you don't have the right voltage, then you have to rewire. And if you don't have wire because you didn't plan for something being there, then...
Right, you're then punching holes in the walls or floors.
Yeah.
Plus, pets or kids aren't always good mixes with wires.
Yep. You can go on and on and on and on. So smart bulbs, I love smart bulbs. Smart speakers, I love smart speakers. The only problem is the conspiracy theorist in me. So conspiracy theory lacks fact until you find the fact. And so a conspiracy theory is that until proof is provided. Doesn't make you crazy. It just means that you can't see them watching. And it's really good in my line of work, so to be a little conspiratorial. Anyway, it's a healthy conspiracy. At any rate, I love all of this tech, and so I want little bips and bops from all of it. All right. Well, anyway, the last article for today's Wanted for February 15th, 2025, Season 2, Episode 7, is Croc's Samsung Galaxy S25 case is both hideous and ingenious. And for whatever reason, Tripophobic seemed to span several of our articles, because this article has holes in it.
Okay, that's odd.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional, by the way. I didn't know about this until I set up the articles today. John,
I didn't even know what tropophobic meant.
Yeah, there
and
you
I
go.
didn't look ahead at either of these.
So John Kanalakos over at pocket-lint.com, whoever it is that owns pocket-lint.com, please just donate it. You'll have my undying gratitude, because the dash is driving me nuts.
Well, probably so will Pocket-Lint.
Yeah. I mean, I've bought a domain just to get the domain back, because I wanted the trifecta. This, I'm sitting there going, God, how do I buy that domain just so I can give it to pocket-lint.com? But I don't want to pay 25 grand for somebody's domain. Well, anyway, physically speaking, the Crocs case, as this is being called, features the established rubberized texture typical of Crocs shoes, as well as perforations for attaching various gibbets charms. That's the new thing, by the way. Not the new thing. It's been around for a considerable amount of time, but you put little charms on your case.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I've seen things where you put charms on
Shoes.
Whatever, backpacks,
bags.
shoes, etc., but I didn't know that was a thing on phone cases.
Yeah, so they're called gibbets. These charms are entirely cross-compatible between Crocs shoes and new Crocs case, both a Mickey Mouse and an I Heart charm shipped with the package by default. The iconic Crocs handlebar ankle strap, which just is gross if it's on your phone case, but anyway, has also made the cut here, serving as a hand strap for keeping your phone securely attached while on the go. And the case is available in sizes across the entire Galaxy S25 lineup, including the base, the larger S25 Plus, and the high-end S25 Ultra. So if you want to put a second mortgage on your house, you can get the S25 Ultra.
I mean, why not?
They're in light blue and beige colorways for $70.
Wow.
Yeah, there's more to this, but hey, let's just move on, because oh wow, looking at this picture actually made me dizzy.
Okay, that's odd. So it shows a picture of multiple cases overlapping with holes.
Yeah, so I just got tripophobic. But I'm not afraid of it. You know, it doesn't cause anxiety, but it made me dizzy looking at the...
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe I'm a little anxious. I need a hug. Anybody out there want to give me a hug? All right, well, I'm going to trip the light fantastic down Main Street, Ohmtown, and that'll land us back at the front page of Wanted. So just imagine you're walking down a street, and on the left and right are shops, and each one of those shops is an article, and each one of those articles has been cataloged here in the wanted channel. So left and right as you're walking down the street. That's how